Chapter 1. Ending with bitterness. My husband, are you sending me to the villa? Su Mayan's condition had worsened. The imperial physician had declared her to be at the end of her strength, and no medicine could help her, advising the Marquis residents to prepare for the worst. This morning, Marquis Lu Juanli had arranged for someone to pack her belongings, intending to send her to a villa on the outskirts of the city. Do we not agree upon this? Your illness requires tranquility, and the bustling household is detrimental to your recovery. The villa is serene once you are there. You can rest properly. When your health improves, I shall personally come to fetch you back, Lu Juanli said, approaching to support Su Mayan with gentle gestures. That a fortnight prior, she had suddenly fallen ill, the affliction striking her with the force of a landslide. Each day, Lu Juanli would visit her after court, tending to her with medicine, displaying patience and kindness. This morning, however, he had unexpectedly mentioned sending her to the villa for recuperation. Although it felt rushed, Su Mayan did not doubt his intentions yet. A sense of reluctance clouded her brow as she grasped Lu Juanli's wrist and softly inquired, "What will happen to the children if I leave?" A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Juanli's eyes, swiftly concealed beneath a smile. "Do not worry, my lady, I have made all necessary arrangements." Su Mayan nodded gently, glancing back at the place she had inhabited for 7 years, her heart heavy with reluctance. "Husband, I wish to see the children once more." 7 years ago, on their wedding night, Lu Juanli had left for battle, entrusting her with the care of his adopted children. Over the years, she had nurtured them well. The elder sister, Lu Fei, was literate, graceful, and strikingly beautiful at 12, recently sought after by the Duke of End. The younger brother, Lu Kong, at 10, had become a companion to the crown prince. Thinking of these two children, whom she had poured so much love into, a warm current flowed through her heart. "Husband, may I see them just one last time?" she pleaded softly. Lu Juanli hesitated, his expression growing impatient, his tone losing its earlier gentleness. "Kong stayed at the prince's residence last night, and Fei has gone to visit the duke's house this morning. My lattice repeated delays. Are you perhaps reluctant to go to the villa?" With that, he released her wrist and turned to his servant, inquiring coldly, "Is the carriage for my lady ready?" The servant replied, "Yes, my lord, it is prepared, and everything has been loaded." Lu Juanli cast one last indifferent glance at Su Mayan, as if the tenderness he had shown moments ago was but a fleeting dream, urging her coldly, "Let us go." Despite the nagging feeling that something was amiss, Su Mayan found herself unable to defy Lu Juanli's command, following him closely. Upon exiting her courtyard, she noticed the hustle and bustle throughout the Marquis residence. People were busy repairing the house and purchasing items, seemingly preparing for a celebration. Just as she stepped through the corner gate, she spotted a group of maids carrying trays covered with red cloth, making their way to the Qinxiang garden, where the old matriarch's newly adopted daughter, Zhao Xiner, resided. The wind lifted one of the red cloths, revealing a striking red wedding gown that, in an instant, Su Mayan recalled how Lu Juanli had once tested her thoughts on the matter of a concubine. What had she replied? "If you were to take a concubine, I would willingly step aside, allowing the new bride to take her place. I shall not accept such an insult." After that, Lu Juanli had never broached the subject again. Piecing together her illness, Lu Juanli's strange behavior, and various other signs, a chilling realization struck her. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she swallowed the bitterness rising in her throat, forcing a smile as she asked, "Husband, after I leave, what about mother?" Before she could finish, Lu Juanli interrupted impatiently, "Mother will have Xiner." Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly rephrased, "I meant, with so many maids in the household, you will have new ones to care for mother in your absence." But Su Mayan was not deaf. She had heard and understood. Lu Juanli intended to marry Zhao Xiner. Because she refused to accept a concubine, he was sending her away, clearing the way for a new arrival. A pang of sorrow surged within Su Mayan, an unwillingness to accept the harsh reality. She gazed at Lu Juanli, the man she had devoted herself to for 7 years, her heart brimming with despair intertwined with profound disappointment and anguish. Struggling with her emotions, she croaked, "You want," but was interrupted by a sudden fit of coughing, as if her very lungs were being expelled. Clutching the table for support, she whispered, "My illness? Could it possibly be?" Panic washed over her. How coincidental that she had fallen ill. Something is amiss. She abruptly raised her head, demanding, Lu Juanli, what have you done to me? Lu Juanli, momentarily taken aback, averted his gaze from Su Main's eyes, but quickly regained his composure, frowning deeply as he sternly replied, "Is it not simply to go to the villa for recuperation? What more could I do? Who I choose to marry is of no concern to you. Must you be so paranoid? Paranoid? What then do we say about the wedding gown being sent to Qinxiang Garden?" Lu Juanli had believed his actions to be concealed, yet Su Mayan was aware of the truth. Frustrated, he retorted with anger, "It is a common occurrence for men to have multiple wives. You need not be astonished. She is merely a concubine, and it will not affect your position." He had admitted it. Do Kong and Fei know? Su Mayan inquired. "You need not worry about that. Kong and Fei are considerate and understanding, aware that Sheener genuinely cares for them. Although Sheener may not possess your intellect, she is gentle, kind, and patient, and will not fall short in raising the children." Lu Juanli spoke with conviction. A chill began to envelop Su Mayan's heart. His tone suggested that they were a family of four. While she was merely an extraneous presence, a more dreadful thought flashed through her mind, causing her to tremble, nearly collapsing. When he had brought the two children into the household, one was 5, the other 3, claiming they were the offspring of a benefactor, imploring her to care for them as if they were her own. Not just she, but the matriarch and the old lady treated these children with utmost affection, as if they were the very bloodline of the Marquis residence. Whenever they fell ill, their concern often surpassed her own as their foster mother. She had believed that the matriarch and old lady were grateful to the benefactor. Yet, upon reflection, Liu Kang's features indeed bore a resemblance to Lu Juanli. All this time, she had remained oblivious. Ha 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 ha! Su Mayan tilted her head back in laughter, her voice growing louder, and after a spell, she turned to Lu Juanli. "You truly are a master of schemes," she said, her tone steeped in despair, tears flowing like blood. "What a ravenous, merciless Marquis residence. Once you have extracted all usefulness, you discard me without a second thought. The Marquis of loyalty and righteousness? Truly a bitter irony." Su Mayan had always been astute, yet her prior trust in him had blinded her to such possibilities. Now, peeling back the layers, she comprehended the truth. Lu Juanli, realizing she had uncovered his secrets, commanded the servants sternly, "Come, assist the lady into the carriage." She forcefully pushed away the nearby maidservants and attendants, her voice cold as she posed one final question. "Lu Juanli, for all these years, you have claimed impotence to avoid sharing a bed with Muas. That also a falsehood. What significance does that hold now?" Lu Juanli snapped, turning to the servants again. "Are they all dead? Quickly help the lady into the carriage." One of the servants muttered an apology. "My lady, forgive us," and despite Su Mayan's resistance, they seized her arms, attempting to force her into the carriage. Summoning an unknown strength, she broke free once more, lunging toward Lu Juanli, poised to throw herself into his embrace. Lu Juanli was a martial artist, his physical reflexes outpacing his thoughts. Before she could approach, he delivered a swift kick, devoid of any compassion. He furiously exclaimed, "Su Muyen, do not be ungrateful. The Marquis residence has sheltered you for so many years. Even if you are no longer pure, I have refrained from divorcing you out of consideration for our past, allowing you to occupy the position of the mistress of the Marquis household. For all this time, that I have already shown immense forbearance." This time, even the servants began to gossip about her. And oh wonder, the Marquis and his wife have grown distant. It turns out the wife is not pure. I heard that the wife was once betrothed to Prince Yangon. Could it be? Su Mu Yan was struck in the chest, blood spewing forth as she teetered on the brink of death. She gazed at the man she had once yearned to marry, the man she had devoted herself to for 7 arduous years, and a sorrowful smile graced her lips. Not pure? To avoid sharing a bed with her, this esteemed, loyal, and righteous Marquis would even go so far as to claim impotence. And she, who had humiliated herself to seek medical aid for him by submitting to Prince Yangon, now faced his disdain as he deemed her unworthy. He did not wish to merely send her away, he desired her demise. Prince Yangon had not been mistaken, she had indeed been blind. Pain coursed through her insides, threatening to rob her of consciousness. Aware that her time was short, she still summoned the strength to rise. Perhaps fearing she might act against Lu Juanli again, 2 guards flanked her, watching her every movement. Drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, she swiftly unsheathed a guard's sword and aimed it at the plaque of the loyal and righteous Marquis. With a resonant clang, the plaque shuddered and fell, shattering into pieces, while she was pierced through the chest by another guard, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 2. Indeed, it is her. As the clock struck midnight, the night deepened, and the clamor of the day gradually faded into silence. Only the vicinity near the moat remained ablaze with lights and filled with the sounds of revelry, as wine cups clinked and laughter echoed. A lavish carriage slipped quietly out from the bustling back entrance of a lively tavern, hastening towards the city center. The further one ventured into the heart of the city, the quieter it became. Soon, the carriage halted before a grand and resplendent mansion. This was the new residence of Prince Yongin. Prince Jilingye, favored by the emperor, was at the zenith of his power. A few years prior, he had received this estate as a gift, and now he had been further endowed with this splendid abode, which had once belonged to a powerful regent of the previous dynasty. The expansive grounds surpassed those of all other nobles in the capital, boasting an unparalleled location that offered tranquility amidst the chaos, convenient transportation, and picturesque views. The crown prince had sought it multiple times, yet to no avail. The premises were heavily guarded, with numerous sentinels on alert. As soon as the carriage came to a stop, someone approached to inquire. Just then, Jianqing lifted the curtain and leaned out, prompting the guards to salute, only to be halted with a warning. Do not raise alarm. Those who gossip shall face death. Understood. The individual inside the carriage was nearly unconscious, enveloped in a black cloak that revealed only his forehead and eyes, the latter half closed, with long eyelashes casting shadows that obscured the turmoil within. The sapphire crown atop his head swayed precariously with each movement. Upon entering the room, Jianqing swiftly placed the prince onto the bed, his voice laced with concern. Your Highness, please bear with it. The physician will arrive shortly. Prince Jilingye, known for his meticulous nature, had surprisingly been drugged during the banquet. Jianqing was at a loss, unable to discern whether it was due to negligence or a deeper scheme. Given the prince's current state, it seemed he was already delirious. Jianqing offered him some water and a detoxifying pill, which allowed Jilingye to slightly open his eyes. With a feeble wave of his hand, he murmured, "No need for a physician. Find a woman." Jianqing was momentarily taken aback. Ever since the prince had been hurt by that woman, he had shunned female company. There had been instances before where he had endured similar situations relying solely on medicine or sheer willpower. Numerous times, Jianqing had urged him to seek a woman's company, only to be reprimanded. What had he just said? Find a woman? Make sure she is clean, Jilingye added, still in a daze. Realization dawned upon Jianqing, filling him with relief. His master had finally begun to let go. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately. Unbeknownst to him, Jilingye had not truly let go. He was acutely aware that this situation was different from the past. This drug was exceptionally potent, one that the physician could not remedy. It seemed only Sun Xian could provide a solution, yet he was unavailable. Jilingye was not as aloof as the world believed. He simply felt an overwhelming heat while being lost in a haze, time slipping away. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of an aroma from long ago. As he slowly opened his eyes, he hazily beheld a familiar face that drew closer, and before he knew it, she had collapsed into his embrace. There was no time to ponder the situation. The effects of the drug overwhelmed his reason, leaving only the flickering of candlelight. As the night wore on, the drug's potency began to wane. Jilingye felt exhausted, yet was now somewhat lucid. By the candlelight, he finally discerned the face beside him, both achingly familiar and strangely foreign. Indeed, it was her. He had instructed Jianqing to find someone, and he had brought her here? A surge of unparalleled rage welled up within him. The woman who had once struck like lightning into the depths of his soul, only to return later and shatter his heart and spirit. The love he had once felt had morphed into an equal measure of hatred. How dare she come here? How dare she approach him and even climb into his bed? Fury ignited within him as he instinctively grasped her throat, yet the moment he tightened his grip, she awakened. Jilingye, what do you think you're doing, you madman? As if just realizing their current predicament, she erupted into a frenzy, clawing and kicking, her voice rising in panic. Jilingye, you beast. What have you done to me? Cough, cough, let go, cough, cough. Jilingye's hands trembled violently, yet he exerted his strength, rendering her immobile as her struggles gradually subsided. Suddenly struck by an overwhelming realization, he released her, his expression still terrifying, his eyes bloodshot and fierce. Are you afraid? Yet you dare to come here? Sumayan. Do you take me, Ji Lingye, for some trifling object that you can discard at will? Su Mayan, how dare you? His voice thundered with anger yet was also laced with profound desolation. Finally able to breathe, Su Mayan gasped for air, utterly devoid of energy to curse him further. Her legs weakly pushing against him, but to no avail. Ji Lingye, I didn't mean to. What happened today? She stammered, clutching her throat. Breathing heavily, her mind in disarray. How had she ended up here after being pierced by a sword from Lu Juanli's guard? It was unintentional? Ji Lingye's fury escalated. His breath ragged as he spat. You despicable woman. You set your sights on Lu Juanli, heartlessly discarding me, and now you claim it was not intentional? Don't tell me you appearing in my chamber today was also unintentional. I can explain. Memories flooded back to her. The night before, she had been poisoned by the matriarch of the loyal and righteous Marquis residence, Lu Juanli's grandmother, and delivered to Ji Lingye's bed, pleading for his help to save Lu Juanli. But Ji Lingye had no patience for her explanations, pressing down upon her instead. What are you doing? Let go, His heart was consumed by jealousy, anger, sorrow, and humiliation, causing him to lose all reason, spiraling into a madness even more potent than the drug's influence. The scene grew increasingly chaotic and intense. The maids outside trembled in fear, yet dared not intrude. As dawn broke, the remnants of the candle flickered out, leaving the room in disarray. Within the gauzy curtains, shadows danced. After a flurry of heavy breaths, silence enveloped the space. Su Mayan felt nothing but pain. Her head throbbed, and her entire body ached, especially her waist, as if it were about to break, with a strong, pale arm resting atop her. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck. The white gauze billowed gently, while the deep blue bedding lay lightly upon his waist. He had once deemed her superficial, yet little did he know that if she were truly shallow, she should have desired him. Prince Ji Lingye was the epitome of male beauty. With skin like porcelain and features so exquisitely crafted that they seemed to be favored by the divine. Not only did he possess the noble bearing of a dragon among phoenixes, but he was also astute and talented, reminiscent of a young emperor, which was why he was the first to be bestowed the title of Prince Yong'an. Yet, such a paragon of excellence had been cast aside by her, losing face in the process. Later, her mother, concubine Zhang, had suffered a similar fate after pleading for her father, leading to her being shunned by the emperor and ultimately succumbing to despair. Thus, Ji Lingye harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her. Originally, their paths were not destined to cross again. However, Lu Juanli had been gravely injured on the battlefield, his legs slashed and tendons severed, leaving him in search of renowned physicians, all in vain. Only the heir of the Medicine King's Valley could mend his wounds, and only Ji Lingye possessed the means to summon that miraculous healer. Ji Lingye was Lu Juanli's sole hope. In the past, even amidst his grievances with Su Mayan, had the matriarch of the Marquis household sought his assistance, he would have obliged, likely making the journey for her sake. Yet since the passing of concubine Zhang, he had morphed into a cold and unfeeling figure, aloof and proud, like a bright moon in the sky, radiant yet unattainable. This new incarnation of Ji Lingye shunned female company, refused bribes, and eschewed favoritism, his cunning nature rendering the entire Prince Yong'an residence an impregnable fortress, devoid of any means of infiltration. Do not speak of the modestly loyal Marquis. Even if commanded by His Majesty, he may not heed the call. The sole individual with whom he has had any connection is Su Mayan. The old matriarch is convinced that Ji Lingye's feelings for Su Mayan are distinctly different. Thus she has pushed her forward. But has Ji Lingye truly embraced her? Initially, it seemed he did not recognize her, though his demeanor was rough. It retained a hint of tenderness. Yet upon realizing her identity, his behavior transformed from affection to sheer venting, exhibiting a brutality that resonated with his bloodthirsty, cold demeanor. She remains alive, yet there was at least one moment when Ji Lingye indeed wished for her demise. Su Mayan gently shifted his arm aside, and he awakened. Chapter 3. A deal with the prince. Ji Lingye lifted the quilt, rose, and dressed without casting a glance in her direction. His broad shoulders and narrow waist exuded a sense of gallantry, and the last flicker of candlelight, mingling with the first rays of morning sun, illuminated his profile, outlining perfect yet resolute features. His eyes, slightly lowered, glimmered as he leisurely fastened the final button before turning to cast a sardonic glance at Su Mayan, his disdain unmistakable. In her previous life, she loathed him, convinced that he had orchestrated a corruption scheme out of jealousy for the crown prince, aiming to eliminate the prince's closest ally, which naturally included the esteemed minister Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing had earned the prince's trust, managing nearly all affairs of the prince's residence with remarkable prowess. Therefore, Ji Lingye's first course of action against the crown prince was to dismantle his most capable supporters, starting with the Su family. Before long, the Imperial City Bureau uncovered a trove of incriminating evidence within the Su residence, leading to a verdict of total annihilation for the family. Thankfully, due to the intercession of the favored consort Zhang, the punishment was commuted to exile. As a member of the Su family herself, Su Mayan was initially slated for exile. But her marriage into the loyal Marquis's household spared her, which is why Lu Junli mentioned that the Marquis's protection was her salvation. Yet Su Mayan felt no gratitude towards consort Zhang. Instead, she perceived her actions as mere theatrics, a duplicitous performance alongside Ji Lingye, a dance of shadows and light. Thus, her hatred for him deepened. Awakening to find Ji Lingye defenselessly beside her, she acted impulsively, attempting to strike him. But as a frail young lady, she was no match for him. Her surprise attack failed, leaving her battered and bruised. Subsequently, Ji Lingye unceremoniously cast her from his residence. From that moment on, he remained perpetually guarded around her, never again granting her an opportunity to act against him. The tasks assigned by the Marquis remained unfulfilled, for Ji Lingye refused to summon the divine physician to assist. Reluctantly, she returned, fully aware that humiliation awaited her. Yet, for Lu Junli's sake, she endured time and again, ultimately securing the physician's presence at the Marquis's residence to tend to Lu Junli's injuries. Each time she sought the physician's aid, she was compelled to implore Ji Lingye once more, enduring the utmost humiliation. Having been raised within the palace, Ji Lingye was no stranger to treachery and showed no compassion or sympathy for anyone. Engaging in this clandestine bargain with her, she recognized that he sought revenge for their broken engagement, wanting to witness her groveling before him, filled with regret. However, she was equally stubborn. The more he humiliated her, the more her fighting spirit ignited. Their twisted and perverse arrangement persisted until Lu Junli's leg was completely healed. At that time, her love for Lu Junli was profound, a tragic and pitiable sentiment. Su Mayan turned away, fumbling to dress herself adequately. Soon after, they sat down to converse. Madame Lu has gone to great lengths to serve this prince, so speak plainly. What do you seek? He remarked bluntly, dripping with sarcasm. Had she heard this in her past life, it would have incensed her. Yet this time, Su Mayan understood that he believed the Su family indirectly caused his mother's death. Given the depth of his hatred, the fact that he could calmly discuss matters with her was a concession. Thus, she disregarded his tone, her expression serene and rational, as though last night's events had merely been a fleeting dream. I wish to negotiate a deal with the prince. Her calm demeanor, in Ji Lingye's eyes, appeared as indifference, reminiscent of that fateful day when she publicly declared her intention to break their engagement, disregarding the hurt it inflicted upon him. Do you believe you are worthy of making a deal with me? He was visibly irked, his brows knitting together, displeasure radiating from him as he spoke sharply. Then, as if recalling a jest, he scoffed. A deal? I never imagined the loyal Marquis's household would be so generous as to send you here for such a purpose. She understood his insinuation. He was mocking the loyal Marquis's household for sacrificing their dignity in pursuit of personal gain by sending the young mistress to engage in such dealings. Ironically, she held the same belief now. Yet in her previous life, the situation had been starkly different. Back then, he had made similar remarks, deriding the young Marquis's household for allowing a cripple to dictate terms. Those words had stung, prompting her to unleash a torrent of insults upon Ji Lingye, branding him as shameless and vile, which ultimately resulted in her losing the opportunity to procure the physician's aid. After experiencing a lifetime, Su Mayan had grown considerably more composed. Reflecting on the past, she recognized that Ji Lingye was not as heartless as rumored. He had indeed softened his stance. But her emotional turmoil had caused her to ruin the opportunity. Now, she perceived that while his words were sharp, they were merely a fade of cruelty, far preferable to the insincerity of Lu Junli. Moreover, despite his harshness the previous night, it was evident that he had restrained himself and refrained from causing her real harm. Otherwise, she would not be sitting here conversing with him. Following the events of last night, Ji Lingye's anger seemed to have dissipated significantly. Su Mayan surmised that this version of Ji Lingye would likely acquiesce to her proposal. Is the prince satisfied? She inquired, her demeanor unruffled, as though discussing the weather. This time, Ji Lingye found himself at a loss for words, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Su Mayan feigned ignorance and pressed on, if you're satisfied. Then I believe I am indeed worthy of negotiating a deal with the prince, am I not? Ji Lingye's brows twitched, and rather than deny her assertion, he smirked sarcastically. Does Madame Lu wish to save the Su family, or rescue your crippled husband? The only members of the Su family who mattered to her were her mother and brother. But upon arriving in exile, she received news of her mother's death and learned that her brother had succumbed to despair and taken his own life. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding their demise, without her mother and brother, her emotional ties to the Su family were tenuous at best. The question of rescue could be postponed. Yet the mention of cripple brought her a measure of relief. She smiled. Naturally, I would still request the prince to grant me medicine. In this second life, she was determined to bring disgrace upon the superficially noble loyal Marquis's household. Jilingye's medicine would play an essential role in her plans, as she needed to gain Lu Juanli's trust. However, the notion of inviting the physician to treat Lu Juanli's leg was unnecessary. He was not worthy of that honor. A few well-timed doses would suffice, and since he was already a cripple, he might as well remain so. Grant you medicine? Jilingye's long lashes cast shadows over his expression, concealing his emotions. Yet Su Mayan could still sense the chill emanating from him. Indeed, she replied, fully aware that the matter of medicine was transparent to him, but unafraid of any potential exposure. She spoke plainly of the remedy that could allow him to briefly rise. Did I hear correctly? Madame Lu is requesting a remedy merely for a brief respite? The chill surrounding him lessened, a hint of amusement creeping into his demeanor. You heard correctly, she replied calmly. Jilingye seemed to grasp her intent, though confusion flickered across his features. Yet soon, a realization dawned upon him, prompting a knowing smile. And what will you offer me in return? He inquired, this time with genuine seriousness, no longer addressing her as Madame Lu. His question bore two implications. 1. He accepted the premise of the deal. 2. She could choose only one between the deal and the medicine. As for everything else, she would need to barter with different offerings. A promise of mine, she stated. The prince's medicine in exchange for my promise, one that I shall fulfill, provided it aligns with the prince's commands. She anticipated his derision, for he was the exalted prince of Yong'an, while she was merely a woman of the inner chambers, and they had a history fraught with animosity. What is it that could possibly capture his attention? Yet, Jilingye remained silent, his elongated gaze fixated upon her, his left index finger gently tapping the surface of the table. He was weighing his options. Su Mayan patiently awaited his response, whether in agreement or dissent. A single utterance sufficed. There was no need for excessive discourse. After a prolonged contemplation, Jilingye finally spoke, surveying her from head to toe. All right. However, the efficacy of the pill is limited. If she understood the implication of his words, if she desired more of the pills, she would need to return and beseech him anew. Let us discuss further. Perhaps she might discover another leverage. Chapter 4. A return visit after Su Muyin departed. Jilingye's expression darkened. Jianqing entered with his head bowed and knelt on one knee. My subordinate has failed in his duties. I implore the prince to impose punishment. Jilingye rubbed his temples and asked in a low voice, what exactly transpired? Jianqing recounted the events of the previous night. Initially, he had dispatched servants to find a courtesan by the Qinhuai River, but his unease compelled him to go himself, fearing that a disreputable woman might disgrace the prince. However, upon returning, he discovered that someone was already present in the prince's chambers. Inquiring among his associates yielded no clarity, and he deemed it inappropriate to intrude. To mitigate any potential fallout, Jianqing sent away the courtesan he had personally fetched, providing her with a sum of money before escorting her out of the capital. After an exhaustive night of investigation, Jianqing uncovered that the House of Loyalty and Righteousness had bribed the guards at the eastern gate of the prince's residence and had placed several spies within the palace. Last night marked their inaugural operation. They had taken advantage of Jianqing's absence to impersonate him and smuggle someone into the prince's quarters, to successfully infiltrate my estate. The House of Eternal Peace exhibits considerable cunning, Jilingye remarked nonchalantly. Jianqing, uncertain of the prince's interpretation, tentatively inquired, my lord, shall we eliminate those individuals? Unnecessary. Simply monitor them for now, Jilingye replied, gesturing for him to rise. Jianqing stood, perplexed by the prince's unexpected response. Hesitating, he pondered whether to voice his concerns. Speak your mind, Jilingye prompted. My lord, if those individuals are not dealt with promptly, last night's incident might repeat itself. Perhaps I could take care of her? He suggested quietly, convinced that the prince must harbor a deep hatred for her, given the humiliation she had caused. Although she was destined to be the future mistress of the Marquisate, if the prince were to give the order, Jianqing would not hesitate to eliminate her. However, before he could finish, he was met with a murderous glare from Jilingye. Jianqing, Sensing danger, hastily bowed and retreated in a flurry. Meanwhile, Su Mu-yin strode confidently out of the gates of the House of Eternal Peace, unaffected by the events that had transpired. In her previous life, she had failed to fulfill her obligations, resulting in Ji Lingyi casting her aside. Disheveled and embarrassed, she had retreated home, feeling humiliated as passers-by pointed and whispered. Observing her timid demeanor only emboldened others to criticize her further. Once back home, she had locked herself away, contemplating ending her life with a silk ribbon, completely forgetting that her actions were intended to save their young lord. What was there to be ashamed of? She had utilized her abilities to rescue the heir and the Marquise. Gratitude should have been her due. Moreover, this time she had exited the palace with her dignity intact, dressed appropriately, and merely needed to endure her physical discomfort. Noticing that it was still early and the shops had just opened, she leisurely enjoyed a breakfast from a street vendor, purchasing a few of her favorite pastries while contemplating Ji Lingyi's attitude towards her. If he truly wished to target the Su family, he certainly would not show any particular compassion towards her, a lonely orphan. Yet in her previous life, she had openly provoked him multiple times and publicly embarrassed him, yet he had never sought to harm her. She had witnessed firsthand how he treated his enemies. It was hard to believe that any lingering affection for his former fiancée could be the reason. She herself found that notion implausible. Inadvertently, she learned that Ji Lingyi had been investigating the cause of consort Zhang's death and had not ceased his inquiries into the Su family. The likelihood was that these two matters were indeed interconnected, but not in the manner she had previously assumed. There were deeper layers to this situation. What could it be? Having satiated her hunger, Su Mu-yin confidently entered the Marquise. Her countenance bore no trace of embarrassment or timidity. She resembled a triumphant general. The servants, upon seeing her, exchanged furtive glances and whispered among themselves. Yet Su Mu-yin paid them no heed as she walked towards her courtyard. Exhausted from a restless night, her body ached, and all she desired was to sleep soundly. Just as she was about to lie down, an attendant summoned her to speak with the old matriarch. Too fatigued to respond, she pulled the quilt over herself and closed her eyes. Shortly thereafter, Lu Junli arrived. By the time he entered, Su Mu-yin had already risen. Applying some powder to conceal the dark circles under her eyes and sipping a bowl of ginseng soup to bolster her spirits, she presented herself with an air of grace, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. The sound of the wheelchair rolling across the wooden floor echoed in the quiet morning, growing increasingly pronounced. He was handsome, and even seated in a wheelchair, he maintained an air of gentlemanly decorum. Alas, external appearances belied his true nature. Years ago, she had been enchanted by his seemingly refined demeanor. Su Mu-yin, what is your attitude? You ignore your grandmother's summons, he questioned, his tone laced with irritation after the sound of the wheelchair came to a halt. Have you already? He hesitated, his expression complicated. Did Ji Lingyi not provide you with a response regarding the physician? His voice was urgent, though a flicker of disdain crossed his features, which Su Mu-yin did not miss. So he had been displeased with her from this moment onward. Did he find her unworthy? She had drugged him the previous night. He had played a part in that affair as well. Su Mu-yin had previously failed to recognize how selfish and cold-hearted Lu Junli truly was. No, she replied, suppressing her disgust and the urge to retaliate against him, striving to remain calm. Lu Junli could no longer contain himself. Cold words spilling from his lips. Having already shared a bed with someone, you ought to demand a promise from him. Is that beyond your capabilities? Su Mu-yin scoffed, observing the maid pushing the wheelchair behind him, her porcelain-like skin and bright, almond-shaped eyes. With red lips and white teeth, she exuded a womanly charm, far too familiar in her interactions with Lu Junli. How foolish she was to not see the other woman right before her. You must be Xin heir, correct? Su Mu-yin disregarded Lu Junli's ire and focused her gaze on Zhao Xin heir. The inquiry instantly piqued Lu Junli's attention. What are you asking her for? She is merely a maid. Rather than reflecting on his own shortcomings, he had the audacity to concern himself with others. Ah, such a maid, Su Mu-yin remarked, stepping closer to scrutinize Zhao Xin heir, who indeed possessed beauty. Even without heavy makeup and clad in servant attire, her allure was undeniable. I see that Xin heir is quite lovely, fair-skinned, beautiful, and clever. Since my husband finds me lacking, why not send her to entertain the prince? Perhaps he will take pleasure in her company and summon the physician, she suggested cheerfully. Zhao Xin heir glared at her with barely concealed animosity before hastily lowering her head. What did you say? Lu Junli's forehead and neck were veined with fury, his face reddening like an enraged lion. Su Mu-yin found the situation utterly ludicrous, retorting, You are unwilling to part with even a maid, yet you would readily send your own wife to another's bed. How peculiar. Don't you find it laughable? The words wife and bed hung heavily in the air. What did you just say? How dare you? Repeat that. Lu Junli's expression was one of barely contained rage. Had he not been incapacitated, he might have lunged at her. Feeling the warmth of his arm, Zhao Xian attempted to soothe him. Young master, do not be angry. The lady did not mean any harm. Just as Su Muyin was about to assert that she indeed had meant it, she was interrupted by the arrival of the old matriarch. Alongside her came Lady Wang. Has the physician arrived? The old matriarch's voice preceded her, filled with urgency. Scanning the room as she entered. Not yet. Did Jilin not agree? The old lady fixed her gaze intently upon Su Mayan, as if she sought to discern something from her countenance. Speak, she urged, striking the ground with her cane. He did not come, Lu Junli replied irritably. Turning to his mother with a complaint, Grandma, is my leg beyond salvation? It shall not be, the old lady reassured Lu Junli, insisting there must be a solution. If one attempt fails, they shall try again. Jilin had not expelled anyone, which was a cause for some satisfaction. Thus, there must be a way. The old lady's eyes flitted over Su Mayan, scrutinizing her from head to toe, unable to ascertain whether she had succeeded or not, and hesitant to inquire directly. Finally, she declared with conviction, Yuan, you must pay another visit this evening. This time, ensure to clarify everything and make certain to bring the miraculous physician back. Chapter 5. The first confrontation. It truly mirrored her previous life. If one attempt failed, she was to make a second. In her past existence, witnessing her pitiful state. No questions were asked, and she was promptly dispatched back to the Duke's residence. The Lu family had enjoyed a hereditary title for 5 generations. Yet only 2 generations had passed since. Following the demise of Lu Junli's father, the second generation of the loyal and righteous Marquis, Lu Junli remained the sole pillar capable of shouldering familial responsibilities. The old matriarch placed her entire hope upon him, after he had finally achieved military merit. With the title of Marquis within reach, how could he afford to be crippled? Regardless of the circumstances, the old matriarch was determined to find a way to restore Lu Junli's health, enabling him to stand once more. Thus, no one inquired whether Su Mayan was willing. As if she owed him, and regardless of the cost, she was to beseech Jilin to summon a divine physician. The old matriarch did not openly state this, but in her past life, Su Mayan failed to comprehend, yet in this life, she perceived clearly that they believed she had received the protection of the Marquis's residence and ought to repay it. Wang's tears flowed profusely as she wiped her eyes and approached Lu Junli to comfort him, saying, Rest assured, my dear, once the divine physician arrives, you will surely be able to stand again. She then turned to Su Mayan, seemingly pleading but laced with veiled coercion, You honor, you will assist Lear, won't you? Finally, she looked at the old matriarch. Mother, Lear's leg has been delayed for half a year. The imperial physician has stated that if this continues, he may indeed become disabled. Upon hearing the term disabled, the old matriarch's expression darkened even further, her resolve growing stronger. Lu Junli also glared at Su Mayan, a blend of seriousness and expectation in his gaze, but more so an imperious command that brooked no dissent. Su Mayan turned her face away, feeling indifferent. You honor, since yesterday has already transpired, what harm is there in another visit? This concerns Lear's legs, which is no trivial matter, Wang continued. According to Wang's insinuation, Su Mayan had been intimate with Jilin. Whether once or twice, it amounted to the same. Might as well exhaust the endeavor to maximize the benefits, sacrificing herself for the happiness of the family? In her previous life, they had all thought this way, and she had acted accordingly. Su Mayan let out a cold snort and said, As the daughter of a condemned traitor, if I can be of assistance, it would be an honor. However, such matters, if disclosed, would inevitably tarnish the Marquis's reputation. It would be better for the heir to simply divorce me, allowing me to serve Jilin openly day and night, without the need for potions. After all, she was a maiden of noble birth and could not engage in such acts. Even after multiple instances, she still could not face Jilin with composure. Thus, each time, she had taken medicine before being sent over. Upon hearing her mention being the daughter of a traitor, the others displayed hints of pride and disdain. When she brought up divorce, the old matriarch, Wang, and Lu Junli all fell silent, their expressions tightening. When the subject of potions arose, everyone appeared slightly guilty, hastily averting their gazes from Su Mayan. Yet, none exhibited the slightest hint of shame. The old matriarch scolded. What nonsense are you speaking? What do you mean by serving him day and night? A woman speaks such words, Do you not feel ashamed? Moreover, do not speak of divorce again, as it is a matter that harms feelings. The act of drugging one's wife to send her to another man's bed does not harm feelings, but merely mentioning divorce does? Su Mayan's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly pitched for all to hear. Lu Juanli sternly reprimanded, Su Mayan, is this how you speak to your elders? Is grandmother's reprimand not justified? Su Mayan feigned humility, responding calmly, my husband and grandmother are indeed correct. A woman ought to know shame. This matter, my husband should seek another. Moreover, Jilingya harbored no interest in me. This, last night, undeniably. The old matriarch's heart sank, unable to contain herself. Finally voicing everyone's unspoken thoughts, has nothing transpired? Su Mayan did not respond, but her invigorated demeanor and unwavering confidence spoke volumes. However, Lu Juanli remained unconvinced. Though he harbored no fondness for Su Mayan, he had to admit that her beauty and figure were exceptional. Were it not for his affections for another and his promise to her that he would not touch other women, he would not mind consummating their union. Jilingya, too, had likely been affected by Su Mayan's rejection, which led him to shun female company. Rumors suggested that women who climbed into his bed met dire fates. Yet Su Mayan emerged unscathed, having walked out of the Yong'an Duke's residence completely intact. If Jilingya had no feelings for her, Lu Juanli found it hard to believe. Truly nothing transpired? The old matriarch inquired again. It was impossible, unless Jilingya was not a man. Without waiting for Su Mayan to respond, Lu Juanli declared with certainty, he believed Jilingya had once been enamored with Su Mayan. Now that she was presented to him, he would not let her go. As for her neat attire, it was likely a sign of Jilingya's pity. The fact that she had not taken the opportunity to inquire about the divine physician infuriated Lu Juanli, who felt betrayed. Su Mayan, did you not even plead for his assistance? You are so lowly, offering yourself up without gaining anything in return. Lu Juanli's forehead pulsed with anger, and he uttered harsh words. Grandmother, mother, and my husband, do they truly wish for this? Su Mayan retorted, yes, I offered myself up freely. But who exactly sent me forth? Yes, I gained nothing. Yet the illustrious house of the loyal and righteous Marquis sending a virtuous daughter-in-law to another man's bed is a matter of pride? Everyone fell silent, pretending not to hear. But Lear's legs. Wang cast a glance at the old matriarch, whispering, since my husband and I have yet to consummate our marriage, whether anything has transpired can be verified by inviting a midwife to the palace. Su Mayan spoke openly about a woman's private matters. The old matriarch's fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished. The Marquis's residence still desired to maintain its reputation. Inviting a midwife to verify whether the matriarch had been with another man was an unthinkable act. This matter will be discussed later. With that, the old matriarch turned and departed. Wang shot Su Mayan a resentful glare and followed suit. Lu Juanli, suppressing his fury, wore a bloodthirsty expression but ultimately said nothing. Being led away by Zhao Xiner. As they exited the courtyard, Zhao Xiner's eyes turned red, and she turned to Lu Juanli, affectionately caressing his legs, asking, Juanli, if sister is unwilling, what shall we do? Xiner, do not heed her nonsensical words. Lu Juanli tenderly grasped Zhao Xiner's hand, saying, you are different from her. You are gentle and graceful, while Xiner, do not overthink. Rest assured, grandmother and mother will not neglect me. Speaking thus, his expression hardened as he gritted his teeth. She, as the daughter of a traitor, has received the Marquis's protection. If she can contribute to the Marquis's house, it is her fortune. Zhao Xiner continued to push the wheelchair, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing across her face. Chapter 6. A displeasing situation soon. Rumors began to circulate within them, predominantly suggesting that Su Mayan was of no worth, with no one willing to accept her even when she was offered. Before long, both the second and third households were aware of it. The second household, comprising Lu Yi and his wife Li, had always held a disdain for the first household, as the old matriarch favored them excessively, especially her grandson Lu Juanli, while turning a blind eye to her own son, Lu Qi. They scoffed at Lu Juanli's military achievements and regarded his leg injury with a sense of voyeuristic amusement, wishing for him to be permanently crippled. They would not hesitate to allow their own daughter-in-law to sell herself for medicine. Such was their character. If the eldest brother were still alive, the first household would not have fallen into such disgrace, Louis lamented. Li leaned closer and whispered, I've heard rumors of a failed match. Is there any truth to it? This niece-in-law is undeniably a beauty, so captivating that even a monk would falter in his prayers. Could it be that Prince Yong'an is utterly unmoved? Lu Yi found the situation perplexing and stroked his chin in contemplation, muttering, perhaps he simply does not fancy her. After dinner, the two children approached Su Mayan. By now, she had been married to Lu Junli for 3 years, which meant she had cared for these two children for an entire 3 years. Lu Fei, now 8, had grown into a graceful beauty. Upon closer inspection, her nose and face bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Xiner. Lu Kong, only 6, already exhibited hints of Lu Junli's features and would likely grow to resemble him even more. In those early days, she had placed immense trust in them, never once doubting their origins. How blind she had been not to see how much Lu Kong resembled Lu Junli. The term benefactor was how Lu Junli later described Zhao Xiner, recalling a childhood devoid of paternal guidance, with a mother too preoccupied with domestic affairs, and a strict upbringing that left him isolated, devoid of companionship from his younger siblings. It was at this juncture that Zhao Xiner appeared, daughter of a date merchant. Spending 3 months each year in the capital with her father, they met at a lantern festival, and Zhao's experiences in various locales brought fresh perspectives to Lu Junli, who found her stories a delightful escape from his solitude. During those years of calling her a benefactor, Su Mayan remained unaware that he spoke of Zhao Xiner. It was only after numerous mentions that she pieced together the truth, yet she still held no suspicions regarding Lu Fei and Lu Kang's connection to Zhao Xiner. She had taken on the responsibility of raising the children, fulfilling her duties diligently. Yet, what was the outcome? Lu Kang became the crown prince's page, and Lu Fei, having caught the eye of the Prince of Duan, led them to believe that their mother was no longer of lowly status, but rather worthy of Lu Junyi. Consequently, they softened their stance and accepted her, even going so far as to adopt her as a goddaughter to secure her a noble standing. Thus, Su Mayan found herself as the barrier between the two, a wall that must be dismantled. Mother, when shall we begin practicing calligraphy? Lu Kang inquired, interrupting Su Mayan's thoughts. He had once been a playful child, but under her guidance, he had cultivated a habit of daily study and writing, a blend of encouragement and gentle persuasion. Each evening, she would dedicate half an hour to practicing characters with him. Meanwhile, Lu Fei had begun her studies in music and chess. Observing them now, Su Mayan felt the bonds nurtured over 3 years dissipate with her impending departure. She no longer wished to be the strict mother wielding a stick to spur them onward. Would you like to play? Then let us enjoy ourselves together. Mother is unwell today. Let us skip the evening lessons, she said with a smile. Turning to Lu Kang, she gently held his small hand and said, Connor has been studying diligently lately, and I am very proud. What reward would you like? I recall you enjoy kites. Shall I make you one tomorrow? Lu Kang, still a child, leapt up in joy at the prospect of playing. Really? Mother, can I fly a kite? Of course. She then addressed Feier. Feier, you have also worked hard at your music. Your skills have improved remarkably, surpassing those of your peers. I noticed you secretly coveting the rouge from Shower the other day. Would you like to learn how to make it? I can teach you tomorrow. Thank you, Mother. When Lu Fei smiled, her dimples appeared, making her all the more charming. She had long desired to learn about cosmetics, but Su Mayan had always insisted that a young lady's primary focus should be on education and etiquette, alongside skills such as music and chess. Initially perplexed by her stance, Lu Fei's face flushed with excitement as she eagerly nodded. Yes, Mother. The two children departed, hand in hand, filled with joy. Shortly thereafter, Lu He entered the room. Lu He was the daughter of the third household, Lu Ming and Shun. Lu Ming, a deputy general, had fought alongside Lu Junli in battle. While Lu Junli survived with a broken leg, Lu Ming's fate remained uncertain. His body never recovered. Consequently, Chen placed the blame squarely on Lu Junli, harboring deep resentment until some words from him eased her heart, leading to a newfound warmth in her demeanor. Chen had a son and a daughter, aside from Lu He. There was also Lu Fong. Among the younger generation, apart from these few, there was also the second household's Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi had little interaction with Su Mayan, leaving her unfamiliar with him. In contrast, she was quite acquainted with the brother and sister from the third household, especially Lu He. Lu He aspired to marry into a prestigious family, presenting herself as exceedingly gentle and virtuous, earning the admiration of several high-ranking officials' wives who considered potential matches. Yet, she dismissed them all. With a blush, she leaned in and whispered, Sister-in-law, what does Ji Lingya look like? Su Mayan stifled a cold laugh inwardly. Lu He often lingered in places where Ji Lingya frequented, feigning chance encounters, yet he never deigned to acknowledge her. In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths to win Ji Lingya's favor, only to find herself spurned, ultimately directing her frustration towards Su Mayan. After failing to capture Ji Lingya's heart, she had turned to other charming suitors, only to be deceived by their duplicitous nature. To ensure her happiness, Su Mayan had sought a reputable scholar for her, one whose appearance was modest, yet whose talents and virtues promised an extraordinary future. However, Lu He deemed him unattractive, accusing Su Mayan of intentionally harming her, harboring a deep-seated animosity. At that time, Su Mayan remained unaware of Lu He's superficiality, judging others solely by their looks. Presently, Lu He feigned ignorance about Ji Lingya. And to the casual observer, her curiosity appeared innocent and endearing. Little did they know, her heart harbored intentions that had been brewing for some time. Su Mayan maintained her composure, smiling as she asked, "How do you find your sister-in-law's appearance?" Lu He, with a hint of acidity in her praise, replied, "Extremely beautiful. He is 10 times more handsome than I am." Indeed, the light in Lu He's eyes brightened, her head tilted in contemplation as she concealed her thoughts. Reluctant to divulge a single word, Su Mayan pretended not to notice. "If my sister-in-law were to meet him, she must take me along, so that I may behold the extent of his attractiveness, which has garnered such praise from her." Lu He bore a heavy heart, yet her countenance remained adorned with a gentle beauty. Whenever she inquired about Ji Lingya, she wore an expression of innocent curiosity. Initially, she had been deceived by her visage and fell into her trap. Su Mayan, not revealing the truth, maintained her amiable demeanor and nodded in agreement. When Lu He departed, she wore a radiant smile, utterly content. Instead of returning home, she made her way directly to the old lady's quarters. Chun and Wang were present, as the old lady had summoned them all to discuss matters concerning Lu Junli. Chapter 7. Why her? As you all know, Lia's leg requires urgent treatment. Currently, there is no one in charge of the Marquisate. Ever since the Marquis passed away, our loyal Marquisate has lost its voice before the Emperor. Now that Lia has finally achieved military merit, yet her leg. The old matriarch began to wipe her tears as she spoke. Wang also cried, reminiscing about her husband who had passed away at a young age, her sorrow deepening with each tear, smudging her makeup. Through her sobs, she said, "What you say is true. Now the Marquisate relies entirely on Lear. I have heard that the court is negotiating with the Tartars and intends to let Lear take the lead. A few days ago, the palace sent medicinal materials, and the eunuch specifically inquired about this matter, saying that if Lear's leg could heal and she facilitates this peace agreement, coupled with her previous military accomplishments, the emperor would surely be pleased, and her title would be secured." But now, Chen's face bore a shadow of sorrow, though her melancholy lacked sincerity, tinged with a hint of indifference. After all, that military merit was earned at the cost of her husband's life, while Lu Fang had proven to be ineffectual, failing to achieve any recognition, leaving all the credit to Lu Junli. Thus, deep within her heart, she felt no sympathy for Lu Junli's plight, but rather a hidden sense of schadenfreude. She raised her hand to dab at the non-existent tears, letting out a faint sigh. Who says otherwise? Only the disciples of the Medicine King Valley can treat Lear's leg, and only the Prince of Yong'an can summon him. Sister-in-law need not worry. The niece-in-law is always sensible and would not truly refuse, perhaps merely struggling to express her willingness. Under Chen's guidance, Wang sought to elicit Su Muyan's stance. Crying even louder, Chun fanned the flames once more, feigning astonishment. Is it true that the niece-in-law is unwilling? Lear is her husband. Upon marriage, she should follow him. How could she? The old matriarch finally spoke sternly. Regardless of her intentions, she must handle this matter concerning Lear. When the Su family faced exile, had it not been for the protection of the Marquisate, how could she have her current standing? Now that her husband is in trouble, she must assist without hesitation. She cannot shirk her responsibilities. Wang and Chen nodded in agreement. The group resumed their discussion on strategies. Outside the window, the weather was clear. A gentle breeze caressed the face, and occasionally the chirping of birds could be heard. A faint green figure had been lurking beneath the window for quite some time. A maid, catching sight of her from a distance, was met with a threatening gaze, rendering her silent. Lu He had stealthily followed Chun and overheard everything, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with each word. Why did they all believe that Ji Lingyu was only interested in Su Muyan? Why did they think only Su Muyan could handle this matter? Why was it Su Muyan who was sent to Ji Lingyu's bed? She wished fervently that it was herself who could have been in that position. Unable to endure any longer, she stomped her foot in frustration and left, pouting, her face displaying discontent, while her heart speculated whether Ji Lingyu had indeed been with Su Muyan. In the evening, The maid Luer attended to Su Muyan's bath, and upon seeing the red and purple marks adorning her body, she burst into tears. Miss, Ji-Ling Yi is truly a beast. Lower your voice. Do not let anyone hear. Su Muyan found it rather puzzling. Ji-Ling Yi had always been calm and disinterested in women, so why had he suddenly accepted her? Moreover, last night had been exceptionally intense, as if. Suddenly, Su Muyan realized. Could it be that he had also been drugged? Her conjecture was not unfounded. Ji-Ling Ye's behavior was indeed unusual, for he had encountered an incident. At that moment, he lay in bed, having just coughed up blood. His guard, Jianqing, wore a worried expression. Master, is it the poison acting up? Shall I fetch a doctor from outside the city and then send him away from the capital? You are already poisoned. Your energy and blood are depleted, and last night you were also administered love grass, and Ji-Ling Ye's face was ashen, devoid of color, and he shook his head with closed eyes. There is no need. It is not the poison acting up. It is nothing serious. I will recover in a few days. What use is an ordinary doctor? Jianqing lowered his head in silence, knowing his master spoke the truth. The poison had been in his body for over a decade. Now, to avoid alarming the enemy, he occasionally added a new dose. His body was already weak. After last night, it was even worse. Ji-Ling Yi took a moment to gather himself and weakly said, When will son Xinji arrive? Once he is here, have him concoct some pills to treat the damage to the leg's meridians. Upon hearing this, Jianqing felt his master's dignity had been sullied by that woman. Yet he still intended to send medicine to her husband. His frustration bubbled over. Master, are you truly planning to have Dr. Sun treat him? That Lu Junli is nothing but a waste. Merely the prince's lapdog. It doesn't matter if he is lame. Why trouble Dr. Sun? Go. Ji-Ling Yi commanded. His voice soft yet authoritative. Jianqing muttered under his breath, his face displaying discontent, yet he dared not argue further. This is what she deserves, Ji-Ling Yi murmured. A faint, cold smile creeping onto his lips. 3 years of marriage, and they had yet to consummate their union. For reasons unbeknownst to him. The knowledge that she remained untouched eased some of his anger. Otherwise, he might have truly lost control and harmed her. Have they caught the person? Ji-Ling Yi inquired again. Last night, a scout reported seeing a former servant of the Su family in the capital. At that moment, he had been drinking with Meng Zihua, and in a moment of carelessness, he had fallen into the trap. Meng Zihua was a pawn under General Zhang Yi's command. The emperor had received a secret report indicating that Zhang Yi was forming factions and suspected of treason, summoning him overnight to investigate Zhang Yi discreetly. Knowing that he was the emperor's most favored son, with greater prestige than the crown prince, Ji-Ling Yi felt that Zhang Yi was courting disaster. Jianqing reported, the steward of the Su family has yet to be captured. However, the person who poisoned them has been apprehended. He is one of Meng Zihua's men. Meng Zihua claimed he acted out of good intentions, worrying that the prince had no interest in women, leading to an imbalance. Hence resorting to this extreme measure and asking the prince to spare him. Good intentions? Ji-Ling Yi licked his jaw, revealing a bloodthirsty demeanor. Since it was out of goodwill, he should be released. Go, administer 10 times the love grass to him, and then send him to Meng Zihua's residence, telling him that great kindness does not require thanks. Jianqing's mouth twitched slightly as he thought, fortunately, I did not offend the prince. The man was soon delivered to Meng Zihua's residence. Due to the potency of the drug, upon entering the residence, he immediately harmed 2 maids. Yet the man still bore a look of unbridled lust, showing no signs of improvement. Meng Zihua wanted to interrogate him, but he had completely lost his rationality. The guards restrained him, allowing the doctor to check his pulse. After a moment, the doctor shook his head. The drug is too potent. My medical skills are limited and cannot resolve this. Moreover, even if so, his mind may never return to normal. Hearing this, Meng Zihua felt no surprise, instead appearing quite satisfied. If he is of no use, then dispose of him, he said. Several guards entered the room, and soon, muffled sounds of violent struggle were heard, followed by an eerie silence. Meng Zihua's expression remained unchanged as he turned to his attendant. Are you sure that the Prince of Yong'an summoned a woman? The attendant replied, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The personal guard Jianqing went to fetch her himself. Meng Zihua nodded, stroking his chin, revealing a sinister smile. He then ordered preparations for a carriage to the general's residence. As he entered the general's estate, before he could even take a seat, Zhang Yi rushed out, eagerly asking, Are you certain that the poison on him cannot be resolved even by the Medicine King Valley Sun Xianji? Meng Zihua wore a look of arrogance and disdain. Ji-Ling Yi has been poisoned with flame poison. While perilous, it is not entirely unresolvable. This love grass is no ordinary aphrodisiac. It directly counters the poison in his system. Thus, it is not that it cannot be resolved, but that he does not dare to do so. How shall we put it? Zhang Yi inquired with keen interest, his fingers delicately sifting through the tea leaves, struggling to mask his delight, which nevertheless flickered at the corners of his eyes. The herb, love grass, was unlike any other substance. It lingered within the human body for a minimum of 3 months, potentially extending to over a year. For an ordinary individual, the effects would be negligible, perhaps even imperceptible, merely resulting in heightened desires. However, he was not an ordinary individual. He bore the flame poison, which would catalyze the effects of love grass. If only he could suppress it in time, all would be well, but the seer's son was not in the capital. He paused for a moment, a rather lewd smile spreading across his face as he scoffed. All that talk of avoiding women is but a facade when the drug takes effect. Even a deity cannot restrain himself. What would come next? Zhang Yi was solely focused on the outcome, lacking the patience to prolong the suspense. After a prolonged drought, the sweet rain had finally arrived. The more he had repressed himself earlier, the more potent the effects of the love grass became. The so-called relief was merely a result of the flame poison suppression, should that poison be lifted. He chuckled sinisterly, recalling the one who had poisoned him, whom he had captured and subsequently returned to his residence with a dose of poison. Meng Zihui recounted the events following the application of love grass on that individual. The two erupted into hearty laughter. What a clever ploy. All these years, Lord Meng's conquests were not in vain. Meng Zi beamed with pride, and Zhang Yi naturally felt even more elated. As Ji Lingye was tasked with investigating his affairs, Zhang Yi had already received word. Although he currently wielded significant military power, the time was not yet ripe. Should any undesirable truths emerge, it would spell considerable trouble. Presently, Ji Lingye had been ensnared in a trap, reduced to a mere shadow of himself. What was there to fear? Very well. Bring forth the wine. Let us indulge until we are fully intoxicated. Chapter 8. We go to seek mother that night. Many found it difficult to sleep, yet Sumu Yin slumbered peacefully, exhausted from the day's events. The following morning, she awoke late and missed breakfast. As she drowsily prepared herself and took her time enjoying a light meal, Lu Kong and Lu Fei were greeting Lu Junli. Previously, the children would first pay their respects to Su Mu Yin and share breakfast with her. But having come to her 3 times without receiving a response, they had gone to Lu Junli, intending to return later. After conversing with Lu Junli for a while, Zhao Exinair, upon hearing they had yet to eat, happily prepared breakfast, consisting of all the dishes favored by Lu Junli and the children. Lu Kong relished chicken congee, while Lu Fei preferred lotus root powder. Lu Junli, having spent years in the military, had become indifferent to culinary preferences and ate casually. The children hesitated until Lu Junli encouraged them to sit down. Come, sit with us, he said to Zhao Exinair. Typically, she would sit beside Lu Junli, but with the children present, and Zhao Exinair wishing to invoke a sense of guilt in him, she stood to serve the dishes, resembling a true maidservant. Zhao Exinair's joy and trepidation were perfectly expressed as she smiled and declined. Thank you for your kindness, young master. I shall stand by and serve. As long as you, young master, and the young lady have your fill, I shall be content. Lu Junli nodded, saying nothing further. They dined in silence until Lu Kong finished his last spoonful of congee and laid down his chopsticks, announcing, Father, I am done. Observing Zhao Exinair serving Lu Junli, he added with a mature air, Aunt Zhao, allow me to serve father. You should eat something as well. With that, he hopped down and waddled over to Lu Junli, attempting to take the chopsticks from Zhao Exinair's hand. Tears of joy welled in Zhao Exinair's eyes as she looked expectantly at Lu Junli. He was pleasantly surprised by Lu Kong's maturity and, chuckling, lifted him onto his lap, pinching his cheek and praising, What a good boy, showing such filial piety. Well done, you shall be rewarded. With a broad smile, he turned to Zhao Exinair, saying, Since Kong'er has said so, do not refuse, join us. Zhao Exinair finally took a seat beside Lu Junli, her face beaming with happiness as she served Lu Fei a piece of food. Lu Fei smiled and thanked her. After breakfast, Lu Junli prepared to go to his study to attend to official matters, while Zhao Exinair lingered with the 2 children. Aunt Zhao, we must go pay our respects to mother, Lu Fei said, taking her brother's hand to leave. Upon hearing the word mother, Zhao Exinair felt as though her heart were bleeding. These were her children, and yet they referred to another as mother. Watching Lu Junli's retreating figure as he entered the study, Zhao Xianaer collected herself, suppressing her emotions, and gently explained, I wanted to speak with you for a moment, just because you are going to pay your respects shortly. Please tell us quickly, Aunt Zhao, Lu Kong urged. Feeling anxious that their breakfast had taken too long and that their mother would scold them for their lack of decorum. Seeing her children display such respect for Su Mu Yin filled Zhao Xianaer with jealousy, gradually transforming into anger. Yet, as she was merely a maidservant in this moment, she could not alter the circumstances. Jealousy and resentment had to be stifled. With a loving smile, she adjusted their clothing and hair, sincerely saying, You are the children of the young master, and Zhao knows you to be the most outstanding, obedient, and filial children. Do you know, your father is unwell? And only, she hesitated to utter the word mother, inhaling deeply before continuing. Only your mother can save your father. Lu Fei understood. Aware that their father's ailment could only be treated by the physician from the Duke of Yongmen's household, and that their mother, being an old acquaintance of the Duke, was the only one who could persuade him. However, their mother seemed reluctant to approach the Duke. After pondering, she grasped Zhao Xianaer's intent and felt their mother ought to assist their father, responding maturely, Aunt Zhao, do not worry, we shall ask mother for help. Lu Kong, not fully comprehending, followed his sister's lead, declaring, we will go seek mother. Zhao Xianaer lovingly ruffled Lu Kang's hair and caressed Lu Fei's cheek, overwhelmed by maternal affection, almost instinctively desiring to embrace them. But Lu Fei interrupted, it's getting late. Mother is waiting for us. With no choice, Zhao Xianaer allowed them to depart, instructing the maidservants to attend to them well. The two children, surrounded by the maidservants, made their way to Su Mu Yan's courtyard. Along the way, Lu Kong, feeling timid, tugged at his sister's sleeve and whispered, Sister, mother is usually strict. We are already late for our respects, and now we wish to ask her for something else. Will she not be even more upset? Does mother truly not wish to help father? Lu Fei frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding, No. Mother has always taught us to be filial and to observe propriety. Asking her to help father is an act of filial piety, and her helping father is also a matter of propriety. How could she be angry? I believe mother will not only be understanding, but will also commend us. Furthermore, she cares deeply for father and his injury. She will surely be willing to help him. Lu Kong nodded, gripping his small hands tightly, thinking, Sister is right. Mother will definitely help father. From now on, I will no longer play with kites. I will study diligently, so I do not disappoint mother and father. Su Mu Yin had already finished breakfast and was reading a book when Lu Er entered, announcing, The young master and young lady have arrived. Let them in. Su Mu Yin replied, donning a warm smile as she instructed Lu Er to lead them to the inner room. It was hot outside, and with ice brought into the inner chamber, she preferred to remain indoors. Chapter 9. Responding to Lu Fei, Lu Kong and Lu Fei bowed deeply in unison and greeted their mother. Please rise, Su Mu Yin said gently, raising her hand in a gesture of support. Have you had your breakfast? Lu Fei replied, I just had it with father. Su Mu Yin nodded, but fearing reprimand. Lu Fei hastily explained, Mother, please do not be upset. When we came to pay our respects earlier, you did not rise, and we felt it inappropriate to disturb you. Thus, we went to Father's quarters and happened upon him having breakfast in the garden. Su Mu Yin smiled slightly, saying, It is only proper to pay your respects to your father first, but those years when he was away at war made it difficult. Now that he has returned, we must adhere to the customs. Although she had devoted herself to the two, she had been quite strict, correcting any missteps with severity. As a result, the two children feared her more than they revered her. Lu Fei's expression remained troubled, yet Su Mu Yin offered no words of comfort. Following their usual custom, after exchanging greetings, she would inquire about their studies, check for any shortcomings, and then assist them in reviewing before introducing new material in the afternoon. However, upon seeing them, memories of Zhao Xianaer and her own tragic past flooded her mind, along with the callousness of Lu Junli, rendering her incapable of even the most perfunctory gestures. Noticing her prolonged silence, Lu Fei and Lu Kong exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its meaning. Does mother wish to inquire about Kong-er's studies? Lu Fei ventured. Yet, Su Mu Yin seemed not to hear, supporting her forehead with her hand as if enduring some inner turmoil. Confused, Lu Fei asked with concern, Is mother unwell? Only then did Su Mu Yin return to herself, collecting her thoughts and waving her hand dismissively. It is nothing. Yet she showed no inclination to discuss their studies. Lu Fei bit her lip, hesitating before beginning. Mother, please take care of yourself. At breakfast, I noticed father's leg injury has worsened. If mother were to fall ill as well, then Kong Air and I would have no one to rely on. As she spoke, she observed her mother's reaction. Seeing no sign of displeasure, she continued, I have heard that father's injury has affected his bones, and that only the renowned physicians of the Medicine King Valley can treat him. Su Mu Yin maintained her indifferent demeanor, as if she were both listening and oblivious. However, when Lu Fei paused, her mother turned her gaze back to her. Mistakenly believing her mother was encouraging her to continue, Lu Fei gained confidence and quickened her speech. I have heard that concubine Zhang had once done a favor for the Medicine King Valley. Now that she has passed, the only one who might sway them is her son, Prince Yong'an. After all, mother once had a rapport with the prince. Perhaps if you speak to him a few times, he may recall old ties and assist father. Upon finishing, Lu Fei felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain of her mother's response. The last time, her mother had been absent for an entire night, and she had overheard the servants whispering that she had been at Prince Yong'an's residence, trying to persuade him to summon a divine doctor, but had failed. This had led to a significant quarrel with her grandmother and father, culminating in father venting his frustration by smashing his beloved inkstone, insinuating blame towards her mother. Now, having accepted Zhao Ani's request, Lu Fei was genuinely concerned for father and came to plead with her mother, fearing an outburst from her. Su Mu Yin was known for her strictness, her demeanor unwavering, and although it was all for their benefit, both Lu Fei and Lu Kong were somewhat intimidated by her. Yet, Lu Fei believed her mother had acted unjustly in this matter. With father's leg in such a state, any further delay in treatment could result in him becoming a cripple. Historically, how could a cripple inherit a title? Let alone, even serving as an ordinary official would be impossible. If father were to be barred from the official sphere and nobility, what would become of her and Kong Air's futures? She had to persuade her mother, no matter the cost, to seek Prince Yong'an's aid in rescuing father. Mother, I implore you. In light of father's injuries sustained in loyal service to the country, please find a way to save him. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Fei knelt down. Seeing his sister kneel, Lu Kong followed suit, echoing, Kong Air begs you. Mother, save father. Su Mu Yin smiled, touched by the devotion of her children. Lu Fei, at a tender age of 8, articulated her reasoning eloquently, likely influenced by Zhao Xian'er earlier that morning. They sought to manipulate her emotions, expecting her to humbly sacrifice herself to Lu Junli for the sake of a physician. Did they think she was still the naive woman they once knew, easily swayed and molded to their whims? The audacity, the very thought of Lu Junli's hypocritical visage ignited within her a desire for vengeance. To save him? Why did he not come to plead for himself? Do you both believe I should seek out Prince Yong'an? Su Mu Yin regarded the two kneeling children, her smile devoid of warmth. Uncertain of her intent, they nodded vigorously, believing their mother should indeed rescue their father. Do you understand who Prince Yong'an is? Su Mu Yin continued. Neither Lu Fei nor Lu Kong had ever met him, only hearing that he was not to be trifled with, but beyond that, they knew little. They shook their heads, and Lu Fei asked, Is he truly so fearsome, mother? Su Mu Yin regarded Lu Fei, offering no answer to her question, but instead asked, Fei Air, do you know what he desires? Lu Fei shook her head. Su Mu Yin dismissed those around them, including Lu Kong, and reclined against her chair. Proceeding to speak, Fei Air, your ability to come to me regarding your father's plight shows you are growing up. So today, mother will speak plainly. Your father's leg can indeed only be treated by the renowned physicians of the Medicine King Valley, but I lack the influence to secure their agreement. Why? Lu Fei questioned, perplexed. Fei Air, do you not know that everything in this world has its price? To obtain something, one must be willing to pay. She beckoned Lu Fei closer, caressing her delicate features, leaning in to whisper, You are my daughter, and in this world, you are my utmost priority. However, do you know what is of utmost importance for daughters of our standing? It is not wealth or beauty, but purity. If a respectable young lady loses her virtue, her future becomes utterly bleak. Your father may have lost his legs, yet he remains the heir of a noble house. Even if he cannot inherit the title, a life of luxury is still within his grasp. But if we tarnish our name, we would face a dead end. In her previous life, Lu Junli had dealt her the final blow by tarnishing her virtue. Even for him, she had sacrificed her dignity, and despite being coerced, his words had reduced her to nothing. If he deemed her purity more valuable than his own legs, titles, or noble heritage, then Su Mu Yin resolved to impart this belief to her own daughter. Looking deep into Lu Fei's eyes, as if casting a spell, she solemnly asked, Do you understand? Fei Air, Though merely 8 years old, Lu Fei had been taught the importance of virtue. Su Muyen's words resonated within her, rendering her pale. Su Muyen added, "You must know that Prince Yong'an favors young girls like you. In his eyes, I am already considered old." Lu Fei's expression shifted to one of disbelief, her lips parted in shock, speechless from the revelation. A flicker of compassion crossed Su Muyen's heart. Yet she remembered her past life, where she had nurtured Lu Fei as her own, imparting wisdom, adorning her with the finest jewels, and securing her a prestigious education and status through the influence of Prince Yong'an. In the capital, it is well known that Lu Fei of the Ho residence has the support of the Prince of Yong'an. Even the princess must show her some deference. Coupled with her talents, she eventually caught the attention of the esteemed princess consort. Not long after, whispers of her serving the Prince of Yong'an began to circulate, leading Lu Fei to seldom visit her courtyard. Initially, she assumed Lu Fei was preoccupied with her studies, especially since the newly appointed tutor, once the emperor's esteemed teacher, was particularly rigorous in his academic pursuits. However, she later realized that Lu Fei harbored disdain for her mother, feeling embarrassed by her actions. Lu Fei ceased to pay her respects and often conversed with others in private, accusing her mother of being unclean and of tarnishing her reputation through her association with the Prince of Yong'an, declaring that she deserved to be unloved by her husband. Ultimately, Lu Fei discovered that she was not her biological daughter. Her true mother was Zhao Xiner, which likely brought her some joy as she finally severed ties with someone she deemed filthy. In her previous life, Su Muyen was wholeheartedly devoted to rescuing Lu Junli, requiring no persuasion. Yet, in this life, Lu Fei unexpectedly knelt before her, pleading for her mother to engage in the very profession she looked down upon most. "Dearest Feier, do you now comprehend the burdens your mother bears? Do you understand why she is reluctant?" Su Muyen spoke softly, her voice imbued with profound compassion. "Your mother cannot bear to part with you." With red-rimmed eyes, Su Muyen wiped away her tears, choking on her words. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Fei's pallid face, resembling that of a corpse. Her small hands clenched into fists, her expression one of fierce determination. She grasped Lu Fei's hand, offering comfort. "Do not worry regarding your father. Your mother will not neglect it. We simply need a bit more time to devise another plan." As she was about to depart, Lu Fei tearfully inquired of Su Muyen, "Mother, what shall I do? The Prince of Yong'an is frightful, I am afraid." Su Muyen quickly enveloped her in an embrace. "My dear daughter, you are my flesh and blood, even if it costs me my life. I shall not send you to the prince's residence, but this matter must remain a secret from others." With tears streaming down her face, Lu Fei nodded. "I understand, mother." Chapter 10. The Unfamiliar Wolf. What did you say, Feier? Please repeat yourself. Inside the old lady's chamber, Lu Fei knelt respectfully, while Lu Kong nestled in Wang's embrace, his large, innocent eyes darting back and forth between his sister and grandmother. Lu Fei exhibited none of the timidity she had shown before Su Muyen. Instead, she asserted defiantly, "Grandmother, please do not pressure mother any further. She has her own troubles. She never said she wouldn't save father. She simply needs time." When Lu Fei entered, the old lady was in discussion with Wang about strategies to send Su Muyen away as soon as possible. Lier's condition could not be delayed. After deliberating for quite some time, Wang could not propose a viable solution, and the two decided to stick to their original plan: administer some medicine, wrap her in a blanket, and send her to the Wang residence. They believed that once there, Ji Lingyi would eventually relent. Just as they settled on this plan, a servant announced the arrival of the young master and young lady. Both the old lady and Wang were well aware that these two children were the flesh and blood of Lier. Even if Lier had not explicitly stated it in the past, they understood. The resemblance between the children and Lier was unmistakable, as their grandmother and mother. They could not possibly be unaware of their own grandchildren's traits. The notion of being benefactors was sheer nonsense. Who among them had such audacity to claim to be the benefactor of the loyal and righteous heir? These two children were likely the offspring of Lier, and some woman from outside, someone of low status whom he could not bring home. Knowing he was headed to battle and fearing for the children's welfare, he mustered the courage to use the guise of benefaction to return them. It was best to register them under Su Muyen's name. Though she was the daughter of a condemned minister, she hailed from a respectable family, the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Su Wenqing, possessing both beauty and talent. Had it not been for her unfortunate circumstances, she would not have remained in obscurity within the marquisate. Having such a legitimate mother was nothing to be ashamed of. As the great-grandchildren approached, the old lady quickly exchanged glances with Wang, both feigning casual conversation. However, the moment Lu Fei entered, she fell to her knees. "Grandmother, please, I beg you. Do not pressure Mother further. The Yeoman Wang is not a good man. How can a weak woman like Mother seek his assistance? It would be better to let Father plead for himself. Look at what you are saying. Who taught you such words?" The old lady's expression darkened, causing the child to tremble in fear. "Who dares to incite you against me? I shall not hesitate to deal with them." The old lady was furious. Such adult matters are beyond a child's understanding. She suspected that Su Mu Yin was the one who had instigated the children, unwilling to save her husband, and thus inciting them to feel as if someone was bullying their mother. Lu Fei, however, would not speak the truth. She crawled closer, grasping the old lady's skirt, pleading, "Grandmother, no one has incited me. It is my own wish to speak. I cannot bear to see Mother in distress. And yet you can bear to see your father suffer?" The old lady's voice was unusually stern, having never spoken to the children in such a manner before, indicating her genuine anger. "Do you comprehend what it means to lose one's legs? Fair, you have greatly disappointed your grandmother." Seeing the situation escalate, Wang hastily signaled to the old nurse beside the old lady to take Fair away. The old nurse stepped forward, gently urging Lu Fei, "Get up, my dear. Grandmother cherishes you most dearly. Do not be foolish and anger her. Come now, it is hot. Let us go cool off with some mung bean soup." Lu Fei looked at the old lady, who remained silent and turned her face away, unwilling to meet her gaze. It seemed that the old lady was indeed very upset with her. With a heavy heart, she stood and performed another bow, softly saying, "Grandmother, please calm down. I shall take my leave for now." Seeing her still stubborn and unyielding, the old lady, in her frustration, smashed the nearby porcelain teacup. "Go. Find out who has been whispering in her ear," she commanded another nurse. After the nurse departed, Lu Kong lifted his head from Wang's embrace and, with a soft voice, said, "Sister spoke harshly and upset grandmother. Allow me to tell her a story, and please do not blame sister, all right?" The old lady, charmed by Kang's words and the earnestness on his small face, quickly pulled him close, kissing his cheek. "Grandmother is not angry. I could never be angry with you too. Come, Konger, let the nurse take you for some treats." Once the children had left, the old lady's demeanor became grave. Her tone was more severe than ever. "This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Prepare for a meal in my courtyard tonight." Wang understood immediately that the old lady was preparing to take action and felt a surge of joy. She quickly stood and replied respectfully, "Yes, mother." Meanwhile, Zhao Xino was attending to Lu Juanli, discussing the matter of Lu Kong and Lu Fei seeking Su Mu Yin's assistance. "Fei and Kongo have truly grown up. Though they were not raised beside me, my sister has educated them well. I heard that after breakfast today. They went to pay their respects and even persuaded my sister to seek a doctor for the heir at Yeoman Wang's residence. After spending so much time together, Zhao Xiner had come to understand Lu Juanli's character well. He was most concerned about his future and would not hesitate to pay a high price for it. In other matters, if the children intervened, it would likely displease him. Yet in this instance, he had already lost his perspective, focusing solely on the fact that someone was persuading Su Mu Yin without considering if the children should be involved at all. Indeed, his expression softened considerably. As Zhao Xiner massaged his legs, he felt nothing, his heart already fraught with anxiety. The lack of progress only intensified his irritation. When he learned that the children had gone to find Su Mu Yin, his first thought was one of gratitude for their thoughtfulness. "They are indeed considerate," he remarked. "Indeed." Zhao Xiner replied softly, her gaze drifting as if lost in distant memories. It was a time when they were all so young, forced to entrust their children to the heir for their upbringing in the Marquisate. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and they had grown so much. Wiping her tears, she looked at Lu Juanli, her face filled with admiration and gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for blessing me with such wonderful children. I am content, regardless of whether they recognize me in the future. If I could merely serve as a maid beside you and catch a glimpse of them from a distance, I would be satisfied." Lu Juanli embraced her. She spoke of her grievances, reminding him of the vows he had once made, pledging his undying loyalty to her alone and ensuring that their children would thrive under his care. Since their birth, Lu Juanli had arranged for wet nurses to care for them, and they had not grown up beside Zhao Xiner. Now, they referred to Su Mu Yin as their mother, even unaware that their true mother was this unassuming maid. Though she treated them with greater warmth than others, she was still a maid. Lu Juanli felt a pang of guilt over the children's inability to recognize their true mother. Thus, he doted on them even more. However, his guilt towards the woman who had been by his side yet could not be acknowledged as the mother of his children, weighed even heavier. He understood that the children's visit to seek Su Muyan's help was Zhao Xin'er's idea. Zhao Xin'er also knew he disapproved of exposing the children to matters that did not belong to their age. Yet, he realized that Xin'er cared for him deeply. She was concerned for his well-being and wished for him to recover quickly. Unlike Su Muyan, who had been his wife for 3 years and had been treated well by the Marquis, she now resisted even the smallest requests from him. She exhibited none of the gentleness one would expect of a daughter-in-law, instead showing him her displeasure. The precepts of obedience and virtue she had learned seemed to have vanished completely. Her supposed grace and propriety were merely a facade. She is akin to a wolf that cannot be tamed, selfish, ruthless, and devoid of charm. Fortunately, he still has Xin'er. Lu Juanli is filled with emotion. Xin'er. It won't be long. I shall ensure they recognize you as their true mother. Please be patient a little longer. It won't be long. Zhao Xin'er embraced Lu Juanli, responding with heartfelt conviction, I know. I believe in you, my husband. The term husband momentarily startled Lu Juanli, yet he chose to remain silent. Merely offering a soft in acknowledgement. Zhao Xin'er's heart soared. She lifted her head and kissed the man before her. Aside from festive occasions, it is rare for the old matriarch to host such a grand banquet, inviting all members of the first, second, and third families. Luer expressed her concern, Madam. Could it be that the old matriarch is planning a feast akin to the banquet of Hongmen? Chapter 11. The Hongmen banquet. It is no wonder that Luer is overly concerned. One after another, they implore Su Muyan to grace the bed of Prince Yongyan, to which she is firmly resisting. In their eyes, Su Muyan's defiance is merely a challenge to the rules of the Ho residence, and it is undoubtedly evident that the matriarch harbors dissatisfaction. It is fortunate that she has not summoned Su Muyan for a reprimand. Instead, she has even arranged a feast. Such gatherings are typically reserved for festive occasions or when the late Marquis was alive, celebrating good fortune. Today is neither a holiday nor anyone's birthday, and the only incident is related to Su Muyan's troubles. The matriarch's decision to host a banquet at this time is hardly a celebration. Could it be a trap instead? Moreover, this is not the first time the Ho residence has orchestrated such elaborate schemes. The third branch, the Qin family, was once esteemed among the nobility. Qin herself had once looked down upon Lu Ming due to a facial scar he acquired while serving in the military. Although he is the eldest son of the Ho family, he is not an heir apparent. Qin, with her superficial tendencies, would often compare her sister's husbands, who were at least handsome, to her betrothed, which led to her discontent and a subtle intention to withdraw from the engagement. After all, the matriarch had summoned Chun to this gathering. Once the banquet concluded, Chun, slightly inebriated, stayed overnight at the Ho residence. The following morning, when the maids came to awaken her, they discovered a man in her bed, which sent them into a frenzy, attracting a crowd. That man was Lu Ming. Despite her father's esteemed position as a court official, such an event occurring in her fiancé's home would bring greater misfortune than benefit, even if she were unwilling. Challenging the situation would be inappropriate. Thus, Qin never mentioned the idea of breaking the engagement again, swallowing her pride and hastily marrying. Now, it seems the matriarch wishes to revive old plots, perhaps anticipating that when Qin awakens, she will find Ji Lingye beside her. Yet, they all wonder, is Ji Lingye truly so easily manipulated? With a cold smile, Su Muyan prepared herself and, accompanied by Lu Er and several maids, made her way to the matriarch's courtyard. The guests were nearly assembled, with only the second branch's Lu Qi missing. In her past life, she had seen him very infrequently, knowing only that he was one of the few understated and diligent individuals in the Ho residence, often traveling far for undisclosed matters. Recently, she had indeed heard some whispers that he was delivering birthday gifts to his maternal grandfather, who had reached his 70th year. This journey spanned over 1,000 miles and could take months to complete. If his grandfather decided to extend his stay, a year could easily pass. Everyone else had arrived. Lu Yi had taken her seat beside Chun, with Lu Feng next to her. Lu He sat upright, exuding the demeanor of a refined lady, while Lu Feng, in stark contrast, was distracted, glancing around with little semblance of a noble scion, drawing frequent glares from Qin, which proved ineffective. She had originally intended to sit with her daughters-in-law and grandchildren, but was unexpectedly summoned to sit with the matriarch instead, which she had no choice but to accept. At the table with the matriarch sat Wang, Lu Juanli, Lu Kong, and Lu Fei, leaving only one seat empty beside Lu Juanli. With a smile, she took her place, noticing Lu Juanli stiffen at her arrival, prompting her smile to widen. There is a certain comfort in vexing someone, especially someone who is not particularly likable. Since we are all gathered, let us commence the meal, the matriarch declared. The maids and servants approached in groups, bringing forth gold bowls. Su-Mayan obediently washed her hands, dried them, and then picked up her chopsticks to serve herself from the dishes. Just as she was about to pick up some food, the matriarch spoke again. Today, there is no specific agenda. It is simply that our family has not dined together in a while, and I specially instructed the kitchen to prepare everyone's favorite dishes. Please, do sample them and see if they suit your palate. Thank you, grandmother, she expressed gratefully. Voices of appreciation echoed, thanking the matriarch for her efforts. The heartfelt thank you. Grandmother lingered warmly in the air. The matriarch beamed, serving dishes to Lu Fei and Lu Kong. Come, enjoy the ribs. They are your favorites. Do eat more. As they dined, many raised toasts, but Su-Mayan remained focused on her meal. Mother, have some ribs, Lu Kong said, eagerly offering her a pair of chopsticks filled with food, earning the matriarch's praises for his filial piety, to which Su-Mayan also complimented him in return. Today, the matriarch had indeed put thought into the meal. Several dishes were Su-Mayan's favorites, placed right before her, and she indulged heartily. Yenner, why are you not toasting your grandmother? Lu Juanli observed her, feeling a complete lack of affection towards her. She was eating as though the Ho residents had done her a grave injustice. Everyone was toasting their elders and husbands, yet she remained oblivious, solely fixated on her bowl of food. He felt compelled to remind her. Mother mentioned that the matriarch has significant plans for tonight. He tapped the table, noting that each person had a jug of wine before them. He suspected those plans likely involved the wine. It would be inappropriate for her not to partake. Lu Juanli, disregarding appearances, poured her a cup himself. It is your turn. Turn for what? Su-Mayan feigned ignorance, scanning the room and softly murmuring, Husband, you know I cannot drink. I will get drunk. Though her voice was barely audible, Wang still caught wind of it. It is merely fruit wine. It does not intoxicate. And tonight is a family banquet. Even if you were to become tipsy, you could simply rest in your room. What is there to fear? Lu Juanli shot her an irritated look. Only then did Su-Mayan, with a nonchalant manner, raise her cup towards the head seat. Grandmother, I toast you, wishing you longevity. In her heart, she quietly added, in a solitary old age. The matriarch smiled in response. Very well. Come, share a drink with your grandmother. As Su-Mayan tipped her head back, revealing her empty cup, the matriarch, Wang, and Lu Juanli all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Following that, they did not press her to drink further. Meanwhile, Louis had been observing Su-Mayan's wine jug, deep in thought, while Lu Feng glanced at Lu He, also wearing a contemplative expression. After the banquet, Su-Mayan anticipated that Lu He would seek her out, so she deliberately sat by the lake to wait. Sure enough, within a short span, Lu He approached, appearing to have indulged in quite a bit of wine herself. As Su-Mayan rose to leave, she noticed Lu He had gone to the table to toast Wang and Lu Juanli. Yet, during the toasting, Lu He's gaze was fixed upon the wine jug at Su-Mayan's place. Chapter 12. Punishment for Zhao Xiner. Observing Lu He's demeanor, one could tell she was somewhat intoxicated. Su-Mayan suppressed her inner disdain and spoke to her with a radiant smile, the two appearing as if they were exceedingly close sisters. Sister-in-law, look over there, so many stars. Lu He exclaimed, leaning against Su-Mayan, swaying as she pointed into the distance, bursting into laughter. Following the direction of her finger, all that met the eye was an expanse of darkness. The night was shrouded in clouds, the stars and moon obscured. Where were the stars she spoke of? You are drunk. Be cautious of the night breeze and catch a chill. It's best you return to rest, Su-Mayan called to the maids standing nearby, instructing them to assist Lu He. However, Lu He pushed them away, clinging even tighter to Su-Mayan, pouting and sulking. I don't want to go back with them. I want to stay with you. Noticing her increasingly intoxicated state, yet the scent of alcohol was faint and diminishing, Su-Mayan internally scoffed, deducing her intentions. With a soft sigh, she resolved, since you are so insistent, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Sister-in-law, will you teach me to play the piano? Please. She tugged at Su-Mayan's sleeve, pleading, please? Very well, Su-Mayan replied. Lu He's musical skills were personally taught by her maternal grandmother from the Yeshitai. Although not of remarkable proficiency, she surpassed the average person. There was no impending talent competition, so why this sudden desire to learn from Su-Mayan? It was a pretense. She likely wished to linger in Su-Mayan's courtyard. As they proceeded towards the courtyard, the old matron had already gathered information from the old lady and informed the matriarch to summon Zhao Xiner. Slave Zhao Xiner, I pay my respects to the matriarch and madam. Zhao Xiner, a maid, entered and performed a kneeling salute. The matriarch occupied the principal seat, while Wang sat at the first position on the right. The room was filled with maids and matrons, showing no intention of discretion. Zhao Xiner had accompanied Lu Juanli to the Zhongyi Marquis's residence, serving him closely in his courtyard and rarely venturing out. As a maid, she was inconspicuous and unlikely to attract the elder's attention. When the old matron called for her, Lu Juanli happened to be absent, leaving her no choice but to follow nervously. Kneeling, she did not dare to raise her head, thinking her greeting was too soft for the matriarch and Wang to hear, hence she repeated it. After some time, as her knees began to tingle, the voice from above finally spoke. "Raise your head," came the stern command, yet she was not bid to rise. Zhao Xiner could only remain kneeling, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her brow, her face flushed, her large, dark eyes glistening with tears, rendering her increasingly pitiable. The matriarch, perceiving this, felt a surge of anger. I was utterly unaware of when such a charming maid came to be by Lear's side. She spoke coldly, her expression darkening as her sharp gaze bore down on Zhao Xiner. It was evident she had stirred the young master's ire. The matriarch had learned from the old matron that Zhao Xiner had repeatedly instigated the children to adopt inappropriate notions, encouraging them to confront Su Mayan. Though the old maids did not concern themselves with trivial matters, this was different. It threatened the future of the Marquis's residence and Lu Juanli's well-being. A mere maid had the audacity to meddle in her master's affairs. Were it not for her diligent service to Lu Juanli, she would have long been dealt with harshly. Zhao Xiner has not done anything wrong. She serves willingly at the young master's side. I beseech the matriarch for understanding, Zhao Xiner asserted, bowing her head once more. Having been kept in the shadows by Lu Juanli, she had been promised a legitimate title. Yet months had passed with no progress. Observing her child before her, she could not acknowledge them, let alone share intimate words, for she was merely a maid. She needed to strategize for herself. Since the matriarch had summoned her, she must seize this opportunity to plan for her future. Wang frowned, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes as she glanced at the matriarch without speaking. The matriarch's expression darkened further. She had seen Zhao Xiner before, just a maid, previously unnoticed. Now, having learned about her background and her close relationship with Lear, even accompanying him to the battlefield, the matriarch recognized her intentions. A merchantess' daughter, she had exposed herself shamelessly, lacking decorum. Families of wealth would disdain her, let alone the Zhongyi Marquis. Her ambitions had reached the Marquis's residence. Though she was still too naive, had she not overstepped her bounds, inciting the young masters and mistresses, the matriarch would hardly have glanced her way. The matriarch signaled to the old matron, who promptly approached, grinning maliciously, seizing Zhao Xiner by the hair, delivering 2 resounding slaps. "Impertinent wretch. You cannot speak until your master permits it," the old matron scolded. Slap, slap. 2 more resounding strikes followed. Zhao Xiner, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, felt the pain in her face but could hardly register it. Her delicate features were now swollen, revealing dark, bruised imprints of fingers. She stared in shock, unable to comprehend how the situation had devolved. She had served Lu Juanli and the children with utmost dedication, hoping to earn the matriarch's attention and acceptance. How had it come to this? What had gone awry? Zhao Xiner was bewildered. "Matriarch, what exactly is my crime? I implore you to clarify," she uttered, suppressing the taste of blood in her mouth, her words somewhat slurred. "Is the young master someone anyone can covet? The maids in this residence have been trained by the matriarch and madam. You, who have never even appeared on the Marquis's roster, have no right to serve the young master. A lowly girl from a humble background, as a servant in the Marquis's residence, you must adhere to the rules. The foremost rule is to guard your tongue, to speak only when spoken to, let alone incite the young masters and mistresses." Slap, slap. A few more stinging strikes followed. "The second rule is to remain dutiful, reserving the sordid tactics of the brothel for yourself. Even if you're a favored maid, you shall not escape punishment." As she prepared to strike again, Zhao Xiner finally grasped the situation, but she could not endure the comparison to a courtesan. Though she was the daughter of a merchant, she was still a virtuous maiden. How could they tarnish her reputation in such a way? Breaking free from the old matron's grip, she crawled several paces toward the matriarch, bowing fervently, her hairpins scattering, tears streaking her face as she pleaded, "Matriarch, I am devoted to the young master, the young ladies, and the heir, with no ulterior motives. Let heaven be my witness." Her grasp on the matriarch's skirt was kicked away, yet Zhao Xiner persisted, continuing to cry out, "The old matron just accused me of inciting the young master and young ladies. It is an injustice. Witnessing Zhao Xiner's pitiful state, the matriarch remained unmoved. Her eyes filled only with disdain. Zhao Xiner did not relent, her voice softening to a murmur. I have never harbored any improper thoughts towards the young master. The old matron, incensed, retorted, You dare speak in the matriarch's presence without referring to yourself as a servant? That is a grave disrespect. Having spoken, she prepared to reprimand again. Stop! A male voice called from outside, filled with urgency and fury. Chapter 13. Lin Wei before anyone could react. Zhao Xiner had already instinctively crawled towards the door, using her hands and feet, weeping pitifully. Your Highness, you have finally arrived. Please save me. I am but an innocent daughter from a respectable family, and my feelings for you are as clear as day. I beseech you, Your Highness, to explain to the old lady, and for the sake of my loyal service, please believe in me. Lu Juanli's gaze lingered on Zhao Xiner's face, momentarily frozen. His eyes flashing with anger, pity, and shame. He instructed someone to assist Zhao Xiner, wheeling her to the old lady. The old lady had originally intended to dismiss Lu Juanli, but his swift arrival indicated that someone had betrayed their trust, making her regard for this made even colder. Lu Juanli first glanced at Wang Shi, who seemed weaker in presence, fearing to create discord with her son. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her complexion pale. Then he turned to the old lady, who remained composed. However, Lu Juanli's expression grew stern, and his tone became resolute, shedding the previous deference as he stood protectively for Zhao Xiner. Grandmother, mother, Xiner is someone I have brought into this household. She is mine. How can you treat her with such disdain? Zhao Xiner, witnessing this, cried even more sorrowfully, further darkening Lu Juanli's expression. The old lady's gaze shifted between the two, her understanding deepening. She commanded for Zhao Xiner to be taken away, instructing all the maids to exit as well. Only the old lady, Wang Shi, Lu Juanli, and the old lady's maid, Li Shi, remained. The old lady, filled with exasperation, finally spoke. Lear, do you know why I have decided to punish her? Do you think your grandmother is someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong, who would randomly hold a grudge against a mere maid? Do you understand what Feier and Conger said when they visited this morning? The old lady paused, glancing at Lu Juanli, noticing his slight reaction before continuing. They told me not to make things difficult for their mother, not to pressure her. How could the children? It must be Su Mayan. She has been whispering nonsense to them. Lu Juanli exclaimed, realizing that Su Mayan was the source of the discord, his anger boiling. That wicked woman. Not only refusing to assist me, but also sowing discord. I will. What will you do? The old lady interjected, shaking her head with a hint of disappointment. Interrupting his impulsive thoughts, she gently advised, Lear, the children are innocent and still rely on Yenner's guidance. Your legs are also dependent on her. I know you have feelings for Zhao Xiner, but is she more important than your legs or your bond with your father? Seeing the disappointment on the old lady's face, Wang Shi, fearing for her son's standing, quickly added, Lear, grandmother speaks wisely. The most crucial matter now is your legs. Let us set aside other concerns for the moment. She further cautioned Lu Juanli, Zhao Xiner is not docile either. She incites the children against Yenner, who is their legitimate mother. If this escalates, it will only harm the children. The old lady continued, this is a small punishment meant to serve as a warning. She must learn to behave, for she is ultimately of low status. The Marquis household is a respectable one, and we cannot tolerate such underhanded tactics. Should she harbor ulterior motives, do not blame your grandmother for being unyielding. Though her words were stern, they sounded odd. Understanding his grandmother's affection, Lu Juanli did not delve deeper into the matter. As he grasped the situation, he felt a rising anger towards Zhao Xiner, believing she was overstepping her bounds. He understood her feelings of resentment towards him for not granting her legitimacy. Grandmother's admonitions are just. I will ensure that girl understands her place, relieving you and mother of worry. Lu Juanli acknowledged his faults, leading to a resolution of the predicament. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Xiner was still in tears. After all these years by Lu Juanli's side, she had borne him a pair of fine children. Although she harbored some small notions, they merely stemmed from a desire to remain in the Marquis household openly. This was a promise Lu Juanli had made, but had yet to fulfill, making it difficult for him to impose further blame. He offered her comfort, soothing her tears, and sending for a physician to tend to her injuries. Zhao Xiner managed a smile, claiming she held no grudges regarding the incident. Yet, her heart simmered with resentment. Surely, Su Mayan had been whispering to the old lady. Not only had she taken her children, but she was also constantly undermining her. Now, Even her moments of closeness with her children and the tender words exchanged were intolerable to her. However, given that this matter involved Lu Junli's leg injury, Zhao Xiner knew she had to exercise restraint to avoid inciting his displeasure. She could only swallow her grievances in silence. Yet, the enmity of this day would surely be avenged. In the Prince of Yong'an's residence, Ji Lingye had just emerged from the dungeon. His countenance dark and exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Even Jian Qing kept a cautious distance. "Brother Jian, what on earth is happening? We have been interrogating for several days, yet that person remains silent?" A guard queried, dragging Jian Qing aside. Jian Qing sighed, observing the distant figure of Xiao Sa. Shaking his head, "She is a tough nut to crack. We have exhausted all means, yet she remains obstinately silent. What a fierce woman." The guard, amidst his worries, couldn't he help but admire her spirit. Enough lamentation. The prince has been in a foul mood these past few days, so tread carefully. Understood. In truth, not only the guards, but even the prince himself held a measure of admiration for the woman. Her resilience was commendable. Regrettably, her situation was entangled with the Royal City Division in the factionalism case the prince was currently investigating. Otherwise, he might have employed more direct methods to bring her under control. The Royal City Division was the realm of the Crown Prince, and this woman had previously maintained close ties with a high-ranking official within the division, possessing secrets that the Crown Prince sought after. For over half a month, despite employing various tactics, she remained unyielding. It was a challenging situation. Ji Lingye urged his men to devise a plan, emphasizing the need to extract information from her before the Crown Prince arrived. He had been feeling rather discontented lately, aside from the inquiries yielding no progress. Matters concerning the Su family had also been fraught with difficulties. Recently, scouts had discovered the whereabouts of Lin Wei, the steward of the Su residence. They dispatched men to surround him, only to watch him slip away. Lin Wei had served as the steward for over a decade. Yet half a year prior to the incident at the Su residence, he abruptly resigned and vanished without a trace. Now, with the Su family in exile, his reappearance in the capital had piqued Ji Lingye's interest. When they attempted to apprehend him, only to see him flee, Ji Lingye's suspicions deepened. He believed Lin Wei was undoubtedly involved in the matter. Furthermore, his timely departure just before Ji Lingye's men arrived suggested he had received prior warning. Someone must be protecting him. Yet, further investigations yielded no leads, which was perplexing. Lin Wei's background was too pristine, so immaculate that it raised questions. Returning to his study, Ji Lingye attended to some administrative affairs. After savoring a piece of lotus cake and sipping some tea, he proceeded to the rear courtyard for a cleansing bath. By the time he returned to his chamber, it was already late at night. The candlelight within flickered dimly. He preferred solitude. So after the maidservants prepared the incense and draperies for the night, they quietly withdrew. As he approached the bed, he detected the presence of another person beneath the covers. However, he chose not to alarm them, instead feigning nonchalance as he slowly unfastened the top button of his garment, discreetly retrieving the sword from the wall. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn across the neck of the figure in bed. Your Highness, spare me," a woman's voice pleaded. Chapter 14, What Brings You Here? Who sent you? Upon seeing the woman, Ji Lingye recoiled as if confronted with something repugnant, his ire intensifying. The lady before him was a stranger. In her panic, the quilt slipped, revealing her smooth, white shoulder. Yet, Ji Lingye remained unmoved, exuding an aura of frigid disdain. He still embodied the aloof and disinterested Prince of Yong'an. Understanding the woman's intentions, the animosity in his gaze softened slightly, transforming into a deeper loathing. Startled by the sword, the woman quivered, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Your Highness, I do not know how I came to be here. I awoke and found myself in this place." "Your Highness," her frantic expression seemed genuine, just as she was about to plead for mercy when Jian Qing burst in. "Your Highness." He brandished his sword, casting a quick glance at the bed, struggling to articulate his words, bowing his head in apology, acknowledging the failure of his duty and beseeching punishment from the prince. Ji Lingye, already perturbed, grew more irate at the realization that the defenses of his palace had become so lax as to allow a living person to appear in his bed. He barked, "You deserve punishment." Pointing at the figure on the bed, he ordered, "Throw her out. Immediately rectify the conduct within the palace and investigate who is responsible. Execute them on the spot." Jian Qing gestured to two servants who approached, lifting the quilted bundle and retreating. The woman struggled vigorously, crying out, "Your Highness, you cannot treat me this way. I am Lu He, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty. Hearing the name of the Marquis of Loyalty, Ji Lingye's expression darkened, his feelings of revulsion intensifying. Maidservants hurried in to change the bedding and curtains. Jianqing left, but promptly returned. Ji Lingye, visibly displeased, inquired, "Do you intend to defy my orders?" Jianqing bowed his head, explaining, "Your Highness, Madame Lu has arrived and is waiting in the front hall." "Which Madame Lu? When did the Prince of Yong'an's residence become the backyard of the Lu family?" "Yes, I shall expel her at once." "Wait." Ji Lingye suddenly realized and called Jianqing back, gesturing for him to turn, his voice softening as he instructed, "Let her wait in the study." He then turned to Jianqing sharply, ordering, "Do not refer to her as Madame Lu in the future." "Yes, I shall invite Miss Su in now." Jianqing was puzzled, finding the prince's thoughts exceedingly difficult to decipher. As Su Mayan followed Jianqing to the study, Lu He was unceremoniously disposed of through the back door of Yong'an Palace. The quilt fell away, exposing her smooth thighs and arms, causing the guards to hastily avert their gazes. Her initial intent to leverage connections had backfired, and now being cast out so brazenly left Lu He seething with indignation. She could not comprehend why, despite her own merits, Ji Lingye held her in such disdain. Numerous times, she had waited for him along his path, employing various tactics such as dropping handkerchiefs and pretending to stumble, yet Ji Lingye remained impervious to her advances. This was one thing, however. Now that she had presented herself so openly, he still refused to acknowledge her. Why? Where had she faltered? Fortunately, she had heard that Su Mayan had also failed in her pursuits, and in comparison, her own embarrassment felt less significant, as they seemed evenly matched. Grateful for the late hour and the absence of witnesses, Lu He wrapped herself in the quilt and made her way toward the Marquis of Loyalty's residence. Contemplating her next move, Jianqing led Su Mayan into the study, promptly exiting and shutting the door behind him. Inside, Ji Lingye sat expressionlessly behind the desk, sipping tea, showing no inclination to engage with Su Mayan. Although they had interacted numerous times in their past, those encounters had seldom been pleasant. Their engagement had been arranged long ago. Yet they had scarcely communicated, and her understanding of him was merely second-hand. Coupled with his inscrutable demeanor, Su Mayan found it impossible to discern his current feelings towards her. Considering her past actions and his previous harshness, she surmised that his sentiments leaned more towards resentment. It was somewhat surprising that she was allowed through the gates of the palace, particularly given the timing. He must have already encountered Lu He. She had chosen this moment to visit, uncertain of the outcome. Should he favor Lu He, she would have arrived too early and disrupted his affairs. Conversely, if he were enraged, her late arrival might exacerbate his ire. Yet, his expression remained unchanged and silent, leaving her bewildered about his intentions. "Speak up. What brings Madame Lu to my palace at this hour?" Ji Lingye finally broke the silence with a sardonic tone. "Tonight. For your sister-in-law?" Before she could finish, he interrupted her with a frigid demeanor. "She has already been expelled. Madame Lu should hasten her departure. You certainly fulfill your duties as a wife splendidly. Attending to your sister-in-law at this late hour." Su Mayan recognized his sarcasm and felt compelled to retort, but given her other requests that evening, she refrained from engaging in a verbal spar. Suppressing her emotions, she explained, "I have another matter to discuss. I seek your assistance, Your Highness." Ji Lingye, casually stirring the tea leaves, maintained an inscrutable expression. "Oh, you wish for my help? I have heard that I prefer youthful maidens, yet Madame Lu has surpassed her 20s, which may be considered somewhat aged. Perhaps the Lu family should send someone else to negotiate?" This was her threat to Lu Fei. Yet she was astonished that he was aware of it. Su Mayan chuckled awkwardly, hastily clarifying, "Whoever spread such unfounded rumors about you is utterly irresponsible. How could Your Highness be such a person? You are exceptionally talented and striking. Surely you would not favor such youthful types, but rather, do continue. What is it that I favor?" He regarded her with a leisurely gaze, prompting her to elaborate. Daring not to speak further, she reflected deeply. In her 2 lifetimes, she truly had no idea what type of woman Ji Lingye preferred. Specifically, he had never been seen with any woman in her previous life. His quarters remained devoid of even a concubine. He scrutinized her intently, rising and approaching her, lifting her chin and leaning close, his breath brushing against her face, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. Just as her discomfort peaked, he spoke. "Remember, I do not fancy the inexperienced, understand?" Straightening up, he released her, his tone laced with reproach and warning. "I am not a benevolent man. should you bring any improper individuals to my bed again. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Improper individuals? In my bed? Ji Lingye was undoubtedly referring to Lu He. Had he already dealt with her? I understand. Su Mian replied earnestly. Now, what is it that you seek from me? She responded, I wish to request your assistance in locating someone. The former steward of the Su family, named Lin Wei. Chapter 15. What does the prince think? Ji Lingye momentarily paused as he fiddled with the tea leaves. But only for an instant. He quickly resumed his composure, as if the individual mentioned by Su Muyin held no interest for him whatsoever. A year prior to the incident at the Su residence, he had claimed that his mother was gravely ill and unwilling to travel far. He, being her only son, had to return home to care for her, thus resigning from his position as steward. However, I later discovered that his mother had actually passed away quite some time ago. Recently, he reappeared in the capital, and I thought to request the prince's assistance in capturing him, as he might possess vital clues relevant to the Su family's case. In my previous life, although I had not contemplated rescuing the Su family, I had heard whispers of certain matters. The steward, Lin Wei, was a double agent, secretly implanted within the Su residence by others. His backers were formidable, and he was adept at concealing himself. Lin Wei had returned to the capital once, purportedly to seek someone, but he was soon discovered dead on the outskirts of the city. This occurred within the last few days. In this lifetime, my objective is not to save the Su family, but rather to provide Ji Lingye with leads to broker a transaction with him. After all, this pertains to the Su family. Does Madame Lu not realize she has sought assistance from the wrong person? Has the loyal and righteous Marquis indeed fallen to such depths? It sounded as though he had no genuine interest in Lin Wei. Yet, in my previous life, he had been relentlessly searching for Lin Wei. At that time, Ji Lingye had even investigated every person connected to Lin Wei, but whether he uncovered any leads remains a mystery to me. Now that the individual is presented before him, how could he possibly remain indifferent? Or has the situation shifted? If the prince is unwilling, then I shall take my leave. As she spoke, Su Muyin stood, offering a shallow bow before turning to depart. Is this how Madame Lu solicits favors? Ji Lingye's voice grew increasingly frigid, like ice tempered in a forge. Yet, to Su Muyin's ears, it sounded rather melodious. The situation had not changed. The fish had taken the bait. Does the prince still recall the transaction we discussed previously? This matter is merely a facet of our agreement. What does the prince think? Turning to face Ji Lingye directly, her gaze unwavering and devoid of fear or hesitation, caught him off guard. He chuckled softly, clearly deducing that Su Muyin was aware of his pursuit of Lin Wei. With a chilling tone, he remarked, You dare to plot against me, unafraid of the consequences? Since the veil was lifted, Su Muyin no longer spoke in riddles. I fear, but I trust the prince will not act against me. After all, your desire to uncover the truth of past events necessitates an inquiry into the Su residence. Regarding the Su family, I possess knowledge that likely surpasses yours, such as the current whereabouts of Lin Wei. Even Ji Lingye, with his profound reserve, revealed traces of emotion. His expression dark and foreboding, as if he contemplated taking action against Su Muyin. He glared at her for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning away, as though suppressing his feelings. You would do well to keep today's events to yourself. Otherwise, I shall be struck by thunder and die without a burial place. Su Muyin interjected, her countenance unflinching, finding no fault in her bold declaration. In her previous life, the Lu family had deemed her unworthy, and thus would not allow her a resting place in their ancestral tomb, effectively leaving her without a grave. Now, to counter the Lu family, her best course of action was to ally with Ji Lingye. As long as he cooperated, she would not betray him. Ji Lingye appeared satisfied. Calling out to the doorway, he said, Jianqing. Jianqing entered. Go, fetch that pill. Before long, Su Muyin received the pill. Having served Lu Juanli in her previous life, she was no stranger to preparing medicinal concoctions. The prescription bestowed by Sun Xinji bore a distinct aroma, one she recognized intimately. She opened the container and inhaled deeply. It seemed familiar, yet different. Noticing Su Muyin's frown, Ji Lingye assumed she harbored doubts and promptly grew displeased. Is there a problem? Have you reconsidered and wish to fully heal your lame husband? If so, we may need to renegotiate our terms. He attempted to retrieve the vial from Su Muyin's grasp, but she deftly evaded him. No need, this is quite satisfactory. However, this pill was the agreed-upon payment from our last discussion. For this matter, I seek something different. Speak. I desire the prince's assistance when necessary. In return, I shall divulge all that I know, including matters concerning the Su family and beyond. She understood that the affairs of the Su family alone would not suffice to earn Ji Lingye's promise. You wish to be my informant? Ji Lingye observed her with keen interest, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Indeed, you had better prove your worth. Su Muyin set the pill down once more. You shall discover my value in due time. Please keep this pill and kindly arrange for it to be delivered to the Marquise in 3 days. As Su Muyin exited the Yong'an Wangfu, Ji Lingye's men simultaneously set off to apprehend Lin Wei at the location she had mentioned. Meanwhile, Lu He had returned to the loyal and righteous Marquise, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Li Mama, who served the old matriarch. She promptly reported to the matriarch. Furious, the matriarch summoned Lu He for questioning. Su Muyin stealthily entered through a side door, where Lu Er stood guard, and went unnoticed. She proceeded to her room, lying down as if she had never left the house. Barely settled, there was a knock at the door, requesting her presence with the matriarch. With summer's end approaching, the midnight breeze carried a hint of chill. Lu Er draped a silk cloak over her shoulders. The matriarch truly knows how to keep one on edge. First reprimanding Zhao Xiner, and now turning her attention to Lu He. It was already late into the night. The matriarch scolded Zhao Xiner. Su Muyin had slept early the previous night to prepare for her role, thus unaware of Zhao Xiner's predicament. Indeed, they say she returned with a bruised face, which she deserved, for the maidservant failed to uphold her duties and actively sought to sow discord between you and the heir. Quite the seductress, if you ask me. I truly cannot fathom why the heir would favor her. Su Muyin's focus diverged from Lu Er's, while Lu Er rambled on, speculating about Zhao Xiner's relationship with Lu Juanli. Su Muyin was acutely aware of the underlying issue. Why had the matriarch scolded her? I heard it was over the matter concerning the young master and the young lady, but the specifics escape me. I shall inquire further come dawn. No need. Let us attend to our own affairs. She beckoned several attentive maidservants, who illuminated the path with lanterns as they made their way to the matriarch's courtyard. Throughout the journey, Su Muyin pondered the situation with Zhao Xiner, suspecting that Fei Er had said something to the matriarch. She had intended to leverage Fei Er and Kong Er against Zhao Xiner, but found herself on the receiving end of the matriarch's reprimand instead. Zhao Xiner would undoubtedly be resentful and would surely shift the blame onto her. Based on her limited understanding of Zhao Xiner, she recognized that while Zhao Xiner possessed a modicum of intelligence, her capacity for grudges was all too real. Chapter 16. Framing and defamation. The old lady's courtyard was brightly lit, yet eerily tranquil, with not even the softest rustle of the maids breaking the silence. Upon entering, an elderly matron gestured for her to proceed directly inside. She removed her cloak, handing it to Lu Er, and stepped into the inner chamber. Just then, Lu He emerged from the inner room, followed closely by an elderly matron. The matron exchanged a knowing glance with the old lady, who visibly exhaled in relief, her expression softening considerably. Chen Shi's previously stern visage darkened further upon seeing Su Muyin. The matron Wang was also present. It seemed that Lu He's misdeeds had been uncovered. Observing the old lady's gaze, it was clear that the matron had taken Lu He into the inner room to verify her innocence. In their eyes, Lu He's purity evidently outweighed that of Su Muyin. A cold laugh echoed in Su Muyin's heart. Truly, the Lu family was full of double standards. She had greeted her grandmother, her mother-in-law, and her third aunt, bowing respectfully. The old lady slammed her palm down onto the tea table, causing the teacups to jump and then crash down, creating a loud clatter of porcelain. Kneel, the old lady commanded sharply. Su Muyin feigned ignorance, rising and looking around. Wang's expression was impassive, Chen Shi's countenance was ashen, and Lu He cowered with her head bowed, while the old lady's fury was the most pronounced. The surrounding maids and matrons kept their heads down, not daring to utter a word. Yinner, have you now ceased to heed your grandmother's words? The old lady's tone grew harsher. Kneel. Su Muyin remained unmoved, perplexedly asking, Grandmother, why must Yinner kneel? What wrong has she committed? The court required evidence before apprehending anyone. The old lady's authority was indeed formidable. At this juncture, Chen Shi interjected, as your mother-in-law. I have seldom ventured out and interacted with the younger generation, yet I believe I have treated you all fairly. Why have you sought to harm Lu Er? Her voice trembled with emotion. Have I harmed Lu Er? Su Muyin turned her gaze toward Lu He, who lowered her head even further. Ah, so it was Lu He who had shifted the blame onto her. I am unaware of what my third aunt speaks. I merely indulged in a few extra cups yesterday, returned to my quarters, and fell into a deep slumber. I was only awakened when the maids informed me that the old lady sought to question me. Lu He, what on earth transpired? You were unaware? The old lady clearly did not trust Su Mu Yin. Even though the matron had already inquired in Su Mu Yin's courtyard and confirmed she had been asleep, the old lady remained skeptical. Then why was Lu He found in your room yesterday? Instead of responding to the old lady, Su Mu Yin grasped Lu He's arms, gazing intently into her eyes. What truly happened? Lu Er, tell your sister-in-law. Lu He consistently evaded her gaze, and while Su Mu Yin discerned the truth in her heart, she revealed none of it on her face, maintaining her earnest demeanor. Lu He, has someone bullied you? Look at your sister-in-law. I shall advocate for you. Su Mu Yin's earnestness was palpable, and anyone observing would believe she was genuinely unaware of the circumstances and sincerely concerned for Lu He's welfare. In truth, Lu He had intentionally chosen to sleep in Su Mu Yin's chamber. Having already learned of their scheme to drug Su Mu Yin and present her to Prince Yong'an to curry favor with Ji Lingyi. At that moment, she devised a plan to substitute herself for Su Mu Yin and approach Ji Lingyi. If he desired her, her father had recently perished on the battlefield, and she believed the emperor would not forsake her. Even if she could not become the primary wife, she could at least secure a position as a concubine. The plan was flawless, although she was somewhat less comely than Su Mu Yin. In the quiet of the night, who could resist beauty? Furthermore, since they had conspired, they must have a foolproof strategy. Perhaps Ji Lingyi had already consumed some aphrodisiac. What pleased her even more was how smoothly the scheme unfolded. The Marquis had prepared thoroughly, delivering her directly to his bed without any hindrance. She felt that if her grandmother wielded such influence, she must have made arrangements regarding Ji Lingyi as well. Overwhelmed with excitement, she lay in bed, inhaling the faint scent of wood, her thoughts racing with anticipation for what was to come, her entire being trembling with exhilaration. She even began to envision their engagement, wedding, and future days together. Though rumors painted him as a heartless man, Louis believed his indifference stemmed from the loss of his mother and that he had simply locked his heart away. If she treated him tenderly and they spent enough time together, she was certain she could reopen his heart. In that moment, she would be the first to enter his heart, becoming his one and only. Imagining countless intimate scenes, she felt as if she might faint from the sweetness of her daydreams, her longing and anticipation for the future rendering her breathless. It was until that cold blade pressed against her neck that she realized how wrong she had been. She had never anticipated that Ji Lingyi would awaken with such clarity, his gaze icy and entirely lacking in charm. His first move nearly harmed her. After that, before she could execute any of her plans, she was cast aside. Initially, she had doubted whether Su Mu Yin had succeeded in her previous endeavors, but now she was convinced. Ji Lingyi would not even glance at an untouched maiden like her. How could he possibly desire a tarnished woman, especially one who had previously offended him? He felt a mix of indignation and relief. Since it was not solely her disgrace, what was there to fear? She simply needed to shift the blame onto Su Mu Yin, preserving her status as the esteemed young lady of the Marquis. Thus, she raised her head, tears welling in her eyes, choking back her words. Sister-in-law, why have you treated Lu Er this way? Last night, Lu Er merely wished for you to play a little music. After sitting in your room for a short while, I suddenly felt dizzy, and when I awoke, I found myself in. She feigned an inability to continue. The events of the previous night were unspeakable. The old lady and Wang would never admit to having attempted to ensnare their own daughter-in-law and inadvertently harmed their granddaughter. By framing the narrative this way, Lu He not only absolved herself of responsibility, but also conveniently distanced the old lady and Wang from the situation. Such a twofold strategy swiftly garnered support. Qinshe lunged forward, attempting to strike Su Mu Yin. How could you be so heartless? Lu Er has only just reached her coming-of-age ceremony, and you are so eager to harm her. What is your true intention? Naturally, Su Mu Yin would not accept this baseless accusation without a fight. The matter is still unclear. How can my third aunt so hastily place the blame upon me? Qinshe gritted her teeth. What more is there to investigate? Lu Er just stated she lost consciousness and awoke in such a place. Pray tell, if it was not you, who else could it be? Su Mu Yin countered. If that is the case, then Lu Er must have been drugged. If my third aunt suspects me, then let someone investigate. Coincidentally, I also have something to report to grandmother and mother. I felt something was amiss last night as well. It was as if I had been poisoned, utterly drained of strength, unable even to play the piano, which is why I sent the maids to attend to Lu Er. Pausing momentarily, she added, even if it was a case of poisoning, with the maids present, Lu Er would merely have fallen asleep in my courtyard. Yet, the maids in my courtyard inexplicably fell into a deep slumber, and when they awoke, Lu'er had vanished, the bedding in disarray and already cold. Thus, Lu'er was not resting in my quarters. Though you may not wish to say it outright, I suspect Lu'er must have suffered elsewhere. Whoever dares to orchestrate such a scheme against the lady of the Marquise must be of no ordinary caliber. If we are to investigate, let us do so thoroughly. Every member of the Marquise is a suspect. Including the young servant on duty yesterday, we shall also summon him for questioning. Grandmother, mother-in-law, and San. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 17. The impending storm. Su Mu Yin articulated her thoughts with clarity, asserting that even if Lu He were to be drugged by her, she lacked the means to infiltrate the residence of the Prince of Yong'an. Should an investigation ensue, the scandal of the sending their daughter into another's bed would inevitably surface. Such disturbances in the boudoir were utterly unbecoming. The matriarch finally recognized the gravity of the situation and muttered a vague reprimand. Last night's auspicious occasion had been spoiled by Lu He. Yet she remained the sole granddaughter of the family. If slander were to circulate, how could they secure a marriage for her in the future? The matriarch had always cherished this granddaughter, and in her moment of distress, she was inadvertently swayed by her words. Contemplating a course of action, she thought it wise to shift the blame onto Su Mu Yin, thereby gaining leverage over her for future dealings. However, she overlooked a crucial detail: the spies embedded within the household. Apart from herself and the Wang family, no one else was privy to the truth, rendering them powerless to act. At this juncture, the matriarch had regained her composure and, having discerned the reality of the situation, cast a disappointed glance at Lu He. Ultimately, Qin's family was lacking in virtue, having raised a daughter so foolish and unruly. Did she truly believe she could secure a position in the prince's household? Historically, marriages were arranged through the authority of parents and matchmakers, established through proper negotiations, thus solidifying one's status. It was not a matter that could be manipulated through deceit. Regardless of the prince's stature, he was still the emperor's son. Could he tolerate being ensnared in such machinations? Fortunately, Ji Lingyi had not violated her. Had she lost her purity, she would have been unable to secure the position of matriarch, not only in the prince's residence, but even in the households of ordinary officials. This incident, it seemed, was not instigated by Yan, and it would be best to let it rest here, forbidding any further discussion. The matriarch still desired for Su Mu Yin to bear the brunt of the blame, hoping to downplay the issue. Before Su Mu Yin could interject, Qin was already fuming. Mother, how can we let this go? Pierre has suffered such an injustice. You mustn't be so biased. The matriarch, sensing Qin's obstinacy, felt her displeasure mount and retorted sharply. Chun, take care of your daughter. This matter is settled. Stung by the matriarch's harsh words, Qin felt a surge of resentment but dared not speak further. The resolution was drawing near. Yet, Su Mu Yin was unwilling to accept this unjust fate. She stepped forward. Grandmother, I assure you, I am innocent in this matter. I implore you to clear my name. If we do not uncover the truth, the true instigator will only grow bolder, jeopardizing both Yin and He heir. What if next time, the one targeted is you, grandmother, or mother? Enough. The matriarch struck the table in anger. Su Mu Yin, maintaining her composure, replied with equal determination, I, too, have the welfare of thee in mind. Her insistence caused Chun and Wang to exchange glances, their brows furrowed in concern. The matriarch had always held a position of authority within her words were rarely challenged. Now, Su Mu Yan's repeated defiance of her authority irked her greatly. However, given the stakes, the matriarch was compelled to yield slightly. I have not said we will not investigate, but due to the implications for He heir's reputation, this must be done discreetly. No one is to breathe a word of today's events or face the consequences. As everyone contemplated their next steps, Su Mu Yin rose once more. Bowing slightly as she said, Grandmother, I know I am innocent, but since He heir has come to my chamber, I cannot entirely absolve myself. Since you have sent people to investigate, I shall take the initiative to avoid any suspicion. I will copy Buddhist scriptures in the ancestral hall for 3 days. The matriarch was taken aback, perhaps due to her advancing age, and for a moment, she did not grasp Su Mu Yan's intentions. However, witnessing her self-imposed punishment, she assumed the girl had finally understood her position and softened her tone. Very well, go and copy the scriptures for a few days to calm your mind. On the way back, Lu'er was puzzled. Madam, they have clearly set you up. Why do you not defend yourself, but instead accept punishment? Su Mu Yin refrained from elaborating, simply instructing her, once we return, inform everyone that for the next 3 days, no one in our courtyard is to leave or receive visitors. Lu Er remained perplexed. What if the matriarch's people come? Do you truly believe the matriarch will send someone to investigate? Su Muyin replied. This matter involves more than just Lu He's reputation. The matriarch will use it as an excuse to keep everything under wraps. She will not genuinely allow anyone to probe into it. They likely already have their suspicions regarding Lu He, and our goal is simply to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Er seemed to grasp part of the situation. Yet her confusion lingered. In 3 days, you will understand, Su Muyin yawned. Enough pondering. Rest early. We must go to the ancestral hall in the morning. The following day, at dawn, Su Muyin and Lu Er made their way to the ancestral hall, while several loyal maids guarded the courtyard, ensuring everyone believed she had not stepped outside. The matriarch had issued a gag order, and thus, no one dared to mention the incident. All that was known was that something was amiss, yet the specifics remained a mystery. Human curiosity cannot be easily contained. The more elusive the matter, the more one yearns to uncover the truth. Numerous maids and servants whispered among themselves, but they found themselves unable to pierce through the fog of uncertainty. Yet, this was already enough to trouble Lu He. She bore the weight of the truth in her heart and felt immense anxiety. Though she did not overly value her reputation, she could not entirely dismiss her concerns. When numerous eyes were upon her, she feared that they might discern her thoughts and grasp the entire situation from her demeanor. This display of vulnerability did not escape Chen's notice, inciting her frustration and a sense of disappointment. How could Lu He, who had the audacity to engage in such acts, now lack the courage to face others? Lu He, hold your head high. The matriarch has already made a ruling. No one is to mention this matter again. If you wish to preserve your reputation, go outside with confidence and declare that you, Lu He, are upright and blameless. Lu He remained hunched, her face betraying her guilt, as though her spine had been removed, lacking even a fraction of the bravery she had displayed that fateful night. But mother, will sister really keep this secret? Will she tell brother? Chun herself was uncertain. After all, no secret remains hidden forever, and rumors are inescapable. The only course of action was for Lu He to exhibit courage. Observing her current demeanor, devoid of any semblance of her former pride, Chen concluded that this situation could not be allowed to fester unchecked. A guiding hand was necessary. Lu He, if you wish to secure a suitable match in the future, you must heed my words. Under Chen's stern gaze, Lu He listened to her plan, her eyes widening in astonishment, yet lacking the courage to protest. She ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon leaving Chen's quarters, Lu He encountered Lu Fang returning from his outing. The bond between the siblings was not particularly strong, but they would usually exchange greetings and banter. Today, however, Lu He passed him by without acknowledgement, lowering her head and sidestepping him, even neglecting to inquire about his late return. Lu Fang, puzzled, cast a questioning glance at the servant accompanying him, seeking to understand the situation. The servant, having spent the night with him, returned only that morning and quickly set out to gather information. When Lu Fang emerged from Chen's quarters, disheveled and bewildered, the servant returned, reporting that a significant event had transpired the previous night, but the details remained elusive. All that was known was that the matriarch had seen Lu He in the early hours and Su Muyin later that night, in the late hours of the night. My goodness, it seems my ancestors have remained awake throughout. Lu Fang, with his folding fan in hand, clapped his palms, his brows raised in a playful manner, a hint of mischief evident in his smile. The young servant chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it appears this matter is quite significant. I suspect the old matriarch has forbidden any discussion. What was my dear elder brother's reaction? On the side of the heir, there had been a tranquil silence. Without any discernible response, Lu Fang, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "How intriguing, utterly fascinating." He lifted his leg to step outside the courtyard. The servant hurried to follow, asking, "Young master, are you heading to the heir's place? What business do I have there?" He paused, stroking his chin in contemplation for a moment before instructing the servant. "In the coming days, pay close attention to that side." "Which side?" "Why, my dear elder brother, of course you fool." Chapter 18. An encounter with an ambush. Meanwhile, the second household was also discreetly inquiring about the events of the previous night, despite Lu Yi's repeated admonitions to Li Shi to refrain from meddling. She felt that the incident might reflect poorly on the Ho residence. With her precious son yet to be betrothed, any scandal could jeopardize Qi heir's prospects for marriage. Thus, Li Shi was quite invested in the matter. The only one indifferent was Su Muyin, who was diligently transcribing Buddhist scriptures in the ancestral hall, oblivious to the happenings outside. The maid who brought food was a trusted servant from the old lady's quarters, known for her discretion. She said little and departed after placing the meal down. Luer, however, was somewhat restless. "Madam, what does the old lady mean by this? Does she not trust us? Sending someone to watch our every move?" Without pausing in her writing, Su Mu Yin replied without lifting her gaze, "Isn't this advantageous? It spares us the trouble of proving our innocence later." Luer instantly understood and felt a surge of happiness. Madam is truly remarkable with this arrangement. Whatever transpires outside bears no consequence to us. Su Mu Yin gazed out the window, where the sunlight illuminated the lush green leaves, shimmering with silver glints. She mused that the outside world was probably quite lively. After finishing their meal, Luer quietly joined her in transcribing Buddhist texts. At the Yong'an prince's residence last night, Ji Ling Yi led a group to the location Su Mu Yin had indicated and indeed found Lin Wei. He was quite astute. As soon as Ji Ling Yi's men approached, he sensed something was amiss and attempted to escape through the back door. However, he was no match for the prepared Ji Ling Yi. The moment Lin Wei stepped outside, he fell directly into Ji Ling Yi's grasp without any resistance. Jianqing exhaled in relief, personally binding Lin Wei and escorting him to the carriage as they made their way back. Everyone was in high spirits, except for Ji Ling Yi, whose expression was rather grim. He scanned the surroundings, noting the conspicuous absence of guards, a most unusual sight. The ease with which events had unfolded raised suspicions about potential traps laid by their adversaries. "Remain vigilant. Return," he commanded. A carriage and its entourage sped along the official road. As they neared the county border, Ji Ling Yi reiterated the need for caution. The border was notorious for banditry, with countless schemes disguised as mountain robberies, complicating subsequent investigations. Just as they were about to enter the next county, a sudden gust of wind swept through, shaking the trees and showering arrows like rain. Hidden traps sprang forth, and ropes toppled the horses. Chaos ensued as many fell victim to the arrows. Assailants in black surged from all directions, encircling Ji Ling Yi and his men. It was evident they were well-trained and had prepared for this ambush. A fierce battle erupted, with injuries on both sides. However, Ji Ling Yi's martial prowess was formidable. As long as he stood, overwhelming numbers would not guarantee victory for the opposition. Lin Wei was tightly guarded in the center, shielded from harm. As waves of attackers fell and new ones surged forward, Ji Ling Yi instructed Jianqing to take Lin Wei to safety while he dealt with the minions. What should have been an easy victory turned challenging as Ji Ling Yi effortlessly dispatched the initial waves. The adversaries, aware of his capabilities, trembled as they faced him. Their resolve faltered, and hesitation spread among them. With a sardonic smile, Ji Ling Yi brandished his sword, derisively enticing, "Reveal the mastermind, and I shall spare your lives." This was merely a pretense. He knew surrender would not come easily. Regardless of their willingness, the fight must continue. In the heat of battle, Ji Ling Yi suddenly felt as if a nail had been driven into his chest, then another, and yet another. The pain incapacitated him, forcing him to lean against the carriage wheel for support. This is bad. The poison has taken effect. Those skilled in martial arts are keenly aware of any slight anomalies, and the desperate assailants, knowing they had nothing to lose, intensified their onslaught, driven by the prospect of eliminating Ji Ling Yi. Sensing his sluggish movements and pallid complexion, they exchanged glances, and their resolve hardened. A group surrounded Ji Ling Yi, forming a strategic formation, determined to end his life. "A swarm of ants," Ji Ling Yi muttered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Despite the effects of the poison, he remained formidable. Even weakened, he was not easily subdued. With deft precision, Ji Ling Yi countered, scattering his foes with a flurry of strikes. The sword energy surged outward, sending several attackers tumbling to the ground, shattering their formation. Yet, Ji Ling Yi himself was on the verge of collapse. The poison coursed through him violently, and having exerted his internal energy to combat it, he found himself utterly drained and vulnerable. Fortunately, while his strength waned, his sharp intellect remained. The assailants hesitated, unsure of their next move. Moments later, some noticed Ji Ling Yi's dire state and charged forward, intent on delivering the final blow. Several swords descended upon him simultaneously. Now devoid of the strength to even roll away, Ji Ling Yi braced for his fate, believing his end was nigh. Yet, just as the swords were about to strike him down, they were intercepted. "Forgive me, my lord. I have arrived too late," Jianqing declared. "Not too late, it seems." Chapter 19. Poison. Where is Lin Wei? Ji Ling Yi inquired as he awakened. Jianqing, with a gaze filled with concern, replied, He was struck by an arrow in the chest. Fortunately, it did not damage any vital organs. Dr. Sun is currently administering treatment. Your Highness, how do you fare? I am unharmed. Have you discovered who was responsible? Jianqing shook his head. Those individuals were all assassins, and they had already ingested poison. The two captured men perished from the poison on the way back. However, speak. Among them were military personnel, all notorious figures. Their records have been destroyed in advance, making it impossible to confirm their identities for the time being. Continue the investigation. Understood. They came prepared, employing ruthless methods. Your Highness, there is a mole within our estate, Jianqing added. Ji Lingye remained silent, having suspected this long ago. The small Marquis of Loyalty could manage to send a woman to his bed. It was laughable to think there was no insider within the entire royal residence of Yong'an. Yet, the more pressing matter was that the enemy knew he had been poisoned and understood how to provoke his affliction. That was the crux of the matter. Last night, it should not have been the time for the poison to take effect. Just then, Dr. Sun entered with an unusually grave demeanor, rushing to the bedside, urgently asking, "Tell me honestly, have you been poisoned by anything else? What is the poison? Cold poison, aphrodisiac, or something else?" Ji Lingye was disinclined to engage with him, waving dismissively. "Do not come so close. You are not a woman." Upon hearing the word woman, Dr. Sun's attention shifted instantly, and he beamed playfully. "Woman? What woman? Have you found yourself a lady? Pray tell, from which family? Is she beautiful? Is her temperament gentle as flowing water?" Then, realizing the urgency of the situation, he sprang up, adopting a serious tone. "No, this is not the time for such discussions. We must first address your poison." Seeing Ji Lingye's reluctance to respond, he turned to Jianqing, commanding, "Quickly, tell me what poison your lord has been afflicted with." Jianqing, aware of Dr. Sun's tenacity, knew he would not relent until he received an answer. There was no reason to conceal the truth, so he relented, saying, "It is the love grass." "What?" Dr. Sun leapt higher, spinning around in agitation, his expression a rare mix of seriousness and anxiety. "This is disastrous." "What do you mean disastrous?" Jianqing was perplexed. Wasn't there already an antidote for the flame poison? The medicine has been prepared. It's just that His Highness believes the timing is not right to take it. The love grass is merely an aphrodisiac. It should have been resolved on the spot. How can it be disastrous? Dr. Sun fixed a piercing gaze on Ji Lingye, filled with expectation, and asked, "How did you counteract the aphrodisiac? You did not engage with a woman, did you? You have always had commendable self-control. Tell me. You are still a virgin, correct?" Ji Lingye felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. Upon noticing, Dr. Sun's demeanor shifted to one of despair. "It is over. It is utterly over. If you endured the effects of the love grass, it is well and good. However, if you have been with a woman and released your essence, it is entirely finished." This revelation startled both Jianqing and Ji Lingye. How could this be? "Dr. Sun, do not speak recklessly," Jianqing implored anxiously. Dr. Sun did not engage in banter, instead slumping into a chair. Both understood the gravity of the situation. "Dr. Sun, you are a disciple of the Valley of Medicinal Kings, with just a love grass. You must come up with a solution quickly," Jianqing pleaded, his tone losing its former respect. If even Dr. Sun had no remedy, then the prince would be doomed. "This poisoning is related to the love grass?" Ji Lingye asked, his voice hoarse from the affliction. Dr. Sun nodded, weakly stating, "The love grass has heightened the frequency of your poison's effects. If the antidote is not administered soon, the frequency of the poison's occurrence will escalate, becoming increasingly severe with each episode. However, the antidote we previously developed is now ineffective. If we only counteract the flame poison, what will happen?" "Do you know how Shimenqing met his end?" A heavy silence enveloped the room, for the men understood. The love grass was no ordinary aphrodisiac. Its potency was formidable. If one had suppressed it with medication at the onset, it would not have been triggered. If triggered, and the dosage was not carefully controlled, it could lead to an irreversible fate. Dr. Sun's seriousness compelled Ji Lingye to adopt a similarly grave demeanor. Thus, the poisoner either intends to eliminate me or knows that I have flame poison, which would exacerbate my condition, Ji Lingye surmised. Dr. Sun affirmed, "Precisely. In the aftermath, did he advise you to use a woman to counteract the poison?" At that moment, Jianqing interjected, "I recall that Ming Zihua kept mentioning this matter that night, stating that His Highness had no women until now, and that there was an imbalance between yin and yang. That must be it. This individual should have known that the prince was poisoned, was aware of the nature of the poison, and understood the properties of the love grass. Dr. Sun concluded. Ji Lingye connected the dots, contemplating the ambush on the road. They had anticipated my poisoning would occur prematurely? He muttered. Not quite. The timing of the poison's onset is unpredictable. It was likely your overexertion that triggered it, Dr. Sun explained. Ji Lingye remarked. They knew I had someone from the Valley of Medicinal Kings by my side and administered this poison to prevent me from counteracting the flame poison. Indeed, if the flame poison remains unresolved, you may not survive beyond 3 years. Jianqing seethed. How diabolical. Meng Zihua has audacity, Your Highness. I shall go and have him dealt with. Such nonsense. You cannot simply execute a court official at your whim. Sit down, Dr. Sun commanded, pulling Jianqing back into his seat. Jianqing resisted, insisting he needed to practice his swordsmanship. Both men recognized that he sought an outlet for his frustration, and they did not intervene, only instructing him not to harm anyone. After Jianqing departed, Dr. Sun lamented further, criticizing Ji Lingye for not heeding his advice to counteract the poison, claiming it was due to fear that the emperor would not trust him. Now, look where we are, unable to resolve anything. Just wait for your demise, he scoffed. Ji Lingye, however, remained unconcerned. Knowing that Dr. Sun's vehement complaints indicated that a solution still existed, albeit a troublesome one. Perfectly. This could serve to convince the enemy that he no longer posed a threat. What of Linwei? He inquired. You still possess the leisure to concern yourself with others. Humph, he will not perish. Dr. Sun retorted angrily and stormed out. Lying in bed, Ji Lingye felt intense pain throughout his body, yet he remained unfazed. His demeanor calm as he pondered why Su Mayan had learned of his search for Linwei. It was too coincidental that she arrived just then, coinciding with her own quest for Linwei. Who would believe such a coincidence? Now, his royal residence had become riddled with issues. Everyone seemed to know his actions. Perhaps even the dogs by the roadside were aware of what dish was to be prepared in the kitchen tonight. It was time to set things in order. Chapter 20. Your birthmark and hers. As Su Mayan emerged from the ancestral hall, the atmosphere within the loyal and righteous Marca residence was rife with gossip. Lu Er, having ventured outside for a brief while, returned with a sigh, remarking on the lady's remarkable resilience. It seemed that the rumors would not tarnish her reputation. However, Su Mayan was not naive enough to believe that those individuals were governed by reason. The old matriarch vigilantly oversaw her, meticulously scrutinizing the Buddhist scriptures she transcribed. No matter how unreasonable the circumstances, appearances had to be preserved. Unable to contain her excitement, Lu Er gathered several young maidens and eagerly ventured out. After being confined within the estate for 3 days, the servants were restless, akin to wild horses released from their stalls, seizing the opportunity to roam the residence. With no pressing matters at hand, Su Mayan reclined in repose, allowing the young maidens to chatter freely. The developments unfolded as Su Mayan had anticipated, albeit at a pace that exceeded her expectations. She had presumed that it would take until the 3rd day for the insinuation of her being the mastermind to surface. However, to her surprise, the narrative shifted on the very next day. The old matriarch, as she had surmised, had no intention of uncovering the truth. She was well aware of the true architect behind the chaos and saw no need for further investigation, unless, of course, she sought a scapegoat. Shortly after Su Mayan had closed her doors to visitors and retreated with Lu Er to the Buddhist hall, rumors began circulating regarding Lu He's clandestine visit to the bedchamber of Prince Yong'an. The old matriarch discreetly dealt with a few individuals, but quickly realized the gossip had not originated from those she had reprimanded. The actions of the young ladies within the Marquis household, should they be exposed, would lead to irreparable disgrace. The potential revelation of the Marquisite's involvement in sending a daughter-in-law away for medical treatment would only deepen their shame. The old matriarch, familiar with those she trusted, dispatched them to caution certain maids and servants in an attempt to suppress the rumors. Yet, whispers of Lu He's scandalous conduct spread like wildfire, as idle chatter in the capital was wont to do. Soon, when Wang Shi visited, she found herself unable to hold her head high. Consequently, the old matriarch increased her efforts to investigate discreetly and dealt with several more individuals. Her actions were not solely in defense of Lu He, but were primarily motivated by the necessity to protect Su Mayan from exposure. In this tense environment, the Marquisite's inhabitants found themselves on edge. The gossip surrounding Lu He only solidified further. While Su Mayan diligently transcribed Buddhist scriptures, the old matriarch's agents kept watch, ensuring that the unfolding chaos could not implicate her. Have you uncovered anything? Su Mayan inquired. Lu Er shook her head. There is no evidence. It is no easy task to investigate. Indeed, rumors require no substantiation, while the truth demands it. Moreover, what the masses perceived as gossip was, in fact, the reality. To overturn such beliefs was no simple endeavor unless a scapegoat could be found. At that moment, a maid entered to announce that a matron from the old matriarch's side had arrived, requesting Su Mayan's presence. It appeared they sought to place the blame squarely upon her shoulders. The old matriarch, along with Wang Shi and Chen Shi, had calculated her position as a widow with nothing left to lose, fully intending to exploit her. "Please help me with my hair," Lu Er, Su Mayan instructed. Meanwhile, Chen Shi had already been lamenting before the old matriarch for quite some time. It transpired that upon hearing the rumors, Louis felt her dignity compromised and had summoned several gossiping maids, dragging them into the courtyard for a severe thrashing. While punishing maids was a trivial matter, the timing was far from opportune. Such unrestrained fury only served to amplify her guilt. Consequently, the rumors escalated. Whispers even suggested that Louis had been cast aside by Ji Lingye for being unchaste. Details were spun with alarming specificity, as if the narrators had witnessed the events firsthand. They spoke of Miss Lu's childhood burn scar, the size of a thumb, which was clearly visible under the moonlight that fateful night. With the scar on her shoulder exposed, it was said that, the skin of a young lady from a prominent family was indeed remarkable. These scandalous tales grew more outrageous with each retelling. And with Louis having injured several maids without timely care, one of them tragically lost her life that very night. Upon learning of this, her family was unwilling to let the matter rest, threatening to sue Louis for murder. In a state of panic, Chen Shi rushed to seek the old matriarch's assistance, utterly perplexed by how the situation had spiraled out of control. If this matter isn't resolved soon, he will be ruined. She is the only daughter of our Lu family. The heart of a sister-in-law is truly ruthless. She feigns a desire to visit the ancestral hall, but I suspect she is merely seeking refuge, fearing the blame for He's troubles may fall upon her. The old matriarch had always held Lu He in high regard, and Chen Shi's tears further unsettled her. "Hasn't anyone arrived yet?" The old matriarch snapped, fully aware of Su Mayan's intentions. She was astonished that this inexperienced young woman had thought to retreat to the ancestral hall, evading any accusations that might otherwise be directed at her. Seeing the old matriarch's demeanor, Chen Shi realized her words had been heard, and she ceased her sobbing. Wang Shi, however, appeared concerned, whispering, "Mother, will this not breed resentment in Yenner? What if she refuses to assist He? She dares." The old matriarch retorted, "It is merely a matter of reputation. She faces no true punishment. Now that she is the future mistress of the Marquisate, it is only fitting that she offer protection to her sister." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Chen Shi wiped her tears, adopting an air of entitlement, while Wang Shi fell silent, content as long as her son's treatment for his leg injury was not hindered. After all, Su Mayan had lost her backing from the Taifu residents, and without any support for He's future, should she fail to meet the expectations of the Marquisite's mistress, her position could easily be replaced. When Su Mayan finally entered, she was met with 3 stern faces, as if she were before a tribunal. She inclined her head in respect. "Please, take a seat," the old matriarch commanded first, her tone imbued with an authority that brooked no argument. "We have matters that require your cooperation." The choice of words implied that they had already conspired, awaiting her arrival to passively accept their orchestrated charade. Su Mayan remained silent, pondering the intensity of their calculations and the potential repercussions should their plans unravel. "I recall, Yenner, that you too possess a birthmark on your left shoulder, approximately the size of a thumb," the old matriarch observed, her tone softening slightly, revealing a hint of kindness. "Is that not so?" "Indeed," Su Mayan affirmed, not denying her birthmark. Before her marriage into the Marquisate, she had undergone a physical examination, and the matron assigned to the task must have relayed this information to the old matriarch. It was remarkable that she retained such a trivial detail. The positioning and shape of the birthmark bore a resemblance to Lu He's scar. Today, the old matriarch toyed with a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads, each bead smooth and full, though they appeared somewhat new, suggesting they had not been polished for long. Su Mayan remained silent, and the old matriarch's tone grew gentler, even imbued with a trace of mirth. Chen Shi's determination only intensified, while Wang Shi adopted a disinterested demeanor. The old matriarch continued, "Yenner, wise individuals know that gossip ceases with those who possess insight. Regardless of how restless those individuals may be, they will soon tire of their tales. You are undoubtedly the future matriarch of the, and this fact will remain unaltered." She beckoned Su Muyin over, grasping her hand and weaving grand visions of the future. After all, here is a girl who will eventually marry. This household will, in due course, be entrusted to your stewardship as its mistress. It is your duty to protect the elders and the young within its walls. Yenner, do you comprehend grandmother's intention? This implies that she must shoulder the blame. As I have reiterated, her entanglement with Jiling Yi is ambiguous at best. Presenting her as the scapegoat is thus the most fitting course of action. Su Mu Yin discreetly withdrew her hand, instinctively using her handkerchief to wipe it. She spoke slowly, with a smile, yet resolved not to compromise her dignity. Grandmother's intent is clear to Yenner, yet on this matter, the granddaughter cannot acquiesce. Should this news circulate, those aware may perceive it as a testament to grandmother's affection for her descendants, while the uninformed might assume that ours is easily trifled with, allowing all manner of slander to be cast upon the future matriarch. The old lady was taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Mu Yin would dare to contradict her. Grandmother, please do not be angered. The reputation of the granddaughter-in-law is of little consequence. Yet our loyal and noble family, with its generations of honor, must not be tarnished over such trivial matters. The old lady's face turned ashen from Su Mu Yin's words, and she was poised to erupt in fury. Chen Shi, unable to contain herself, interjected, Su Mu Yin, do you wish to ruin here? Your relationship with Jiling Yi is already fraught with ambiguity. Adding another complication is of no consequence to you. Yet your heartlessness, your refusal to help. Is it your intention to drive us to despair? She began to weep, lamenting that if Lu Ming were still alive, he would not endure such humiliation. At the mention of Lu Ming, tears welled in the old lady's eyes as well. Wang Shi, having heard the tale, understood that Lu Ming had not returned to save Lu Junli, and thus felt it inappropriate to comment, instead quietly comforting Chen Shi. If the third uncle were here, would he allow the future matriarch of the to be shamed? Su Muyin added, how dare you? You have gone too far. Both the old lady and Chen Shi exclaimed in unison. As long as I am alive, I shall govern this household. Circumstances dictate that he is not without fault. She shall be confined for half a month, and those injured maidservants must be adequately compensated. As for other matters, the old lady intended to deliver a decisive pronouncement, but was interrupted. Report to the old lady. The people from the Yong'an Wangfu are seeking the young mistress. Chapter 21. Was it intentional? Unexpectedly, Jiling Yi's arrival was perfectly timed. The old lady promptly sent someone to the front yard to receive him. The young servant said little, bowed respectfully, and presented a box to Su Mu Yin. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the box. Su Mu Yin knew it contained pills. She reached out to accept it and instructed Lu Er to reward the servant. Once the young man departed, the old lady eagerly inquired about the contents of the box. Su Mu Yin feigned ignorance, curiously examining the box for a moment before unfastening the clasp. Inside was a porcelain vial, the same small white vial she had seen before, containing pills that could offer limited relief for Lu Juanli's leg injury. Yenner, is this medicine? The old lady's voice trembled with anticipation. Su Mu Yin nodded, playing along, and exclaimed, Grandmother, my husband's leg can be saved. How wonderful! The old lady clasped her hands together and approached the statue of Guanyin, offering several bows in gratitude. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your blessings. Lu Juanli's leg was the old lady's paramount concern. At that moment, she had no mind to dwell on Lu Hie's matters. Since you have asked for the medicine, why not mention it sooner? Now that Jiling Yi had personally sent the remedy to Su Mu Yin, the old lady felt her gamble had paid off. Indeed, he treated Su Mu Yin with particular care. She silently rejoiced that during the last incident involving Lu He, Jiling Yi had not withheld the medicine in anger. As this thought crossed her mind, she shot Chen Shi a glare, leaving Chen Shi perplexed. The old lady and Wan Shi rose to change their garments, intending to accompany Su Mu Yin to Lu Juanli's quarters. Chen Shi, sensing the old lady's displeasure, surmised the situation was related to the pills and grew increasingly resentful towards Su Mu Yin. Observing Su Mu Yin's beaming countenance, she felt an urge to devour her whole. It was evident that Su Mu Yin had orchestrated Jiling Yi's timely delivery of the medicine, compelling the old lady to abandon her quest for justice on behalf of Lu He, while laying blame on Lu He instead. Once everyone had dispersed, Chen Shi called out to Su Mu Yin from behind, speaking in a hushed, venomous tone, clever daughter-in-law. What exactly is the situation with Lu He? Does my third aunt truly remain oblivious? Su Mu Yin let out a dismissive laugh, leaving Chen Shi momentarily speechless. Chen Shi was well aware of the dynamics. Yet why should Su Mu Yin be compared to her daughter? Lu He was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, while Su Mu Yin was merely a wife to Lu Juanli. What did that amount to? Even if she married Lu Juanli, who in the Marquisate regarded her as the future matriarch. So what? Chen Shi retorted. Su Mu Yin paid no heed to her inner turmoil and approached her slowly. If that is the case, why does third aunt linger around me? Do you not wish to uncover the true instigator? Do you know? Naturally, I do not. With that enigmatic remark, Su Mu Yin drifted away, her expression suggesting otherwise. Chen Shi instructed someone to secretly follow Su Mu Yin, who called upon Lu Er and several maids to accompany her to Lu Juanli's courtyard. Su Mu Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Er, who was quick to understand the need for discretion and pulled her mistress aside. Madam, last time I clearly saw a maid from the heir's courtyard lurking beneath the old lady's roof. Why did you not mention it? I ended up as an innocent scapegoat. Su Mu Yin feigned alarm and shot Lu Er a warning glance. Even so, we have no concrete evidence that maid overheard anything. Besides, she is from the heir's residence. The heir already harbors prejudice against me. If there is a misunderstanding, wouldn't that only aggravate him further? As the two conversed quietly, the young maid who had been following them discreetly departed after catching the critical information. Upon learning this, Chen Shi erupted in anger. So, she saw the true culprit yet chose to conceal it. No wonder Lu Juanli holds her in disdain. I assumed she was a reasonable woman. But it turns out she cannot differentiate between seriousness and triviality. No wonder her husband looks down on her. She hastily ordered her subordinates to investigate Lu Juanli's side secretly. Spare no effort to find that girl. The servants of the Marquisate should not have such loose tongues. Meanwhile, Su Mu Yin was delivering the medicine to Lu Juanli. The atmosphere between them warm and congenial, while Chen Shi seized the opportunity to conduct her inquiries, successfully locating the eavesdropping maid. Su Mu Yin mused that Chen Shi, who typically thrived on gossip, had surprisingly refrained from joining the fray, likely preoccupied with her interrogation. Lu Juanli's excitement upon receiving the pill surpassed that of anyone else. Over the past few days, Zhao Xiner had been massaging his legs. Initially, he could faintly sense some feelings returning when pressure was applied to certain acupoints. He experienced slight tingling. However, yesterday, while Zhao Xiner was massaging him, she discovered a needle caught in the hem of his trousers, which had pricked his ankle in several places, drawing blood that had since dried. Yet, he had remained completely unaware. It was only upon witnessing Zhao Xiner's alarmed expression that Lu Juanli realized something was amiss. Seeing the bloodied ankle sent chills through him. He had lost all sensation. Utterly relinquishing control over his legs, it felt as if, at that moment, he had become permanently lame. After a fit of rage, he cursed Su Mu Yin's incompetence for failing to summon a divine healer. Even Zhao Xiner dared not approach him. Early the next morning, he erupted in another outburst, intending to go to the old lady and plead for her assistance. He was determined to compel Su Mu Yin to seek out a healer by any means necessary. He was the heir of the loyal Marquisate, with a promising future as a general on the battlefield. He could not simply resign himself to disability. If he were to become a cripple, he might as well be dead. Upon receiving the medicine, he was eager to use it. He uncorked the vial and froze in disbelief. Is there only one? Just one solitary pill? Wan Shi, having heard the commotion, rushed over to inspect it and confirmed the lonely pill within. With such a severe leg injury, how could a single pill suffice for healing? Su Mu Yin, have you been deceived by Jilingya? Does he not truly intend to help, merely passing you off with this one pill? Lu Juanli's earlier joy evaporated in an instant. Su Mu Yin, disinterested in his turmoil, retorted, My lord, your injury is no common ailment. It is not merely flesh that is injured, but your bones. Remedies for such injuries are not easily obtained. If they were commonplace, why would you deign to solicit the Prince of Yong'an? Lu Juanli was momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Mu Yin, rendered speechless. She had always been gentle and amiable, speaking softly and obeying his every word. After all, why else would he choose to marry her before heading to battle? Now, however, she spoke to him in this manner, laced with sarcasm, as if he were a fool. The last time she had defied him, he had overlooked it, attributing her behavior to Jilingya's influence. But if she now believed she could elevate herself above him due to her grievances, he would ensure she faced consequences. He had always been the pride of the loyal Marquisate, born as the heir, educated beyond his peers, excelling in both the arts and martial skills. Had he not been injured in battle? When had he ever been treated with such disdain? Su Mu Yin, you had best speak the truth. If that is the case, you must visit the Wang residence shortly to ensure that future supplies of medicine are secured, as treatment must not be interrupted, he declared solemnly. Su Muyin said nothing, unable to offer any guarantees. She needed to contemplate the specifics of the subsequent medication. Even if it were a temporary remedy, it would not come without a price. Seeing her silence, Lu Juanli assumed she would ultimately comply, satisfied with a dismissive humph before turning away to accept the tea Zhao Xiner offered. He prepared to take the medicine. Yinner, does this medicine have any contraindications? Wang Shi expressed her lingering unease. After taking the medicine, be sure to exercise. Su Muyin replied casually. More exercise? The elderly lady expressed skepticism, but soon her eyes sparkled with hope. More exercise indeed held promise. The renowned physician was truly remarkable. As long as Prince Yong'an agreed to assist, Lear's legs would be salvaged. Lear, quickly take your medicine. As for what follows, she turned to Su Mayan. Yuan. Prince Yong'an will certainly lend his aid once more. One Tihi? You must not let grandmother down. Chapter 22. Medication. All eyes were fixed on Su Muyin. Their expressions a blend of tension and eager anticipation. However, she had not yet determined what to offer Lu Juanli in exchange, so she replied, just a moment. I will send someone to inquire. Make sure you go personally and speak earnestly. Whatever his requirements may be. The Ho residence will comply as long as it is within our capabilities, promised Wang Shi. Indeed. We implore him to ensure the divine doctor spares no effort in treating Lear's leg. We are willing to expend any amount of wealth necessary. The old matriarch echoed her sentiment. A sudden thought struck Su Muyin. Wealth? In her previous life, after she summoned Sun Xianji to treat Lu Juanli's leg injury, the Ho residents discovered the exorbitant costs, leading them to suggest that Su Muyin take on the role of steward. She had believed that this was a sign of the Ho residents' acknowledgement of her, and she had reveled in her newfound authority for several days. However, upon careful deliberation, she realized that the Ho residents' assets had long been allocated to individual names, and the remaining family estate barely covered the household expenses. When considering the medical expenses for Lu Juanli, it was woefully insufficient. Yet at that time, she remained blissfully unaware, simply feeling youthful and apprehensive about managing such responsibilities. She attempted to decline several times, only to be interrupted. Even inciting Wang Shi's displeasure, your grandmother holds you in high regard and wishes for you to learn to manage. Do not let her down. Later, when she encountered insurmountable financial discrepancies, she sought to address them but repeatedly found herself without the opportunity. Wang Shi even indirectly suggested that she resolve the issues on her own. Ultimately, the financial losses mounted, and fearing disappointment, she felt compelled to use her dowry to cover the shortfall. The medicinal herbs required for treating leg injuries were rare and precious, and Lu Juanli, eager for a swift recovery, instructed Sun Xianji to procure whatever was necessary, regardless of the cost. This sentiment echoed the current urgency. In just half a year, her dowry had been completely squandered. Su Muyin had been in the residence for over 3 years now, and was expected to learn the art of stewardship. The old matriarch casually mentioned this, while Wang Shi's eyes glinted with a hidden agenda as she continued. What my mother says is true. It is indeed my daughter-in-law's oversight. Since Yinner is the legitimate wife of Lear, she will inevitably assume the role of mistress of this household. It would be prudent to seize today's opportunity. Having experienced a similar situation before, Su Muyin was well aware of their intentions and categorically declined. I am grateful for my grandmother and mother's esteem, but I am still young and cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. It was evident they wished her to draw from her dowry, but she would not acquiesce. In this lifetime, she was not only determined to confront the deceitful and the unworthy, but also to unravel the loyal and righteous Ho residents. The old matriarch and Wang Shi, undeterred by her refusal, insisted that she should indeed learn to manage the household. You are still young, but with your mother's guidance, you will do just fine. This matter is settled. You and your mother shall find a time to transition the management responsibilities. From now on, Yinner, you shall gradually learn to be the mistress. The old matriarch's authoritative demeanor left no room for dissent. It was akin to a mountain pressing down relentlessly. In her previous life, Su Muyin had succumbed to this pressure, but now she harbored different thoughts. After a brief moment of consideration, she realized that managing the household might not be insurmountable. After all, it merely required leveraging the title of the Prince of Yong'an. Since her grandmother had spoken thus, she acquiesced. With a charming smile, Su Muyin appeared exceedingly agreeable, while her internal scheme began to take shape. As matters settled on this front, Qin Shi had already employed decisive measures to uncover the mastermind behind the rumors. After the departure of the old matriarch, Wang Shi, and Su Muyin, Lu Junli lay down to rest after taking his medication. Seizing the opportunity, Chunshi summoned Zhao Xian'er. After the previous lesson from the old matriarch, Zhao Xian'er dared not venture outside, and, upon learning that Chunshi had sent for her, she instinctively surmised the reason. Fearful, she remained rooted in place until Chunshi personally came to invite her. With Lu Junli asleep and the matter concerning his leg treatment at stake, no one dared to disturb him. Even the maids and servants, despite their reluctance, could not defy Chunshi. Aware of Lu Junli's special regard for Zhao Xian'er and their inability to protect her, Zhao Xian'er was taken away by Chunshi, signaling to the maid behind her to inform the young master as soon as he awoke. Initially, she denied everything during Chunshi's inquiry, hoping to wait for Lu Junli to rescue her. However, as time passed without him appearing, she succumbed to Chunshi's tactics. Just as Chunshi was about to cripple her, she confessed the truth, admitting that she had indeed heard about Lu He, yet still refusing to acknowledge that the information had originated from her. Inciting the young master and the young ladies, now conspiring against the eldest miss, you wretched servant. How audacious. Chunshi seethed, disregarding Zhao Xian'er's protests. She swiftly pronounced her guilt, shocked that her careful machinations had been thwarted by this insolent maid. Not long ago, the legitimate son of the Duke of Duan had sent invitations to the noble ladies of the capital for a chrysanthemum banquet, ostensibly to admire the flowers, but in reality to select a future daughter-in-law. Chunshi had previously learned that the Duchess of Duan held Lu He in high esteem. If Lu He performed admirably at the banquet, she might secure a favorable impression, potentially leading to a marriage proposal. However, now, even before the banquet commenced, Lu He's reputation had already spread. Although the Duchess had not commented, it rendered Lu He's prospects for the position of young mistress negligible. This infuriated Chunshi, who had initially believed Su Muyin was the architect of Lu He's downfall, only to discover that it was a maidservant close to Lu Junli who had instigated the chaos. This maid, cunning and ambitious, had not hesitated to manipulate a mere child to further her own desires. Now, she had escalated her schemes, daring to slander the eldest miss. Madam, I swear, I had no intention of ruining the eldest miss's reputation. I truly did not mean to. It was Chunhua. She is to blame. I will inform the young master and ensure she is punished. Zhao Xian'er pleaded, desperate to deflect blame. Chunhua was the maid who had passed under the old matriarch's eaves. Witnessing Zhao Xian'er betray her, she disregarded their previous camaraderie and retorted sharply, Zhao Xian'er, how dare you? It was you who sought to gather dirt on the young mistress, offering me a jade bracelet to eavesdrop. Now, you shift the blame onto me, leaving yourself blameless. You lie. You were too nosy, which led you to overhear and then spread the news. Zhao Xian'er shot back. Chunhua ignored Zhao Xian'er's accusations, taking a few steps forward to tug at Chunshi's skirts. Madam, I was merely following Zhao Xian'er's orders. It was her ambition that drove her, not me. Please, spare me. I have an elderly mother to support. As Chunhua bowed repeatedly, Zhao Xian'er continued to berate her. Zhao Xian'er insisted that she never intended to seduce Lu Junli, nor did she mean to harm the young mistress. Chunshi, uninterested in the squabbles of the other courtyard, declared, Zhao Xian'er's actions are of no concern to the third house. But she should not have meddled in our affairs, especially not at the expense of my only daughter, Lu He. Bring forth a punishment, cut out their tongues. Chunshi commanded coldly, unwilling to endure any further discord. Several young servants stepped forward, restraining Chunhua, while another seized her jaw. With a swift motion, a crimson tongue fell, blood pooling on the ground as Chunhua slumped into unconsciousness. Next, an elderly woman approached, disregarding Chunhua's unconscious state, forcibly pulled her hair back, and poured a bowl of medicine down her throat. Once the deed was done, the others, with impassive expressions, turned to the terrified Zhao Xian'er. At this moment, she truly comprehended the essence of fear. Realizing how effortlessly the upper echelons of society could deal with individuals like her, they could even act without justification, disposing of her at their whim. She found herself powerless to resist. Chunhua's tongue lay on the floor, staining it with a pool of blood. Zhao Xiner trembled in terror, curling into a ball. Clutching her head, her panic granting her an unexpected strength. Even two young attendants could not pry her arms apart. Chen observed coldly. With this understanding, she resolved to take direct action. Rising to leave, Zhao Xiner immediately grasped the implication of action. It meant they intended to take her life. Chapter 23, Summon her no? You cannot touch me. The young master will not spare you. Zhao Xiner shrieked, struggling and writhing as she kicked one servant away and scratched another's face. Qinsher summoned a few more people. Young master, save me. Junli, help me. Ugh. For servants finally managed to pin Zhao Xiner to the ground. The executioner grasped her chin, the glinting knife poised to enter her mouth. Due to her resistance, the blade veered off, slicing the corner of her mouth. In the next moment, her tongue was at risk of severance. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door burst open, and Lu Junli's voice rang out. Who dares to lay a hand on her? The servants exchanged glances with Qinsher, who, though unwilling, was ultimately too late to intervene. After being released, Zhao Xiner scrambled to her feet and lunged towards Lu Junli, crying far more heartbroken than before. She was, after all, the woman he truly loved. Regardless of her transgressions, her anguished cries pierced his heart like a dagger. He embraced Zhao Xiner tightly, his gaze falling upon her grievous wound, her disheveled hair, and her tattered clothing, filling him with profound sorrow. Anger ignited in his eyes as he turned to Qinsher, as if ready to exact vengeance. Who gave you the audacity to harm those in my household? He then showered kisses upon Zhao Xiner's head, reassuring her, It's all right, I am here. No one will dare to harm you again. After soothing her with a few more words, he had someone assist her to her feet. Lu Junli wheeled himself to stand before Qinsher, already aware of the unfolding events. Regarding Lu he felt Zhao Xiner had indeed erred in gossiping and tarnishing his sister's reputation. However, the true fault lay not with the purveyors of rumors, but with the individual who committed the act. Having watched Lu grow up, Lu Junli understood her nature well. She was cunning yet incredibly foolish, believing that by being intimate with Jilingye, she could secure a place by his side. What was Jilingye to her? What kind of woman would he deign to notice? Upon learning the full story, Lu Junli quickly discerned the truth. Those who dare to act yet fear exposure often seek to shift blame onto others, in this case, Sumu Yin. When her attempts to deflect failed and the truth spread, she resorted to eliminating her maid, hoping to use intimidation to silence the chatter. Such naivete. Did she truly believe that rumors could be quelled in this manner? Indeed, not only did the whispers persist, but she also earned a reputation for mistreating her servants. Looking at the education bestowed upon the Ho residents, it seemed utterly wasted. Louis had proven to be selfish and foolish to such an extent. He had not anticipated that the gossip would originate from his own courtyard. Yet, what did it matter? There is no wall that can completely block the wind. Even if Zhao Xiner remained silent, others would speak. His sister was both cowardly and dim-witted, more likely to sabotage than succeed. Had she not interfered, Sumu Yin might have already found happiness with Jilingye, and perhaps he would have secured a precious remedy for himself. Indeed, the medicine was remarkable. Shortly after taking it, he sensed a force striving to penetrate downward. He believed that, given time, his legs would regain their strength. And then who would dare to bully him? Auntie is meddling too much, Lu Junli said, his tone sharp, barely containing his fury. With his injury, even a woman like Qinsher began to oppress him. The young master is serious. The Ho residence has always upheld the rule that maids must not gossip about their masters. This wretched maid has sullied He-Ur's reputation. Auntie's punishment is merely a warning. Surely the young master does not intend to be blind to her transgressions? Lu Junli smirked derisively. Auntie, what if I insist on taking her away today? These are merely rumors. Do you not think it excessively cruel to resort to cutting tongues and administering poison? Cruel? What could possibly compare to the young master? Do not forget, your life was saved by a zhong. Now, for the sake of a lowly maid, you abandon your own sister. Is that how you honor your late uncle? At the mention of Lu Zhong, Qinsher seethed with barely concealed fury, wishing she could devour him whole. She wondered if he knew from the heavens that the life he saved had become such an ungrateful wretch. When Lu Zhong and Lu Ming had gone to war, many tales circulated regarding Lu Zhong's sacrifice, the most prevalent being that he perished saving Lu Junli. However, Lu Junli denied this narrative, claiming Lu Zhong had fallen into an enemy trap. As Qinsher broached this topic, Lu Junli's expression darkened visibly. Ignoring propriety, he turned to leave, leaving behind a final remark. Auntie, you should rest. You seem weary. Stop right there, Lu Junli. You wretched, ungrateful child. For the sake of a lowly maid, you forsake He-Ur. Qinsher cried out in anguish from behind, but Lu Junli did not look back. The maids attempted to comfort her. Madam, do not let your anger harm your health. We should consider our next steps carefully. Lu Junli hurried away, oblivious to Lu He standing at the side, watching the scene unfold. In her pale hand, a handkerchief was crumpled into a ball. Not far behind her, Lu Fang observed his sister with an inscrutable expression. Lu Fang approached quietly, and though he sensed his presence, she did not turn around. "What are you doing here?" he asked, glancing at her and then around, confusion etched on his face. "None of your business," Louis snapped, sweeping past him. Lu Fang touched his nose, watching her retreating figure, muttering, "She's got issues." He then called to a servant, "Let us go out for a drink." At the Yong'an Wangfu, Lin Wei awoke but was unwilling to divulge anything. His injuries were grave, and interrogation was futile. A slight exertion could lead to his demise, rendering their efforts pointless. "What should we do? These people are a tough lot," Jian Qing lamented, his face a mask of helplessness. Ji Lingye sat in a grand chair, one foot resting on the adjacent tea table, eyes closed, left hand supporting his forehead, utterly still. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, slightly raised his head, stroked his chin, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Didn't she claim to know a great deal about the Su family? Go, summon her." Chapter 24. The Dangers of Indulgence. Su Mu Yin was in the courtyard, watching Pei Lu Kong fly a kite. Lu Fei, meanwhile, was beside her, learning to make rouge with the maids. The kite, fashioned by the young servants according to Lu Kang's preferences, resembled an eagle. Under Su Mu Yan's guidance, Lu Kang meticulously sketched the eagle's design, which made him quite fond of the kite. Unfortunately, the wind was insufficient, the kite was too large and heavy, and the young servants lacked the necessary skills. After several attempts, it failed to soar. Frustrated, Lu Kang stamped his feet. Su Mu Yin reclined on a chaise lounge by the small pond, her eyes half closed, listening to Lu Er recount the incident from a few days prior, when Zhao Xian nearly had her tongue severed by Chen Shi. She deserved it for attempting to tarnish our reputation. Lu Er harbored a strong dislike for Zhao Xian, claiming she exuded an unmistakable air of promiscuity, particularly intense. "It would indeed be a pity if that tongue were to be cut off," Su Mu Yin remarked softly. "That tongue was quite formidable indeed." Lu Er did not feel pity, but she mused that Zhao Xian's future would likely be bleak, as the third madam and the eldest daughter would not let her off easily. To deal with an adversary, one might employ a strategy known as sowing discord. In her previous life, Zhao Xian had allied herself with Lu He and constantly flattered Chen Shi. The three of them conspired against her, which left her in a dire predicament. She had been foolish, treating Lu He as a true sister and confiding in her about everything. Only Zhao Xian was aware of Lu He's affections for Ji Lingyi. The two joined forces to speak ill of Ji Lingyi in her presence, preaching about loyalty and relationships and the disgrace of betraying a man. Naively, she believed them, simultaneously loathing herself and lamenting her fate. Ultimately, she directed all her ire towards Ji Lingyi, seeking him out while simultaneously looking down on him, convinced that he was the cause of her misfortunes and that his actions had led to Lu Junli's deteriorating attitude towards her. How foolish she had been to unleash all her anger upon Ji Lingyi. What kind of person was Ji Lingyi to deserve such wrath? In the end, she was the only one who suffered. Most of the humiliation she endured was self-inflicted. Ironically, Ji Lingyi, for all his faults, had not gone so far as to destroy her, which spoke volumes of his character and grace. Regrettably, good deeds often go unrewarded. Ji Lingyi's own fate had been rather tragic. Now, Chen Shi's actions had irrevocably alienated Zhao Xian. Regardless of Lu He's thoughts, Zhao Xian would no longer associate with her, and trust would be a thing of the past. Contemplating this, Su Mu Yin felt a sense of clarity. Lu Kang's kite finally caught the breeze and soared a little, prompting him to dance with joy. Though Lu Junli was indeed despicable, he was not without charm. Lu Kang bore a resemblance to him, his cherubic face already hinting at a handsome visage. If one were to disregard past grievances and the betrayals by their mother and Lu Junli, these two children had a certain endearing quality. Sadly, Su Mu Yin had been deeply wounded. Upon seeing them, she was reminded only of their past betrayals, her own tragic demise, and Zhao Xian's triumphant smirk. The Crown Prince's study companion? In a year's time, the Crown Prince's residence would select a study companion for the Crown Prince. Lu Kang exhibited promise. Yet he was starting late, leaving little hope. However, in her previous life, Su Mu Yin had been overly eager to showcase his talents. She had restricted all his leisure activities, forcing him to immerse himself in his studies, and in just 6 months, he had managed to catch up academically. She sent him to the Crown Prince's residence, inadvertently paving her own path to the afterlife. Truly diligent, she had crafted an exquisite tomb for herself. As for Lu Fei, although she would be chosen by the Duchess of Duan in 3 years, It was likely that she would attract the Duchess's attention around the same time the Crown Prince selected his study companions. The Duchess's son, Ji Jinxian, had just reached adulthood this year. The Duchess was eager to find a suitable bride for him, but unfortunately, the young heir had yet to discover love and was rather discerning. Before long, he would likely approach the palace to request autonomy in his marriage choices. The Duke of Duan was the emperor's cousin, having rendered significant favors to the emperor, who had always favored this nephew. Although it was somewhat excessive for royal offspring to demand autonomy in marriage, the emperor acquiesced. Ji Jinxian was exceptionally talented and refined, and a year later, he would be bestowed the title of duke, making him the ideal suitor for the daughters of noble families in the capital. However, Su Muyin could not fathom what it was that he found appealing about Lu Fei. Otherwise, given his temperament, no matter how much the Duchess favored her, if he did not consent, the marriage could not proceed. Yet in her previous life, the Duke's estate had clearly stated their intention to propose. At that time, Lu Fei was merely 13. Ji Jinxian had discarded a multitude of accomplished young ladies to choose such an inexperienced child. It left her utterly perplexed. Lost in her thoughts, a pigeon landed in her courtyard. Su Muyin quickly noticed that the bird had something tied to its leg and hurried to catch it. Taking it inside, Lu Kong had already exchanged his kite for another, which the young servant had gone to procure, a swallow. It was far more agile and lightweight, and with a gust of wind, it gracefully took to the skies. Lu Fei had also made considerable progress with her rouge, and upon sensing Su Muyin's gaze, she turned to smile brightly, her cheeks adorned with a hint of red. Giggling, she waved at Su Muyin before returning to her task with utmost seriousness. In her previous life, Lu Fei excelled in music, chess, painting, and literature. She was exceptionally intelligent, grasping concepts effortlessly, and was patient and meticulous. While Lu Kong studied, she would accompany him, engaging in painting, playing the piano, and chess, demonstrating unwavering dedication. By the time she was 11 or 12, she had already gained a modest reputation as a talented young lady. Could it be that Ji Jinxian was attracted to her talents? Su Muyin shook her head, feeling that it was unlikely. While Lu Fei was indeed talented, many other gifted women existed in the capital. Not wishing to dwell further, she untied the small bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg and opened it. Inside was a succinct message: "Come to the Duke's residence." After burning the note, she noticed Zhao Xian'er peering into her courtyard. Ever since Chun Hua had her tongue cut and was subsequently drugged, she had become somewhat deranged and was soon sold off. The household had fallen into a hushed silence, with maids exchanging few words, each absorbed in their own tasks. Merely exchanging glances. Even though everyone knew that Zhao Xian'er was particularly favored, no one was willing to run errands for her anymore. Offending Zhao Xian'er might be a minor issue, but crossing the true mistress could be fatal. Concerned for the two children, Zhao Xian'er had come to spy on them herself. Half an hour earlier, Su Muyin had spotted her figure, and Lu Er had asked if she wanted to chase her away. Su Muyin had stopped her. If she wished to watch, so be it. It was merely a matter of time before gossip arrived, and she was not afraid. Sure enough, within a short while, Wang Shi arrived in grand style, accompanied by maids and servants. Wang Shi and Chen Shi had always been at odds. Given Zhao Xian'er's transgressions against Chen Shi, Wang Shi had turned a blind eye. Zhao Xian'er was acutely aware of the delicate balance of power, which emboldened her to seek out Wang Shi. Wang Shi might have ignored other matters, but upon hearing that Su Muyin had allowed Lu Kong and Lu Fei to waste the morning flying kites instead of attending to their studies, she could no longer remain passive. Regardless of the significance of Su Muyin's actions, she could not bypass her as the matriarch and, moreover, could not neglect the proper care of the two children. The morning was meant for studying and practicing calligraphy. How could they afford to indulge in frivolities? The situation had turned unexpectedly. Believing she had procured some medicine for Lier, Su Muyin found herself overwhelmed with pride. Wang Shi, however, resolved to teach her a lesson to temper her arrogance, which had grown increasingly audacious of late. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Shi discreetly signaled to a maid by her side. The maid stepped forward to admonish the mischievous young servant. "How dare you bring such filthy things into the presence of the young master?" Upon realizing Wang Shi was behind him, the young servant immediately bowed his head and knelt in supplication. "Madam, please forgive me. Take him away," Wang Shi commanded. Several guards and household servants moved forward, ready to apprehend him. "Stop!" Su Muyin emerged. She quickly shielded her own people, instructing them to withdraw, and then greeted Wang Shi with a respectful bow. "Mother, What an unexpected visit. Please, come inside and sit. As Su Muyin bowed, she conveniently obstructed Wang Shi's line of sight, allowing Lu Fei and the maids to discreetly conceal the items used for making rouge. Having been forewarned, there was little on the table to draw attention. Even if the elder women by Wang Shi's side caught a glimpse, they could not discern the specifics of what was occurring and thus refrained from speaking out. Moreover, Su Muyin, undaunted even by Wang Shi or the elder matriarch, made it clear that it was prudent for the others to remain silent about matters best left unspoken. With a stern expression, Wang Shi questioned, "Is this how you educate the children? Spending their days playing with crickets and flying kites?" The eagle kite lay on the table, while the swallow kite had flown away, drifting far off to a distant rooftop, unattended. Before Su Muyin could respond, Lu Kong and Lu Fei approached, heads hanging low. "Grandmother, we were wrong," they chorused. "Please do not blame our mother. It was I who wanted to fly the kite," Lu Kong said, his eyes glistening with tears. Lu Fei looked up and added, "Grandmother, please forgive us this time. We promise to study diligently next time." Seeing the children's earnestness, Wang Shi's heart softened. Su Muyin seized the moment, embracing the children tenderly, saying, "Connor, Fei, you are both good children. It is your mother who is at fault." She paused to gather her emotions, rising to look at Wang Shi with tear-filled eyes, a picture of heartfelt vulnerability. Chapter 25. Just act. No need for sincerity. Yin Er understood that their mother wished for them to succeed, to diligently study and practice their calligraphy in hopes of achieving academic distinction in the future. However, they were still children, and she could not bear to watch them lose the joys of childhood in the pursuit of mere scholarship, becoming nothing more than bookish pedants. Life is fleeting, and even adults often feel weary and desire moments of respite. How much more so for children? Kong Er and Fei Er were exceptionally bright and well-behaved, distinguished even among their peers. Gifted and diligent, they were bound to achieve great things in the future. Why must their mother impose such pressure upon them, stripping away the joy they had? Su Muyin spoke with deep emotion, her words resonating with sincerity. The two children were deeply moved, glancing gratefully at their mother before eagerly looking towards their grandmother. Su Muyin's smile grew more genuine, reflecting on how foolish she had been in her previous life, choosing to lay bare her heart when a performance would have sufficed. Wan Shi, having lost her husband early on, now had her only son, Lu Junli, injured. Although he was undergoing treatment with medicine, the outcome remained uncertain. Therefore, she had pinned all her hopes on Kong Er, forgetting that he was merely a child of 6, not yet 7, and an age meant for play. Hearing Su Muyin's heartfelt words, even if she wished to express her displeasure, she found it difficult to do so, especially in the face of the children's earnest gaze. With a parting admonition to mind your manners, Wang Shi departed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Xaner nearby. Recalling how recently she had been reprimanded by Chen Shi, her wounded mouth still healing, and now she was stirring trouble again. It seemed she needed to remind Li Er to keep the servants in check, lest they overstep their boundaries and disrupt the hierarchy of master and servant. Zhao Xaner did not catch their conversation, but observed how Su Muyin's lengthy discourse had led Wang Shi to relent. In accordance with her usual temperament, Wang Shi would have chastised Su Muyin, yet at that moment, she appeared as if she were deaf, overwhelmed. Lu Kong joyfully produced a kite, while Lu Fei brought forth an array of jars and bottles, laughing even more heartily than before. The two children embraced Su Muyin, planting kisses on either cheek, while she, as their mother, felt unable to reciprocate their affection. She could not even contemplate preventing them from playing and enjoying themselves. If this continued, when would Lu Junli's aspirations for her to gain favor through her children ever come to fruition? On her way back, Zhao Xaner felt her cheeks flush. Even while attending to Lu Junli, her mind wandering. Perhaps she should take a break and rest. Lu Junli did not inquire about her melancholy. Since the incident with Chen Shi, although he had protected her, he had remained cold towards her for several days. Today, she had made a concerted effort to be submissive and attentive, believing he had forgiven her, only to realize he still held grievances. Contemplating matters of their children, recalling Wang Shi's glare, and remembering Chen Shi's machinations alongside Lu Junli's aloofness, Zhao Xaner found herself overwhelmed with frustration and fell ill that evening, succumbing to a high fever. Lu Junli was merely irritated with her for her recklessness, having stirred trouble with Chen Shi. Given the situation with his third uncle, he had always been somewhat submissive in front of her, even advising Zhao Xaner to keep her distance from the third branch. Yet here she was, embroiled in a significant scandal, nearly facing dire consequences. Such careless actions, lacking forethought, made her incapable of safeguarding herself, let alone her children or managing the Marquis. His ire was directed at her lack of progress, not an outright condemnation. Thus, later that night, after everyone had retired, he quietly sought her out. Seeing Zhao Xinair lying in bed, making soft whimpering sounds, flushed and feverish, he hurriedly held her close, calling for help. Quick, summon the physician. Summoning a physician to the Marquis was a significant matter. Despite attempts to stifle gossip, the following morning, Su Muyin learned of the events that unfolded. Yet she did not dwell on it too deeply. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. For the sake of a maid, it was only Lu Junli who would hastily summon a physician, risking the reputation of the loyal Marquis. As for her, merely a temporary mistress, she would eventually depart. In the grand scheme, such matters were of little concern to her. The potential embarrassment to the Marquis, however, was a source of amusement rather than sorrow. Let him indulge, perhaps elevating her to a position of prominence. Another grand spectacle of favoritism at the expense of a wife would only reveal how resilient the Marquis's reputation could endure the winds of scandal. After breakfast, Lu Kang and Lu Fei came to pay their respects. "Mother, do we have any lessons today?" Lu Kang inquired. The previous day had been filled with play, and as they settled into sleep, a twinge of guilt accompanied their happiness. Thus, they had agreed to balance work and play. Having rested the day before, it was time to focus on their studies today. Lu Fei's governess had already arranged the piano. Su Muyin smiled sweetly, ruffling Lu Kang's hair and pinching Lu Fei's cheek. "Well done. You understand the importance of balancing work and relaxation, adhering to propriety. It reflects well on the teachings of your mother. Today, Kang Er, please review the poetry from the other day, and Fei Er, familiarize yourself with the piece you learned. I shall return to check on your progress in half an hour." The two children replied in unison. Lu Kang went to the study to review his lessons, while Lu Fei practiced the piano in the parlor. Su Muyin retreated to her inner chamber, feeling restless from the previous night's sleep. As if she had neglected something important, though she could not recall what it was. As she lay down, she soon heard the fluttering of a pigeon at her window, flapping its wings. Suddenly, she remembered that Ji Ling Yi had asked her to visit. How could she have forgotten such a matter? Fortunately, he had not specified a date, nor did he mention needing her yesterday. She could interpret it as an opportunity to choose an appropriate time for her visit. After all, yesterday had not been particularly suitable. Su Muyin reassured herself. The pigeon bore no message. It seemed to have come merely as a reminder. After a few flaps, it took off, a touch haughty. Should she go now or rest a bit longer before heading out? As Su Muyin pondered, Lu Fang entered her courtyard, carrying a collection of peculiar items. In Su Muyin's previous life, Lu Fang had been perceived as a dandy, untrustworthy, and associating with him would lead to trouble. She had always advised Lu Kang and Lu Fei to keep their distance from their unreliable uncle, ideally avoiding him altogether. Initially, the children did not comprehend and were reluctant, for Lu Fang's mischievous nature often drew them in with trinkets that captivated their attention. Yet, each time Su Muyin witnessed this, she would sternly admonish them. Over time, while the children remained intrigued, they obediently kept their distance from Lu Fang. Lu Fang, sensing the lack of amusement, ceased his playful antics, appearing to overlook the two children. However, following the previous day's kite-flying event and Su Muyin's profound discourse, Lu Fang found himself rendered speechless. Were it not for their familiarity, he might have thought that his stern, unyielding sister-in-law had been replaced by someone else entirely. How remarkable that she would allow the children to fly kites. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resolved to test the waters himself. Chapter 26. A fish striking cotton in the early morning, Lu Fang rose with the sun. Venturing into the streets to procure an assortment of peculiar trinkets, along with 2 strings of candied fruits. He approached Su Muyin's courtyard with an air of confidence. Having mentally prepared for the encounter, he resolved that should Su Muyin attempt to bar his entry, he would unmask her true intentions without hesitation. After all, he was an uncle to the children. It was inconceivable for an uncle to be turned away when visiting his nephews. Lu Fang had considered various forms of rejection that Su Muyin might employ, crafting responses for each, yet he had not anticipated this scenario. Upon entering, he found that the servants were engrossed in their own tasks, disregarding his presence. "Hey, you there." Lu Fang called to a young attendant who was relocating a vase. Gesturing him closer, "Where is young Master Kong? I haven't seen him." After a moment's hesitation, the attendant replied, "He is in the study, engaged in his lessons." With a mischievous grin, Lu Fang stroked his non-existent beard, his expression a blend of slyness and amusement. He mused to himself, just as I thought. Those two children are clearly her secret weapons. Should her quest for medicine falter, she will undoubtedly seek to leverage the children to gain favor with her elder brother. It is unlikely she would permit them to indulge in play. However, it struck him as odd that the servants did not rush to inform Su Mu Yin of his arrival. Perhaps someone had already relayed the news, prompting her to prepare for a confrontation. Increasingly intrigued, Lu Fang continued toward the study. For the sake of Liu Kang's education, Su Mu Yin had converted a room in the southeastern corner of the courtyard into a study. It was adorned with nameless small flowers and some bamboo, exuding a refreshing elegance with ample sunlight. Liu Kang's desk was positioned near the window, and as Lu Fang drew near, he could hear the melodious cadence of his reading, tinged with a childlike lilt. "Kanga?" Lu Fang called from the windowsill, holding up the strings of candied fruits enticingly. Lu Kang looked up from his book, his eyes momentarily sparkling before he composed himself, responding with an air of maturity. "Third uncle, I must study today." Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the candied hawthorn, swallowing hard with evident desire. "Mother forbids us from eating these." Despite his words, his expression betrayed a different sentiment, his eyes yearning for the sugary treat. Indeed, Su Mu Yin had imposed a strict ban on sweets, often lecturing them on the perils of excessive sugar consumption. However, children are not bound by the rationale of adults. The allure of sweets is an innate temptation they find hard to resist. Lu Fang, well aware of this, made it a habit to sneak in various confections as a form of playful rebellion against Su Mu Yin's rules. Whenever caught, he would make a hasty retreat, while the children faced reprimands and punishment. Lu Kang was already burdened by guilt, his heart battling between desire and restraint. "It's all right, this time. Third uncle has ensured a safe opportunity. Your mother is resting in the front courtyard. Quickly, eat it and wipe your mouth," she wanted to know. The candied figure he offered was a small monkey, crafted with remarkable skill by the vendor. It was so close that with a slight stretch, Lu Kang could savor its sweetness. His resolve weakened. "Really?" His eyes gleamed with hope. "Would third uncle deceive you?" Lu Fang urged, placing the confection into his hand. "Hurry, eat it. This is from a shop renowned for its delectable treats." Lu Kang hesitated, still torn. "Is it truly delicious? You must try it." With that, Lu Fang gently pushed the candy into his mouth. Liu Kang's eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious, isn't it? Third uncle would never lie to you. When it comes to reading and writing, I may falter, but in matters of enjoyment, I dare say I excel," Lu Fang declared with pride. "By the way, I brought you many delightful things. I will set them here and return shortly to play with you. Where is your sister? I wish to deliver this candied peacock to her. She is practicing the piano in the inner room." If one listened closely, they could faintly hear the intermittent notes of music. Lu Fang stealthily made his way toward the sound, cautioning the maidservants not to make a sound. However, as he passed through the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered Su Mu Yin. She had taken a brief respite but decided to seek out Ji Lingyi, for she was in need of his assistance. In her past life, she would have chased Lu Fang away with a stick, but now, she found herself welcoming his frequent visits. It was unexpected to cross paths with him. Observing the candied fruit in his hand, she surmised he must have just seen Lu Kang and was hurrying to find Lu Fei, perhaps having been turned away too many times. Lu Fang instinctively sought to evade her gaze. "You come to see your niece and only bring a single candied fruit? How miserly of you." She jested as she walked past him. Unfazed by his astonished reaction, Su Mu Yin exited the courtyard with Lu Air. Lu Fang stood dumbfounded for a moment, nearly remaining frozen until the candy began to melt in his hand. "Is she truly unbothered by my presence? How peculiar," he murmured to himself. He proceeded to gift the candied fruit to Lu Fei, then turned back to unveil an array of fresh and intriguing items, engaging Lu Kang in playful antics. With no one to deter him, he led both Lu Kang and Lu Fei into the courtyard for more mischief. As if testing boundaries, Lu Fang pushed the limits of their playtime further. Were it not for a lingering sense of propriety, he might have spirited the children away from the estate altogether. Ultimately, bored with the antics, he released the two children and departed. Lu Fang, accustomed to a life of leisure and indulgence, would typically refrain from meddling in Su Mu Yan's affairs. Yet, human emotions can be unpredictable. Emboldened by his own knowledge, he felt justified in challenging her. "You wish for me to refrain from visiting? I shall do precisely the opposite, and I will come bearing gifts," he resolved. "If you seek to make me uncomfortable, I will ensure your discomfort is magnified 100-fold. Such is my principle. However, As he left, a thought struck him. He had been careless. Sumu Yan's hurried exit from the estate suggested she had pressing matters to attend to, leaving no time for games with him. Had he wasted his visit? No. Next time, I shall confront her hypocrisy before her eyes. She is not genuinely caring, merely a tool to curry favor with Lu Junli. Can she truly care for them? Who would believe such a notion? Certainly not I. After leaving the estate, Sumu Yan boarded a carriage that halted before a jewelry shop. She instructed the maidservants and attendants to wait outside while Lu Er selected some adornments. She herself made her way to the rear courtyard. Exiting through the back door of the jewelry shop, she walked 2 blocks east, turned a corner, and arrived at the corner gate of the Yong'an Wangfu. In her previous life, each visit to the Wangfu had been through this very entrance. The guard station there had been a covert installation from the marquis residence, and upon spotting Sumu Yan, he would always grant her passage. However, this time, unfamiliar faces greeted her. What is going on? Has that individual taken a leave today? Sumu Yan could only approach the main gate and request an announcement. Before long, someone escorted her inside. Upon entering, she spotted a physician carrying a medical kit, leaving the premises. Is Ji Ling Yi unwell? Chapter 27. Allow me to assess your worth in her previous life. She had heard rumors about Ji Ling Ye's frail health, suggesting he had been poisoned, with the affliction not entirely purged, causing relapses. Could that poison already exist at this moment? How could Sun Xianzi, who could mend bones, not be able to cure him of this toxin? It seemed implausible. What kind of poison could be so formidable? During their last 2 encounters, the timing was either too early or too late, and in the dim light, she had failed to discern any irregularities in him. Furthermore, his physical condition appeared sound. Perhaps she was overthinking. After all, not all rumors held truth. This was her first visit during daylight. After wandering for a considerable time, feeling slightly dizzy, she finally spotted Jianqing approaching. Jianqing seemed somewhat anxious, urging her to follow him quickly as the prince awaited her. Do you know why the prince seeks me? She inquired. You shall find out shortly, he replied, leading the way at a brisk pace, requiring Sumu Yan to jog in order to keep up. Was Ji Ling Ye truly ill? Unexpectedly, Jianqing brought her to the back courtyard and insisted on blindfolding her. What could possibly necessitate such secrecy? Sumu Yan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, not fearing Ji Ling Ye would harm her, but rather feeling a lack of trust from him. Forgive me. This is the prince's command, Jianqing stated, placing a black veil over her eyes. He then guided her by holding one end of a wooden stick, leading her around for a while before carefully descending some stairs, as if entering a cellar. The atmosphere was quiet, cool, and damp. After a while, they stopped, and he removed her blindfold. The sight before her sent a chill down her spine. This was no ordinary cellar, it was a dungeon. And she found herself in the execution chamber. Candles flickered around, illuminating the room, where various instruments of torture hung from the walls. And the floor was cluttered with grotesque objects. These were tools she had only encountered in ancient texts, designed to torment prisoners. Ordinary individuals could scarcely endure a single device, let alone a hardened man. Before her, a comb-like instrument dripped with blood, a clear indication that someone had recently suffered beneath it. As she watched the blood fall, the anguished cries of a tortured soul echoed in her ears. Are you afraid? Ji Ling Ye's sudden voice startled her. She then noticed a figure seated in the shadows to her left. He fixed his gaze upon her, slowly lowering his hand from his chin and rising to his full height, exuding an intimidating presence. As he descended 2 steps closer, she struggled to maintain her composure, suppressing any sign of fear that might betray her. Why have you brought me here? She managed to ask, her voice trembling slightly in an attempt to mask her anxiety. In her previous life, Ji Ling Ye had not killed her, but he was undeniably not a gentle soul. The guards at the east gate had changed. Zhao Shiner had fallen out of favor with the matriarch, and there were tensions with the Lu family. In this life, her interference had altered many events. She could no longer assume Ji Ling Ye would remain unchanged or inherently lenient towards her. Madame Lu had previously remarked on the prince's lack of commitment to their dealings. And indeed, Ji Ling Ye now seemed displeased with her. She realized that whenever he was unhappy, he would mockingly address her as Madame Lu. No regrets, she asserted. I was unwell yesterday and feared passing my illness to the prince. Now that I feel better, I am here. What does the prince require of me? She surveyed her surroundings, forcing a smile that felt strained. Even without coming here, I would have been forthcoming with the prince. He did not respond, instead commanding her to follow. She hurried after him, observing his upright posture and commanding stride. There was no hint of injury in his demeanor. Who then? Was the one truly wounded? Go on. Let me see your worth, he instructed, leading her into another chamber filled with even more shocking instruments of torture. In the center lay a still figure on a wooden bed, only the rise and fall of his chest indicating he was alive. As she approached, she discerned that the man was in his 40s, of short stature, with dark skin and ordinary features, a typical southern face. His pallor was ghostly. It was Lin Wei. He had captured Lin Wei. Would he allow the physician to tend to Lin Wei? Did he not fear the news would leak? Su Mu-yin quickly surmised Ji Lingye's true intention in bringing her here. He sought her assistance to extract information from Lin Wei. Yet, Lin Wei was notoriously tight-lipped and impervious to coercion. Otherwise, his backers would not place such trust in him. Sensing her presence, Lin Wei's eyelashes fluttered, and he struggled to open his eyes. Upon seeing her face, his pupils constricted. "Miss," he whispered, his voice barely audible, laced with desperation and a hint of fear. He then mouthed the words, "Save me." Examining him closely, she noted a wound on his left chest, but no signs of torture elsewhere. This must have been inflicted during his capture by Ji Lingye, or perhaps in a prior ambush. "Lin Wei, why did you leave so suddenly?" Su Muyin questioned, her tone pressing. "Are you aware of the events at the Su residence? Do they concern you?" Her gaze urged him to speak the truth if he wished to survive. Yet, true to his loyal nature, Lin Wei closed his eyes again, adopting a resigned expression as if he would accept any fate without protest, refusing to communicate further. This was indeed a perplexing predicament. Humans are vulnerable when they possess a weakness, yet if one is entirely devoid of vulnerabilities, how could they ever gain the trust of their benefactors? If Lin Wei had a weakness, what could it be? Su Muyin rummaged through memories of the past. Lin Wei had always been a diligent steward, managing the Su residence efficiently, yet she had never heard of any family he might have. In her memory, she had always thought of him as a solitary figure. Suddenly fabricating a mother seemed highly suspicious. How could her astute father have failed to uncover such a detail about his steward? If he had discovered the deception, why had he not held Lin Wei accountable? In her youth, she had not found this odd, but reflecting now, it revealed numerous inconsistencies. Yet, Ji Lingye had apprehended him. Surely he had investigated Lin Wei's background. Who was this Lin Wei, truly? Lowering her voice to a mere whisper, audible only to him, she spoke a name. Though he maintained a defiant facade, his eyelashes quivered slightly. She knew she had hit upon the truth. Chapter 28. What is the conclusion? Have there been any results? Ji Lingye was acutely perceptive. Though he likely did not catch what she had said, Su Muyin did not know Ji Lingye well. Their interactions were sparse before their engagement, and in her past life, she had been preoccupied with oppression and resistance, leading to a predominantly negative perception of him. She was uncertain how revealing this matter would impact their relationship. Would it foster increased trust or breed more suspicion? Most likely the latter. As she pondered this in her heart while stepping outside, she tentatively inquired, "Surely the prince has already dispatched someone to investigate him. Did they uncover any incriminating evidence?" Ji Lingye did not conceal the truth, sighing. If it were that easy to uncover, there would be no need to trouble Madame Lu. Indeed, even he could not find anything. Would her rash disclosure only serve to raise suspicions? The person she had just inquired about was someone she had encountered by chance in her previous life. At that time, Lin Wei had already met his demise, his body cast into the Qiusha River. Coincidentally, she had heard that her mother had also been discarded in the same river after her death, followed by her brother's tragic leap into the waters. It was during the Qingming festival when she went to pay respects to her mother and brother that she spotted another woman at the riverbank, performing a ceremony. The woman was a stranger to her, hurrying past with her head bowed, but Su Muyin caught a glimpse of her profile, strikingly beautiful. Initially indifferent, she intended to leave after her own offerings, only to notice the stranger's pile of paper had not yet burned completely. A gust of wind sent a white sheet of paper drifting out, revealing two characters, Wei Go. Many were called Wei Go, and she dismissed it from her mind. However, among the offerings laid out by the woman was an unusual item that piqued her curiosity. At that time, she was still a child, about 7 or 8 years old. One year during the Zhongyuan festival, Lin Wei, having indulged in drink, encountered her while she played in the courtyard. They sat together and chatted for a while. He recounted how, in his impoverished childhood, his mother would prepare a dish of smoked intestines for him during festivals. Whether it was New Year's or the Mid-Autumn Festival, that dish would always grace their table. His mother was not a skilled cook and had poor eyesight, resulting in the intestines not being cleaned thoroughly. Despite being smoked, they still exuded a peculiar aroma. Su Muyin asked him what it tasted like. He smiled mysteriously, declaring it a secret. After a moment of silence, he added, "Years later, I grew accustomed to that flavor, and I came to believe that the most delicious dish in the world was that smoked intestine, with its unique taste. In a whimsical moment, Su Mayan bent down to lift the bowl of smoked intestines to her nose for a whiff. She nearly retched. The scent was incredibly invigorating, thus leaving a lasting impression on her memory. Subsequently, she often encountered the woman during various festivals, attending to her rituals. Consequently, she learned the woman's name, Zhou Yao. Yet, beyond that, she possessed no further knowledge about Zhou Yao. Now, Lin Wei was still alive, seemingly detached from anyone, leading a solitary life. Yet, Zhou Yao seemed to know intimate details about him, and her subtle probing had evidently unsettled his emotions, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance between them. What sort of relationship did they share? The priority was to find Zhou Yao. Upon exiting, Ji Lingye personally blindfolded her and placed a cold object in her hand, which felt like a sword sheath. After a series of twists and turns, as they ascended the stairs, Su Mayan felt a sudden lightness in her body. Shortly thereafter, as she landed, dizziness washed over her. This man was actually carrying her by the collar. She nearly lost her breath. After coughing and gasping, she bit her tongue, ready to unleash a few choice words. "Now that we are out, you may remove the blindfold," he said. She raised her hand to tear away the black cloth, discovering she was in his rear courtyard, while the culprit had already settled down with a cup of tea. He gestured for her to sit, not one to be polite. She sat and took a hearty sip from the tea before her, finding it perfectly warm, with the leaves of exquisite quality, fragrant and mellow. "What did you discuss with him? Do you not intend to inform your prince?" "I dare not deceive his highness. I merely asked if he remembered Xiao Liuzi." She resolved to investigate further on her own and fabricated a story about their previous friendship, stating that Xiao Liuzi had been shot while trying to escape during his exile. Lin Wei was skilled, and had he wished, he could have followed the exile convoy and rescued Xiao Lu, but he did not. Ji Lingye remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, as if trying to peer through her facade to discern the truth of her words. What Su Mayan recounted was indeed factual. Thus, she reassured herself that she had not lied, only withheld certain details. Was he not doing the same to her? After all, he had blindfolded her upon entering the dungeon. "What is the conclusion?" he inquired. Lin Wei exhibited no remorse. "He appeared a heartless individual," Su Mayan replied. "Is this the result of your interrogation?" She remained silent. Curiously, Ji Lingye did not express doubt, only lamenting. Even the former master could not extract anything. "It seems this person is indeed tight-lipped, without any flaws." He added with vague significance. "The Su residence has found a capable steward." He then allowed her to leave. Before departing, Su Mayan turned back to say, "Years ago, the Su residence massacre did not occur without a whisper. Thus, Lin Wei was not the only one to flee." Ji Lingye laughed, a warm and gentle smile. And after a moment, he waved his hand. Jian Qing approached, presenting Su Mayan with a larger, heavier vial than before. Su Mayan accepted the vial, picked up a pen from the tea table, and wrote down a name. A maid led her out. She did not look back, thus missing the depth in Ji Lingye's gaze as he watched her retreating figure, as profound as a cold pool, devoid of warmth. "One or both of you disregarded medical advice. Next time I treat you, you will be considered a dog," a voice rang out. Following the sound, a tall, slender young man, strikingly handsome and around 25 or 6 years old, stormed out, a small black wooden box slung over his shoulder. Sun Xianji? What is he doing here? In her past life, he had only come to the capital a month later, at which time he treated Lu Junli's leg. Was Ji Lingye deceiving her? "Dr. Sun, the prince did not mean it that way. Your medical expertise is unparalleled. How could we not heed your advice?" Jian Qing flattered. "If it were not for your miraculous skills, that person would have perished long ago. In this world, who besides you, Dr. Sun, could wrest someone from the clutches of death?" Sun Xianji pouted like a child. "Then why did you bring him to such a damp place?" "I will not be responsible if he dies. That would ruin my reputation. If you continue to be disobedient, I will not treat him anymore and will return to my Medicine King Valley." With that, he dashed away. Jian Qing hurried after him. From Sun Xianji's words, it seemed Lin Wei's injuries were critical and he had been saved by him. What of the previous imperial physician? Chapter 29. Exhaustion and deficiency of vital energy. In the royal study of the palace, Prince Ji Haoyun, clad in a dark purple dragon robe, emerged with an unwell countenance. Outside the door, a man in the uniform of the Royal City Bureau awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Ji Haoyun, he hurriedly approached. "Your Highness, what did His Majesty say? Has that woman not been found yet?" Ji Haoyun inquired. The man bowed his head, expressing his shame. We have scoured the entire capital without any trace. I suspect someone is harboring her. I wish to request permission for a search. Request permission for a search? For a mere woman? You have searched for half a month with no results, and His Majesty is already dissatisfied. If you cannot find her within 3 days, neither you, the commander, nor I, the prince, shall have a place to remain. As they walked, they encountered a physician rushing by. The physician, upon seeing the prince, bowed and stated, "His Majesty has summoned me. We shall not delay further. Where does he come from?" After the physician had distanced himself, the prince asked casually. Yet, the commander could not answer, and the prince expressed his dissatisfaction. "I truly do not understand what you people are busy with on a daily basis. Inquiring yet knowing nothing. A bunch of useless individuals." The physician had come from the residence of Prince Yongin, tasked with checking the pulse of Jilingye, and now hurried back to report. The current emperor, Jihan Shao, nearing his 60th year, appeared vigorous as he awaited the physician's results with an imposing demeanor. "Your Majesty, Prince Yongin is unharmed. Though he has been overexerting himself lately, leading to a deficiency in vital energy," the physician replied respectfully, bowing low without daring to lift his head. "Rise and speak." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jihan Shao instructed a palace servant to provide a stool for Physician Li, who sat down with trepidation. "You must be nearly 80, my dear minister." Despite Jihan Shao's effort to sound gentle, his tone retained an undeniable authority. Prince Yongin had always been frail, and the Imperial Medical Bureau regularly sent physicians to check on him. With no special appointments, whoever was free would go. Physician Li had visited several times, returning with simple reports, sometimes merely recording them without the need for formal communication. This time, however, the emperor's personal summons felt unusual, and the casual conversation made Physician Li's heart race with apprehension. Their emperor was known for his sternness. He had never engaged in idle chatter with his ministers. Yet, he dared not refuse and attempted to kneel again, only to be stopped. "It is sufficient to respond while seated." The physician cautiously replied, "This old minister is 83 this year. It is a great honor to serve at Your Majesty's side, and I am deeply grateful for your consideration." Jihan Shao nodded and continued, "How are your 2 sons faring nowadays?" The physician lifted his gaze to Jihan Shao, a flicker of shrewdness crossing his eyes before he reverted to his aged demeanor, feigning confusion. "Thanks to Your Majesty's benevolence, my elder son serves as Deputy Minister of Rights, while my younger son is at the Imperial Academy. They are both grateful for Your Majesty's grace and remain steadfastly loyal." Jihan Shao nodded again, then asked, "And your grandsons? They must be grown now. I hear the eldest has recently undergone the rites of manhood." Physician Li grew increasingly anxious, wiping the sweat from his brow, exerting great effort to restrain the tremor in his voice. "Your Majesty, my youngest is unruly. How could I trouble you with my concerns?" "Ah, Physician Li, you are being too modest. I have heard that your eldest grandson possesses remarkable talent. Are you reluctant to let him endure hardships?" Jihan Shao remarked. "The Qinxing Palace is currently short-staffed. Let him come here for training. I humbly thank Your Majesty for your great kindness. Indeed, have him perform his duties well. I shall not neglect them," Jihan Shao responded, returning to his seat and finally broaching the crucial matter. "Now, I too am aging, and I am particularly concerned for Yira's health. I shall entrust his care to you. Since he suffers from a deficiency in vital energy, I ask you to provide him with extra attention. Should he require any supplements, feel free to procure them." Physician Li bowed low once more in gratitude. He sensed that this assignment bore hidden implications, yet he could not fathom the depths of the situation nor resist it. The emperor evidently conveyed both coercion and enticement. If it were merely to provide Prince Yongin with tonic to restore his health, there would be no need for such trouble. The true motive eluded him. And as he returned home, what had begun as a vigorous old man now felt as though he had aged a decade, his steps faltering. The royal study fell silent once more. Jihan Shao strolled to the window, reminiscing about the past when he was still a prince. His father had suddenly fallen gravely ill, plunging the court into turmoil, beset by internal strife and external threats. In his father's final moments, he entrusted a delicate box to him, instructing that it could save his life in times of crisis. He had presumed it contained some miraculous elixir or clever strategy. After his father's passing, many ministers, weak and power-hungry, clamored in the court. Once dismissed, he opened the box, only to discover it contained neither elixir nor strategy, but a vial of poison. Did my father wish for me to take my own life? Impossible. Inside was also a letter detailing the use of the substance, a rare poison from the western regions, colorless, odorless, and without an antidote. Once ingested, it would be undetectable, gradually inducing symptoms of deficiency in vital energy. When the weakness reached a critical point, the poison would manifest, causing excruciating pain, and the afflicted would weaken imperceptibly day by day, with even the most skilled physicians unable to identify the root cause. Approximately 12 or 13 years later, the poisoned individual would succumb to a sudden illness. Moreover, this poison had a most insidious aspect, akin to a parasitic worm, inducing symptoms of both deficiency and weakness in vital energy. However, should one consume tonics, rather than alleviating the condition, it would only exacerbate the spread of the toxin. In simpler terms, the uninformed would, mistaking the symptoms for mere weakness, overindulge in tonics, hastening their demise, often within 5 years. The physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau had all examined Ji Lingya's pulse, arriving at a unanimous conclusion. Ji Hanshao understood that his father's warnings were not unfounded. However, Ji Lingya's maternal family had once been favored by the Apothecary Valley, granting them protection. Initially, he believed the Apothecary Valley would uncover the truth. Yet nearly 11 years had passed without them noticing a thing. Recently, rumors circulated that he was afflicted with flame poison. How ludicrous! The disciples of the Apothecary Valley were merely seeking fame. On her way home, Sumayan contemplated several places frequented by Lin Wei in the past, resolving to seize the next opportunity to visit. Upon entering her residence, she encountered a maidservant by Lu Juanli's side, who informed her that the young master requested her presence. Sumayan returned to her room to tidy herself and changed her attire before heading to the Li courtyard. To her surprise, Lu Juanli greeted her with a rare smile, having prepared fine tea and an array of fruits and pastries. The pastries were from the renowned Gaoxiong Lu, difficult to procure, requiring her to send a servant to stand in line early in the morning, only to return late. Lu Juanli had even brought her some in the past. Since entering the Marquis's residence, she had enjoyed such delicacies only a few times, all during the first year of their marriage. She was astonished that Lu Juanli still remembered. This illustrates that men are not devoid of attentiveness. Rather, their focus simply lies elsewhere. It is not that they do not heed what women say, they merely do not care for you. When they do not care for you, naturally, they will not concern themselves with any matter relating to you. Now that he sought her assistance, he suddenly became tender and meticulous, even recalling events from years past. Offering her favorite yunwu tea and fresh lotus seeds, Lu Juanli was peeling the lotus seeds for her. When he extended them towards her, Sumayan did not accept. The lotus seed core is bitter. My taste has changed. I prefer sweetness now. Lu Juanli paused momentarily, then smiled awkwardly, setting aside the peeled seeds. He picked up another, removing the red skin, gently splitting it open, discarding the bitter core, and presented it to her once more. His patience was remarkable, his tenderness palpable. Those unaware would surely think the two shared an exceptionally close bond. Simu Yin, however, did not respond. He placed the lotus seeds on the white jade plate before her. Maintaining his composed and gentle demeanor, he smiled and said, I have heard that you ventured outside the residence. It has been quite some time since I have strolled about as well. Still engaging in idle chatter with her. A plan formed in Su Muyin's mind as she smiled faintly and replied, I intended to buy a few pieces of jewelry, so I wandered around for a while. Lu Juanli naturally took the cue, asking, Did you manage to buy any? She lowered her head, revealing an air of embarrassment, took a sip of tea, and noticing Lu Juanli's gaze still upon her, feigned a bashful demeanor as she softly confessed, It has been so long since I have browsed. I was unaware that jewelry prices have risen so much. I must be making you laugh, my husband. She enumerated a few pieces of jewelry, articulating their prices while displaying a blend of admiration and regret. When Su Muyin married, her dowry was substantial, and it was improbable that she could not afford a few expensive pieces of jewelry. However, the Wang family had instilled in her the values of frugality and thrift, which is why, over the past 2 years, she had not acquired a single fashionable ornament. The adornments she wore on her head and hands were all outdated, no longer befitting the status of the matriarch of the loyal and righteous Marquis household. Lu Juanli likely did not anticipate this answer, but now that she had spoken, and he indeed had a request of her, he could only say, It's merely a few pieces of jewelry. We can have the shopkeeper deliver them another day. Then I must thank you, my husband, she replied. In truth, I owe you my gratitude. After taking that medicine, I feel much better, and I must also extend my thanks to the lady. Lu Juanli, after some circuitous conversation, finally steered the discussion towards the main topic. Chapter 30. Does the young master have a favorite? He paused for a moment before laughingly inquiring, I wonder, has the lady visited the Wang residence lately? What is the latest word regarding the medicine? She had long suspected that his invitation was solely to discuss this matter. His condition had deteriorated significantly after taking the medicine. The deterioration in his leg should have slowed, though he claimed improvement, which was a slight exaggeration. Several days had passed without any new medicine arriving, and naturally, he was eager for her to seek it again. Su Mu Yin discreetly squeezed the porcelain bottle in her hand. She had counted the pills earlier, and there were 10. However, she did not wish to make it easy for Lu Junli. Furthermore, she desired to seek out Zhou Yao, so it would be better to use the excuse of visiting the Yong'an prince's residence to leave the house. Thus, she replied, "If it is a medicine that is effective for my husband, I would be willing to procure it myself. Yet, the Yong'an prince is not someone I can meet at will." Having laid the groundwork for so long and promised jewelry, Lu Junli was already growing impatient. Upon hearing her words, his expression darkened immediately, and his face fell. He felt that Su Mu Yin was being unreasonable. "Then go multiple times. Surely you will eventually meet him," he said, his tone now rather unfriendly. Su Mu Yin feigned an air of deep humiliation, biting her lip and remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, he restrained his impatience, softening his tone slightly, attempting to take her hand, but she evaded him. "Yinner, that Ji Ling Yi is capricious. Only you can assist me." When he spoke again, his voice had returned to its gentle timbre, laced with a barely perceptible hint of affection. In a previous life, Su Mu Yin would have been deeply moved by such words, perhaps even rushing to the Wang residence to find Ji Ling Yi. However, now, the closer Lu Junli drew to her, the more repulsive she found him. She subtly shifted back, suppressing her disgust, and lamented, "Does my husband know what Ji Ling Yi intends to do to me?" Lu Junli's expression remained unchanged as he offered no reply, yet his demeanor still conveyed his intent. "I feel somewhat unwell. I shall take my leave." Su Mu Yin pretended to be heartbroken, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, fleeing as if in despair. Once outside the ceremonial courtyard, any trace of sorrow was gone from her demeanor. Her expression was devoid of emotion, but internally, she smirked at the thought. What a splendidly pretentious hypocrite he is. After Su Mu Yin departed, Zhao Xiner emerged from the room, instantly discerning Lu Junli's mood. She leaned on his knee, inquiring tenderly, "Is the lady still unwilling?" This matter could not allow for her reluctance. Lu Junli's face hardened as he gritted his teeth. "Let us go to grandmother's. Have someone inform mother." "Understood." Zhao Xiner instructed the maidservants and personally fetched a blanket for Lu Junli, covering his legs, as they proceeded towards the old lady's courtyard, accompanied by several maids and servants. Upon hearing Lu Junli's account, the old lady indeed flew into a rage. Does she truly say she is unwilling to seek medicine for Lear any longer? The old lady's expression darkened considerably. Lu Junli, appearing desolate, approached his grandmother. Grasping her hand, his earlier arrogance entirely vanished. Lu Junli was skilled in discerning the feelings of others. Whenever he was in the old lady's presence, he would relinquish all pretense and obediently play the role of her cherished grandson. The old lady had always doted on him, and despite his being 25 this year, in her heart, he remained the most beloved child who surrounded her knee. The moment he exhibited any sign of sadness or grievance, the old lady would wish to place all the world's treasures before him. Now, this grievance came from Su Mu Yin, which was utterly intolerable. Lady Wang was also incensed. They all believed that since the Yong'an prince had already provided the medicine, it must not be abandoned halfway. Whatever difficulties Su Mu Yin spoke of were mere excuses. A daughter of a disgraced minister, seeking to procure something for her husband, yet she raises such objections, Lady Wang remarked. "She dares. Someone, fetch her here. I wish to hear what she has to say," the old lady commanded. A matron near the old lady, accompanied by 2 maidservants, set forth to find Su Mu Yin in her quarters. Meanwhile, the old lady remained furious. In the family, one obeys the father. Upon marriage, one obeys the husband. I had thought that Su Wenqing, as the grand tutor to the crown prince, would instill decorum in his daughter, teaching her to respect her husband and honor her elders. Yet I did not expect such a failure in upbringing. Casting another glance at Lu Junli's legs, her anger intensified. 3 years of marriage. And not only does she fail to honor her elders, but she also remains childless. In an ordinary household, she would have long been subjected to the 7 outcast offenses. At this point, Lu Junli's expression shifted slightly. The old lady understood that the couple had yet to consummate their marriage, and thus this aspect could not be held against Su Mu Yin. Her ire diminished considerably. "Very well, let her come. I shall listen to her explanation first." Meanwhile, Su Muyin had already anticipated that Lu Junli would not let the matter rest easily. Therefore, she quickly returned to her room, tidied herself, had a bite to eat, changed her attire, and stealthily left. By the time the old matron arrived at her courtyard seeking her, Su Muyin had already reached the banks of the Qiusha River. There stood an inconspicuous building, yet within lay a hidden paradise. This was the place where Lin Wei had once frequented, a discreet yet renowned brothel. The patrons here were regulars, seasoned in the affairs of the heart. The women employed here were all exceptionally beautiful and intelligent. Any one of them could easily be a courtesan in another setting. These young women underwent specialized training, adept in understanding the desires of men. All who visited this establishment, no matter how serious or reserved, would ultimately uncover their primal needs and linger longingly. As a result, its clientele continued to grow, and its reputation soared, leading to its increasingly inconspicuous appearance for safety's sake. It had even relocated from the Qinhuai River to the less noticeable banks of the Qiusha River. Qiusha River? Zhou Yao? Could it be that Lin Wei met Zhou Yao while visiting a brothel? A saying goes, the stage is devoid of feelings, and the performer is without loyalty. If Zhou Yao and Lin Wei truly shared such a relationship, Su Muyin would indeed admire them both. On her way, she found a tailor shop and had dressed herself in the guise of a scholar. Her initial curiosity upon entering was evident, yet to the matron, it was merely that of a Navi newcomer. The more innocent the scholar, the less worldly wisdom they possessed, and thus, the more willing they were to spend money. Consequently, upon seeing Su Muyin, the matron eagerly accepted her pouch of silver, welcoming her upstairs with a beaming smile. I want the largest private room, she declared grandly. This proclamation revealed her as a wealthy heir, someone whose family enforced strict rules, yet who was blissfully ignorant of the ways of the world. The matron's laughter grew more joyous, and with a gentle pinch at her waist, she understood. Very well, young master, this way, please. This time without lure. Alone and attempting to play the part of a novice, Su Muyin's demeanor left the seasoned matron amused to distraction. She was indeed led to the largest private room, and her inner thoughts echoed that larger spaces often lack refinement. The room's decor was exceedingly simple, a far cry from the smaller chambers she had previously passed. Yet it commanded the highest price. The fragrance wafted through the air, and upon her entrance, she was met with a sneeze. Does the young master have a favorite? The matron inquired again, her gaze clearly suggesting, you must be a first-timer. Her eyes regarded her as one might a tender, juicy chicken. Bring all the girls here. I want to select them at my leisure. She boasted once more, of course accompanied by an even larger bag of silver. Chapter 31. Are you here to visit the brothel too? Fortunately, the Wang family and the old matron had entrusted her with the management. Otherwise, the expenses incurred on this trip would have drained her private coffers. Ha ha, young master, you are indeed amusing. The madam lightly tapped her arm, the fragrance nearly provoking a sneeze. Do you know how many girls I have here? If I were to summon them all, this room would hardly suffice. She chuckled. No matter, they can line up and come in batches. Since you are here to find someone, this is the most straightforward approach. The madam swayed her hips like a butterfly and exited. Before long, the girls began to enter one after another. Indeed, they were all beauties, each stunning in her own right. Had she been a man, she would have likely found it impossible to sleep that night, overwhelmed by such allure. Immersed in this sea of beauty, she was unaware that the moment she stepped in, she had drawn the attention of another. That individual slipped into the building across the street and whispered to Jilingya. Soon, Jilingya's smile widened, culminating in hearty laughter as he rose and stepped downstairs. Let us join the revelry as well. Unlike Su Muyin, Jilingya appeared to be a frequent visitor, navigating the stairs with ease upon entering. The madam, beaming with a flower-like smile, led him to the largest and most opulent private room. This chamber was distinct from the ostentatious extravagance of others, and unlike Su Muyin's plain and simple room, it exuded warmth and elegance. Inside, dark red carved tables and chairs were arranged, alongside a bronze incense burner shaped like a crane, azure silk drapes, and a wooden stage intricately carved with auspicious clouds. Surrounding the room were numerous flowers, all fresh and delicate varieties. Jianqing mentioned a few names to the madam, who appeared somewhat troubled. What is the matter? Jilingya inquired, his face still adorned with a faint smile, though his eyes flickered with displeasure. The madam, aware of his status, dared not neglect him and hurriedly explained, It's nothing, your highness, but you may need to wait a moment. Today, a young master has arrived and summoned all the girls, claiming he wishes to select them carefully. Like wind and mist, they have gone there. Jianqing's eyes widened. The madam trembled in fear and quickly assured, I will summon them at once. Forgetting her composure, she raised her foot to flee. Wait. Jilingya had already taken a seat, sipped his tea, and leisurely declared, I shall go see this extravagant young master myself. The young master Su Muyin had already seen batch after batch of beauties, yet still had not spotted Zhou Yao. Well hidden. She must possess a strong sense of caution. If she were to utter a name in search, it would likely alarm the prey. Most of the girls here use stage names, and Su Muyin could not ascertain whether Zhou Yao was indeed her birth name. Yet, she had seen almost all the girls, even those attending to guests, peeking through the door cracks, and had not encountered Zhou Yao. Was she perhaps not here? To avoid raising the madam's suspicions, she left a few appealing girls in the room to sing. Others were tasked with pouring wine. The entire scene was a convincing portrayal of a debauched, wealthy young master. The madam went to attend to other guests, and when she passed again, Su Muyin quickly emerged to detain her, whispering, Good madam, please assist me. It is my first time here, and I surely desire the best experience. Surely. You aren't hiding any good girls from me? She slipped her a pouch of silver. By the end of the night, having found no one, she had parted with several hundred taels. Truly, the allure of beauty is worth a fortune. The madam, already having formed an impression of a naive and innocent young master, harbored no doubts about him. She assumed he was genuinely here for a memorable experience. And despite her discomfort, she endeavored to fulfill his peculiar request for the sake of the silver. Very well. I shall find a way to let the last two girls slip away for a brief meeting. But mind you, this is a one-time exception. Furthermore, let the wind and mist go. You may allow them to attend to the esteemed guest. Good, good. They may continue to serve the noble patrons. The madam, with a face painted in myriad colors, glanced back, her smile appearing somewhat constrained. It was then that Su Muyin noticed the odd expression on the madam's face. Following her line of sight, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Had there been a mirror? She would have realized that her own expression was far more captivating than that of the madam. Before her stood none other than Prince Jilingya. Clad in a deep purple prince's robe adorned with a jade pendant shaped like a coiled dragon at his waist, tall and handsome. Approaching her while fanning himself with a languid demeanor, his face bore a ghostly smirk. Instinctively, she assumed an ostrich-like posture, retreating into the room, closing the door, hoping to feign ignorance of his presence. Naturally, she was unsuccessful. The door was wedged open by Jianqing's sword sheath. Jianqing recognized her. And Jilingya certainly did as well. The door swung wide as Jilingya strode in, taking a seat like a master. Gesturing for the servants to bring a new tea set and begin brewing tea. Only after the first sip did Jilingya turn to regard her. At that moment, Jianqing also entered the room, whispering something into his ear. Jilingya smiled then, genuinely, not with a sardonic grin, but rather with mockery. First time? Puffed. Breaking the ice? Another puffed. Su Muyin coughed twice, nearly choking. The intensity of her discomfort rivaled that time when he had grasped her throat. The madam's tongue was indeed unreliable. It seemed saying she was here for a drink would no longer convince him. What a coincidence. The prince is here too. What a coincidence that the prince has come to visit a brothel. She dared not voice these thoughts, though the implication was clear. Am I not a grown man seeking companionship? He spoke casually, reclining in the chair with a languid demeanor. Yet you. I was unaware of when you developed such a penchant. Of course, the prince could seek companionship. Su Muyin chuckled, strategically sipping her tea, pondering how to respond. Have you not concocted a reason? It appears you truly did not anticipate encountering me here. He scrutinized her, curiosity evident in his gaze as he awaited her response. Su Muyin found herself torn, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to him. If Zhou Yao was indeed not present, would she really scour each brothel to find her? And even then, success was not guaranteed. Jilingya, however, was different. He possessed ample resources and means. Previously, he simply had no knowledge of their connection. With even the slightest lead, he could unravel the mystery. In her struggle, Jilingya pressed. Still haven't figured it out? Your Highness, this is not the place for a conversation. In the end, since the matter would ultimately fall to him, Su Muyin resolved to confide in him. She silently hoped Jilingya was worthy of her trust. Su Muyin, he suddenly turned serious, enunciating her name with deliberate gravity. Have I ever mentioned that betrayal is what I loathe most in this world? If you are to work with me, it is imperative that you do not harbor any secrets. How can I be sure that the prince will not betray me? Su Muyin blurted out. The moment the words escaped her, she regretted them, for she could see his expression shift. It grew unexpectedly frigid. Do you have a choice? Yet. His mood brightened once more, a gentle smile gracing his face as he leaned back, regarding her with the gaze of one in power. Indeed, she had no alternatives. However, for reasons she could not articulate, at that moment, she chose to trust him, at least to try, for the kindness he had shown her in their past life, and for her own limited understanding of him. She always felt that he treated her well. "I am searching for someone," she said. To extract that information from his lips? Su Muyin understood that the he referred to was Lin Wei. She shook her head, regardless of whether the prince believes it or not. "I happen to know someone who, upon testing, Lin Wei indeed cares for this person." Ji Lingye poured her a cup of tea and teased. "Your method may be somewhat foolish, yet your taste is commendable. The few ladies you selected are indeed delightful." Su Muyin exhaled softly, relieved that he trusted her. At that moment, the madam pushed the door open and exclaimed, "Oh, young master, Jinjin and Huahua have already become the top courtesans here. Young master, if you accept them both, you shall not be at a loss." The madam smiled with a hint of insinuation. Behind her were two stunning ladies, both exquisite. Yet none resembled Zhou Yao. Su Muyin chuckled awkwardly, intending to keep the two ladies, but was interrupted by Ji Lingye. "No need for that. This young master has a connection with me, and today, I shall host him," Ji Lingye stated. The madam was momentarily taken aback, blinking in realization, and promptly led the two ladies out, bidding them to enjoy themselves before closing the door. Su Muyin felt a bit peculiar, lowering her head to sip her tea, refraining from speaking or observing Ji Lingye's expression. As the wind and mist re-entered, the singing resumed. The spacious room indeed had its advantages, with ample space. The ladies could sing and dance freely. Gradually, Su Muyin found herself genuinely engrossed, resembling a noble young master come to revel in the delights. Chapter 32. Who did she meet in secret? Following you around has made me foolish. I forsook a splendid room to drink in this wretched place all night. Ji Lingye lamented as he prepared to leave. It dawned on Su Muyin that Ji Lingye's chamber was not only lavish but also quite affordable. She had been duped. The brothel madam had played her for a fool. During the time Su Muyin spent drinking with Ji Lingye, the old matriarch had ventured into her courtyard to catch her unawares, only to find herself thwarted. In a fit of rage, she instructed her subordinates to investigate Su Muyin's whereabouts, but they turned up nothing, further fueling her ire. At that moment, a servant, eager to curry favor, clandestinely informed Lu Juanli that Su Muyin had not merely been out for a leisurely stroll or to purchase jewelry, but had instructed her maid to keep watch at the entrance while she, under the guise of browsing, stealthily slipped out the back door, suggesting a clandestine rendezvous. This revelation was akin to droplets of water sizzling in a hot pan, igniting anger within Lu Juanli. "Dispatch everyone in the to uncover who she is secretly meeting," he bellowed, his temper flaring. He suddenly recalled that during the 3 years he had been away, Su Muyin had been managing all affairs of the, frequently venturing out. Sometimes she would procure educational supplies for the children, and at other times, she would bring food for her grandmother and mother. Given her grandmother's advanced age and poor appetite, Su Muyin had taken it upon herself to procure delectable treats that were easy to digest, often bringing some for her mother as well. It was curious that she chose to do this herself when she could easily delegate such tasks to a servant. The servants had reported seeing her at tea houses and taverns, lingering for entire afternoons. She often visited the banks of the Qiusha River, insisting on being alone for at least an hour. Lu Juanli's suspicion deepened. It appeared Su Muyin had ulterior motives and had likely already formed an illicit connection, cleverly fabricating excuses to secure numerous opportunities to leave the estate. After all, why would a lady of the inner court linger so long in taverns and along the riverbanks, places devoid of scenic allure and suitable company for a woman? The riverbanks offered nothing but disreputable establishments. The thought that she frequented such places for extended periods made him suspect that she was indeed engaging in clandestine meetings with men from outside her family. Before long, those sent to investigate returned, bringing with them the shopkeeper from the jewelry store. Initially reluctant to divulge the truth, the shopkeeper, after being reprimanded, fell to his knees before Lu Juanli, trembling with fear as he recounted the events. Earlier that day, a lady had visited the shop with her maid to select jewelry. At one point, the lady expressed a desire for privacy, retreating to the back courtyard while leaving her maid to tend to the designs. However, the maid appeared disinterested in making a purchase, frequently glancing towards the back door with evident anxiety. The shopkeeper surmised that neither of them were genuinely intent on shopping. Rather, it seemed they were using the shop as a cover for something more dubious. Fearing repercussions, he had been reluctant to speak out. "Oh, So she truly has engaged in such disgraceful conduct. Lu Juanli seethed. He summoned the maid, Luer, for identification. This is the one, the shopkeeper confirmed. His face drenched in sweat as he stammered. Could it be that the lady is? He hesitated, dread evident on his face. He understood that the consequences of encountering this young mistress would be dire. Bowing profusely, the shopkeeper pleaded, Your Excellency, I have an elderly mother and young children who depend on me. I swear, I will not breathe a word of this to anyone. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my life. Lu Juanli remained silent, agitatedly waving his hand. The servants promptly stuffed a rag into the shopkeeper's mouth and dragged him away. He then hurried to report the matter to the old matriarch, seeking her counsel on how to deal with Su Mayan. Lu Juanli mused. Ji Lingye clearly harbors lingering feelings for her. After just 2 visits, he brought back a medicinal remedy. If she were to comply, wouldn't Ji Lingye become her devoted servant? Let her attend to Ji Lingye while feigning innocence. Now that she has been caught with this incriminating evidence, what will she say? As a daughter of a disgraced family, exiled with her entire household, no one in the capital would dare to come to her aid. If the scandal of her indiscretion were to spread, even if it directly dealt with her, no one would dare voice dissent. Finally, Lu Juanli felt he had grasped her most significant vulnerability, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Upon hearing of the incident, the old matriarch erupted with fury. More incensed than ever before, she shared Lu Juanli's perspective. Having her serve another in exchange for her husband's recovery was one thing. But to engage in liaisons with men outside her marriage was audacious. How dare she neglect her husband's injury? Lear, have you uncovered the identity of that rogue? The matriarch inquired. Not yet, Lu Juanli replied, seething, but I suspect he is no one of standing. They are still investigating, and it won't be long before they apprehend him. Su Mayan has become increasingly brazen. Once they catch that man, she will have no excuses left. The matriarch nodded, turning to Lu Juanli. It is no wonder she seems indifferent to her husband, openly defying him time and again. The medicine has been administered for some time now, yet she has made no effort to follow up, showing a clear lack of concern. If she truly refuses to assist Lear and continues to tarnish the S reputation, she cannot be allowed to remain. The old matriarch declared, as for the medicine, I will set aside my pride and ensure Lear receives it. Zhao Xiner, having been chastised by the matriarch previously, remained outside this time. She overheard the conversation, and a wave of exhilaration surged within her. If Su Mayan were to be discarded, the position of the young mistress would be vacant. The matriarch and Lu would undoubtedly favor Lu Fei and Lu Kong, especially now that Lu Juanli required careful attention due to his disability. Who better to fulfill that role than herself? She envisioned the coveted position within her grasp. Upon returning to the estate, Su Mayan found that Lu Juanli's agents were yet to return with news of her supposed paramour. Barely through the door and without a moment to change her clothes, she was forcibly escorted to the old matriarch's quarters by an elderly matron. Without preamble, the matriarch intended to have her kneel in the ancestral hall and transcribe Buddhist scriptures. Their intentions were crystal clear, to secure Su Mayan while they awaited the return of those seeking her lover, ready to pounce with damning evidence. However, Su Mayan had anticipated their scheme, believing they had discovered her escapades at the Qiusha River. She had devised a countermeasure long ago and would not allow herself to be manipulated. The court requires testimony for a conviction. Pray tell, what grounds do you have for punishing me? Su Mayan declared boldly, unafraid. Chapter 33. The Wild Man. Ji Lingye, what I have done is clear to me. How can I still have the audacity to shout at my grandmother? Su Mayan, is this your upbringing? Anger flickered in Lu Juanli's elegantly elongated eyes, and the veins on his fair neck stood out. Upbringing. Am I to endure being wrongfully accused, punished to kneel in the ancestral hall without the opportunity to defend myself? Is this the way of the Marquis's household, the upbringing of its heir? Su Mayan retorted without hesitation, her disdain evident in her eyes. Now, they expect her to behave as she did in her previous life, adhering to the principle of maintaining peace at all costs, even if it meant suffering in silence and retreating repeatedly until there was no ground left to yield. Were they still unsatisfied then? If this were to be the case in both lifetimes, it would be as if she had lived in vain. The old lady and Wang Shi changed their expressions upon hearing Lu Juanli being criticized. Wang Shi was the first to speak. Your Honor, how can you speak of your husband in such a manner? Your grandmother's punishment is not without reason. We have chosen to remain silent out of respect for you. How can you be so blind to right and wrong, shouting at your elders and husband like this? This was an attempt to impose the weight of familial respect upon her, branding her with the title of Great Disrespect, which would indeed lead her to the ancestral hall to kneel and copy scriptures. Su Mayan replied solemnly, "Since ancient times, husband and wife are one. He is my husband, and thus should protect his wife and family. Yet, as you can see, from beginning to end, my husband has shown me no trust, has never spoken a word in my defense, and even implied that I have committed a grave error. My upbringing does not teach me to muddle through right and wrong, nor to cower in fear when faced with a situation. If I, Su Mayan, have indeed committed a serious offense, I would willingly accept punishment. But what exactly is it? I respectfully ask my grandmother, my mother, and my husband to present the evidence. As the legitimate daughter of the Su Taifu, though my family is in distress, I am not one to be easily bullied. My education taught me not only about propriety but also to discern right from wrong. Today, please forgive me for insisting on clarifying the truth, to see what I have done wrong upon entering the Marquis's household that has led my husband to slander me so." Her words were entirely reasonable. The troubles of the Su family did not reflect Su Mayan's character. The emperor had dispatched the Su family and had never placed any blame on Su Mayan. They could not simply denigrate her without justification. If there were other reasons, they needed to provide evidence rather than condemn her based on hearsay. Yet, Lu Juanli had no evidence. A group had just returned without having found any concrete proof, even mentioning they had seen Su Mayan at the Wang family estate. If she had indeed gone there, it could complicate matters. They could not simply accuse Su Mayan of being involved with that wild man, Jilingya. Regardless of the truth, if they condemned Su Mayan based on mere speculation, they would be directly attributing the crime of infidelity to Jilingya, which would irreparably damage their relationship. Not only would they be unable to procure medicine, but they might even be barred from entering the Wang family estate in the future. Su Mayan demanded evidence, yet none could be produced in a timely manner. Everything remained mere conjecture. Although the old lady found Su Mayan's behavior disrespectful, the fact remained that she had called for her, and there was no solid proof of her illicit rendezvous. The people sent out returned one after another, reporting that they had found no leads on the man. The situation had come to a standstill. The initial intention was to find faults to leverage against her, and indeed, they could use disrespect as a means to impose a minor punishment, but this approach seemed rather misguided. Disrespect could not coerce anyone. If she truly had not committed any wrongdoing, escalating the situation would only backfire, potentially fostering a rebellious spirit within her. Should that occur, Lu Juanli's predicament would become even more difficult. The old lady looked at Wang Shi, seeking her counsel. Wang Shi, in turn, looked at Lu Juanli, inquiring about what should be done next. "Where did you go during the hour of the snake?" Lu Juanli still suspected foul play, convinced that Su Mayan's actions must have some ulterior motive. Su Mayan understood immediately upon being questioned. Lu Juanli had traced her to the jewelry shop and believed she had secretly met someone. It was no wonder they had made such a fuss. They thought they had caught her in a transgression. However, she surmised they likely had not found any substantial evidence and were merely making vague accusations. Could it be a delay tactic? The Marquis's household had indeed placed no trust in her. In her previous life, she had been foolish enough to consider them family. During the hour of the snake, she was at the Wang family estate. "What are you doubting me about?" She feigned confusion, her eyes glinting with palpable disdain. Lu Juanli was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, turning his face away with a huff, remaining silent, his complexion slightly flushed. She found it amusing and deliberately replied in an increasingly dismissive tone, "Did I not tell my husband? I went to the jewelry shop." Sure enough, Lu Juanli whipped his head towards her, eyes wide, glaring with indignation as he shouted, "You lie." At the same time, he slammed his hand heavily on the armrest of his wheelchair. With a crack, the wooden armrest splintered. Though Lu Juanli was a martial artist, and despite his disability, his strength remained intact. The wheelchair, crafted from exceptionally sturdy materials, shattered under the force of his blow as if it were made of porcelain. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Xiner rushed in from the adjoining room, falling to her knees beside Lu Juanli, anxiously inspecting him with tears in her eyes, asking, "My lord, are you hurt anywhere?" Lu Juanli was easily swayed by this display, his expression softening in an instant. "I am fine, do not worry." When his gaze turned to Su Mayan, it was as cold as a crypt. "Su Mayan, do you not yet recognize your error? What does my husband believe I have done wrong?" "It would be better to speak plainly," Su Mayan replied, now impatient. Just then, Zhao Xiner interjected gently, advising Su Mayan, "We are all family. What does it matter if there are errors? It would be wise to comfort your elders and husband. Admitting a mistake is nothing to be ashamed of, is it?" my lady. This muddying of the waters was executed far too well. If she did not acknowledge her mistake, it would only reflect poorly on her. However, when did the matters of the Marquis's household become a topic for a mere maid to interject? Sheener, has my husband taken you as his wife? Su Mayan asked. Zhao Sheener blinked her eyes, momentarily taken aback, then smiled to conceal her true feelings, softly responding, Sheener is but a maid, my lady, jesting. With a swift motion, Su Mayan raised her hand and struck Zhao Sheener across the face, looking down at her. If you know yourself to be a maid, then you must adhere to your place. When the master speaks, do you have the right to interject? I am not as lenient as my husband in indulging a maid's lack of decorum. Lu Juanli could do nothing but watch as Su Mayan took action. Her words were not unfounded. Zhao Sheener was indeed a maid and should not have interjected in matters concerning her mistress. Thus, even though Lu Juanli felt anger, he could not fault Su Mayan for her actions. Even the old lady and Wan Shi could only feign ignorance. At this moment, they likely still did not know the true relationship between Zhao Sheener and the two children, and naturally would not say anything about her disciplining a maid. Thus, this minor punishment served as a warning. Should there be further insubordination, she would not be so easily lenient next time. Su Mayan wiped her hands with a handkerchief. The old lady's expression darkened, signaling to Li Mama, take her down and find time to teach her some manners. Lu Juanli attempted to intervene but was restrained by the old lady. Well, since we have clarified matters, let this be a misunderstanding. What the maid just said was not incorrect. We are all family. Who among us is without fault? Let it be settled. The old lady sought to smooth things over. Suspicion has already arisen. If matters remain unspoken, they will fester like dirt in one's trousers. Since my husband harbors doubts regarding my whereabouts during the hour of the serpent, he must have dispatched someone to investigate. Did those individuals not uncover my visit to the residence of the Prince of Yongnan? Su Mayan remarked with a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely mocking. Chapter 34. Account Settlement Yang'an Wangfu? It was not that no one had informed him of this answer, but rather that he found it hard to believe. How could Su Mayan possibly take the initiative to visit Yang'an Wangfu? In the past, it had always been her grandmother employing various means, and the last attempt had failed, resulting in Lu He being sent instead. Setting aside the question of how the switch occurred, one thing was certain, Su Mayan was resistant to ingratiating herself with Jilingye. Even though a mere gesture of goodwill could secure Jilingye's assistance, she remained unwilling to lower herself. The first dose of medicine had been taken for several days now. Initially, there had been some slight effects, but in recent days, those sensations had waned, leaving Lu Juanli at his wit's end with the deterioration. He was desperate to continue the medication. Thus, in his eagerness to seize upon Su Mayan for leverage, he was reckless and unwilling to let go. Now, she claimed she had gone to Yang'an Wangfu. What happened? Su Mayan lowered her gaze and sighed softly. I know that my husband left for battle on our wedding night, and our time together has been brief, leading to a lack of trust. However, I did not anticipate it would reach such an extent. Lu Juanli appeared somewhat embarrassed. The old lady, unable to contain herself, promptly inquired, Yuan, did you see him? Instead of answering directly, Su Mayan recounted the events of that day. I had previously instructed Lua to inquire, and there is a back entrance to the jewelry shop that leads to the east gate of Yang'an Wangfu. However, the guard at the east gate has since been replaced. The Wang family was wholly focused on Lu Juanli, seemingly having forgotten their earlier suspicions about her. Hearing her mention the east gate, they could not help but interject. Indeed, that is why I could not enter. I had to go through the main gate. Did the people sent by my husband not inquire about this? At this moment, everyone was too engrossed to care about anything else, eagerly awaiting Su Mayan's continuation. I entered the Wangfu, but did not encounter anyone. The servants informed me that he was not at home, she stated, eliciting a wave of disappointment from the crowd. However, Su Mayan shifted her tone. What is it? The old lady's face was alight with anticipation. Lu Juanli and the Wang family also fixated their gazes upon her. My husband's leg injury is my greatest concern, and I would never abandon that. Therefore, in the afternoon, upon learning of Jilingye's whereabouts, I hurried over and finally saw him. Lu Juanli pondered, understanding why there had been no trace of her that afternoon. It was clear she had gone to see Jilingye, making her absence not surprising at all. He agreed to provide the medicine, but stipulated a small condition. He mentioned that the preparation of this medicine is no simple task, and the ingredients are not ordinary, resulting in considerable costs. Moreover, my husband's leg injury is not something that can be cured with just a few doses. Thus, the expenses would accumulate. Su Mayan spoke earnestly, and her reasoning was sound. Evoking no suspicions from those present, who deemed Ji Lingye's request reasonable. Medical expenses should be borne by the Marquis's residents. Your Honor, now that you are in charge of the household, let these matters fall to you, and do not let such trivialities delay the treatment, the old lady advised. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. Lu Juanli queried, what about the medicine? Instead of answering him, Su Mayan introduced another matter. There is something else I must report. When I met the prince, he was at Kuaihua Forest by the Qiusha River. To win his favor, I took the liberty of settling the bill myself without consulting grandmother, mother, or my husband. Please do not blame me for this. With the matter of the medicine seemingly resolved, they were unlikely to hold her accountable for this minor issue. It was generally accepted that settling the bill was expected. If Ji Lingye were generous, the Marquis's residents should reward him handsomely. As Su Mayan spoke, she casually produced the bill. The total is 850 taels of silver, she announced. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. Wang Shi furrowed her brow and inquired, what kind of place is Kuaihua Forest? How could the expenses exceed 800 taels in one night? Su Mayan remained silent. As a virtuous woman, her ignorance was expected. The old lady also frowned slightly, but offered no objections. As long as the prince enjoyed himself, this amount is inconsequential. However, Lu Junli regarded Su Mayan with suspicion, as if trying to discern her true intentions. Su Mayan paid him no mind. The old lady had spoken, and she would settle the bill shortly. Although she was now in charge of the household, she had become astute and had requested an accountant from the old lady. The accountant, being her ally, would also serve to supervise Su Mayan's every action, a notion she did not oppose. Nevertheless, Su Mayan had never contemplated tampering with the accounts. Her ambition was to legitimately claim the Marquis's wealth as her own. At this juncture, having the old lady's accountant was of paramount importance. Who would dare question her accounts? Who would accuse her of exploiting her power for personal gain or falsifying records? In her previous life, she had mistakenly thought herself clever, fearing oversight, and had hired an accountant from outside, only to discover he was in league with Wang Shi. She had been duped while remaining oblivious. Subsequently, not only had she been forced to supplement her dowry, but she had also been criticized for mismanaging the household, accused of embezzling funds, thereby draining the Marquis's residence. She had earned a reputation for incompetence in managing family affairs. Yuan expressed her gratitude to her grandmother on behalf of her husband. Since the expenses for inviting Ji Lingye fell to Lu Juanli, she inquired, did you acquire the medicine? Lu Juanli, unable to contain his eagerness, asked her. Su Mayan finally turned her attention to him, seemingly perplexed by his inquiry, and exclaimed, husband, I just mentioned that the prince said the pills are difficult to produce. Before she could finish, he interrupted, just tell me, how much is it per pill? 1,000. Once again, he cut her off, producing several silver notes from his person and handing them over. 1,000 taels of silver? Is Ji Lingye mad? For such a diminutive pill. How could he demand such an exorbitant price? Does he believe the Marquis's residence is easy to bully? Is he the only option available? Was he not? There were indeed several disciples of Yawang Valley, yet only one had achieved mastery over the years, Sun Xianqi. He would only acknowledge Ji Lingye, and even the emperor's words would hold little sway. Lu Juanli felt he had no choice but to rely on Ji Lingye for his leg ailment. Even if Ji Lingye sought to take advantage of him, he was left with no alternatives. Su Mayan's expression remained unperturbed as she addressed Lu Juanli, husband, you misunderstand. It is not 1,000 taels of silver, but 1,000 acres of fertile land. Chapter 35, Deceit Beyond Measure. Thousands of acres of fertile land? Lu Juanli held the banknote, feeling utterly deceived, his anger transforming into a sardonic smile. Ji Lingye's appetite was rather grand. Was he intending to seize the loyal and righteous Marquis without bloodshed? The close ties between the Marquis and the Crown Prince were common knowledge. Just as the discord between Ji Lingye and the Crown Prince was an open secret, it was only natural for Lu Juanli to think this way. Yet, even so, what did it matter? The price had been stated. Whether one wished to buy it or not was entirely up to them, Su Mayan mused. Mrs. Wang was left speechless in shock, her hands twisting the handkerchief as she anxiously looked towards the old matriarch, hoping for guidance. Coming from a wealthy background, Mrs. Wang had never been attuned to the value of money. Although she had previously managed the household, she had always been rather lavish with finances. Thus, whether it was 1,000 acres or 10,000, in her mind, they were all the same. She merely wished for her son's leg to heal, willing to part with any amount for that cause. The old matriarch, who truly held the reins of the household and was well informed about court matters, frowned deeply and said in a low voice, did he truly say that? Knowing that they were operating under Ji Lingye's name, Su Mayan was aware that this matter could not remain concealed for long, and she was uncertain of his eventual reaction, hesitating for a moment. This hesitation appeared as uncertainty in the eyes of the old matriarch. "Yenner, what exactly did he say?" The old matriarch's tone became increasingly stern. 1,000 acres of fertile land in exchange for a single pill. No negotiations. Su Mayan resolutely declared, determined to reclaim what belonged to her. Moreover, the pills are limited. I hope the Marquis will keep this information confidential. Otherwise, I shall resort to an auction. Before the old matriarch could respond, Lu Juanli could no longer contain himself. "This is sheer bullying," he exclaimed, anger surging within him as he felt ensnared in a web, unable to grasp the full situation. "Did he mention how many pills I would need for my leg to heal?" he inquired. "No, he did not," Su Mayan replied calmly. Lu Juanli's fury escalated. Who does not know that King Yong'an Jilingye has enjoyed immense favor these past few years, commanding the imperial army and possessing vast estates? To label him as wealthy beyond measure is no exaggeration. Yet here he is, coveting such trivial gains. How duplicitous and shameless. This is nothing short of outrageous. Su Mayan found amusement in Lu Juanli's reasoning. Their wealth was theirs, was it not? Could it be that their prosperity precluded them from claiming what was rightfully theirs? What kind of logic was that? He spoke as if 1,000 acres were mere trifles. Moreover, who knew how many more acres would be at stake in the future? The gathering dispersed in dissatisfaction. Though the loyal and righteous Marquis was a prominent family with considerable lands, 1,000 acres was hardly significant. Yet, everyone understood that the matter of the leg injury was unlike others. The quantity of medicine and the duration of treatment were entirely at the other party's discretion. If they wished, they could easily drive them to financial ruin. Furthermore, since the passing of the old Marquis, the household's outward prosperity belied the financial difficulties brewing within. Thus, despite Lu Juanli's status as heir, he was unable to readily agree to such terms. However, Su Mayan was unconcerned. She surmised that the emperor would soon bring up the matter of peace talks again, curious to see how long Lu Juanli could maintain his composure. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lua entered, revealing that Lu Juanli had detained her in his residence, only just releasing her. How shameless! While betraying his own wife. He had her caught in a compromising situation, truly a masterful scheme. Su Mayan instructed Lua to deliver the sum of silver intended for Jilingye to the steward for reconciliation. Lua returned, stating that the steward had taken the bill and asked her to wait for news. Lua was puzzled, now that the mistress manages the household. Why must we wait for news to reconcile a bit of wealth? It seemed the steward was undermining them. If there is nothing urgent, let us wait, Su Mayan thought. Knowing the steward intended to report to the old matriarch before making a decision, Lu Juanli did not seek out the old matriarch. Had it been another matter, he would have already gone to her, feigning helplessness. She was fond of him, and even if she found it difficult, she would eventually relent. Yet, he could not swallow his anger over this issue and stormed back to his room to discuss strategies with others, suddenly recalling the request for confidentiality. He seated alone in his chamber. After venting his frustration, he calmed down somewhat and called for Zhao Xiner to inquire what properties are currently under my name. Zhao Xiner provided him with a detailed account. Since Lu Juanli's leg injury, many matters had become inconvenient for him, and Zhao Xiner had been managing his personal business affairs. Firstly, Zhao Xiner had traveled with her parents throughout the southern regions, becoming quite knowledgeable about commerce. Secondly, with aspirations to marry into the Marquis and bear sons. She deemed it prudent to familiarize herself with the household's affairs in advance. She feigned indifference to wealth, claiming that as long as Lu Juanli's leg could heal, any amount spent was worth it. In truth, she seethed with resentment. Why had she endured such hardship, even becoming pregnant before marriage? If not for the promise of a stable life ahead. In her past, accompanying her parents to transport goods from the south to the north, she had toiled for months, earning scarcely a few dozen or 100 taels. In good years, she could make 2 round trips and earn a mere 100 or 200 taels. In poor years, it was possible to barely break even or even incur losses. Yet the Marquis, with its 3,000 households and countless estates and shops, could yield over 1,000,000 taels annually without lifting a finger. This was wealth that ordinary people could not hope to amass in hundreds or thousands of lifetimes. She had once thought that was all there was to it, but upon entering the Marquis and witnessing Lu Juanli's private wealth, she realized how narrow-minded and conservative her previous thoughts had been. Although she occupied the position of a maid, Lu Juanli's trust and promises for the future instilled her with confidence, already considering herself the future mistress of the Marquis. As she managed household affairs, it felt akin to overseeing her own family's estate. diligently handling every detail, and indeed, she had earned a substantial amount for him. But what had Lu Juanli just said? A single pill for 1,000 acres of fertile land? Such a lofty demand for the lifetime savings of an ordinary family. What audacity! What greed! Yet Zhao Xiner could not allow her true feelings to show. Instead, she leaned gently against his shoulder, smiling, as long as your leg can heal. All the wealth in the world is worth it. Since the last time she had inadvertently called him husband, he had not objected. During their Tinder exchanges, she had taken to calling him husband more freely. She had her own little schemes. Since Lu Juanli hesitated to commit to marrying her, she would take steps to gradually draw him into her gentle trap, allowing him to grow accustomed to her presence. Familiarity could be a formidable force, one that could eventually aid her in achieving her ambitions. Lu Juanli embraced her, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. The old matriarch had yet to express her stance on the matter. The second branch was watching with keen interest. Louis speculated that the old matriarch would eventually acquiesce, while he sure held a contrary view, leading them to place a secret wager. Louis learned of the situation before Chen Shi, appearing quite excited. Having quickly forgotten the pain of her previous rejection by Ji Lingye, she eagerly approached whenever news regarding him surfaced. When she sought out Su Mayan, the latter had just awakened from her afternoon nap and was in the midst of grooming herself. Unable to wait, Louis disregarded Luer's protests, insisting on entering to help Su Mayan with her hair. To her surprise, Louis proved quite adept, not inferior to Luer at all. Her discerning eye has indeed served her well. The few hairpins she selected perfectly complement Su Muyan's attire for the day. Arriving early to curry favor, she busied herself with hairstyling and sweet nothings. Speak plainly, what is it that you wish of me? Su Muyan candidly addressed Lu He's hidden intentions. Chapter 36. Moved by her own performance, Su Mayan gazed at her reflection in the copper mirror, her lips a vibrant red, her teeth pearly white. Her complexion fair and beautiful, simply adorned with a few hairpins that accentuated her charming demeanor. She had always possessed confidence in her appearance. Louis assisted her to her feet, gently leading her to the outer room, where the maidservants had already prepared a delightful array of pastries and tea. Nothing could remain hidden from her sister-in-law. A glint of mischief flickered in Louis' eyes as she learned that her sister-in-law had gone to seek medicine for her elder brother today. Su Mayan acknowledged with a soft hum, delicately plucking a grape and popping it into her mouth. The weather was somewhat warm, and the grapes had been specially chilled, their juice bursting forth, icy and refreshing, a delightful sweetness enveloping her senses. She inquired if her sister-in-law had ventured to the pleasure grove. Indeed, came the reply. Even the prince frequents such places. Naturally, many noblemen sneak away there. Then your sister-in-law must not have acquired the medicine? Correct, she did not. The prince likely never anticipated that she would seek him out there. Without the medicine, when will your sister-in-law return to care for your brother? He has been so bored at home. Would it be acceptable for her to take you along? Su Mayan surveyed her reflection, pleased with her attire, and regretfully remarked, that would certainly be wonderful, but alas, your sister-in-law may not need to go again in the future. Lu He, anxious and not receiving the hint, urgently asked, why? Su Mayan recounted the situation regarding the 1,000 acres of farmland, explaining, neither the matriarch nor my husband has relented, they likely deem it too costly. Louis frowned, muttering, it is indeed expensive, his demands are audacious. After a moment of contemplation, her thoughts shifted entirely to Ji Lingye as she said, 1,000 acres is indeed excessive, yet. For this reason, has your brother given up on treatment? Perhaps he has his own difficulties. Who does not face challenges? Setting aside the immense fortune accumulated by our grandmother and great-grandmother, your brother has fought valiantly for many years, receiving numerous rewards, and has acquired considerable property over the years. How can he claim to be in distress? Noticing the confusion on Su Mayan's face, Louis added, sister-in-law, have you not been managing the household? Surely you must be aware of these matters. Has your brother not shared his rewards with you over the years? Suddenly recalling something, she shifted her tone, laughing heartily, and began to chatter with Su Mayan about various topics. Yet, her expression suggested that she was convinced that Lu Juanli would agree. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Louis rose to leave, reminding her before departing, next time you seek medicine, do remember to take me along. Su Mayan accompanied Lu He to the door, feigning deep sorrow as she grasped Lu He's hand, saying, dear sister, do persuade your husband. Wealth is but an external concern, and nothing surpasses the value of health. Let him not give up. Louis nodded earnestly, indeed. Do not forget to mention it, dear. Once Louis had departed, Su Mayan wiped away her non-existent tears. Feeling rather moved by her own performance, nearly swayed by the persona of the understanding and generous mistress she had portrayed. At noon, she indulged in an extra bowl of rice. After returning to her room, Lu He complained to Madame Chun, expressing her frustrations about the grandeur of the, which seemed to disregard the illness of family members over trivial land matters. Her words were somewhat disjointed, and it took Madame Chun a while to grasp the meaning. Is the medicine truly effective? She inquired. Lu He, unsure, responded vaguely. It should be effective, given its high value. How long must it be taken to achieve healing? Lu He admitted she did not know. Madame Chun grew anxious, scolding her. You spend all day frivolously, and when I ask you something, you know nothing. What good is it that I raised you? Pouting, Lu He remained silent. Madame Chun, after a moment of contemplation, commanded her, Go. Find out how effective this medicine truly is. Lu He, perplexed, hesitated. I don't want to go. Madame Chun, with a stern expression, ordered, If you do not go, do not expect to leave the house again. After Louis left with a scowl, Madame Chun began to pace the room, increasingly aware that something was amiss. Lu Juanli's leg was a significant issue. If the medicine had even a trace of effectiveness, he would not abandon treatment. Lu Ming had mentioned years ago that while the appeared prosperous, it had long since changed. Though there were many estates, poor management had led to diminishing yields year by year, with very few people maintaining the shops and farms, revealing a vast internal struggle. The matriarch managed household affairs but was uninterested in business. Lu Juanli was not cut out for commerce. Over the years, the family's business had likely suffered substantial losses. Since then, she had kept a watchful eye and saved a small portion of their assets for emergencies. Now, facing this situation, if the family were indeed short on funds, the matriarch would surely deplete everyone's small reserves to support the household. Madame Chun retrieved a box from under the bed, filled with silver notes, land contracts, and deeds. She closed the windows and doors tightly, instructing the maidservants to admit no one, and quietly began to tally her resources. As she calculated, Madame Chun felt increasingly uneasy. After all these years, how could there be so little? If there were to suffer a calamity, such as some would barely suffice for survival, let alone cover any misfortunes. Mother, I am back, came Lu Fang's voice at that moment. Madame Chun had no time to ponder further and hurriedly concealed the box. These funds must not fall into the hands of that useless son. If only he could be as sensible as the second son, Lu Qi. She could have a reliable support in her later years. With this thought, Madame Chun felt a surge of frustration. As soon as Lu Fang stepped through the door, she unleashed a torrent of accusations. Where have you been fooling around? You spend all day away from home, associating with dubious friends. When will you ever learn to be sensible and mature? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, remembering her deceased husband and then gazing upon her errant son. Grief overtook her, and she sobbed uncontrollably, startling Lu Fang. Mother, are you out of your mind? What's wrong? Why are you crying? Lu Fang was bewildered, as this was his usual behavior. His mother typically said a few words, but today, it felt as though he had committed some grave offense. Could it be that she had discovered something? Unlikely. If she had, she wouldn't merely scold him lightly. Observing his mother's demeanor, he concluded that the matter was unrelated to him and that he was merely caught in the crossfire. Mother, I'm hungry. When is dinner? Lu Fang asked. Madame Chun, initially heartbroken, did not expect her wayward son to show any concern. Yet, she hoped for at least a flicker of empathy. To her dismay, he seemed entirely indifferent, even somewhat impatient. Anger surged within her, and she could no longer contain it. An idea struck her, and she randomly grabbed a stick, round and straight, and, in a fit of rage, she struck her son, whom she had once cradled in her arms. Lu Fang, taken aback, was too stunned to dodge. Mother, what are you doing? How could you strike your own son? Have you gone mad? Lu Fang was horrified. It was as though he no longer recognized his mother. Dinner was the last thing on his mind as he hastily fled. Furious, Madame Chun shouted after him with the stick in hand, You ungrateful child, a worthless disgrace. If your father were still alive, he would never allow you to act so recklessly. Come back. You are not allowed to leave. But Lu Fang had already vanished from sight. Panic surged within him like a tidal wave, yet he did not foolishly exit the estate. Instead, he took a detour and slipped back to his residence in the eastern courtyard. He encountered Lu He, who had gone out to gather information, growing increasingly suspicious. She turned back halfway, having heard from the servants that their mother intended to beat their brother. Feeling something was amiss, she hurried back and fortuitously ran into the sneaky Lu Fang. Chapter 37. Inspiration from her along the way. The maid had informed Lu He about Qin's reprimand of Lu Fang. With a sigh, she approached Lu Fang and blocked his path. The maid and young servant withdrew, leaving the siblings to converse privately. Although Lu He was the younger sister, she now assumed a sisterly demeanor, admonishing him with an air of maturity. Brother, just look at what you've done to mother. Lu Fang, feeling guilty, remained silent. Lu He cast him an exasperated glance, noticing him nursing his wrist. You brought this upon yourself. You are hardly ever home, and you are the only male in our household. Don't you have any ambition? You should devote yourself to your studies or find a position to elevate our family status. Then, when mother and I go out, we can hold our heads high. Well, unlike now. That's enough, Lu He. When did it become your place to lecture me? You. What about me? I may be unaccomplished, but you are ambitious, so ambitious that you wish to climb the social ladder. Lu He glared at him, causing him to take a step back, pointing his index finger at her. You may deny it, but you cannot deceive grandmother. You cannot deceive me. Lu Fang retracted his hand, stroking his chin as he pondered. And you cannot deceive grandmother either. Lu He's face paled instantly, as Lu Fang's gaze clearly indicated he knew about her substitution of Su Mu Yan. How could you possibly know? As she attempted to leave, Lu Fang seized her arm. Lu He, do you even realize what you are doing? None of your business. Lu He struggled, but could not free herself, pinching his hand, yet Lu Fang refused to let go. You had better come to your senses. Don't even think about marrying Ji Lingyi. Lu Fang scoffed, flushing Lu He with embarrassment. With a tone that was part jest and part seriousness, Lu Fang remarked, Lu He, do you really think being the daughter of the loyal and righteous marquis means you can marry whomever you desire? I advise you to abandon that thought. If there is one person in this world you cannot covet, it is Ji Lingyi. Lu He ceased her struggles, defiantly asking, why can't it be him? What is wrong with him? I simply like him. Fine, then give it a try. As Lu He saw that he still held her tightly, she, in a fit of anger, lowered her head and bit Lu Fang's wrist, causing him to yelp in pain. Ah, this is madness. This crazy woman. Lu Fang clutched his swollen hand and stumbled out of the manor with the servant. At the Prince Yeoman's residence, Jian Qing returned from outside and reported. Lin Wei indeed has an intimate relationship, while concealed, and the two rarely communicate. It must be Zhou Yao. Ji Lingyi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking if there were any other discoveries. Jian Qing replied, Your Highness, can we confirm that the woman is named Zhou Yao? Is it possible there is a mistake? Uncertain. Investigate further, but do not alert the snake. Understood. Jian Qing hesitated. And when Ji Lingyi asked if he had any other matters to discuss, Jian Qing stammered. Ji Lingyi, growing impatient, urged him to speak quickly or leave. Finally, Jian Qing managed to mention that Su Mu Yin had used his name to request land from the Marquis's residence. Ji Lingyi remained still, silent for a long moment. Jian Qing, fearing he had angered his lord, quickly added, In truth, Miss Su's point is valid. Providing medicine to Lu Junli does indeed incur costs. While not as extensive as she claims, Dr. Sun's skills are invaluable. Ji Lingyi let out a low sound. Jian Qing was momentarily taken aback, unable to interpret his lord's meaning or what to say next. Just as he prepared to exit, Ji Lingyi murmured, This pricing seems reasonable. Jian Qing nearly gasped in astonishment. How could the prince deem the pricing reasonable for such a short-acting pill, given its vast expanse of land? Such audacity and exploitation was unprecedented. However, he quickly reassured himself that his lord's thoughts became inscrutable whenever matters concerning Lady Lu arose. At that moment, a servant reported that the woman in the dungeon had relented and was willing to confess. She has yielded? Jian Qing's tone was a mix of excitement and disappointment. Ji Lingyi wore an enigmatic smile, sending shivers down Jian Qing's spine. What methods had his master employed to make a woman, who had endured a month of torment and silence, suddenly relent? From her, we draw inspiration, Ji Lingyi stated. Every human possesses vulnerabilities. If one remains unyielding and fears neither pain nor death, they are likely protecting someone. Thus, their weakness becomes evident. Jian Qing was perplexed and confused. You will understand once you see for yourself. Descending to the dungeon, they approached an entrance. On the left was Lin Wei's cell, the same place Su Mu Yin had visited previously, and on the right was the woman's cell. They walked down a dark passage, twisting and turning, until they reached the dungeon where the woman was held. I will speak. Summon Ji Lingyi to see me. Upon entering, they heard her raspy and fearful voice calling out. Jian Qing was in awe of his master's prowess. He had indeed uncovered what the woman feared, and he was eager to see what it was. Yet, within the cage, there was nothing but the woman, bound hand and foot, drenched and desperately writhing, already on the brink of losing her sanity. While he pondered this, Jianqing noticed a few robust men nearby, bare-chested and muscular, gazing hungrily at the cage. They resembled lurking predators, ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. That prey was clearly this woman. Jianqing suddenly comprehended what his master had meant by weakness. Throughout the month, this woman had remained steadfast. No matter the torment, even disfigurement, she showed not an ounce of fear and remained unafraid of death. They had discovered that this woman was an orphan, utterly alone. Strikingly similar to Lin Wei's situation, both were solitary. Yet it was clear that there were hidden connections behind them. This woman was safeguarding someone. If it were a benefactor, she could have easily chosen death when overwhelmed. But this woman persevered, as if clinging to a glimmer of hope for life. This was a contradictory state. However, if one interpreted it as her fear of death being overshadowed by her desire to see someone again, it made sense. If the person she protected was akin to Lin Wei, her beloved, it would explain her resolve. She was willing to die for him, perhaps even yearning for that very end. Yet there remained a flicker of unwillingness. She wished to preserve her life to see him once more. Ji Lingyi had people test this theory, and indeed, she feared nothing but the loss of her purity, worried about disappointing the man behind her. Upon discovering her weakness, they targeted it directly. The woman finally broke, agreeing to confess. "What is your name?" Ji Lingyi squatted before her, gently inquiring. The woman looked up in confusion, gazing at Ji Lingyi as if peering through him to others. "Yinin. My name is Yinin." She smiled as she spoke, even adjusting her hair. "Miss Yinin, do you know Jiashu?" "Jiashu?" Yinin repeated, mulling over the name. "Brother Jiashu." She lunged forward, attempting to grasp Ji Lingyi's clothing. But he evaded her grasp. Having obtained the information he sought, his expression hardened, and he no longer regarded Yinin as he exited the cage. The guards swiftly locked it behind him. Ji Lingyi stepped aside and instructed Jianqing, "Summon Sun Xianji." "My lord, what is she?" Yinin was seen leaning against the bars of her cage, her hands reaching through the gaps, her pitiful visage crying out to Ji Lingyi, Brother Shu, please don't leave. Yinin will be good." Yinin won't say a word. Indeed, she had lost her senses. Did the master intend for Sun Xianji to treat her? Jianqing was perplexed. Once she regained her consciousness, she would likely revert to her stubborn, taciturn self. "Have you lost your mind? Let Sun Xianji give her a few acupuncture needles, then find someone to impersonate Jiashu." With that, he turned to exit the dungeon, as if he wished to linger not a moment longer. Jiashu was the commander of the Royal City Division, tasked with overseeing the Salt Inspectorate case, fabricating evidence, accepting bribes, and lining his own pockets. In the mission bestowed upon Ji Lingyi by the Emperor, aside from secretly investigating Zhang Yi, there existed a clandestine assignment to investigate Jiashu and his associates. Jiashu was exceedingly cunning. After more than a month of investigation, no substantial evidence could be found. All correspondence with others had been meticulously destroyed. The illicit gains vanished without a trace, and a series of related individuals had met untimely deaths, while the remaining few remained discreet and tight-lipped. The absence of evidence was astonishing, as if someone had foreseen the events and had cleaned up in advance. However, the Emperor had cautioned that this case must be investigated quietly, without causing undue alarm. The implication was that while Jiashu could be dealt with, those behind him were to remain untouched for the time being. This posed a dilemma. The puppet masters were unaware of the situation, and he would spare no effort to protect them. After much difficulty, Ji Lingyi had finally captured Yinin, yet she proved to be unyielding. After nearly a month of torment, he had finally extracted some words from her. That very night, Ji Lingyi had discovered the embezzled funds, promptly apprehending Jiashu and making his way into the palace. Chapter 38. The imminent peace negotiations. Ji Lingyi entered the palace bearing Yinin's testimony and physical evidence, inciting the emperor's wrath. The evidence of dereliction of duty against the Salt Supervisor was irrefutable, leading to a swift verdict. As for the commander of the Imperial City Division, Jiashu, who was associated with the Crown Prince, the emperor temporarily withheld his judgment on his crimes. The Crown Prince was already en route to the palace. Ji Haoyun's countenance was as dark as water. He suspected that Jiashu's paramour had been apprehended, yet Jiashu remained adamant that Yinin would not betray them. Alas, the truth was laid bare. Upon reaching the prison, Jiashu still could not believe it, convinced that Ji Lingyi had orchestrated a conspiracy. Even the Crown Prince was curious about the methods Ji Lingyi employed to compel Miss Yinin to capitulate. With the Salt Supervisor's downfall, Jiashu was destined to face dire consequences, ultimately dragging himself down as well. The salt supervisor had always been under his purview, and now this mess had unfolded. Embezzlement aside, the audacity of the supervisor to forge evidence and accept substantial bribes implicated a vast number of officials. Truly incompetent, Ji Haoyun lamented, rubbing his forehead as his subordinates proved to be a constant source of concern. Recent assignments had all ended in failure, and with his father's growing dissatisfaction, disappointment loomed ever larger. His third brother, Ji Lingye, now eclipsed him, with rumors swirling in court that the emperor favored Ji Lingye's capabilities over his own, possibly intending to support his brother and depose him. Jiashu had also failed to maintain control, entrusting such a crucial matter to a woman. Useless. They were all a bunch of fools. Ji Haoyun sat in the palanquin and sent the teacup crashing to the ground. The wooden vessel fell without shattering, spilling tea everywhere, yet it rolled a few times before coming to rest upside down on the floor. The palace had arrived. Ji Haoyun disembarked and walked. Knowing that the events had already transpired, and venting his anger would be futile, finding a way to cope was of utmost importance. But how to proceed? Before he could fully contemplate, the imperial study loomed before him. Ji Haoyun's expression darkened. In contrast, Ji Lingye was in high spirits, with evidence firmly in hand. The downfall of the salt supervisor and the prosecution of Jiashu would inevitably implicate Ji Haoyun, arousing the emperor's suspicions. Thus, the crown prince's grip on the imperial city division would face a breach. This marked Ji Lingye's initial step to seize control of the imperial city division from the crown prince. The emperor harbored deep-seated apprehension towards him, fearing the influence of his maternal clan, and had even resorted to poisoning him to suppress his power. His current ability to maintain an appearance of calm was attributable to a history of concealing his true capabilities, biding his time in the shadows for the right opportunity. By chance, the emperor had tasked him with investigating the salt supervisor's case, allowing him to swiftly locate In and direct his focus towards the imperial city division. He had long suspected a connection between In and the division, but had not realized her association with Jiashu. His true objective had always been to uncover the truth behind the Su family incident, seeking to unveil the circumstances surrounding his mother's demise, all of which required the assistance of the imperial city division. Therefore, he needed to genuinely take charge of the division. The emperor was reviewing memorials as Ji Lingye sat at the lower seat, having already consumed 2 cups of tea when Ji Haoyun, clad in a deep purple python robe, entered under the guidance of a eunuch. Son pays respects to father. Long live the emperor. Ji Haoyun bowed deeply, his head lowered in reverence. The emperor, Ji Huanxiao, glanced at him but did not immediately bid him rise. Instead, he sipped a small amount of the sweet soup handed to him by the eunuch before slowly saying, "Rise." "Thank you, father." Ji Lingye remained seated, while Ji Huanxiao did not follow his usual practice of allowing Ji Haoyun to take a seat. Ji Haoyun was thus left standing, head bowed, prepared to receive admonishment. "Crown Prince, what are your thoughts on the salt supervisor's case?" Ji Huanxiao inquired. Ordinarily, even when mistakes were made, the emperor would affectionately address him as Heir, but this time the atmosphere seemed grave, and if he did not tread carefully, the consequences could be dire. Ji Haoyun raised his head briefly to gauge his father's expression, which indeed bore a serious countenance, before lowering it again to reply, in response to father, "The salt supervisor has failed in his duties, thus deserving of severe punishment." This statement appeared to uphold justice, but was fundamentally hollow. Ji Huanxiao, not intending to engage in riddles, pressed further, "How should he be punished?" Observing Ji Haoyun hesitate, he realized his son awaited instructions on the evidence Ji Lingye had presented. Ji Huanxiao tossed Ji Lingye's memorial to him. Ji Haoyun caught it and quickly opened it, and despite his attempts to suppress his astonishment, he was taken aback by the staggering amounts of embezzlement involved, far exceeding his expectations. "What now? Do you have a resolution, Crown Prince?" Ji Huanxiao continued. Ji Haoyun's indignation flared. He had not anticipated that the salt supervisor had clandestinely withheld such vast sums of silver from him. "I have also reviewed the list of implicated officials, which is alarming. I will not share this with the Crown Prince, but you can likely guess that the foremost name is Jiashu," Ji Huanxiao stated, his tone neither loud nor soft, devoid of emotion. Yet it struck Ji Haoyun like a frigid winter gale. "I acknowledge my faults, father, for failing to maintain discipline among my subordinates, leading to such grave crimes. I implore your punishment." Ji Haoyun knelt. Ji Huanxiao turned his back, continuing, "The salt supervisor's head is forfeit, and Jiashu, being your subordinate, Shall I entrust the Imperial City Division to you? Is this your answer to me? Colluding with officials, engaging in embezzlement and corruption. This is how you serve me? Ji Haoyun prostrated himself, defending. It is true that I assigned Jia Shu to investigate the salt supervisor, yet I was unaware of his collusion with the criminal. Thanks to my brother's astuteness, these treacherous ambitions were unveiled, sparing me from prolonged deception. I ask that father punishes me for my negligence. Negligence is but one of your offenses. You cannot escape the others. Ji Huanqiao commanded. Bring forth the edict to strip Jia Shu of his position as commander of the Imperial City Division and imprison him under strict surveillance, to be tried by the court of judicature. The room fell silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Ji Huanqiao added, Crown Prince, you are to be confined for a month. Leave the matters of the Imperial City Division to Lingye. Only then did Ji Lingye rise, kneeling and lifting his robe. Father, please reconsider. The Crown Prince has merely been misled by treacherous individuals. Once the court of judicature uncovers the truth, my brother's innocence will be restored. I am incapable of managing the Imperial Guard and believe it prudent for my brother to oversee the Imperial City Division instead. Ji Huanqiao permitted Ji Lingye to rise. Disregarding Ji Haoyun entirely, addressing the former, Lingye, you are always wise, though your health is frail. I shall send you some tonics shortly. Remember to take them regularly. Thank you, father, Ji Lingye replied. Ji Haoyun knelt for quite some time until Ji Huanqiao finally coldly commanded, rise. He then moved behind the imperial desk, taking up another memorial, stating, the situation at the border has remained stagnant for over a month, and the court is rife with discord. Some advocate for peace negotiations, while others call for decisive action. Lingye, what is your perspective on this matter? The two brothers stood side by side, Ji Haoyun's demeanor soft and gentle, while Ji Lingye's features bore a more formidable edge. Ji Lingye clasped his hands in response. In regard to the border situation, I advocate for decisive action. The Daiyin have encroached upon our borders for 2 decades, and although we have attempted negotiations multiple times, they have only persisted in their aggression. If we were to negotiate once more, they would only perceive our great Xia as fearful of them. We must strike with ferocity and resolve, ensuring long-lasting peace along our borders. And you, Crown Prince? Ji Huanqiao inquired. Ji Haoyun responded, his voice gentle and soothing. I believe we should pursue peace. Our great Xia has been embroiled in conflict for years, depleting our treasury and exhausting our people. Now is the time for recuperation. In a few years, when our military is strong and our nation prosperous, we can decisively eliminate the Daiyin and eradicate future threats. Chapter 39. The Crown Prince's confinement after a heated debate. Both sides remained steadfast in their positions, ultimately reaching no conclusion. Ji Huanqiao instructed them to withdraw for the time being. Ji Haoyun returned to the Crown Prince's residence under confinement, while Ji Lingye made his way back to the Wangfu of Yong'an. Jianqing, puzzled, inquired why Ji Lingye would refuse such an opportunity granted by the emperor to take charge of the Imperial City Division, considering their prolonged efforts to wrest it from the Crown Prince's control. Why the haste? Ji Lingye replied with a smile. Father's intentions are inscrutable. Currently, my royal brother is merely under house arrest. What merit is there in hastily seizing what he possesses? The Imperial City Division will eventually be ours, though not at this moment. Oh, I see, Jianqing remarked, realizing that to covet something too eagerly often necessitates the pretense of disinterest and rejection. Ji Lingye playfully tapped Jianqing's forehead, acknowledging his newfound understanding. If father does not trust even his own son, whom else could he possibly trust? At present, he has been poisoned, rendering him the least threatening in his eyes. Who else could he bestow the Imperial City Division upon, if not us? Hence, I shall simply await the moment when father presents it to us on a silver platter. With Ji Lingye's guidance, Jianqing experienced an epiphany. Yet, he remained perplexed by his lord's stance on negotiations for peace. But my lord, you clearly advocate for peace. Why then assert to the emperor your support for war? Our great Xia lacks the resources for such a conflict. Take a guess, Ji Lingye teased. His subordinate couldn't fathom. Ji Lingye chuckled but remained silent. He indeed favored negotiations, knowing his royal brother was the true proponent of war. However, he understood that their father championed the war effort and merely echoed his sentiments. As for the Crown Prince's sudden change of heart, it stemmed from his own insecurities. The court was rife with corruption, and war served as a convenient pretext for amassing wealth. Everyone was acutely aware of the underlying motives. This war had initially been his proposal, and he had selected the commanding general. Should they now suffer defeat, and he proposed further conflict, their father would undoubtedly question his subsequent intentions. such as who would lead the army. The emperor was notoriously suspicious, though his attention had not yet turned toward Jilingye. If the crown prince suggested one of his own as the general, it would only fuel further distrust. If he proposed someone else, the emperor would see him as hypocritical. In light of this dilemma, it was wiser to advocate for peace outright. Coincidentally, by advocating for war, the resolution now lay in the emperor's hands. Although no resolution had been achieved, the mere mention of the matter indicated that a conclusion was imminent. The majority of the ministers in the court favored negotiations, which, while not pivotal, would undoubtedly influence the emperor's considerations. If one were to inquire what truly occupied Jilingye's thoughts, it would be the truth surrounding his mother's demise. As to whether peace or war prevailed, he was indifferent and did not perceive how these matters were relevant to him. His immediate focus was to thoroughly investigate any leads concerning the Su residents. To uncover the secrets of the Su household, Lin Wei would serve as the key. Soon, Meng Zihua received news that Lin Wei was in Jilingye's custody and Jia Shu had been imprisoned. He hastily sought out Zhang Yi. While Zhang Yi had no jurisdiction over Jia Shu's affairs, he was furious about Lin Wei's situation, berating Meng Zihua for his audacity in attempting to assassinate Lin Wei. He referred to a recent incident where Jilingye had apprehended Lin Wei and was ambushed by a group of assailants clad in black on his journey back to the capital. Those assailants had been dispatched by Meng Zihua. They all worked together, he, Zhang Yi, and Lin Wei. Though Lin Wei was but a minor player, he held crucial information and was thus a dangerous individual. Upon learning that Jilingye had captured Lin Wei, Meng Zihua was consumed by fear, worried that Lin Wei might betray him. After all, among the throng, he held the lowest official rank, making him a prime target for exploitation. If Lin Wei chose to expose him, the risk to Meng Zihua would be minimal. In a desperate bid to protect himself, Meng Zihua resorted to hiring a group of mercenaries and soldiers to pose as highwaymen, aiming to eliminate all threats in one fell swoop. However, Jilingye was no ordinary adversary. He was skilled and surrounded by capable allies. A single misstep could not only fail to eliminate Jilingye, but also expose Meng Zihua's own machinations. Nevertheless, Jilingye was poisoned with a substance that Meng Zihua had personally sourced. Thus, the circumstances were different. He knew the effects of the poison well, and, with a slight nudge, Jilingye would succumb to its effects. Everything unfolded precisely as Meng Zihua had anticipated. Jilingye fell into his trap and was indeed poisoned. Yet, he ultimately underestimated his opponent, allowing him to escape. Fortunately, all others involved perished, and it seemed Jilingye remained unaware of who had orchestrated the assassination attempt. To Meng Zihua's dismay, news emerged that Lin Wei was still alive. This revelation sent him into a frenzy, prompting him to seek out Zhang Yi, hoping to leverage their past camaraderie for assistance. In a display of loyalty, Meng Zihua did not conceal his actions, recounting everything to Zhang Yi, bracing for his wrath. However, he did fabricate one detail, claiming that the assassination of Lin Wei and Jilingye was the crown prince's idea. General, Lin Wei knows a great deal. He had already left the capital, but now he has returned and leaked information. The crown prince was furious and ordered me to deal with it swiftly, which led to Meng Zihua was acutely aware that Lin Wei was under Zhang Yi's protection. Lin Wei had served as the steward of the Su family for many years, and his involvement was integral to their schemes. Initially, the crown prince had intended to eliminate him, but Zhang Yi intervened, ensuring Lin Wei's escape. As long as Lin Wei remained absent from the capital, his existence would fade from memory. However, with Lin Wei's unexpected return at this critical juncture, he posed a significant risk. The crown prince was already beleaguered by Jilingye's pursuit over the imperial city division, and now the potential ramifications of involving the Su family could spell disaster. Meng Zihua understood that should the situation escalate, he would be in dire straits. The only course of action was for Zhang Yi to abandon Lin Wei and discreetly resolve the matter. Even if the crown prince pursued the issue, they could mitigate the fallout and possibly redeem themselves. Yet, upon observing Zhang Yi's expression, it appeared he was already aware of the situation. Meng Zihua felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Zhang Yi had been secretly orchestrating numerous schemes. He inwardly hoped not to be ensnared in those machinations. Maintaining an outward facade of astonishment, he asked, "General, should we not?" "You dare." Zhang Yi retorted angrily. "He is my man and has accomplished much for me. I could never betray an ally in such a treacherous manner. If you dare lay a hand on him, I will make you pay dearly." Yet, with Lin Wei apprehended and potentially in Jilingye's grasp, Meng Zihua harbored concerns. Jilingye, though outwardly unassuming, was capable of employing various tactics. If pressed under duress, Lin Wei might divulge information that could prove detrimental. Meng Zihua remained uneasy, perceiving Lin Wei's survival as a looming threat. Zhang Yi cast a discerning glance at Meng Zihua, partially understanding his apprehensions. However, he held unwavering confidence in Lin Wei. He is my man. I know precisely what kind of person he is. Zihua, if I were the sort to betray my allies, how could I ever command the army? Would you trust someone of such a nature? Meng Zihua chuckled nervously. General, you exaggerate. Proceed with caution in the future. As for Lin Wei, you need not worry. He will not betray us. Inform me when you have further news. Meng Zihua cannot afford to be complacent. He still wishes to use the Crown Prince to exert pressure. How should I respond to the Crown Prince's inquiries? Although Zhang Yi is a man of simple demeanor, his ascension to the esteemed rank of a first-class general clearly indicates that he is no fool. He is undoubtedly aware that Meng Zihua is merely leveraging the power of others. It is true that the Crown Prince desires Lin Wei's demise. Had he known of Lin Wei's arrival in the capital, he would likely have issued an immediate order for his assassination. However, he would never delegate this task to Meng Zihua. Not only could it end in failure, but it might also alert the prey. Yet, this is advantageous. Even if Ji Lingyo manages to uncover some clues, he will only trace them back to Meng Zihua. As long as I maintain the entrance to my abode, I can keep suspicion at bay. He calmly asserted, I shall handle matters with the Crown Prince. Unable to persuade Zhang Yi, Meng Zihua found himself at a loss. His influence is limited, and he cannot confront Ji Lingye directly. With the opportunity slipping away, he could only observe the unfolding events. It remains essential to secure some tangible evidence, lest he sacrifice his resources in vain. As he departed the general's residence, Meng Zihua contemplated his next moves in silence. Chapter 40. The desperate scoundrel the Crown Prince was placed under house arrest, causing an uproar among the court officials. Lu Juanli was particularly agitated. Not out of genuine concern for the prince, but rather because he perceived the prince's predicament as an opportune moment to showcase his own capabilities. Furthermore, the emperor had already broached the subject of peace negotiations. If he could seize this matter, it would be a significant opportunity for him to achieve great merit. He had been awaiting this chance. At this moment, he cared little for the price of a medicinal pill compared to the vast fields he could purchase. Nor did he ponder the true intentions of Ji Lingye. All he desired was for matters to resolve swiftly, for if the emperor favored peace, and the prince sent someone to negotiate, he could assume the role of the chief negotiator. In doing so, he would not only earn accolades for the great Xia, but also elevate the prince's standing in the emperor's eyes. On that day, with his rank assured, he would gain favor before the emperor and secure a position within the prince's residence. Immediately, he instructed Zhao Xiner to retrieve the land deed, offering up 10,000 acres of fertile land, intending to personally approach Su Muyin. However, after a moment's reflection, he found it beneath his dignity and sent a servant in his stead. Su Muyin was not particularly well-versed in the shifting dynamics of the court, and Lu Juanli would not enlighten her. With her family now exiled to the borders and her own reclusive lifestyle leaving her without friends, she relied solely on her previous life's experiences to gauge the current situation. She surmised that in the next day or two, the emperor would discuss the peace negotiations regarding the borders. However, as of this morning, there had been no word from the old matriarch, and the maidservants reported that Lu Juanli was in a fit of rage, cursing Ji Lingye. In contrast, the Wang family discreetly sent inquiries regarding Ji Lingye's stance and whether there was room for negotiation on the price. Su Muyin remained unperturbed, spending her days either napping or caring for the fish and birds, patiently awaiting developments. To Lu Juanli, the prospect of peace negotiations was a tangible military achievement he could not relinquish. The court would not dispatch a cripple to represent them. Regardless of whether the medicinal pill was equivalent to 1,000 or 10,000 acres of land, he had no alternative. Yet, Su Muyin did not anticipate that events would unfold earlier than expected, nor that the crown prince would be confined. In recent days, she had been accompanying Lu Kang and Lu Fei. Lu Kang, with his childlike nature, soon grew bored of flying kites, prompting Su Muyin to accompany him in observing ants and insects, after which he managed to write a few pages. Today, Lu Kang was learning to paint. Having previously studied inkwash landscapes, he viewed mountains merely as mountains, stones as stones, and trees as trees. His interest in these immobile entities was limited. Thus, he could not grasp the emotions conveyed by the scenery. The results of his paintings were either stiff or overly juvenile. Moreover, his foundational skills were still shaky, leading to erratic lines and unsatisfactory results. Every aspiring artist knows that mastery comes from diligent practice and overcoming monotony to build a solid foundation, allowing for profound understanding and achievements in the future. However, Lu Kang lacked enthusiasm for the fine arts, poetry, and etiquette, frequently losing focus during practice. In her previous life, Su Muyin had imposed strict daily study tasks upon him, insisting he complete them regardless of the time it took, even if it meant practicing until midnight. The various punishments he endured made him reluctant to disobey, often practicing with tears in his eyes until his hands trembled. Lu Kang harbored grievances against Su Muyin, and even when he later gained renown for his exceptional knowledge, he felt no gratitude towards her. He lamented, "Though my mother taught me to read and write, she deprived me of a precious childhood, robbing me of the simplest and most joyful pleasures of life." In this life, Su Muyin resolved to grant him the joyful childhood he desired. Did he not wish to practice his strokes? Then he would not. Did he not wish to write? Then he would not. Did he not wish to recite the classics? Very well, everyone could enjoy a leisurely day. Yet, a semblance of disguise was still necessary. Thus, Su Muyin continued to teach Lu Kang painting, albeit with a creative twist rather than the monotonous basics. They would depict insects like crickets, cicadas, and dragonflies. There was no need to fret over technique. He was free to express himself as he pleased. If the results were unsatisfactory, they would simply observe more. Consequently, they found ample reasons to interact with these creatures, catching crickets, cicadas, dragonflies, and butterflies. Lu Kang laughed heartily each day, growing increasingly grateful and fond of Su Muyin, affectionately calling her mother. As for Lu Fei, her interests lay not in the fine arts or intricate needlework, as those required tedious daily practice. From a young age, she possessed a keen sense of beauty, showing great interest in cosmetics. Of course, her fascination with needlework was not entirely absent. She enjoyed designing clothes, often filled with whimsical ideas, transforming garments into various nonsensical styles. Previously, Su Muyin had strictly forbidden such frivolous thoughts from entering her mind, employing numerous stern measures to prevent it. Yet, Lu Fei secretly indulged in her desires, altering her outfits and dancing in the garden. Ultimately, Su Muyin burned all her tools to eliminate her access to cosmetics and clothing alterations. This resulted in Lu Fei gaining a reputation as a virtuous young lady, attracting the admiration of many noble women in the capital, while also fostering resentment within her. Isn't it just cosmetics? She thought. I shall partake with her. Isn't it just peculiar attire? She decided to feign ignorance. Lu Fei visibly grew more beautiful. Just yesterday, she quietly remarked to Su Muyin, "You are truly a wonderful mother." See, winning the affection of children is not a difficult task. Today, Lu Fei expressed a desire to make lipstick, but they were missing several ingredients. Su Muyin took her out to purchase them, bringing the children along for a leisurely outing. The group, including the two children, maids, and servants, made their way through the streets in high spirits. A shadow trailed behind them, but Su Muyin chose to ignore it. First, they visited the stationery shop to buy some rice paper and painting supplies, then proceeded to the fabric store to select materials suitable for the young lady and young master, including some of the gaudy silks that Lu Fei adored. Following that, they went to the city's largest tavern for a meal, famous for its roast duck. After satisfying their hunger, they should have taken a stroll to aid digestion, but Su Muyin, accompanied by the children of the marquis, deemed it inappropriate to walk openly on the streets, as it would not comply with the old matriarch's standards of decorum. Thus, she persuaded the children to ride in a carriage while leisurely touring the various street vendors. Lu Kang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, when shall we go buy those?" Lu Fei inquired, using the secret signal they had agreed upon, and winked at Su Muyin with her left eye. Chapter 41. Planting the seeds. Su Muyin feigned a look of realization, gently brushing her fingertip against her nose. "Little sprite, thanks to your reminder, I almost forgot, mother. Let us go right away." In truth, her purpose for venturing out was precisely to engage in these activities. There was no way she would forget. It was merely a test to gauge Lu Fei's fondness for cosmetics. Indeed, the moment she pretended to forget, Lu Fei eagerly reminded her. Seeing Su Muyin's demeanor, the joy and excitement in Lu Fei's eyes were palpable. Su Muyin instructed Lu Er to convey a message to the coachman to take them to the largest cosmetics shop in the capital. "Madam, are you certain about going to Shengji Cosmetics?" the coachman inquired. Lu Er replied, "Yes, Madam wishes to purchase some cosmetics. There is also a bookstore nearby that the young master wishes to visit." The coachman hesitated. However, Our carriage is spacious. And to reach Shangji, we must pass through East Street, which is narrow and crowded with vendors. We may not be able to get through. If we take West Street, it may cause issues with the old lady. Lu Fei, perceptive as ever, sensed the unease and curiously asked Su Muyin, "Mother, why can't we go through West Street?" Su Muyin smiled and ruffled her hair, replying, "That way is not suitable for us." Lu Fei's curiosity deepened as she pressed, "Why?" This time, Su Muyin merely smiled and chose to remain silent, prompting Lu'er to ask the coachman if there was a third option. The coachman confirmed there was, albeit a lengthy detour of about an hour. Su Muyin opted for the third route. Lu Fei offered no objections, though her curiosity remained unabated as she occasionally peeked through the curtain to glimpse the outside world, as if eager to discover what West Street held. The journey was long, and Su Muyin, accustomed to reading during such times, found it inappropriate this time and leaned against the carriage to rest her eyes. As for West Street, it was renowned for its brothels and entertainment houses, a place the noble women of the capital avoided, particularly for their children, who were forbidden even to mention it. This route was not deliberately chosen by Su Muyin. She was not the sort to expose such young children to these influences. It was merely coincidental. Yet she had not anticipated Lu Fei's keen interest. The child's innocent face displayed a struggle to contain her curiosity, but ultimately, she managed to refrain from voicing any inappropriate inquiries. Su Muyin recognized that a seed had been sown in Lu Fei's heart. Many noble women frequented Shangji for cosmetics, and numerous ladies would secretly concoct their own. Consequently, Shangji offered a wide array of such products. Su Muyin purchased a substantial quantity, ensuring that everyone's desires were fulfilled, and they returned home in high spirits. The two children were also escorted to their quarters by the maids. After a long day of wandering, Su Muyin felt weary and instructed for water to be prepared for a bath. Just as she finished her ablutions, a maid from Lu Junli's quarters sought an audience, presenting her with a box. Inside was an offer of 10,000 acres of fertile land. He could no longer restrain himself, Su Muyin mused. At that moment, she was unaware that the emperor had already raised the matter of peace negotiations. She simply believed that Lu Junli wished to make a stand. She sent Lu'er to the Yong and Wang mansion, though she did not specify the purpose of the visit, merely requesting her to go. Lu'er returned promptly, bearing unexpected news regarding the peace proposal. So that's how it is, Su Muyin thought, surprised that Ji Lingyu would share such confidential information with her. Initially, she intended to feign ignorance, pretending to seek medicine only after acquiring the land deed. "Go ahead and deliver this to the young master," she instructed as Lu'er departed with the medicine. Meanwhile, upon receiving the medicine, Lu Junli was overjoyed. Zhao Xinair, however, was filled with vexation. On one hand, the allure of 10,000 acres was overwhelming. On the other, her informants had returned with news that Su Muyin was neglecting her responsibilities, wandering about with the children, even venturing to West Street. "Should we inform the young master of this?" inquired a short, unremarkable man in his 30s, reporting to Zhao Xinair. He had once been her father's servant and, after her father ceased his business, had remained loyal to her, now considered her only confidant in the home mansion. "No, Wang San. The young master has just received the medicine. If we speak ill of Su Muyin now, he will not listen and may think we are causing trouble," Zhao Xinair replied. Wang San, feeling anxious, countered, "What then? We cannot allow that woman to lead the young miss and young master astray. She harbors ill intentions." After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should inform the old lady and the madam. They care deeply for the young master and miss. Surely they would intervene." Zhao Xinair stopped him. "Don't act impulsively. The time is not right." Wang San, now genuinely agitated, exclaimed, "Miss, when did you become so indecisive? That woman has already taken the young master and miss to West Street. How can they go to such a place?" "Are you certain they went?" Zhao Xinair asked. "I saw them with my own eyes. They were heading toward West Street," Wang San affirmed, having refrained from following them for fear of being discovered. He was indeed certain they were headed to Shangji Cosmetics. If they did not take West Street, they would have to make a detour thrice as long. That woman would not choose such a route. Zhao Xinair's expression darkened ominously. That evening, the two children visited Lu Junli to pay their respects. Zhao Xinair had prepared several nutritious dishes for them: fish, eggs, chicken soup, and the like. After they paid their respects, Lu Junli asked a few questions to assess their studies, to which both children responded admirably, earning their father's praise. Once outside, The two exchanged a knowing smile. Remaining silent, Zhao Xinair eagerly pulled Lu Fei and Lu Kong aside, mystifyingly claiming she had prepared delightful surprises for them. The children exchanged dubious glances but followed her, only to find themselves seated before a table filled with unappetizing food. Yet, unable to refuse her hospitality, and with their father urging them to respect Aunt Zhao, who genuinely wished to treat them well, they sat down. They picked at their food, finding it tasteless, and soon laid down their chopsticks. Lu Fei explained, Aunt Zhao, we already dined with Mother. Father said it is not good to eat too much at night. Zhao Xinair was touched, tears brimming in her eyes as she personally fetched water to cleanse the children's hands, wipe their mouths, and pour tea for rinsing. Afterward, she encouraged the two children to sit down for a casual chat. Lu Kong, somewhat bewildered, simply did not wish to converse with Aunt Zhao. Yet he dared not leave while his sister remained. Lu Fei, too, was not inclined to engage in conversation with Zhao Xinair, but out of respect for her father, she remained seated. Aunt Zhao, what would you like to talk about? Lu Fei inquired. Zhao Xinair, appreciating Lu Fei's understanding and obedience, asked, Fei Kong did you enjoy your outing yesterday? Yes, it was delightful, they replied in unison. Zhao Xinair's smile faltered for a fleeting moment before returning with even greater warmth. Good. Since entering the mansion, I have hardly ventured outside. It has been ages since I have seen the world beyond. Could you share your experiences with me? Fei and Kong Lu Kong glanced at Lu Fei, who, with a bright smile, recounted their adventures from the previous day. Whenever there were unclear details, Zhao Xinair would pause her to inquire further, and Lu Fei responded to each question diligently. However, in their answers, there was no mention of West Street. As Wang San had reported, Zhao Xinair certainly did not suspect the children were lying. She merely believed that Su Mu Yin had employed some tactic to ensure the children were unaware of that place, thus making it difficult for the truth to come to light. Following this, she used her knowledge of various principles to persuade the children to study diligently, citing examples such as Meng Mu's 3 relocations and Xuanzi's advocacy for learning, albeit in a somewhat convoluted manner. Aunt Zhao possesses little knowledge and speaks poorly. Nonetheless, it is imperative that you both refrain from indulgence in frivolity and instead dedicate yourselves to diligent study, remaining resolute and unwavering in your endeavors. Do you understand? Lu Kong frowned slightly, bowing his head and murmuring, I understand. Lu Fei managed a forced smile, remaining silent and not even nodding, yet her obedient demeanor deceived Zhao Xiner. She attempted to embrace the two children, but they evaded her, which she did not take offense to. Kindly, she remarked, good children, you are still young. I just heard you acquired numerous toys, such as rocking horses and bamboo dragonflies. These distractions are detrimental to your studies and may lead to a loss of ambition. Kong Fair, would you be so kind as to hand them over to Aunt? Chapter 42. Merely a servant. These were all things that Lu Kong cherished. Lu Fei glanced at Lu Kong, wanting to speak, but ultimately refraining. Lu Kong was both astonished and reluctant. He had yet to fully enjoy these items, and now someone was demanding he part with them. Not even his father had confiscated his possessions. As a small child, a rebellious spirit ignited within him, tears glistening in his eyes as he protested, No, I won't give them to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiner grew even more incensed, convinced that Su Mu Yin harbored ill intentions, corrupting the innocent children with these frivolous playthings. Her tone turned stern. Kong be good, hand them over to your aunt. Once you excel in your studies, your aunt promises to grant you anything you desire, all right? At merely 6 years of age, Kong was not inclined to listen to her empty promises. He understood only that she sought to seize his toys, and if he did not protect them fiercely, he would lose what he held dear. He shouted defiantly, No, who are you to control me? Who are you to take my things? You are just a servant. I hate you. With that, he ran away. Lu Fei cast a glance at Zhao Xiner and followed suit. A servant? They regarded her as nothing more than a servant. Those words struck Zhao Xiner like a dagger, slowly slicing away at her dignity. Kong Fei she called after them, but the children fled as if escaping a contagion. The maids hurried after them, ensuring they did not stumble. Zhao Xiner, unable to catch up, turned to command the maids. Everyone was a servant. Who among them was truly noble? How could they possibly regard Zhao Xiner with any respect when they scarcely acknowledged her presence? Tears streamed down her face as she entered the house, where she encountered the cheerful Lu Junli. After taking a dose of medicine, he felt warmth coursing through him. Though he still lacked sensation, He remained optimistic that improvement was on the horizon. He was determined to rise again. The emperor had begun addressing matters at the border. Whether through warfare or negotiation, Lu Junli was resolute in being at the forefront, eager to seize the merits of victory. Even though Zhao Xiner averted her gaze to wipe her tears, Lu Junli noticed and inquired about her distress, but she was reluctant to respond. After several inquiries, she finally expressed her concern for the children's education and mentioned Lu Kang's play with crickets and bamboo dragonflies, omitting the part where they had run away in anger. Xiner, do not concern yourself too much with the children, Lu Junli said, his demeanor growing impatient, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. This annoyance did not escape Zhao Xian's notice, causing her heart to race. If even Lu Junli found her tiresome, her place in the Marquis's residence would be untenable. Husband, I will heed your words, she quickly replied, then gently squeezed his leg, asking how he felt after taking the medicine. Upon mentioning his legs, Lu Junli's eyes brightened, and he excitedly shared his sensations, oblivious to the sorrow in Zhao Xian's gaze. She was not so easily deterred from the matter, continuing to keep watch over Su Muyan. Today, however, Su Muyan did not engage in playful antics with the children, but instead had Lu Kang practice calligraphy while Lu Fei played the piano nearby. Having not practiced for several days, Lu Kang's skills had regressed somewhat. He felt anxious, fearing reprimand from Su Muyan. Yet, she merely smiled and encouraged him. It's all right. Take your time, relax your hand. After writing 2 sheets, he gradually regained his composure, though his handwriting not only failed to improve, but slightly deteriorated. Su Muyan chose to overlook this, urging him to continue practicing diligently. Having grown accustomed to leisure, the children struggled to adapt to the sudden shift towards tedious study, and she had no intention of easing their transition. Before long, Lu Kang felt discomfort in his wrist and a soreness in his backside, fidgeting restlessly as ink splattered onto the rice paper. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, though not overtly resistant to practicing, allowed her piano playing to become sporadic, her fingers lacking energy and making several mistakes. Su Muyan instructed Luer to bring forth some delicacies, meticulously prepared along with sweet soup simmered since morning, both favorites of the children. Kanger, Feier, come take a break, she called. The 2 children dashed over, standing beside Su Muyan, and without bothering to wash their hands, Lu Kang eagerly stuffed a piece of white jade cake into his mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed, satisfaction evident on his face. Slow down, first wash your hands, Su Muyan gently chided, personally cleaning their hands with a pristine cloth before allowing them to sit. In addition to the treats, the maids also presented an array of fruits, freshly transported from the south and stored in the cellar, now increasingly sweet. The food from Mother S place is truly delightful, Lu Kang said, cheeks puffed out. Luo approached and whispered in Su Muyan's ear, those people have come again. In the northeast corner, as Su Muyan continued to wipe Lu Fei's face, she discreetly glanced toward the northeast corner, spotting a flash of light green fabric. Maintaining her composure, she continued to encourage the children to eat. Once they finished, the maids cleared the dishes, and she brought out some small spinning tops from the table for the 3 of them to play, their laughter ringing out intermittently. When the green fabric vanished from sight, Su Muyan declared, all right, playtime is over. We must not neglect our studies. Kanger, write 2 more pages, and Feiya can play chess with me. How does that sound? Lu Kang pouted as he resumed his calligraphy, while Lu Fei, beaming, engaged in chess with Su Muyan. She was quick-witted, having been introduced to the game before entering the manor, albeit with rudimentary strategies. Su Muyan had spent months refining her understanding and teaching her some renowned strategies. Although Lu Fei had improved, she would inevitably revert to her earlier, unrefined style if not careful. In chess, character is revealed. In her previous life, Su Muyan had spent an entire year attempting to transform Lu Fei, ultimately only teaching her the art of concealment. Now, she feigned ignorance, complimenting her, Feier, your chess skills have significantly improved. Lu Fei felt a bit shy but, being a child, relished the praise and eagerly responded, Mother always said my chess style was lacking. I have kept that in mind. Su Muyan smiled as she patted the top of her head. Mother knows you have always been obedient. Your style is excellent now. Her joy was palpable. Lu Junli, without notifying the servants, entered Su Muyan's courtyard, wishing to surprise the children. At that moment, Lu Kang had already practiced his calligraphy and was reading aloud, his head bobbing rhythmically. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was deeply engrossed in chess with Su Muyan, and once again, Su Muyan praised, Feier, your chess skills have advanced. In time, I shall struggle to keep up with you. The mother and daughter shared a hearty laugh. Is that so? Then, how about Fei plays a game with father? Lu Junli suddenly interjected, startling both of them. Chapter 43. The Prince's Enthusiasm Today. Both mother and daughter donned delicate pink garments, ethereal as peach blossoms, causing Lu Junli to blink in surprise. Lu Fei understood that Lu Junli intended to assess her studies and dared not refuse. Su Mayan sat nearby, watching intently while cracking sunflower seeds. Zhao Xiner stood behind Lu Junli, lacking comprehension of the chess game. However, witnessing her daughter's serious demeanor caused her to forget entirely the purpose of her visit. Su Mayan cracked the seeds slowly, only doing so when Lu Fei made a slight misstep in her strategy. After a few attempts, Lu Fei grasped the concept. Exchanged a joyful glance with Su Mayan, her little face brightening with delight. Having undergone several months of rigorous instruction from Su Mayan, coupled with her constant reminders, Lu Fei had effectively concealed her initial clumsiness. Ultimately, though she lost, Lu Junli praised her. Well played, my daughter. Given time, I might very well find myself bested by you. Lu Fei cast another glance at Su Mayan, her heart brimming with joy. Although he had intended to review Lu Kang's studies as well, time was running short, and Lu Junli decided to postpone that assessment. Once outside Su Mayan's courtyard, Lu Junli's expression darkened. He was well aware that Zhao Xiner had deliberately altered their walking route, intending to expose Su Mayan's supposed negligence with the children. Yet, what he witnessed today revealed that while Su Mayan was no longer as stringent as before, she was indeed educating the children with care. Although he had not examined Connor's studies, the sound of his clear reading indicated that Su Mayan had invested considerable effort, and he felt reluctant to interrupt. The influence of Su Mayan could be seen in Lu Fei's chess skills, a tangible testament to her capabilities. Regardless of her shortcomings elsewhere, her intellectual prowess was undeniably evident. Zhao Xiner's persistent distrust of Su Mayan, fearing she might lead the children astray, had even prompted Lu Junli to consider seeking another tutor for them. However, now it seemed an unnecessary endeavor. You must feel reassured now, he said. Zhao Xiner's face flushed crimson, her lips pursed, and she lowered her gaze in silence. The estate of 10,000 acres had been in Su Mayan's possession for several days now. She had yet to proceed with the handover or appoint anyone to manage it. This land deed, combined with the dowry from the Su family totaling 30,000 acres, along with various shops, residences, jewelry, and silver, ensured her a life free from financial worry for the remainder of her days. She needed to devise a prudent plan for its arrangement. This necessity was also why she consented to manage the estate, allowing her to discreetly transfer her dowry from the Marquis's residence. Madam, Miss Louis has arrived, Louis announced. Since the incident of being cast aside by Ji Lingye and subsequently slandered by him, Su Mayan had not seen Louis. Today, however, she had taken the initiative to seek her out. Let her in, Su Mayan instructed, formulating a scheme in her mind, with Louis serving as a potential witness. As Louis entered, she feigned nonchalance and affectionately grasped Su Mayan's arm, pouting, "It's been so long since I've seen you, sister-in-law. Why haven't you come to find me?" With a smile, Su Mayan invited her to sit and ordered tea. "What have you been busy with lately, Kia?" Louis replied, "Mother reproached me for being too reckless last time, causing you to be punished, and has confined me to the house. Do you blame me, sister-in-law?" "How could I blame you, silly?" Su Mayan teased, pinching her cheek, genuinely appearing untroubled. Louis beamed with happiness. After a brief conversation, Louis gradually steered the topic towards Lu Junli's medicine. "Is that medicine truly so expensive?" she asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Su Mayan nodded. "I'm not entirely certain. I can inquire when I visit next." Upon hearing next visit, Louis's eyes sparkled momentarily, and she casually inquired, "When will you be going?" "This afternoon," Su Mayan responded casually, seemingly oblivious to Louis's intentions. "This afternoon? Yes. May I accompany you, sister-in-law? I have yet to visit the Yong'an prince's residence, and I've heard the previous owner of the new mansion was a notorious corrupt official. I wonder what extraordinary treasures lie within." Thus, in the afternoon, Su Mayan brought Louis along to visit Jilingye. She had previously sent word for him to cooperate in their little charade, and since he had not responded, she assumed he was agreeable. Upon reaching the gates of the prince's residence, Louis was visibly excited, tugging at Su Mayan's wrist, causing her some discomfort. "Relax, there's no need to be nervous. We're here to present him with a gift, not to collect a debt. He won't harm us." "I'm not nervous, just a bit excited. I've heard tales of the previous corrupt official being quite fond of women, and the back garden is said to be exquisitely beautiful. I hope to catch a glimpse today." At that moment, a servant appeared to escort them inside. Su Mayan, Luer, Luhi, and her maid were led to the back courtyard while the coachman waited with the carriage at the stable. Please wait a moment. The prince has stepped out and has already sent someone to notify him. The housekeeper respectfully informed them, offering refreshments. After nearly half an hour of waiting without sight of Jilingye, Luhi grew impatient. Sister-in-law, does he not wish to see us at all? Leaving us here for so long must be intentional. Su Mayan remained calm, sipping her tea with a smile and saying nothing. The tea was freshly replenished, at the perfect temperature. When the housekeeper came to refill their cups for the third time, he cast a fleeting glance filled with disdain at the disgruntled Lu He, which Su Mayan noticed. This time, she suspected Jilingye was indeed deliberately keeping them waiting, perhaps because she had brought Lu He along. Fortunately, they were not left in neglect for too long, as they were soon led to a pavilion by the lakeside in the back courtyard, confirming his intentions. He was fishing, with a bucket nearby already filled with several fish of varying sizes, indicating he had not left since the morning. Lady Lu He of the loyal and righteous Marquis's residence. I greet His Highness, the Prince of Yong'an. While Su Mayan admired the fish in the bucket, Lu He rushed to Jilingye's side, curtsying and sweetly calling out to him with a hint of shyness. Su Mayan greeted him calmly. Your Highness seems particularly enthusiastic today, Su Mayan remarked. Jilingye continued to gaze at the lake, not turning to acknowledge either of them. Su Mayan was unbothered, but Lu He, eager for attention, leaned in, attempting to engage Jilingye in a discussion about fishing techniques. What brings Lady Lu to the prince's residence? Jilingye asked directly, handing his fishing rod to the housekeeper and walking towards Su Mayan, completely ignoring Lu He. Su Mayan produced the land deed and presented it. This is the agreed payment for the medicine, a contract for 10,000 acres of fertile land. I asked the prince to review it. Jilingye took the deed with his fingers, not bothering to look at it, and casually tossed it onto the stone table, then wiped his hands with a handkerchief as if he had touched something filthy. Next time, please deliver it sooner. The medicinal herbs are precious and not easily obtained from just anyone or anywhere. Such tardiness might lead one to assume that the Grand Marquis's residence intends to delay payment for my services. His serious tone almost made Su Mayan believe him. Had she not been previously informed? She replied respectfully, certainly, I shall ensure it is delivered punctually next time. Noticing she hadn't taken her leave, he inquired again. Does Lady Lu have any further matters? Is it time to take my leave? Su Mayan asked, calling for Lu He. From the moment they arrived, Lu He had been fixated on Jilingye, who had not acknowledged her presence even once. Sister-in-law, has the prince always been so aloof? Lu He inquired, holding on to Su Mu Yin as they exited the manor. Su Mu Yin, supported by Lu Er, climbed into the carriage and, once settled, replied. A favored son of heaven naturally tends to exhibit a certain arrogance. Throughout the journey, Louis remained silent, gently lifting the carriage curtain, her gaze fixed outside, the corners of her mouth perpetually uplifted. This marked Lu He's first close encounter with Jilingye, and she found him even more handsome up close than from a distance. His skin appeared delicate and flawless, his features strikingly vibrant. And though he exuded an air of coldness that kept others at bay, the more inaccessible he seemed, the stronger her desire to draw near him became. I must marry him, Louise silently resolved in her heart. Upon returning home, the matriarch, Lady Wang, learned that Su Mu Yin had visited the Yong and prince's residence and that Lu He had accompanied her. She eagerly summoned Lu He to inquire about Jilingye's demeanor and whether the land contract was indeed a request from him. Lu He recounted everything in detail. The matriarch remained tight-lipped, while Lady Wang sighed. In this case, there are no other options. The heiress leg must be treated without fail. Although the cost may be somewhat steep, our Marquis can certainly afford it. The matriarch interjected, that is indeed reasonable. Let this matter be entrusted to Yin. Chapter 44. The first time is a charm, the second time is familiar what? Didn't he give it? Indeed, the prince replied, since it pertains to medical expenses. It is only natural that it is not to be returned. Su Mu Yin was infuriated. Initially, they had agreed to this arrangement. He would merely feign the return of the land deed, yet now he had altered his stance. Su Mu Yin felt as though all her meticulous planning had merely served to benefit others, and how could she not be enraged? This cannot stand. I must confront him directly. Miss Su, I assure you, I did not deceive you. The prince is truly not at the residence. As Su Mu Yin rushed forth to hold Jilingye accountable, she found herself thwarted again, as Jianqing informed her that Jilingye had just stepped out. After idling by the lake and fishing for the better part of the morning, he had suddenly departed within a mere half hour. How absurd. If you don't believe me, you may enter and investigate. The prince has indeed left, Jianqing said, his expression betraying his helplessness. However, Su Muyin was not so easily swayed. If Ji Lingyi had truly gone out, would he not have taken him along? I will certainly find him myself. She scoured the courtyard repeatedly. Yet there was no sign of him. After traversing so far, her exhaustion lessened her ire, allowing her mind to settle. Did your prince leave any message before his departure? Su Muyin inquired. He did, came the reply. You should have mentioned it sooner. One must also allow me the opportunity to speak, Jianqing mumbled. Su Muyin shot him a glare. The prince had said that Madame Lu had good intentions. Since it involved purchasing medicine, he would graciously accept it. As for the cost of the performance, he was in a good mood today and would consider it a tip for her. Is that truly how he said it? Jianqing nodded. Unconscionable, Su Muyin gritted her teeth, frustration boiling over as she kicked over a wooden stool. Watching her leave, Jianqing wiped the sweat from his brow. This Madame Lu, who appeared gentle, possessed quite the temper. Turning back, he saw his master had resumed fishing by the lake. Your Highness, it seems Madame Lu is quite furious, he ventured, noting the peculiar affection the prince harbored for her. Though her status was somewhat unique, if the prince truly cared for her, he might lower his moral standards. Yet, the prince's actions left Jianqing perplexed. With merely a few thousand acres of land, why would he choose to provoke the young lady? Yet, the prince appeared to be in good spirits. And so what? Ji Lingyi replied. Jianqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing perhaps he had overthought the situation. The prince treated Madame Lu no differently than any other matter of business. Suddenly, a fish bit the line, a substantial one at that. Ah, quick, Jianqing, bring a larger container, Ji Lingyi exclaimed excitedly, reeling in a sizable carp that leapt from the water, splashing everywhere. Just as Jianqing departed, Sun Xianxi appeared out of nowhere. This fish is splendid, so fat. It will surely be delicious when grilled. Sun Xianxi grinned, seizing the fishing line and yanking it with fervor. Be careful. Pulling it like that will easily scare the fish away, Ji Lingyi retorted, reclaiming the line. Sun Xianxi attempted to snatch it back again. Back and forth they went, and ultimately, the fish slipped off the hook. Ji Lingyi's expression darkened considerably. Sun Xianxi wore a sheepish look, albeit not for long. Muttering, we'll just fish again. After all, it's your pond, the fish won't escape. Noticing Ji Lingyi's increasingly sour demeanor, Sun Xianxi brazenly took the rod back, rebaiting the hook while stealing glances at him, playfully adding, oh come now, why be upset over something so trivial? I could just fish for you. From a distance. Jianqing observed Sun Xianxi and knew trouble was brewing. The fish had undoubtedly gotten away, and bringing a large basin over now would surely earn him the prince's ire. So, he discreetly retreated, taking the basin with him. In this instance, Ji Lingyi was displeased, but he had no recourse. Sun Xianxi's nature was such that any affair he meddled in was destined for disaster. One could only wonder how he had acquired his medical skills. Aside from medicine and food, Sun Xianxi exhibited little patience for other matters. After barely half an hour of fishing, he could no longer contain himself and plopped down beside Ji Lingyi. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he sighed. Fishing is exhausting. I truly can't fathom how you endure such a monotonous task. What are the antidote? Ji Lingyi inquired. Sun Xianxi suddenly recalled his purpose for being there, his expression shifting to one of dismay. Is there no solution? Not exactly. It's just that you would certainly refuse. Ji Lingyi did not respond to this assertion. If even Sun Xianxi anticipated his reluctance, it was likely he would indeed object. Expecting Ji Lingyi to be inquisitive, Sun Xianxi was taken aback when he opted for silence, appearing disinterested. Sun Xianxi, unable to contain himself, continued, everyone believes you have been afflicted by flame poison, including Jianqing. However, if it truly is flame poison, I could attempt to devise an antidote. I am rather curious as to who inflicted this poison upon you. It is truly vicious, sapping your vitality while preventing you from recuperating. Supplements would act upon you as poison, utterly dreadful. Such a concoction could only be crafted by a genius or a madman. A shadow of desolation flickered in Ji Lingyi's eyes. Indeed, to inflict such poison upon him was truly cruel. The royal family had never possessed true familial ties. What did it matter if they were father and son when faced with the allure of power? Blood relations were insignificant. Are you truly unaware? Sun Xianxi pressed on, unwilling to relent. Ji Lingyi did not reply, diverting the conversation. What was the method you previously suggested that I would certainly refuse? instantly intrigued. Sun Xianji's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if anticipating a performance. Would you tell me which lady made you break your vows? Ji Lingyi set down his cup and stood to leave. Ah, if you won't speak, then why be vexed? Sun Xianji grasped his arm, insisting, sit down. Very well, I shall disclose it. I have devised a method to counteract your poison, but there is a side effect. Once the poison is dispelled, the emotional ties will linger for a while, thus you must regularly find a way to alleviate them. Ji Lingyi furrowed his brow. It is not the first time. Practice makes perfect. Is there truly no alternative? None. This is the only way to both neutralize the poison and maintain your weakened state. Your hesitation stems from the fear of the poisoner discovering that you have been cured. Then let us discuss it later. With that, Ji Lingyi truly departed, leaving Sun Xianji in a state of bewilderment. What did he mean? After searching for an antidote for over a decade, why hesitate at the final hurdle? Could it be that he had developed an attachment to this poison? Chapter 45. The prince's dignity. In recent days, Su Mu Yin had been accompanying the children, occasionally venturing out to purchase little trinkets for them. With Lu Junli having taken his medication, his condition improved and his mood brightened. He refrained from causing her any trouble. Naturally, with his recovery, the old madam and Lady Wang also felt at ease. On a previous occasion, she had taken Lu Yi to meet Ji Lingyi, who had left a favorable impression on Lu Yi, while Chen Shi would never seek out discord on her own. It seemed that everyone was quite satisfied. As Su Mu Yin strolled through the streets, she bought a halusi and a blank folding fan, feeling quite cheerful. She also purchased a variety of snacks for Lu Er and planned to select some head ornaments and jewelry, as she still had silver notes from Lu Junli to spend. Just as she was about to enter the jewelry shop, she was intercepted by Jian Qing. Madam Lu, my master requests your presence. Su Mu Yin was somewhat puzzled as to why Ji Lingyi sought her out. However, she could not refuse him. He was a man who would not tolerate a rejection. Following Jian Qing upstairs, she found him leisurely sipping tea on the rooftop of the 3rd floor. He had arrived half an hour earlier and, thanks to Su Mu Yin's hints, had quickly uncovered the identity of another person who had fled from the Su residence, Zhang Ji, the coachman. Upon investigation, it became clear that this seemingly inconspicuous coachman possessed remarkable anti-tracking skills, as his shadow guards had lost him after following for several miles. It was truly an intriguing situation. Su residence indeed harbors hidden talents, Ji Lingyi remarked with a teasing tone as he poured her tea upon her arrival. Unaware of who he had discovered, Su Mu Yin remained silent, sipping her tea patiently as she awaited his further commentary. What's the matter? Madame Lu has nothing to say? She set down her cup and gazed at him. What is there to say? Speak of your coachman. Did you not know he was problematic? Come closer and tell me. When did you become aware of these issues? He leaned in, scrutinizing her with a probing gaze. Indeed, she had been aware of the issues surrounding these individuals. But if he were to ask why she had not disclosed it earlier, warning her father to be cautious and to prepare accordingly, it was beyond her control. After all, she had not been reborn before the incident occurred at the Su residence. Yet, she could not voice this thought. If I were to say I just thought of it recently, would your highness believe me? Do you think I would believe it? He reclined against the chair's back, adopting a leisurely demeanor. He did not believe her, nor could he do anything about it. Has your highness found Zhang Ji? She inquired. I believe I never mentioned that the coachman was Zhang Ji, he replied, clearly testing her once again. In truth, she knew little about the 3 coachmen. But Ji Lingyi would not be privy to that information. She was uncertain whether he believed her or not. I have matters to attend to. If your highness has finished questioning me, I shall take my leave. For reasons she could not fathom, he suddenly grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace. His heated breath washed over her face, leaving her with no means of escape. Your highness, please exercise restraint. Restraint? He seemed to find her words amusing, tightening his embrace and drawing even closer. Is Madame Lu advising this prince to restrain himself? Su Mu Yan's cheeks flushed as she pushed him away. Your highness, I must insist you release me. Ji Lingyi leaned in, his lips brushing against her earlobe as he whispered, if Madame Lu wishes to cooperate with me, she must exhibit sincerity. Should you continue to toy with me, have you considered the consequences? With that, he pushed her away. Startled, Su Mu Yin nearly stumbled. As he departed, Ji Lingyi tossed her a box. Initially thinking it contained clues or orders, she did not open it immediately. It was only when she entered the carriage that she discovered it contained the deeds for the 10,000 acres of land that Lu Junli had previously given her. What a tough exterior, but a soft heart he possessed. A slap followed by a jujube. Nonetheless, this jujube undoubtedly brought comfort to Su Mu Yin, lifting her spirits considerably. She then purchased the headgear she had previously admired in the jewelry store and instructed the coachman to take her back, expressing her desire to continue exploring with Lu'er. She instructed Lu'er to remain in a visible spot at the tavern while she ventured into a nearby brothel. After searching through 3 establishments without finding Zhou Yao, she refused to give up. Her intuition told her that Zhou Yao must be in one of these many brothels. Meanwhile, on Jiling Ye's side, Jianqing received news that their shadow guards had lost the target once more. Our men dare not approach too closely for fear of alarming the prey, and the prince has ordered us to capture him alive. They cannot act freely, Jianqing reported. Naturally, a live informant was essential. A dead man would not speak. Zhang Ji was quite cunning and knew that each time he resisted fiercely, the shadow guards, fearing to push him to his death, hesitated to engage him fully. Thus, he had escaped several times. Moreover, Master, Madame Lu has once again visited a brothel, Jianqing added. Jilingyi paused his tea, his expression unreadable as he set the cup down and picked up a nearby folding fan. Which establishment did she enter? Let us join the revelry. When Su Mu Yin was once again discovered at the brothel by Jilingyi, she felt no embarrassment and willingly sat beside him. Not here, Jilingyi inquired. Su Mu Yin nodded gently. The two lingered casually for a while before departing together. Just as they reached the entrance, Jianqing approached and whispered something in Jiling Ye's ear. Jiling Ye's gaze shifted to Su Mu Yin, a glimmer in his eyes indicating that they had found the person they were seeking. They hurried towards their destination, a modest brothel on the street, its business lackluster, often devoid of patrons. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the woman playing the qin on the high platform, the very person they sought. Is everything arranged? Jiling Yu asked Jianqing, who nodded in affirmation. This time, she would not escape. The proprietress of the brothel possessed exceptional perceptive abilities. Upon seeing Jiling Yi and Su Mu Yin, she instantly recognized their distinguished status. After Su Mu Yin expressed her desire to meet the qin player, the proprietress feigned reluctance, stating, Miss Mei Gui is not available to entertain guests today. Jianqing swiftly tossed a bag of silver coins, prompting the proprietress to beam with delight as she called, Mei Gui, come quickly and entertain our esteemed guests. Mei Gui descended gracefully, her features veiled. Yet even just her eyes were enough for Su Mu Yin to recognize her instantly. A small black mole adorned the corner of her left eye. Having met several patrons before, Mei Gui's voice was unmistakable, confirming Su Mu Yin's suspicions. You are Zhou Yao, aren't you? Su Mu Yin spoke up. Zhou Yao froze for a moment, the wariness evident in her eyes as she furtively glanced between Su Mu Yin and Jilingyi. Who are you? Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions, Su Mu Yin replied. Do you know Lin Wei? You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not acquainted with anyone named Lin Wei. Upon finishing her words, she attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Jianqing. This time, it was Su Mu Yin and Jilingyi who were left in a state of astonishment. Zhou Yao does not know Lin Wei? Chapter 46. Subjected to the flames of fire, Su Mu Yin was taken aback. She had clearly witnessed Zhou Yao offering incense to Lin Wei, even presenting him with his favorite dish, fragrant fatty intestines. How could it be possible that the two were unfamiliar with one another? In contrast to Su Mu Yin's astonishment, Jilingyi appeared to have anticipated this revelation, leisurely sipping his tea. After placing his teacup down, he casually inquired, Then, do you know Zhang Ji? Zhou Yao's eyes darted, yet she maintained, I do not know him. Oh? Jilingyi's tone suggested skepticism, and his lack of response was palpable. The simple utterance caused Zhou Yao to visibly tense, yet she continued to feign composure. Both were acutely aware that she was lying. A sudden thought struck Su Mu Yin. Zhang Ji had established a household prior to entering the residence and had a child, claiming at that time to have given the child to another. Could it be Zhou Yao? Jilingyi would investigate this. He was capable of uncovering the truth. Jilingyi did not cast his gaze upon Zhou Yao or Su Mu Yin, instead tapping his fingernail as he spoke, his tone cold enough to instill fear. Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? Zhou Yao's complexion drained of color, her eyes betraying terror as her lips quivered. I would not dare to deceive you. My lord, a few days prior, someone sought me out, but I truly do not know him. This statement piqued the vigilance of both Jilingyi and Su Mu Yin. Who sought you? They asked in unison. I do not know. Zhou Yao trembled, evidently shaken by her earlier encounter. Jilingyi resumed his tea drinking, seemingly unfazed. Su Mu Yin leaned closer to Zhou Yao, attempting to grasp her wrist. But Zhou Yao evaded her touch. Su Mu Yin said, Our visit indeed pertains to Lin Wei. If you cooperate, we shall not harm you. Furthermore, I am aware that you are Zhang Ji's daughter. Ji Lingyi seemed unsurprised by this deduction, as if he had anticipated Su Muyan's train of thought. However, Zhou Yao abruptly lifted her gaze, fear etched on her face as she furtively glanced at Ji Lingyi. She ceased her denials but remained guarded and apprehensive, unwilling to easily trust them. It appeared that the previous individual had frightened her considerably. Can you describe what he looks like? Su Muyan asked, striving to soften her gaze. Zhou Yao hesitated, her eyes flitting towards Ji Lingyi intermittently. You must have heard of Prince Ji Lingyi, the emperor's most favored son, whose reputation surpasses even that of the crown prince, Su Muyan explained, glancing at Ji Lingyi. Ji Lingyi cleared his throat, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Your words truly place me upon the pyre. Su Muyan laughed. Then I implore the prince to bear with me. Very well, he replied. Suddenly, Ji Lingyi glanced out the window, his expression shifting. Su Muyan immediately surmised that others had arrived. Outside were Ji Lingyi's men, and it was unusual for someone else to come at such a moment. Either Zhou Yao possessed crucial information, or she was significant to someone. Ji Lingyi's notoriety was well known, and Zhou Yao had certainly heard of him. She had heard most that although he was ruthless, he was not one to indiscriminately kill innocents. Those who perished at his hands were likely deserving of their fate. Yet, Zhou Yu thought, if she revealed the truth, they would not spare her. Ji Lingyi peered out the window once more. At that moment, Jianqing entered, calling out suggestively, My lord, summon the courtesan, and also procure some silver. Ji Lingyi instructed Jianqing. As Jianqing exited, Zhou Yao's expression turned strange, lacking joy. Is the prince intending to redeem me? Su Muyan was taken aback. You do not wish for that? Zhou Yao lowered her gaze, her expression unusual. Most women in brothels were there by necessity, yearning to encounter someone who would treat them with sincerity and redeem them. Some, unable to find such a person, might save their earnings in hopes of one day escaping the establishment. Given Ji Lingyi's identity, should he propose to redeem Zhou Yao, the brothel keeper would dare not refuse. Furthermore, accompanying him to the royal residence, no matter how Ji Lingyi chose to care for her, she would not be mistreated. Yet, she seemed unwilling. This suggested that she had her own grievances, or perhaps circumstances that left her no choice. May I speak with the sister alone? Zhou Yao raised her eyes, gazing at Su Muyan, her emotions complex, filled with resentment and sorrow. You two may converse. Ji Lingyi stood, casting Su Muyan a reassuring glance before exiting and closing the door. Outside, footsteps echoed, likely belonging to Ji Lingyi's men in action. Zhou Yao remained lost in her thoughts, oblivious to the commotion outside, wiping away her tears, her eyes now solely reflecting resentment. If I had wished to redeem myself, I could have left 6 months ago. I have saved enough silver, she lamented, her eyes clouded with sorrow. Yet you choose to remain in the brothel. Who is it for? Su Muyan inquired. Zhou Yao shook her head. It is he who sold me into this brothel. It has been nearly a decade now. Who is he? My father. Your father does not seem like such a person. Do you know him? My surname is Su. I am the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Zhou Yao froze, stammering. You are Miss Su? Hasn't he the Su family already? Indeed, the Su family is no more. My family was exiled. I was fortunate to escape by marrying into the loyal Marquis's household. As those memories resurfaced, Su Muyan felt a wave of sadness wash over her, particularly regarding her mother and younger brother, past recollections she preferred to avoid. I am sorry. It is not your fault. When the Su family fell, many servants fled. Among them was your Zhangji. Zhou Yao's face bore a trace of guilt. Su Muyan paid it no mind and continued, however. I am certain I heard someone mention that Zhangji had a child, one whom he claimed to have given to another. Zhou Yao's emotions surged. He lied. There was a family that wished to adopt me, but he refused. They could not offer enough money, and he deemed it unworthy. Was he that financially troubled? He has been at the Su residence for nearly 7 or 8 years. Though his salary may not be high, it should suffice to support you. Why not redeem you? Or was it your unwillingness? Zhou Yao shook her head. How could I not wish to leave? Initially, he did promise to redeem me, visiting the brothel keeper multiple times. However, the keeper, seeing my youth and beauty, was reluctant to let me go, repeatedly making things difficult for him. Each time, the price escalated, and he could not afford it. Then one year, I encountered a scholar. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was a good man. He was a scholar from another region visiting the capital. Zhou Yao spoke at length, alternating between laughter and tears. In essence, Su Muyan grasped the situation. Upon learning that his daughter had formed an attachment, Zhangji vehemently opposed it, asserting that those who frequented brothels were heartless. Yet Zhou Yao felt she had spent so much time in the brothel, if anyone was to be deemed heartless, it was she. And thus she was unwilling to be dictated by her father. Subsequently, in a fit of anger, Zhang Ji ceased his visits for a year or two, neglecting to mention her redemption and failing to see her. Zhou Yao suddenly realized that her parents held no love for her. They merely disapproved of her choices, leading him to behave as if he wished to disown her. She felt that her father's shame stemmed from her status. Yet her plight was indeed a consequence of his own actions. In time, she began saving money, hoping to redeem herself and live a good life with the scholar, resolute in her refusal to entertain clients any longer. The brothel keeper, however, would not allow such a prized possession to remain hidden. She would resort to violence and coercion. And there were instances of drugging. These, however, were not her most desperate moments. After 2 years, Zhang Ji returned with news that the scholar had passed away. Zhou Yao disbelieved it, yet found herself unable to escape, desperately searching for information throughout the world. Yet she found herself unable to leave, so she inquired among her patrons, accepting any visitors solely to glean tidbits of information regarding that scholar. Ultimately, she uncovered not a single piece of useful news. Year after year passed, and the scholar never returned. She resigned herself to the reality of his demise. I have long saved enough money, but what is its worth? I shall not depart. I wish him to witness the ruin he has wrought upon his own daughter. Zhou Yao spoke with bitterness, her teeth clenched in rage, declaring that if Zhang Ji were before her, she would surely lunge at him to tear away a piece of flesh. Do you not wish to venture out and seek him yourself? Su Mayan asked. Perhaps that scholar is not dead after all. No, he is undoubtedly dead. If he were alive, he would have come for me. He must be gone. At this point, Zhou Yao exhibited signs of hysteria, her mental state unraveling as she clutched her head with both hands. Su Mayan swiftly urged her to calm down, offering solace. Do not dwell on it. Do not think about it. He certainly cares for you. You are right. If he were still alive, he would have sought you out. Gradually, Zhou Yao began to settle. Su Mayan recognized that no further inquiries would yield more information and instructed someone to attend to her rest. In the adjacent room, there was movement. It seemed that Ji Lingye's people had returned. Chapter 47, The Promise Must Be Fulfilled. Su Muyin did not see Ji Lingye in the adjacent room. Nor was Jianqing present. Only a few guards remained, informing her that the prince had made arrangements for her to return home. Where is your prince? She inquired. The guards replied, We are ordered to escort the lady back to the residence. The whereabouts of the prince are not our concern. I will not return. I wish to go to the Wangfu, Su Muyin insisted. On Zhou Yao's side, she was reluctant to leave, and Ji Lingye did not force her, instead assigning someone to protect her. She suspected something might have happened with Ji Lingye. At the Yong and Wangfu, half an hour earlier, Ji Lingye and Jianqing had pursued a group of men in black, during which he was again afflicted by poison. Jianqing chased after the fleeing figures while Ji Lingye returned to the residence. Sun Xianji scolded as he administered needles to his forehead and arms, temporarily stabilizing his condition. I warned you, heed the advice of the wise, or the consequences will be dire. If you do not accept treatment soon, the frequency of your poisonings will only increase. Sun Xianji continued to persuade him while Ji Lingye lay on the bed, eyes shut tight and wordless. Once the poison invades the heart and lungs, even my efforts to save you will be in vain. You've been afflicted twice in less than half a month. To put it bluntly, you have 1 foot in the grave. Sun Xianji's incessant rambling caused Ji Lingye's brows to furrow deeper. He weakly muttered, consequences. The mere mention of this word silenced Sun Xianji instantly. After a pause, he stammered, Oh, it's merely an imbalance of yin and yang. Regular treatment would be beneficial for your health and harmless. Ji Lingye's expression darkened further, and he fell silent. At that moment, a guard reported. The lady has arrived at the Wangfu. Sun Xianji, puzzled, asked the lady. Which lady? Upon seeing Ji Lingye rise, he exclaimed, Quickly lie down. If you wish to survive, you must remain still. Ji Lingye ignored him, grabbing a coat to put on. Sun Xianji continued to shout, Be quiet. We will discuss this when I return. Are you willing to accept treatment? Sun Xianji grinned like a monkey with a pastry. Very well, I shall wait for you. When Su Muyin encountered Ji Lingye, she observed his pallor but noted his dignified demeanor, failing to discern any significant issue. Did you catch them? She asked. Your Su residence is home to hidden talents. It is not so easy to pursue them, he replied, half teasing, half conversational. Su Muyin internally scoffed, recognizing that the pursuit of Lin Wei had been arduous due to external influences. Now, the pursuit of Zhang Ji seemed equally challenging. Rumors of Yong and Wang's prowess appeared unfounded. Ji Lingyi perceived the implications in Su Muyan's expression but chose not to clarify, instead asking, "Have you uncovered anything?" She recounted Zhou Yao's romantic troubles. "Do you intend to help her find that lover?" Ji Lingyi inquired. Su Muyan nodded. "How do you plan to find him?" "That is of no concern to the prince. You should focus on caring for your own health," she replied with a dry chuckle, her disdain evident. Surprisingly, Ji Lingyi appeared unusually magnanimous today, disregarding her barbed remarks as if he had not heard them. Su Muyan found this perplexing, observing him with a hint of suspicion. His brows were slightly lowered, and his already fair complexion seemed even more translucent, evoking a tinge of envy. His lips were paler than usual, moistened by tea, exuding a certain allure. "You owe me a promise, do you recall?" he said slowly, momentarily catching her off guard. Had he not reminded her, she might have forgotten. "Does the prince wish to fulfill it?" "I recall I made a request back then," Su Muyan replied, feeling inexplicably anxious, suspecting Ji Lingyi might have ulterior motives, as long as it does not contravene natural law or moral ethics. "Indeed," he murmured after a brief pause. "It is indeed time for fulfillment." Su Muyan inquired how he intended to fulfill it, but he remained silent. After she departed, beads of sweat began to appear on Ji Lingyi's forehead. His servant rushed to support him, and as he entered the room, Ji Lingyi coughed up blood, startling Sun Xianji into hastily checking his pulse. He chattered on, "The lady? That means you have settled down? She is quite lovely. But is it worth risking your life just to see her?" While he spoke, he prepared medicine, instructing the servant to brew it immediately. Once the servant left, Sun Xianji produced a green porcelain vial from his waist, extracting a pill and placing it in Ji Lingyi's mouth. Not long after taking the medicine, Ji Lingyi regained consciousness. "How long will it take?" he asked. Sun Xianji understood he was inquiring about the duration of treatment. "At least a week, possibly up to half a month. It can be done at night, discreetly." "Very well, let us begin." Recently, a significant event was unfolding in the capital. The Rue Wangfei was to host a youth polo match, open to children aged 6 to 12, regardless of gender. Invitations had been sent out to all the noble families within the capital. Even commoners with the means to participate were welcome to sign up, with generous rewards for winners. In no time, the news spread like wildfire through the streets. Polo had historically been a sport for adult men. Never before had a competition been held specifically for children. In families of note, children were either studying in academies or receiving private tutelage at home, hardly having the time for leisure. Consequently, opinions on the Rue Wangfei's initiative were mixed. Some argued it was for the betterment of the children, considering the tense conditions at the borders, emphasizing the need for physical training from a young age to cultivate future commanders. Others contended it was misguided, thrusting children into adult pastimes too soon, depriving them of the spirit of the game and leading them to pursue mere entertainment, thus corrupting their innocence. Regardless, the children were thrilled. The loyal and righteous Marquis's residence was also among the invitees. Before Su Muyan's return, the invitation had already arrived, as only Lu Kong met the requirements. The invitation was addressed solely to Su Muyan. Zhao Xian'er, having learned of the event, was in a frenzy, convinced the polo match was specifically aimed at her two children. Polo, such a perilous sport. Setting aside Lu Kong, Lu Fei had never even learned to ride. The preparation alone would consume an inordinate amount of time, causing their studies to suffer. Even if they were to win a prize in polo, would the Marquis's residence truly lack such trivialities? The paramount concern for the children was to focus on their studies. Currently, Su Muyan indulged her children's whims, and Zhao Xian'er could not overlook this. For the sake of their future, she felt compelled to intervene. The key to halting this event lay in persuading the children themselves, not that Su Muyan could force them if they were unwilling. Therefore, seizing the opportunity while Su Muyan was absent, Zhao Xian'er stealthily approached her courtyard, intending to privately counsel the two children. Lu Kong was unaware of the polo match and simply wished to avoid lectures, running off. Lu Fei, being the elder, engaged in polite conversation. But when Zhao Xian'er continued for what felt like an eternity, she could no longer contain herself. "Aunt Zhao, do you think that just because my father allows us to call you aunt, you have become our superior? If anyone should counsel us, it is our mother. Instead of wasting your time here, perhaps you should tend to your father." With that, she too exited. She also complained to her maid, expressing her confusion as to why her father was so kind to a mere servant. Now, the maid had become increasingly disrespectful, even overstepping her boundaries with her mistress. As the two of them walked a short distance away, Zhao Xiner overheard their conversation distinctly. In an instant, Her eyes turned crimson, and tears flowed uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst. My fair and Conger, they truly perceive me in this manner. This thought she dared only to voice within the confines of her heart. Chapter 48. This time I will compete. Zhao Xiner was truly heartbroken this time, weeping inconsolably. However, she refrained from confiding in Lu Juanli, whose health was improving daily, and whose spirits were high as he invited colleagues out for drinks for the first time today. She feared that her troubles would dampen his joy, for she dreaded the thought of him perceiving her as immature. Upon returning home, Lu Juanli was slightly inebriated, his face adorned with an indelible smile and the faint scent of perfume lingering on him. Zhao Xiner had managed to cease her tears and, forcing a smile, approached to assist him with his attire. The fragrance struck her, and she understood all too well where he had been. She recalled her nightly efforts to soothe his legs, only for him to venture out to indulge in frivolities at the slightest improvement. Her thoughts turned to her children, whom she had devoted herself to, hoping they would thrive and one day reunite with her. Yet, they had been deceived by their stepmother, rendering her good intentions futile. Today, she was belittled as merely a servant. Overwhelmed by a wave of intense grievance, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She attempted to wipe them away, but Lu Juanli's displeasure was evident. With irritation, he inquired, "What is the matter now?" Zhao Xiner lowered her head, choking back her sobs, hesitant to speak. "What has caused you to become so melodramatic?" Lu Juanli's expression darkened, and his voice grew sharp. Startled by his sudden anger, Zhao Xiner spilled water as she poured it. Lu Juanli sighed deeply, reflecting on how Su Mayan had never displayed such rudeness. She was always poised and composed, regardless of her inner turmoil. He recalled that he had genuinely liked her once, but as Su Wenqing became associated with the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince made his disinterest known, their relationship had gradually strained. Naturally, his bond with Su Mayan could never return to its former state. Later, as the Su family fell from grace, she could no longer aid in his ambitions, prompting him to distance himself entirely. He had aspired to bring honor to the loyal and righteous Marquisate, believing that emotions should not entangle him. Yet, upon reflection, Su Mayan was exceptionally beautiful, gifted, knowledgeable, and dutiful. She had managed the Marquisate admirably during his absence, proving to be an excellent mistress. As for Zhao Xiner, he had once admired her straightforwardness and charming innocence, but now those qualities seemed superficial. Ultimately, as a woman of humble origins, she lacked grand aspirations and displayed impatience over trivial matters. Lu Juanli suddenly found himself devoid of thirst, choosing instead to lie down and close his eyes. Zhao Xiner, recognizing his discontent, struggled to comprehend his feelings. Afraid to ask or cry, she simply removed her outer garments, gently pulled the blanket over herself, and lay beside him. Later, she quietly reached out, wrapping her arms around Lu Juanli's waist, but he remained still. Upon waking in the morning, Zhao Xiner found him still holding her, which brought her some comfort. The following morning, Su Mayan received an invitation. The Princess of Rue? She was close friends with the Min County Princess of the Rue Prince's residence. However, since her marriage, all her focus had shifted to her husband's family, and she had not attended any gatherings for young ladies. The Min County Princess had sought her out several times, but she was either attending to her in-laws or managing household accounts, often leaving little time for conversation. Gradually, the visits ceased, and though they occasionally exchanged messages, Su Mayan lacked the time to respond adequately, further straining their relationship. The Princess of Rue had a son, just 6 years old, at the prime age of innocence and vitality. She recalled that in her past life, the Princess of Rue had proposed a youth polo match around this time and had invited her. At that time, she believed her son Liu Kang's studies were more important than play, so she declined the invitation. As time went on, many in the capital also rejected the invitation, leaving only a handful of humble students willing to participate. The Princess of Rue, finding it uninteresting, ultimately canceled the event. This cancellation, however, nearly devastated the Rue residents. A humble scholar, Zhao Ziqing, had brought his brother to register for the competition, filled with anticipation, only to feel disappointment when he learned of its cancellation. Initially, he merely lamented the loss, but when informed that the cancellation stemmed from the indifference of the nobility, his frustration grew. Determined to voice his grievances, he attempted to submit a petition but found no avenues to do so, which only intensified his anger. Soon after, the imperial examination occurred, and Zhao Ziqing achieved the highest honor. Following the palace examination, he was appointed to an official position, and his first petition was to impeach the Princess of Rue for oppressing the humble and currying favor with the powerful. Although the princess was indeed of noble birth, the accusation of oppressing the humble ignited outrage among the common scholars, who rallied in support of Zhao Ziqing. He, well-versed in literature and eloquent, deftly refuted any attempts by ministers to defend the princess. Eventually, the princess personally visited Zhao Ziqing to apologize and extended her apologies to all humble scholars, requesting to withdraw from the capital, which concluded the matter. However, the troubles for the Rue residents were far from over. The following year, the princess's only son, the esteemed young prince, drowned accidentally while playing near a pond. The Min County princess, married to an official, also died mysteriously in her home a year later. Just like that, a once happy family disbanded due to a youth polo match. Su Mayan felt immense guilt. Had she not been so distant, perhaps she could have aided the Min County princess, and the outcome might have been different. Gazing at the crimson invitation, tears welled in her eyes. For 3 years, she had devoted herself entirely to the loyal Marquise, yet those years had caused the Min County princess to lose hope in her. Her only true friend, her closest confidant, was now lost to her. This time, she vowed to alter this fate. She picked up her pen to reply and entrusted the note to Luer, informing the Princess of Rue that she would bring Conger and Fea to participate in the polo match. Chapter 49. His peculiar behavior. When Luer visited the Duke of Rue's residence, the Duchess was absent. She entrusted her reply and message to the Duchess's maid, requesting her to convey them. Upon receiving the response, the Duchess was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that, among the numerous invitations sent out, the first to respond would be Su Mayan from the loyal and righteous Marquise. The Duchess had observed the deteriorating relationship between Su Mayan and her daughter, Ji Min, and sending an invitation to the Marquise was merely a formality. What else did she say? The Duchess inquired of her maid. She expressed her intention to participate in the competition on time and wished the Duchess a successful event. The Duchess smiled softly, nodding gently as she set the reply aside, then asked, "What is the princess doing?" "Playing chess inside. Let us go and see her." Princess Ji Min, clad in a dark blue gauze dress, was amusing herself with birds, already aware of the situation regarding Su Mayan. However, she remained upset and chose to ignore it. The Duchess comforted her, saying, "They were once close friends. Her mother and I, along with the late concubine Zhang, were childhood companions. You both grew up together. Your bond is unique." Manor. Yenner has faced many hardships in recent years. Do not hold it against her. Ji Min pouted, huffing in frustration, and tugged at the Duchess's sleeve to complain, "Mother, I am simply angry. She abandoned Cousin Yi for that Marquise heir. Now that she is married, she acts distant and aloof, and suddenly sends a reply. What does it mean?" The Duchess gently stroked her daughter's hair and replied, "Silly Manor, can you not see? Yenner recognizes your worth, cannot let go of you, and wishes to mend your friendship." "Really?" "Indeed." The Duchess continued, "As for her engagement with Yi, perhaps there was less fate involved. The engagement was arranged when Yi was still in the womb, and even the Emperor was pleased with this union. However, once Yi was born, the astrologers claimed he was incompatible with the dragon's aura and sent him to be raised outside the palace. Over the years, they have grown apart, scarcely meeting. Moreover, with Su's father being the crown prince's tutor and a favored figure at court, there are countless individuals vying for her attention. Although Yenner is bound by her engagement, many secretly covet her. She is truly foolish. That Lu Juanli is hardly a worthy match," Ji Min muttered. "Manor, she is not foolish. Yenner has always known what she desires and pursues it with relentless courage, a trait that others lack. It's merely a misjudgment." "Mother, do you think Yan's stepchildren will agree to participate in the competition?" Reassured by her mother, Ji Min had begun to regard Yenner as her closest sister, starting to worry for her. The Duchess patted her hand, encouraging her to relax. "Yenner is clever. As long as she desires it, she will accomplish it." Upon hearing about the polo match, Lu Kong and Lu Fei leaped for joy. "But we cannot ride horses," Lu Fei expressed her concerns. Su Mayan felt somewhat troubled. The best equestrians in the Marquise were Lu Ming and Lu Juanli. One had passed away, and the other was injured, leaving no one else to teach them. Why not hire a riding instructor from outside? Why waste money when we have a qualified instructor? Lu Fong swaggered over, wearing a peculiar smile, embodying a carefree demeanor. The polo match was merely a pretext. His true intentions were to assist the Duchess and take Lu Kong and Lu Fei out for fun, implementing a form of joyful education. Therefore, winning or losing was inconsequential, and equestrian skills were of little importance. If Lu Fang wished to teach, Su Mayan saw no reason to refuse. Yet she also did not want to make it too easy for him, responding, "Are you capable?" Lu Fang, evidently provoked, insisted they head to the Marquisite's backyard. Although the Marquisate had stables with a few horses, the limited space in the backyard made it unsuitable for riding. Typically, one would go to a dedicated equestrian field. However, eager to prove himself, Lu Fang had a stableman bring out a spirited chestnut horse, mounting it and galloping 2 laps. Lu Kong and Lu Fei watched in awe. "Wow, third uncle, you are amazing. Third uncle, teach us." Lu Fang, riding high on the horse, looked down at Su Mayan, relishing the praise from the children, experiencing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, particularly from Su Mayan, who had always looked down on him since his arrival at the Marquisate. Now, she gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Her fair complexion, slightly upturned nose, and notably parted rosy lips made Lu Fang feel as though the sunlight was unusually intense today, leaving him slightly dizzy. He quickly dismounted, handing the reins to the stableman, and approached with a grin. "What do you think? Am I handsome, third uncle?" While speaking to the children, his gaze continually flicked towards Su Mayan. Recently, he had sensed a change in her demeanor. In the past, she would never have allowed the children to participate in any event unrelated to their studies, fearing it would hinder their academic progress. As he approached, he had been uncertain, not just about the children's participation but also about his capability to teach them riding. He doubted Su Mayan would place any trust in him. "Well, seeing as you ride well and are familiar with the children, I shall leave this matter to you," Su Mayan stated. Lu Fang was taken aback. "You truly entrust this to me? Are you unwilling? Or lacking confidence?" "Of course not. While I may not compare to my elder brother, teaching these 2 little ones is well within my grasp." "Then it's settled. Let us go purchase riding equipment and protective gear." The group set off in 2 horse-drawn carriages, followed by several maids, making their way to acquire riding gear. Lu Fang made the selections, while Lu Er handled the payments, and Su Mayan merely yawned. After purchasing the items, they visited the riding field, selecting the largest and most verdant one, paying a deposit before returning home. As night fell, the children remained exhilarated, chattering incessantly, while Su Mayan felt utterly fatigued. Upon entering her room and freshening up, she intended to sleep soundly. Lu Er arranged her bed, extinguished the candle, and exited. Suddenly, a figure entered the room, startling Su Mayan into sitting upright, shaking off her drowsiness. Fortunately, the intruder was no stranger. Does the prince also indulge in the pastime of sneaking into women's chambers? Ji Lingye exhibited no concern for his uninvited entrance, tossing a bundle onto the table and striding to sit beside her bed. Observing the bundle, Su Mayan speculated on his intentions. Was this from Lin Wei? Ji Lingye studied her under the dim light, her eyes shimmering, her white silk nightgown clinging delicately to her form. It appeared she had risen quickly, causing her collar to slip and revealing her fair collarbone. He involuntarily recalled that night, his breath becoming uneven, regretting his decision to visit her at night. Averting his gaze discreetly, he cleared his throat, his voice low. "It has been conveyed." The hoarse tone added a peculiar tension to the atmosphere. Su Mayan's gaze drifted to the bundle. Zhou Yao's lover was deceased. This must belong to him. After Ji Lingye spoke, his expression shifted. Disdainfully glancing at the bundle on the table, he stood up and discarded it onto the floor beside the flower pot at the door. Su Mayan was left speechless. "You intend to take your 2 illegitimate daughters to participate in the polo match?" he asked, turning to her with a meaningful look. Su Mayan felt she might be too fatigued to see clearly. Ji Lingye seemed oddly different tonight. Before she could respond, he climbed out the window and departed. What just transpired? He specifically came over just to say this? That night, Su Muyin tossed and turned for quite some time before finally falling asleep. And as a result, she awoke late the following day. Before she could finish her morning routine, Hong Mei, the maid attending to Lu Kong, burst in and knelt down in a panic, exclaiming, "It's terrible, madam. You must hurry and save the young master. He has been attacked." Chapter 50. Feeding her look at you all flustered, as if you fear offending the lady, Lu Er reprimanded. "Now, speak up. What has transpired?" The maid took a moment to steady herself before reporting, "This morning, Lady Zhao." "Since when has she become a lady?" "We were all unaware." 2 maids whispered as they brought in water. Many harbored a disdain for Zhao Xiner. They were diligent servants, rarely entertaining inappropriate thoughts, and were well aware of Zhao Xiner's limited capabilities, privately holding her in contempt. Red Plum, who had been assigned to Lu Kong by the old lady and had served faithfully for many years, quickly corrected herself. "This morning, The young master and the young lady went to pay their respects to the heir and mentioned the polo match. Zhao Xiner, rather presumptuously, insisted that the game was too dangerous and urged the heir to intervene. This displeased the young master, who then had a servant fetch a jar of earthworms and spiders from the garden and dump them into Zhao Xiner's vanity. Red Plum's account was not entirely truthful. Even if Zhao Xiner had indeed offended Lu Kang that morning, the act of gathering worms and spiders was likely premeditated. Was this the heir's punishment for Kang? Red Plum lamented. Yes, my lady. Please hurry and save the young master and that boy who dug up the worms. The heir has threatened to sell him. Luer assisted Su Mu Yin to her feet. Come, let us see. As they entered the ceremonial hall, they were met with heart-wrenching cries and the sound of slaps. Father, please spare my brother. It was not intentional. He won't dare to do it again. Lu Fei sobbed in desperation. Mother, save me. Please save Kang. Father wants to kill him, all for a mere servant. Lu Kang's voice dripped with resentment towards Lu Junli and Zhao Xiner. Spare him, my lord. It is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the young master. Please, let him go. Kang'er, stop speaking foolishly. The heir is your father. How can you say such things? You are being unreasonable. I plead with the heir to forgive you. Zhao Xiner joined in the appeals. Humph. Such unruly behavior at such a young age. If I do not discipline him now, he shall grow to be uncontrollable in the future, Lu Junli declared sternly. Su Mu Yin overheard this, and, envisioning a scene of maternal virtue and filial piety, felt a surge of anger. For the mother in this scenario was not herself, but Zhao Xiner. Her emotions flared, and she stormed in, shouting, Stop! Who dares to strike my son? The sound of slaps ceased immediately. All eyes turned to Su Mu Yin. She signaled Red Plum, who hurried to check on Lu Kang's condition. As the only young master in the household, even if the servants were to strike him, they would do so with restraint. Lu Kang, having received over a dozen blows, managed to stand up, clutching his behind, limping towards Su Mu Yin. Mother, you have finally come to save me, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Take the young master away to rest, Red Plum instructed, with Lu Fei following closely behind. Though Lu Junli remained enraged, he did not intervene. Su Mu Yin stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Zhao Xiner's face. The pale skin immediately bore the imprints of her hand. And Zhao Xiner glared at Su Mu Yin, seething with resentment. What is the meaning of this, madam? Even for a maid, you cannot strike without cause. Much less when I am a servant of the heir. You dare acknowledge yourself as a maid? Su Mu Yin stood before her with authority, looking down upon Zhao Xiner. You claim to be a servant of the heir? For a mere handful of earthworms, you, a country bumpkin, are truly frightened? To punish and strike a servant is one thing, but to incite the heir to treat the young master in such a manner is unheard of. It is evident you have never borne a child, for your heart is so cruel. Moreover, when did the loyal and righteous Marquis household allow a maid to overstep her bounds? The children show respect to their elders. Do you truly think being called in elevates you to a position of authority? Servants must know their place. The heir is incapacitated. Allow me to teach you the rules. Take her away. You dare. Lu Junli intervened with a fierce glare. Su Mu Yin rolled her eyes, having neglected to deal with Zhao Xiner until now. With Zhao Xiner's reckless behavior providing her the perfect opportunity, she had no intention of letting it slide. Ignoring Lu Junli, she commanded with authority, What are you waiting for? Take her away. Servants approached to seize Zhao Xiner. She cowered behind Lu Junli, pleading, My lord, I did not mean it. I care for Kang'er just as much as the madam does. What qualification do you have to compare with me? Su Mu Yin scoffed. It seems you truly see yourself as the mistress of the Marquis household. Today, not even the old lady could save you. When she arrived, Su Mu Yin had brought along 10 or so young servants, prepared for this very moment. She thought to herself, Lu Junli, if you wish to protect Zhao Xiner today, you must either reveal Lu Kang and Lu Fei's lineage or allow this concubine to enter the household. Otherwise, I shall personally deal with Zhao Xiner. At this moment, Lu Junli realized that his instinctive reaction to protect Zhao Xiner stemmed from his subconscious perception of her as the children's mother. He had unwittingly provided Su Mu Yin with leverage. However, revealing their lineage now would only bring shame to his family, leaving him no face to confront his peers. Frustrated, he watched as she took Zhao Xiner away. Rest assured, my lord, I will not harm your people. I merely intend to teach her the rules. Once she understands her place as a servant, I shall return her. Zhao Xiner's cries were heart-wrenching, causing Su Mu Yin irritation. Luer, producing a rag from somewhere, spat on it a few times and rolled it up to stuff in Zhao Xiner's mouth. My lady, The heir will not allow us to take her so easily. I feel something is amiss, Lua voiced her concerns. Your instincts are correct. Sumu Yin was well aware that Lu Junli would not permit such a thing. If he were truly so ineffectual, how could she have fallen to him in her past life? But what of it? Bring me the jar of earthworms that the young master dug up. The servants in her courtyard were well trained by Luer and understood Sumu Yin's intentions. In no time, a young servant returned with a jar identical to the one before, filled to the brim with wriggling earthworms. It was indeed quite repulsive. Feed her these, Sumu Yin said indifferently. The young servant complied. Luer added at the door, after all, she is a delicate girl concerned about her appearance. So be cautious not to hurt her. And be mindful of the worms that the young master worked hard to dig up. Do not waste them. Chapter 51. The journey of raising a mischievous child, my lady. She has fainted. Wake her up. She fainted again, having vomited everything. The stench was unbearable. My lady, the elder madam has arrived. Has she finished eating? Everything has been fed to her. Then bring her out. Upon seeing her mother, Sumu Yin was surprised at her presence. Dressed in a sky-blue gown with an innovative hairpin adorning her head, she smiled warmly and respectfully. Wang Shi's expression was serious as Sumu Yin stepped forward to assist her to the seat of honor. Call Lua to bring the finest tea. This year's newly arrived tea leaves, and this water is also sourced from the purest spring. Mother, please have a taste. Wang Shi held the teacup, took a small sip, and remarked, it is quite good. Feigning ignorance about Wang Shi's visit, Sumu Yin engaged her in conversation regarding the household affairs. She mentioned that the steward's concubine, Lady Zhang, had given birth to a plump baby boy, who was exceedingly adorable, reminiscent of their own Conger. When they first entered the household, he was timid, with a rosy little face, yet so endearing. Indeed, 3 years have flown by, Wang Shi sighed. Once the conversation had warmed up, Wang Shi finally spoke, that Zhao Xner by the young master's side, though she lacks decorum, is still associated with the young master. A few words of admonishment should suffice. She has always been cared for, and without her, the young master might feel unsettled. Sumu Yin lowered her head with a smile. Mother speaks true. It seems the young master cannot do without her. Just a short while has passed, and he has already requested my mother to intercede on his behalf. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Shi's face. Lure, bring her in. Yes, my lady. She is already at the door. As Lua opened the door, Zhao Xina appeared, her face as pale as a corpse, clutching her abdomen. What is that smell? Sumu Yin held a handkerchief to her lips, feigning confusion. Wang Shi caught the scent as well. It was a strong, foul odor, prompting her to quickly open a window for ventilation. Luer hastily called for the maidservants to bring incense sachets and open the window, yet the stench lingered. Sumu Yin gagged a few times, observing Zhao Xiner. Why do you smell so foul? Saying this, she retched again. Wang Shi began to sense a problem. Instinctively suspecting Sumu Yin was involved, though not entirely certain, she inquired of Zhao Xiner, what is going on? Zhao Xinu's face turned even wider as she covered her mouth. Suddenly, a wave of nauseating odor filled the room. Zhao Xiner vomited, splattering some onto Wang Shi's clothing, who was also overwhelmed by the stench. The maidservants rushed to clean up, but their efforts were in vain. Sumu Yin, wary, distanced herself under the pretense of retching and managed to avoid the mess. Seeing Wang Shi nearly fainting, she quickly instructed the maidservants, quickly, help mother to the inner room to change and bathe. After a long ordeal, Wang Shi, breathless and furious, demanded, what on earth is happening? Yet she dared not confront Zhao Xiner again, frightened by the stench. A maid was dispatched to inquire, returning with the news. She has simply upset her stomach. Upset her stomach, and yet she stinks so? How can she serve the young master? With the assistance of the maidservants, Wang Shi stormed out, her temper flaring. As for Zhao Xiner, there was no mention of whether to take her along or leave her behind. Sumu Yin had no choice but to confine Zhao Xiner once more, for she had not only offended Lu Kong, but had also crossed Wang Shi. Once Wang Shi had departed, Sumu Yin went to see the two children. Lu Kong and Lu Fei were already aware of the happenings in Sumu Yin's courtyard. Although they did not understand why Zhao Xiner had acted inappropriately before their grandmother, they instinctively felt that their mother was aiding them in dealing with their adversary. The two children whispered and giggled for a while, their laughter echoing joyfully. Upon noticing Sumu Yin's arrival, they sweetly greeted her. Greetings, mother. Can you seek justice for us? Yes, Sumu Yin responded, reaching out to tousle Lu Kang's hair. How are you? Does it still hurt? Have you improved? Lu Kang frowned. Does mother truly believe it was Konger's fault? Of course not. Konger is the young master of the Marquis's estate. It is not a fault to teach the servants a lesson. Really? Lu Kang questioned, recalling how many times his mother had deceived him. He burst into tears, sobbing. Mother loves me the most. Just a few earthworms, and father was so severe with me. Will, Lu Fei's eyes were red as well. Who is that Zhao? Why does father favor her so? Su Muyan smiled, not answering. Such matters, she decided, were best left for the children to ponder. Konger, you did nothing wrong. If someone bullies us, we should not endure it silently. We must retaliate, she remarked cryptically. Seeing Lu Kang nod seriously, Su Muyan felt increasingly satisfied. Raising a mischievous child begins with indulgence, allowing him to commit all manner of mischief, great or small. Gradually, he will lose all sense of right and wrong. Such a child is unfit to be a companion to the crown prince. Zhao Xian's most important leverage would thus be rendered useless. Su Muyan did not believe that this level of provocation would send Zhao Xian into oblivion. She was not so easily toppled. Zhao Xian appeared frail but understood Lu Junli's affections clearly, and he held an extraordinary bond with her. At this point, Su Muyan was merely trying to irritate her. Lu Junli would never truly disregard her. Since Wang Shi was willing to personally visit for a maid, it was likely that Ji Lingyi had disclosed Zhao Xian's true identity. In her previous life, the old madam and Wang Shi had always been aware of Zhao Xian's status, turning a blind eye to her affairs. Ultimately, Wang Shi even accepted her as a goddaughter. Therefore, this level of provocation was insufficient. After reassuring the children, Su Muyan arranged for a carriage to leave the estate. She intended to seek out Zhou Yao, bringing along the bundle that Ji Lingyi had given her. Zhou Yao appeared much more haggard, but upon seeing the bundle, she understood its significance and wept profusely. I knew it. I knew he was not that kind of person. He cares for me. He truly cares for me. Indeed, he cares for you, Su Muyan affirmed. For within the bundle lay a farewell letter he had left for her. Zhou Yao stifled her sobs, hastily opening the bundle to find the letter. Her emotions a tumultuous mix of laughter and tears. What are your plans for the future? Su Muyan inquired. What plans can I have? What can I possibly plan now? Zhou Yao clutched the letter, sobbing, unsure whether her joy outweighed her sorrow. After all, the person she had been waiting for had not abandoned her. Her patience was not in vain. Su Muyan remained silent, placing a banknote before her. Live well? This is what he wishes to see. While she desired to bring Zhou Yao under her influence, it would not be an easy task. Zhou Yao had clung to this place for the sake of waiting for someone, indicating that she was not easily swayed. Su Muyan could only wait for her to come to terms with her feelings step by step, or perhaps until her heart was entirely extinguished. Leaving no path of return. Chapter 52. Intercepting talent. After several days of instructing the rules, Lu Jiwenli returned Zhao Xian to her residence, citing his dislike for being attended to. Yet, no matter how much she washed, the faint, unpleasant odor clung to her. Following a few days of training, her demeanor towards both Lu Kang and Su Muyan had transformed. She was now much more respectful, scarcely daring to meet their gaze. Su Muyan found this change rather satisfactory. The negotiations for peace were finally set in motion. The crown prince indeed proposed that Lu Junli take the lead. The emperor even dispatched a royal physician to attend to him, promising that if Lu Junli could stand on the designated day, he would agree to the crown princess proposal. The negotiations were scheduled for half a month hence. The crown prince also sent numerous nourishing supplements, and the loyal and righteous marquis's residence was enveloped in joy, nearly bursting into celebratory firecrackers. In an effort to expedite his recovery, Lu Jiwenli's dosage of medicine was increased, naturally inflating the costs. Initially requiring 1,000 acres of prime land, the expenses soon escalated to several thousand taels of silver. Unable to provide the silver, Lu Jiwenli used his properties as collateral. Eventually, even the Wang family could not afford the expenses and began utilizing Su Muyan's dowry. Lu Jiwenli assured them, echoing his previous life, that once the peace negotiations concluded and he received his titles and rewards, he would replenish her dowry. Su Muyan merely smiled, saying nothing. For the medicinal expenses already arranged, Ji Lingyi introduced an adept to manage the situation discreetly. All that was left was for Su Muyan to resolve the animosities within the loyal and righteous marquis's residence and emerge as a carefree, wealthy woman. Zhao Xian indeed regained favor, but it was said that when Lu Jiwenli attempted to kiss her, he retched, leaving a psychological scar that led them to sleep apart. It appeared Lu Jiwenli's affections were not as steadfast as once believed. Su Muyan had thought he could overcome anything. Despite Zhao Xian's attempts to mask her odor with various fragrances, Lu Jiwenli's mental trauma was not so easily surmountable. However, she adapted her approach, opting for patience rather than coercion, quietly awaiting Lu Juanli's attention while still subtly influencing him during his moments of good humor. For instance, as she tidied his garments, she gently remarked, "As long as the air can stand again, wealth is of little consequence. Even emptying the Marquis's residence cannot compare to your health." Those words struck a precise chord with Lu Juanli. At that moment, he felt as though Ji Lingye was manipulating him, leveraging his illness to deplete the Marquis's resources. Let him revel in his temporary triumph. Once I achieve merit and the crown prince ascends the throne, I shall be the most loyal minister. And then I will deal with Ji Lingye appropriately, for with the matters at hand, the crown prince could not spare him. The old matron, Wang, was well aware that Lu Juanli's medicinal expenses had consumed a significant portion of the Marquis's wealth. While she did not voice it openly, she secretly cursed Ji Lingye as a scheming devil, a bloodsucker. The second branch, always eager for gossip, sent a letter to Lu Qi, advising him to learn the trade from their grandfather and to refrain from returning for the time being. Lu Yi and Li both felt that the Marquis's residence was steeped in negativity, which could corrupt their beloved son. In contrast, Chen was the quietest of all. In secret, she had already invested their assets into various ventures, primarily in farmland. Now, Lu Fang took Lu Kong and Lu Fei to the outskirts for horseback riding, which significantly reduced expenditures, much to Chen's satisfaction. She even regarded Su Mayan with a newfound softness, discreetly inquiring whether there were any suitable suitors for Lu He. However, Lu He remained fixated on Ji Lingye, refusing to consider anyone else, much to Chen's distress. Meanwhile, Ji Lingye, upon hearing Jian Qing report on Su Mayan, realized he had become the monster in the eyes of the loyal and righteous Marquis's household, a devil who delighted in chaos. Jian Qing had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on his lord's face and increasingly found him inscrutable. Since the last time the lord insisted on personally delivering Zhou Yao's belongings, he had returned in a tumultuous state, alternating between joy and vexation. Should I remind the lady? If this continues, the lord's reputation may be tarnished, Jian Qing suggested kindly. Ji Lingye touched his lips and replied, "No need. This is beneficial. It reassures my father that I am not aligned with the Marquis's household." Jian Qing was left even more perplexed, pondering that the emperor had never held such a belief. Who was unaware of the enmity between the Wang family and the crown prince, or that the loyal and righteous Marquis had never been an ally? Had the lord lost his senses? The negotiations were a matter of great importance, with recent disturbances in the court. Besides Lu Juanli, which other officials would accompany him? Lu Juanli, aware that his name had not yet been mentioned, began to feel anxious and prepared accordingly. He had no time to attend to Su Mayan, nor did Zhao Xianer dare to interfere with her. As a result, Su Mayan had been enjoying her days, spending time with Lu Kong and Lu Fei at the horse grounds. She sat in the shade, cracking seeds and sipping tea, observing Lu Fang instruct the children on horseback riding. This had been the routine for nearly 5 days. "Has there been any news from Miss Zhou?" Su Mayan inquired of Lu'er. "I have been keeping an eye on Zhou Yao. She has settled in a quiet, 2-courtyard residence at the lower market, living peacefully and tending to 5 chickens and 3 ducks, Lu'er reported. "Ah," Su Mayan mused, noting that she seemed to have found contentment in a simpler life. "What of the heir?" "He is preparing supplies for the northwest," Lu'er replied. Su Mayan recalled that in her previous life, after Ji Lingye's leg had healed, he had energetically set off with a wealth of jewels to the northwest, facilitating peace talks. Shortly thereafter, the emperor conferred upon him a title. "And Zhao Xiner?" Lua scoffed disdainfully that Vixen indeed possesses some guile. "I've heard the heir has grown quite close to her these days. It seems she may accompany him." Reflecting on her previous life, Su Mayan could not recall whether Zhao Xiner had been part of Lu Juanli's entourage, but suddenly thought of another individual, a nondescript man whom Lu Juanli had encountered by chance. At that time, his leg had healed, and he was socializing, drinking, and hunting in the countryside. One day, he returned with this man, who was unremarkable in appearance, taciturn, yet possessed extraordinary martial prowess and a sharp gaze, often exuding an air of danger. Before long, Lu Juanli brought home a child who shared a close bond with this man. It was later revealed that the boy was his son, bearing a crescent-shaped scar on his left arm. Negotiating in the northwest had proven arduous. The conditions we could offer were vastly different from those proposed by the other side, leading to a breakdown in talks. The opposing party even attempted multiple assassinations, all while that man safeguarded Lu Juanli. At the time, Su Mayan found the man's demeanor peculiar and was not fond of him. Yet, she had heard from the servants that he was exceedingly loyal. Even if the entire world betrayed the heir, he would not waver. In her misfortunes, she envied the prospect of having such a devoted and skilled ally by her side. Now, with Lu Juanli's leg still not healed, he had yet to encounter him. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of fate bringing them together again. If she were to seek out that man first, would it not deprive Lu Juanli of his chance? That day, Su Mayan sent a message to Ji Lingye, requesting his assistance in locating a young boy. Chapter 53. The time for return has come. The participation in the Young Polo tournament hosted by the esteemed Princess Rui has surged, with numerous equestrian venues reaching full capacity, including the royal racetrack. Several royal relatives, unable to enter the royal grounds, have turned to Su Mayan and her companions for practice. Lu Feng, seemingly finding newfound amusement, dedicated himself wholeheartedly, initially harboring an intent to discern Su Mayan's true feelings. However, all distractions were cast aside as he focused solely on ensuring his two disciples triumphed in the competition. They needed to hone their riding skills and master polo techniques, a domain where Lu Feng lacked proficiency, prompting him to enlist a friend's assistance. Yet, polo remains a team sport, despite Lu Kong and Lu Fei's commendable performances. 3 more players were still required. Su Mayan assured him that she would handle this matter, allowing Lu Feng to concentrate on mentoring his apprentices. On this day, as Su Mayan observed the children practicing on the field, her mind wandered to where she might find the additional 3 players. Just then, she recalled a certain young boy who fit the age criteria and was about to inquire with Ji Lingye regarding the outcome when serendipity struck. Beside him walked a boy of about 7 or 8, adorned in a robe similar to Ji Lingye's, bearing a resemblance to him. Could he be the 7th prince? Rumor has it that the 7th prince, Ji Mingyu, is the son of a palace maid who endured a challenging life within the palace walls. Once under the guardianship of Ji Lingye's mother, the esteemed concubine Zhang, thus enjoying a cordial relationship with Ji Lingye. Little 7. This is the wife of the heir of the loyal and righteous marquis. Ji Lingye introduced. Su Mayan bowed respectfully, acknowledging, I have encountered His Royal Highness. And the 7th prince, Ji Lingye instructed Ji Mingyu to proceed with the eunuch, stating, I have already selected a horse for you. Go and give it a try. Rest assured, royal brother, Mingyu has learned for a while under Father Emperor and can attempt to ride now. The 7th prince, filled with joy, dashed ahead, followed by the eunuch and palace maids calling after him. Your Highness, slow down, and be careful not to fall. Su Mayan pondered the unexpected sight of a prince riding. Would he be participating in the tournament? She continued to watch Ji Mingyu, contemplating the implications of forming a team with him. This event has garnered considerable attention. Even Father Emperor has heard of it. Little 7 personally sought Father Emperor's consent. How could I refuse? Elated by Ji Mingyu's involvement, she realized she was merely 2 players short. With the addition of the wise young prince from the Rue Wangfu, or perhaps the newly discovered boy, her team could soon be complete. Does the 7th prince already have a team? Su Mayan inquired, her face alight with anticipation. Ji Lingye, intrigued by her enthusiasm, responded, Are you considering teaming up with Little 7? Instead of providing a direct answer, he found Lu Kong and Lu Fei nearby, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, Madame Lu seems quite invested in her stepchildren. It appears she indeed has a fondness for the heir. How is the heir's leg holding up? Based on Madame Lu's request, the dosage of the medicine was doubled. The effects should be promising. To Su Mayan's surprise, she detected a hint of envy in his words. Indeed, I owe my gratitude to your Highness. They walked side by side towards the resting area, where onlookers greeted Ji Lingye with respect, parting to create a path for him. He settled beneath a venerable tree, its lush branches providing a secluded refuge. Reluctant to join him amidst the crowd, fearing unflattering rumors, she hesitated until he turned to her, questioning, Do you not wish to know the outcome? Have you found him? Su Mayan quickly caught up to him. He did not respond directly, instead expressing curiosity about how Madame Lu had come to know these individuals so well, even being aware of a long-lost son. Do not tell me you stumbled upon this by chance. It seemed he had not only located the boy but had also thoroughly investigated his background. Fortunately, Ji Lingye was surrounded by adept strategists, skilled in both martial prowess and erudition, though he kept their abilities well concealed. Had she not recognized this, she might have worried he would detain the boy. Must you say nothing? Primarily, I am uncertain of how to explain. I met him through Lu Juanli. Yet I do not know how Lu Juanli came to know you. Suit yourself, Ji Lingye replied, his expression inscrutable, as he fixated on the ring adorning his finger. In that case, you must be aware of his true nature. What insights do you possess, Your Highness? I cannot offer you guidance. She sensed his irritation, as if he resented her lack of candor. But could she truly reveal her circumstances? To disclose her reincarnation, the suffering inflicted by Lu Jianli, and her quest for justice? I merely wish to remind you that winning hearts requires more than coercion, particularly with those possessing unique talents. Such individuals tend to be more prideful. Thank you for your counsel, Your Highness. Manage it well. Additionally, I will arrange the household registrations of these individuals. You need not concern yourself with that. How many individuals? Su Mayan felt as though Ji Lingye possessed an uncanny understanding of her. Indeed, he wore a mysterious smile. Suddenly, Su Mayan recalled the last time he had sent her Zhou Yao's lover's belongings. He must have sensed her intentions. Had she not sought to win Zhou Yao over, she would not have gone to such lengths to find her a lover. You are indeed thorough, Your Highness. I am deeply grateful. Do not rush to express your thanks. My actions are driven by motives of my own. I should have informed you that I am not the sort to engage in altruism without expectation of return, he stated. Having assisted you on numerous occasions, I shall now seek recompense. As she watched his retreating figure, an ominous premonition took root in her heart. Soon thereafter, the young boy was brought forth, with Ji Lingye having arranged his identity. He was introduced as a distant relative of the Su family, an orphan named Su Yan. His documentation was complete and reported to the local authority. His past was recounted clearly. He had become separated from his family several years prior and had since wandered the capital. Ji Lingye's men discovered him in a dilapidated temple, having just been forced to beg for alms and suffering a beating for his meager earnings. Such experiences had rendered him exceedingly timid, fearful of all. Su Mayan welcomed him into her residence, assigning 2 maidservants to attend to him. Upon cleaning him up, she realized he was an exceptionally handsome child, albeit far too thin, with deeply sunken cheeks. The maidservant tasked with bathing him mentioned numerous scars adorning his frail body, noting his shyness. Su Mayan instructed the maids to care for him attentively. That evening, Su Mayan pondered Ji Lingye's earlier words about seeking repayment. Did he refer to her past promise to assist him with a task? Or was it regarding their mutual arrangement? The initiation of this arrangement had indeed originated with her stipulation for his assistance at a crucial moment. Yet he had seemingly never disclosed his own terms. A sense of foreboding settled in her heart. Tossing and turning, she struggled to find rest. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a figure unexpectedly appeared in her chamber. It was Jian Qing. The prince requests your presence, my lady. He mentioned earlier at the polo grounds that he had already spoken with you. Chapter 54. The pulse is not right. What could the prince possibly want from me? Jian Qing's gaze flickered, his words vague and unclear as he led Su Mayan into the inner chamber. Regardless of the matter at hand, Jian Qing implored her to consider the prince's needs. This treatment was of utmost importance, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. As they reached the doorway, Jian Qing spoke, leaving Su Mayan with a sense of confusion yet understanding that the treatment was critical and fraught with peril. But shouldn't they seek the guidance of Master Sun? Why was she being summoned instead? She refrained from voicing this question, for Master Sun was nearby, wearing an expression of worry mixed with anticipation as he observed her. Please, enter, Jian Qing urged. Su Mayan pushed the door open, which closed promptly behind her. The room was dimly lit, draped in curtains, with a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. Your Highness? How are you? Su Mayan's heart raced as she sensed something was amiss. However, upon seeing the figure lying on the bed, clad in white robes and covered with a thin silk blanket, her anxiety eased slightly. His complexion was pale as milk, and his hair flowed like a waterfall. Your Highness? Beside him lay a bowl brimming with steaming medicine. Su Mayan felt a wave of relief, thinking he must have been poisoned and was reluctant to take his medicine, requiring her encouragement. Yet, as she approached the bedside, before she could reach for the bowl, the world spun around her, and her mouth was suddenly covered. Struggling fiercely, Su Mayan attempted to push him away. After a prolonged moment, he released her slightly, mumbling, I told you, I will demand repayment. Wait, I can't. Su Mayan was taken aback, realizing that the repayment he sought was of an unexpected nature. It wasn't until the break of dawn that they finally succumbed to slumber. No wonder Jian Qing had spoken so many cryptic words. She mused before drifting off, exhausted. By the time Su Mayan awoke, it was well past noon. Ji Lingye had yet to return to the palace. The maidservants had prepared lunch, and her hunger compelled her to eat before hurrying on her way. After finishing her meal, with Ji Lingye still absent, a maid approached, presenting her with a long box and a letter. Upon opening the box, Su Mayan was taken aback to find 2 identical short blades, gleaming with a formidable edge. While she was no connoisseur of weapons, she recognized their exceptional quality. These blades had been worn by that man in her previous life. Could they possibly be a gift from Lu Junli? The letter detailed the origins and purpose of the blades, claiming they could assist her in subduing that man, and included information about his current identity and whereabouts. The latter part of the letter made her feel deceived. He intended for her to become his tool. Last night, she had inquired if he had been poisoned, to which he had confirmed and mentioned the possibility of recurring episodes. However, he had not given her the chance to ask further. That shameless man, armed with the blades. Su Mayan took Ji Lingya's carriage to search for the man at the jail of Jingzhaoyin. He had been working at the docks, carrying sandbags, when a dispute led to someone being injured, and he had been imprisoned for failing to pay for the medical expenses. With the introduction of a mutual acquaintance, Su Mayan paid a sum of silver to resolve the issue, and the guards released him, utilizing both persuasion and coercion. The man agreed to follow Su Mayan, but stipulated a condition. He wished to be free after a year. Su Mayan acquiesced, gifting him the twin blades and bestowing upon him a new name, Fu Shuangdao. Though he frowned at the name, he said nothing further. The identity documents were arranged in advance by Ji Lingya, allowing him to serve as a steward within the household. Su Mayan advised him to maintain a low profile and not to reveal his weapons lightly. Yet, Lu Junli noticed him, though he seemed not to recognize the man, merely casting a few glances without comment. The time for negotiations was approaching. Lu Junli's leg injury had nearly healed, allowing him to walk a short distance with assistance, though he still limped. Within the palace, Ji Hanshao summoned the imperial physician, Li Tai, to inquire about Ji Lingya's condition. The physician, sensing the gravity of the situation, feigned ignorance as he respectfully responded. The princess' pulse remains unchanged, still indicative of insufficient vitality. I have prescribed a remedy and advised the prince to take it regularly. Given his youth and vigor, I am confident that with time, he shall recover. Thank you, Li Tai. Ji Hanshao paced anxiously, concerned for his son's health, prompting him to inquire if the physician could discern any additional symptoms leading to this deficiency. Li Tai internally cursed the emperor's cunning. Did he not know the reason for the princess' condition? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he vaguely suggested, there appears to be some signs of fatigue. Perhaps your majesty should remind the prince to exercise moderation in his personal affairs. Ji Hanshao paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. So it seems, indeed? Li Tai nodded. Ji Hanshao appeared as a satisfied parent witnessing their obstinate child finally mature and settle down, exclaiming in contentment. It is high time for the prince to have a caring companion. He then summoned a personal eunuch to bring Ji Lingya to the palace. Li Tai, you may return for now. Upon exiting the imperial study, Li Tai lifted his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow. The princess' pulse had indeed changed, seeming to have improved significantly. Throughout his journey, he pondered whether to report this change, ultimately deciding to adhere to his previous observations. Little did he know, this seemingly minor decision would save his own life. In the imperial study, a shadowy guard materialized before Ji Hanshao, reporting Ji Lingya's actions and mentioning his investigation into the Su family case. Ji Hanshao scoffed. He was not investigating the Su family, but rather probing into the truth behind his mother's death, which he suspected was shrouded in mystery. The guard inquired, shall we alert the prince? Ji Hanshao waved his hand dismissively. No need. Let him investigate. I am well aware. The eunuch proceeded to the Wangfu of Yong'an. While Ji Lingya changed his attire in the inner chamber, Jianqing expressed concern. What if the prince falls ill again? Your poison has diminished, but if your pulse appears abnormal, what shall we do? Before Ji Lingya could respond, Master's son, unable to contain himself, rebuked Jianqing with a heavy flick to his forehead. What is this? Do you not trust me? Do you look down upon me? Do you doubt my medical skills? Fine, I shall take my leave then. And with that, he truly began to walk away, sulking like a child. Jianqing hurried after him. Divine physician, that is not what I meant. At that moment, a young servant entered and whispered to Ji Lingya. Upon hearing, Ji Lingya quickly called for Master's son to return. Hurry, the pulse is not right. Chapter 55. The line between pretense and reality. After investigating the matter, Sun Xianji merely sighed thoughtfully and handed over a pill, saying nothing else. Jianqing, perplexed, continued to inquire about why the medicine had failed. Perhaps you should consult your prince, he suggested. Yet, Jianqing dared not ask, stealing glances at Wang. Ji Lingya instructed everyone to leave, warning Sun Xianji with a glance to refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Sun Xianji skipped away, and Jianqing, his lips moving silently, ultimately said nothing and exited the room. Only then did Ji Lingye rub his temples, acknowledging his loss of control. The previous night, Sun Xinji had cautioned him against indulgence, advising him to cease once the effects of the medicine began to wane. However, he had succumbed to temptation. Su Muyin seemed to possess an enchanting allure that led him to repeatedly lose his composure, culminating in the discovery of his indiscretion that morning. Fortunately, the person who arrived was Physician Li. Having served through 3 reigns, Physician Li's enduring presence was not solely due to his unique skills, but also his keen intuition. He had likely surmised Ji Hanxiao's intentions long ago and did not place all his bets on that side. In this manner, he preserved Ji Lingye's dignity, ensuring the matter did not come to light. During the morning court, Ji Hanxiao raised the issue of the royal city department once more, but Ji Lingye refused again, citing his ill health. This was a tactic to further allay Ji Hanxiao's suspicions. Yet, shortly after leaving the palace, Ji Hanxiao summoned him back, prompting Ji Lingye to sense the complexity of the situation and proceed with caution. He briefed Jian Qing on a few matters before boarding the carriage towards the palace gates. At the Duke of Loyalty's residence, Su Yin held a fondness for Su Muyin and was eager to remain by her side. Su Muyin, in turn, communicated with him gently and patiently, sharing amusing stories, introducing him to others, and making an effort to dine together with him, as well as with Lu Kong and Lu Fei. Being a year older than Lu Kong, he was referred to as cousin by Lu Kong, as he was designated as Su Muyin's distant nephew. Cousin, would you like to join me for a game of polo? Lu Kong asked. Su Yin, still a child, felt a thrill at the invitation but was also hesitant, glancing nervously towards Su Muyin. The polo team required 5 players, and with only 3 present, Su Muyin would naturally not oppose. What do you think, Su Yin? Are you willing to give it a try? She inquired. He lowered his head, responding softly. But I don't know how. Lu Kong, having learned the basic rules of polo, was excited at the prospect of teaching and eagerly insisted, I'll teach you. Then you must make sure to teach your cousin well, Su Muyin encouraged as the children followed Lu Kong to the polo field. Su Muyin prepared to leave as well. With negotiations imminent, she was determined not to squander the preparations she had made thus far, especially since she and Ji Lingye had not seen each other since he had fallen ill. In recent days, Lu Jiwenli had frequently visited the Crown Prince's residence, exuding confidence much like in his previous life. As in his past, once his leg improved, he began to distance himself from Su Muyin. Betrayal and dismissiveness were well within Lu Jiwenli's repertoire. Even when Su Yin expressed a desire to pay him a visit, he was turned away, stating, He is merely a distant nephew, a burden I do not require. My affairs are pressing, and there is no need for a meeting. Su Yin, sensitive by nature, felt dejected for quite some time, prompting Su Muyin to console him extensively. Originally, Su Yin had been taken in to help manage Fu Shuangdao. But after spending time together, she discovered he was innocent, kind-hearted, and sensitive, evoking her genuine affection. As for Lu Jiwenli, the more self-assured he became, the more pleased Su Muyin felt. In her previous life, she had genuinely sought Sun Xinji's help to heal his leg completely, and now, in this life, she was eager to witness his ascent and potential downfall with her own eyes. She could hardly contain her anticipation. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Jian Qing, who had yet to disclose his purpose. Su Muyin inquired about the whereabouts of the prince. Madam, please follow me, he replied. A day excursion on the boat was indeed rare. The slanting sun cast a warm glow, enveloping the vessel in golden light, while colorful lanterns and curtains adorned its sides, rendering it a picturesque sight under the midday sun. The boat, grand and anchored in the water, had several young women gathered on the deck, chatting and gazing at the water. Observing this scene, Su Muyin pondered whether he had suffered another bout of poisoning. If he frequently succumbed to such episodes, entrusting him with the matter would be ill-advised. Yet, if she could not entrust it to him, she found herself at a loss for suitable alternatives. While she hesitated, 2 boats drew near. Jian Qing assisted Su Muyin down the ladder onto Ji Lingye's vessel, skillfully avoiding the gaze of the onlookers. Su Muyin felt a flutter of anxiety. It had not been long since his last episode of poisoning, and now she was to serve once more as the antidote. Initially, she considered suggesting he find another woman, but today she sought his favor, and it would be wise not to provoke his ire. Resigned, she dismissed her concerns, rationalizing that it was akin to a dog bite. After a pause for mental fortitude, she pushed the door open. The room was filled with an intoxicating fragrance, enveloping it in an atmosphere of intimacy. Ji Lingye reclined on a noblewoman-esque couch, turning his head slightly at the sound of the door opening. Dressed in a loose blue silk robe that revealed the white undergarment beneath, his hair fell freely around him. His delicate features appeared shrouded in a veil of mist. Yet his eyes shone with clarity and brightness, piercing through the haze. He bore no trace of the dignified demeanor expected of the Prince of Yongan. Instead, he exuded a languid beauty, as if awaiting a visitor's attention. Had he truly looked like this during his last episode of poisoning? The thought of harboring such feelings for a man in this state felt almost sacrilegious. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond contemplation. She closed the doors and windows, dimming the room significantly, and as she approached him, her heart raced, her feet feeling as though they were nailed to the ground, taking an eternity to reach his side. Having come this far, she resolved to abandon her reservations. With a determined breath, she prepared to leap forward. To her surprise, she was halted. "Miss Sue, what do you intend to do with this prince?" His voice remained languid, yet devoid of any hint of desire. Su Muyin opened her eyes to find herself confronted by a pair of bright, mischievous eyes and a knowing smile. "You haven't been poisoned? Do you wish for me to be poisoned?" As she steadied herself against his chest, preparing to rise, realizing he was indeed unharmed, relief washed over her. It was merely a misunderstanding, and she could now discuss matters directly with him. But she was once again restrained. "Since you are here, why not, Your Highness?" she stammered. As he disregarded her protests, pinning her hands above her head. In the midst of her struggle, she caught a glimpse of movement by the window. An instant comprehension dawned upon her. There were others outside. Ji Lingye was merely acting. But must he play his role with such authenticity? "You, please, loosen your grip," she implored, wishing to negotiate without the pretense of a charade. Chapter 56. The seventh prince withdraws. The crowd outside did not linger for long. Once the voices within grew heated, they departed. When Su Mayan was released, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she was drenched in sweat. Feeling suffocated by the stifled air of the room, she yearned to open a window for fresh air. Just as she moved away, a voice, still slightly hoarse and as soft as a feather, pierced her eardrum. "Do you wish for another round?" Not wanting to linger on this matter, Su Mayan directly articulated her intentions. "The issue of peace talks is of paramount importance to the livelihood of the Great Xia nation, affecting the well-being of countless citizens. Have you not considered the merit of taking part in this endeavor, Your Highness?" Ji Lingye regarded her thoughtfully, waiting for her to finish. It was well known in the court that the Crown Prince and the Prince were at odds. The Crown Prince had made several maneuvers to replace the peace delegation with his own supporters, clearly seeking to consolidate power among the court officials. Yet, the Prince seemed inactive, perhaps harboring alternative plans. "You wish for me to participate in the peace talks?" Ji Lingye stated succinctly. Su Mayan recognized that he would not easily acquiesce. So she proceeded to analyze the situation. The Prince and the Crown Prince represented civil and military might, respectively. However, if the Prince desired to advance further, merely controlling the civil officials might not suffice. At this juncture, if he could secure military achievements, it would be crucial. "You are aware that I belong to the civil faction. To abruptly propose my involvement in the peace talks would only signal my ambitious nature to others. But the Prince commands the Imperial City Division, and under its auspices, escorting the peace delegation would render any objections moot." "The Imperial City Division is currently under the Crown Prince's control," Ji Lingye retorted. "No, it now belongs to the Prince," Su Mayan countered. Having been seen through, Ji Lingye's expression turned grave, then softened into a smile. "Lu Juanli is truly blind, to be so enamored with the daughter of a mere merchant. He has indeed thrown away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed." This remark stirred unpleasant memories for Su Mayan. Had she not been prepared, Lu Juanli would have likely acted against her after the successful peace talks, just as he had before. Not long after the peace negotiations in her previous life, the Imperial Academy began offering classes for minors, openly recruiting underage students who could enroll upon passing an examination. To cultivate Lu Kong and Lu Fei, Su Mayan forbade them from participating in the Crown Prince's polo matches, insisting they study diligently at home. Although many dignitaries in the capital did not take part in the polo matches, none were as stringent in their parenting as Su Mayan, leading their studies to become quite lax. During the examinations, many academically gifted children performed averagely, but Lu Kong and Lu Fei stood out during this period. Perhaps it was from that time onward that Lu Juanli began to view Su Mayan as unimportant. Calculating the timeline, it was around that period that her health began to decline, plagued by ailments. Until the decision regarding the Crown Prince's companion reader was finalized, she fell completely ill. They all believed that Lu Kong and Lu Fei's selection for the Imperial Academy was due to their own capabilities, unaware that Su Mayan had predicted the exam questions. In this life, Su Mayan was eager to see how Zhao Xiner would turn her fortunes around. Ji Lingye did not explicitly state whether he would partake in the peace talks, but Su Mayan was convinced he would not relinquish such a promising opportunity. 3 days later, the peace delegation set off as scheduled, led by Lu Jianli, accompanied by the Minister of War and the Right Vice Minister. Personally escorted by the commander of the Imperial City Division, who was none other than Ji Lingye himself. Before their departure, Ji Lingye conveyed another piece of news to Su Mayan, the location of Zhang Ji's burial site. After Lu Jianli's departure, Su Mayan took this lead, along with some simple provisions, and discreetly made her way to the small courtyard where Zhou Yao resided. Zhou Yu was feeding chickens over the past month. The chicks had grown considerably, shedding their soft down for coarse feathers. "Madam, please take a seat. I apologize for the humble tea," Zhou Yao said. Dressed in a deep gray linen gown, embodying the essence of a rural woman, devoid of any semblance of a courtesan. "Your current life is quite elegant. I have come merely to deliver some items, so I shall not impose for long," Su Mayan replied, handing her the belongings left by Zhang Ji, which included his possessions, letters, and the details of his burial site. She hoped these would alleviate Zhou Yao's resentment. How could one find true happiness while living in bitterness? As she reached the door, Su Mayan instructed Fu Shuangdao, follow her to prevent any rash actions. The number of participants in the polo matches was steadily increasing, creating a grand spectacle that delighted the emperor. In addition to the 1,000 taels of silver reward announced by the crown prince, another prize was added, a Xuanji inkstone inscribed by Su Shi. The news sparked fervent enthusiasm among the scholars. While many students might disregard the crown prince, they could not overlook the illustrious Su Shi of the Song dynasty. They might scoff at gold and silver, but would never dismiss an authentic Xuanji inkstone. Having been lost for ages, the Xuanji inkstone was said to bear a short essay written by Su Shi himself. The deep crimson inkstone featured 60 slender columns intricately carved at varying heights, each with an aperture at the top, symbolizing the multitude of stars. The short essay penned by Su Shi, concealed beneath ink, evoked imagery of a darkened sky, obscured by clouds, and as the celestial bodies shifted, the stars and moon re-emerged. The Xuanji inkstone was invaluable, possessing immense collectible worth, especially as a royal gift. In no time, the polo matches soared to new heights of excitement. Participants aged 6 to 12, regardless of gender or family background, were invited to form teams, provided they understood horse riding and the rules of polo. The atmosphere buzzed with activity as everyone sought to form alliances, eager to team up with skilled players and vie for victory. Even those who previously dismissed the event began inviting their younger siblings to partake. Su Mayan contemplated assembling a team comprising Lu Kong, Lu Fei, Su Yin, Ji Xian, and the 7th prince, which would suffice for 5 members. However, their overall skill level was lacking. It would be a challenge to even reach the semifinals. Although Lu Fong was adept at riding, he was not a professional polo player and lacked knowledge of the strategies involved. They would need to hire a well-regarded coach. Having visited several venues, Su Mayan discovered that anyone with even a modicum of success in polo had already been engaged. "Madam, are we not doomed to lose?" Lu fretted, her anxiety palpable. Su Mayan understood that haste would not yield results. First, they should observe the practice session at the field. Upon arriving, they noticed the number of participants had multiplied several times compared to a few days prior. The attendant remarked, "Not only is our venue full, but even those in the outskirts and nearby counties are overflowing with players." After searching for some time, they finally spotted Lu Kong and the others. Upon seeing Su Mayan, Lu Fong exclaimed in frustration, "The 7th prince has withdrawn. We cannot even muster 5 players now. How can we compete?" Chapter 57. Victory and Reconciliation. The withdrawal of the 7th prince from the competition took Su Mu Yin by surprise, though not entirely so. After all, he had been brought in by Ji Lingye, who had been mentoring him in horsemanship. Now that Ji Lingye had gone to the northwest for peace talks, the 7th prince's mother, once an inconspicuous palace maid, was now a consort but lived in poor conditions within the deep confines of the palace, beset by ailments. Her family had benefited somewhat from her elevation, but they remained peripheral officials, unable to penetrate the centers of power, thus voiceless in many circumstances. Without Ji Lingye's presence, the 7th prince could hardly venture outside the palace, and his decision to withdraw was, therefore, entirely reasonable. However, this left them wondering where they might find another companion. At that moment, a servant approached, seeking Su Mu Yin on behalf of Princess Min of the Rue Wang mansion, requesting her presence. Nearby lay a horse arena. privately leased by a noble, significantly reducing the number of participants. Gaining entry there would require substantial financial expenditure. Su Mu-yin gazed towards that direction and, in the distance, spotted a faint azure figure elegantly seated atop a horse. It was Ji Min. The last news she had heard of her was that she had passed away far from home. They had grown up together, as close as sisters. But in her previous life, Su Mu-yin had distanced herself from Ji Min for Lu Junli and the treacherous courtiers of the Zhongyi Marquisate, never even having the chance to bid her farewell. Feeling the sun's harsh glare, she squinted, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Lu Er offered her a handkerchief, asking if there was something troubling her, suggesting that expressing her feelings might ease her heart. No need, just wait for me here. I shall return shortly. There were words she needed to share with Ji Min alone. She knew Ji Min's nature well. She was not one to easily turn back, and having hurt her repeatedly, Su Mu-yin was certain Ji Min harbored immense resentment and disappointment. The fact that Ji Min had taken the initiative to invite her meant that the Rue Wang Fei had spoken favorably of her. Ji Min had already formed a team with Ji Xian, and had it not been for the recent focus on Lu Junli's peace negotiations, Su Mu-yin would have sought Ji Min out sooner. Ji Min was kind-hearted and soft, yet she often put on a tough facade, acting as if she would not yield easily. However, Su Mu-yin understood the depth of Ji Min's kindness. In both lives, the fault lay with her. Determined, she resolved to fulfill any request Ji Min might make. She would never abandon her again. Min, I have arrived, Su Mu-yin whispered. Her voice tinged with a slight rasp and quivered despite her efforts to maintain composure. Ji Min sat atop a magnificent snow-white steed, her back turned to Su Mu-yin, a simple golden hairpin shimmering in the sunlight. If you wish for my forgiveness, then you must win me over, she replied. Su Mu-yin discerned the stubbornness and restraint in Ji Min's voice, along with an unarticulated depth of emotion. The white horse was familiar to her. It was the very steed Su Mu-yin had chosen for Ji Min when they first learned to ride. Ji Min had loved it, playfully asking if Su Mu-yin felt like a princess being gallantly approached by a prince on a white horse. Initially, Su Mu-yin had opted for a short-legged chestnut mare, which Ji Min deemed unworthy and insisted that Su Mu-yin ride a grand steed instead, just as she did. But now, Ji Min had prepared for her the very short-legged chestnut mare from their past. Please, give me another horse, Su Mu-yin requested of the groom. The groom hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ji Min, before asking Su Mu-yin to wait. Leading away the proud mare and returning with the vibrant chestnut horse Ji Min had once selected for her. Ji Min did not turn around, but her body stiffened momentarily. She remained still as Su Mu-yin struggled onto the horse, adjusting the reins and preparing the whip. I am ready, Su Mu-yin announced with a smile. Her voice gentle. Ji Min urged her horse forward, the white stallion whinnied and galloped away. Su Mu-yin's horse followed suit. Deep down, Su Mu-yin knew that Ji Min did not truly harbor resentment towards her. The moment she saw the chestnut mare, her certainty grew. As the wind whipped past her ears, Su Mu-yin felt a surge of anxiety. It had been years since she had ridden. The last time, she had fallen from a horse, leaving her with severe psychological scars. Back then, the Su family still thrived, and her mother and brother were by her side. She had lived carefree, often playing with Ji Min and Su Mu-chen, who enjoyed swordplay while she herself loved riding, introducing Ji Min to the sport. However, Su Mu-yin was timid. Su Mu-chen had chosen a short-legged chestnut mare for her, assuring her that it was safe and easy to ride, coaxing her to mount it and take a few laps. Finding it manageable, Su Mu-yin gradually embraced the sport, occasionally practicing at the royal stables with them. Later, Ji Min remarked, Yin, you are now quite the equestrian, yet you still ride a short-legged mare. It lacks respect for the sport. Thus, she selected a tall chestnut horse for Su Mu-yin, which was gentle compared to her own spirited white stallion. Reluctant to ride, Su Mu-yin yielded to Ji Min's insistence, carefully climbing onto the horse with her assistance. Yin, do not worry. I have learned many techniques from Su Mu-chen, especially the relaxed style. Just ride as you would on the short-legged mare, relax, and I will be right behind you. As the horses galloped, Ji Min's voice rang out reassuringly from behind. Yin, if you do fall, I will catch you. Her words seemed to possess a magical quality. No sooner had she spoken than Su Mu-yin's horse bolted uncontrollably, racing forward. Min, help. This horse won't listen. Su Mu-yin cried out, panic rising within her. Yet Ji Min remained close behind, urging her to hold the reins tightly, lean forward, and relax. But Su Mu-yin could not relax. Before long, she was thrown from the saddle. In the end, Ji Min was unable to catch her. It turned out that Ji Min's skills were not as formidable as she believed. Those she sparred with had always allowed her to win. When the critical moment arrived, Ji Min attempted to leap forward to catch Su Mu Yin, but found herself incapable. Both of them fell. Su Mu Yin broke her arm, and the dark birthmark-like scar on her left shoulder was a remnant of that day. Fortunately, her face remained unscathed. However, from that moment onward, horsemanship left a profound psychological shadow on Su Mu Yin, while Ji Min was burdened with deep-seated guilt for not being able to protect her. She had long wished to mend this rift, to help Su Mu Yin overcome her fears, but had never succeeded until today, perhaps spurred by a desire for catharsis. Or perhaps for another reason, Ji Min proposed a race, wagering their past friendship. If Su Mu Yin emerged victorious, they would set aside their grievances and restore their bond. Thus, Su Mu Yin knew she could not afford to lose. Chapter 58. I have never blamed you from the moment Su Mu Yin stepped onto the racetrack. She discerned Ji Min's intentions. A wave of emotion and guilt washed over her. She had not anticipated that her own affairs would weigh heavily on Ji Min's mind. Even though the two had ceased their interactions, Ji Min still yearned to make amends and assist Su Mu Yin in overcoming her psychological barriers. Thus, Su Mu Yin resolutely declined the short-legged horse. Ji Min's steed was not particularly swift, and although she had not glanced back, Su Mu Yin understood that Ji Min was intentionally holding back. Over the years, she had heard numerous tidings regarding Ji Min. Aware that she had found an excellent mentor and had significantly improved her skills. She also knew that Ji Min often practiced at the stable, her equestrian prowess becoming exceptional. Defeating her would not be an easy feat, even with Ji Min's leniency. Su Mu Yin gripped the reins tightly, delivering several firm slaps to the horse's hindquarters. The steed galloped forward with reckless abandon, the wind slicing against her face and ears like a sharp blade. At last, Su Mu Yin surged past Ji Min. Su Mu Yin, are you out of your mind? Ji Min shouted from behind. Hearing her voice filled with concern made Su Mu Yin's heart explode with joy. Vibrant as fireworks. I am about to win, Su Mu Yin declared loudly. You're insane, Ji Min exclaimed, a mix of worry and frustration in her tone. Unlike her previous fears, Su Mu Yin now felt a vastness in the world around her, her spirit liberated, as if she were soaring. Suddenly, she fell into an embrace, and the two tumbled onto the grass. Su Mu Yin, are you trying to kill yourself? Ji Min gritted her teeth. Su Mu Yin laughed heartily, embracing the woman before her. You caught me, Min Min. You caught me. What if I had caught you, Su Mu Yin, you rascal? Ji Min scolded while tears streamed down her face. Su Mu Yin too was in tears, realizing she was not the only one burdened by psychological scars. Ji Min had witnessed her fall from the horse, helpless as she landed on the ground. This was undoubtedly a significant emotional hurdle. Thus, Ji Min diligently practiced her lightness skills and horsemanship, yet Su Mu Yin distanced herself from her. I knew you would catch me, Min Min. The two embraced, weeping together. Ji Min lamented, voicing her grievances about Su Mu Yin's perceived heartlessness, while Su Mu Yin listened and comforted her. After a considerable time, Ji Min mumbled, I have never blamed you. I know, Su Mu Yin replied. I am sorry, Min Min. You even overlooked me to allow Ji Xian to join your team. Yin Yin. How unfair of you. Ji Min feigned anger, pouting. Su Mu Yin gently took her hand, soothingly saying, Our esteemed Miss Min possesses a vast heart. Forgive me for my actions. I have discovered an excellent barbecue place. Shall I take you there shortly? That sounds much better. Ji Xian, with an ear for deliciousness, rushed over. I want to go too. Ji Min pinched Ji Xian's chubby cheeks playfully, teasing, You only think of eating. Be careful not to get too plump. The horses won't be able to carry you. Since being bullied, Ji Xian was quite fearful of his elder sister and hastily escaped to hide behind Su Mu Yin. Sister Yin, save me. Sister Min is trying to seize the flower. If I cannot compete, I will suffer a great loss. Oh, you've learned to complain. The two siblings frolicked together. Watching Ji Min's innocent and romantic demeanor and Ji Xian's endearing antics, a profound sense of sorrow stirred within Su Mu Yin. In this life, she vowed to protect them well, ensuring they would not repeat their past mistakes. However, their polo team still lacked one member. Where could she find another? With the polo match set to occur in 20 days, any further delay would leave them with insufficient time for practice, and they would surely lose. Just then, Su Mu Yin spotted Zhao Ziqing and his brother Zhao Zi, who queuing amidst the bustling crowd. The stable had limited horses available, without their own mounts. They needed to rent from the stable. However, with so many people and so few horses, they had to wait their turn. The queue consisted of at least 100 individuals, with Zhao Ziqing and his brother positioned towards the back. If they were to reach the front, it would be well past noon, followed by 2 laps of practice before waiting for the next round. Zhao Ziqing appeared calm, betraying no sign of anxiety. But his younger brother, being a child, grew increasingly restless after standing in line for so long under the sun. He looked up at Zhao Ziqing, chattering away. Zhao Ziqing soothed him. Su Muyin was quite familiar with Zhao Ziqing, not only because he had eloquently expelled the Rue Wang residents from the capital, but also due to his subsequent rise to power and success. She had admired his talent and had tried several times to introduce Lu He to him, but her efforts had been in vain. Certainly, one could not fault him for having high standards. It was merely that Lu He had never regarded Zhao Ziqing with any interest. Zhao Ziqing was undoubtedly gifted, but his appearance was only passably handsome when compared to Ji Lingyi. He paled in comparison. Even Lu Junli outshone him significantly in looks. Lu He's heart belonged to Lu Junli, hence she would never have taken a second glance at Zhao Ziqing. Consequently, she accused Su Muyin of underestimating her by introducing her to monsters and subsequently allied with Zhao Xian to confront her. In her previous life, Lu He had a hand in poisoning her as well. Now, Zhao Ziqing had yet to complete his studies, still an ordinary scholar in white robes. His family background had once been respectable. His mother had passed away early, and his father had managed to provide for them, though not lavishly. Yet fate was unpredictable. While his father was away on business, he tragically perished in a boating accident, along with his cargo and hired hands, sinking into the depths of the river. Not only did they lose everything, but they also found themselves in debt. Zhao Ziqing proved to be quite capable. He arranged for his father's funeral, sold off family possessions, and dealt with the legal matters and debts. Soon after, distant relatives and neighbors attempted to claim his inheritance. With his remarkable oratory skills and impressive literary talent, Zhao Ziqing successfully sued his relatives in the county court. Although he managed to protect his estate, time was running out. If he left his young brother behind without a trustworthy guardian, they would undoubtedly be bullied. Thus, he resolved to sell the family estate and take his brother to the capital for the examinations. Lacking both power and connections, while holding on to wealth, he became an easy target. Consequently, Zhao Ziqing disguised himself as a destitute scholar, living in the simplest of accommodations with his brother. Naturally, he faced ridicule, with people mocking him as a poor scholar dreaming of success, suggesting he would be better off returning home to marry into a wealthy family to support his younger sibling. For a man, being called a doormat was the gravest insult. Zhao Ziqing, though proud, refrained from engaging in arguments and instead focused on his studies and examinations. Recently, with the polo match organized by the Rue Wang residents approaching, Zhao Ziqing had decided to participate. Those who had once bullied and belittled him now conspired against him. And though Zhao Zi, who was skilled in horsemanship, and Zhao Ziqing had diligently studied the theory, no one was willing to team up with them. Chapter 59, still in need of a companion regarding Zhao Ziqing's commendable equestrian skills. She had only heard of them in her previous life and had never witnessed them firsthand. In contrast, her knowledge of Zhao Zihu was gleaned from the gossip circulating around her in recent days. Due to the absence of a team member, Lu Feng had been mingling among various prominent families, seeking a skilled equestrian from a noble lineage to join his ranks, but to no avail. In the process, he inadvertently learned of Zhao Zihu's existence. Around them, Su Main occasionally overheard whispers about Zhao Ziqing. It was said that he had likely been riding since childhood and excelled in horsemanship. Yet his elder brother's excessively stern demeanor and poor relationships with colleagues had left him without any team to join. Some suggested that Zhao Ziqing might as well withdraw from the competition, for what good were his skills if he had offended young Masterin? Who would dare to ally with him now? Without a team, he would naturally be unable to compete. Spending money on practice seemed futile when one could simply indulge in fine wine. Yet, how could he afford such luxuries, subsisting on mere copper coins for buns? Perhaps even borrowing or stealing to make ends meet. Laughter often echoed around them, rising and falling. Su Main inquired of Lu Feng, "Is Zhao Zihu's equestrian skill truly remarkable?" They regarded him with a gentle demeanor, appearing delicate, though she knew from her previous life that Zhao Ziqing was not as docile as he seemed. However, she could not fathom what such a person would truly look like. Lu Feng smirked, clearly looking down on the pair. Objectively speaking, few present could rival Zhao Zihu in riding prowess, yet it was indeed a pity. Su Main did not hear the rest of his words. As long as Zhao Zihu was genuinely skilled, she intended to recruit him, both for the equestrian team and to maintain a cordial relationship with someone as formidable as Zhao Ziqing. While their bond might not grow profound, it was certainly prudent to establish some rapport. Jimin discerned Su Mayan's intentions and pulled her aside, saying, "But I have heard that Zhao Ziqing is a stubborn stone, impervious to persuasion. Do you think he would agree to our invitation?" Indeed, Zhao Ziqing was unlikely to acquiesce. If he were so accommodating, he would not possess such remarkable skills while lacking a team. He would not easily accept others' overtures, yet he truly needed a team. His motivations for participating in such a lively event, despite his concealed identity, could only stem from a desire for something within this competition. From the Starring Stone, Zhao Ziqing sought Su Shi's Starring Stone. Suddenly, Su Mayan recalled that in her previous life, shortly after Zhao Ziqing achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, he had entered the political arena and swiftly avenged those who had wronged him, including Liu He, who had publicly declared Zhao Ziqing unworthy due to Su Mayan's attempts to bring the two together. Fearing for Zhao Ziqing's relationship with the loyal and righteous Marquis house, and wishing to alleviate the tension, she sought ways to explain things to him, but found no opportunity to do so. Then, by chance, she learned of Zhao Ziqing's love for painting, and coincidentally, the largest auction house in the capital was set to auction calligraphy and paintings. She spent a considerable sum to acquire a piece titled Bamboo and Stone in Xiaoxiang, purportedly a true work of Su Shi. Although Su Mayan was not well versed in such matters, she sent the painting to Zhao Ziqing, though they exchanged only a few words. In the end, Zhao Ziqing indeed bested all those who had looked down upon him and his humble peers, sparing only Liu He. As fate would have it, the grand prize for this competition was the Starring Stone. It seemed Zhao Ziqing had a deep admiration for the great literary figure Su Shi. In her previous life, she had stumbled upon this fortunate turn of events. However, considering the timeline, the auction would occur several months later. At this moment, how could Su Mayan procure the bamboo and stone in Xiaoxiang painting? Minmin, have you heard of the bamboo and stone in Xiaoxiang? Su Mayan asked casually. Jimin pondered for a moment and replied, "That name sounds familiar. Isn't it the work of Master Su Dongpa?" Indeed, if there were a piece by Master Dongpa, it is likely to capture Zhao Ziqing's heart. Jimin saw nothing wrong in Su Mayan offering such a valuable item to win over a scholar. Rather, she thoughtfully remarked, "My father is also an admirer of his. I might just have that painting in my storage. I will discreetly check when I return. Well, if not, it is of no consequence. I will find a way." Su Mayan was skeptical of Jimin's chances, as she distinctly recalled the painting being auctioned. By that time, the Rue Wang mansion had already received an imperial edict for a considerable land grant. If the painting were indeed within the Wang mansion, it would likely leave the capital along with them. Nevertheless, given Rue Wang's fondness for it, Su Mayan resolved to acquire the painting when it resurfaced and present it to him. Fu Shuangdao had been covertly following Zhou Yao. After Zhou Yao received Zhang Ji's belongings, she refrained from opening them immediately. One day, she contemplated burning the items, nearly provoking Fu Shuangdao to reveal himself. He knew the items were sent by their master to alleviate her resentment, not to be incinerated. Fortunately, just as Zhou Yao tossed the bundle into the fire, she quickly retrieved it, scalding her left index finger in the process, sucking on her finger in irritation. Zhou Yao opened the bundle to find an array of trinkets, a rattle drum, a bamboo-crafted cricket, a windmill, and other toys for children. Zhou Yao wept for a while, then rummaged through an envelope, crying once more. The following morning, she packed some food and stepped outside. Zhang Ji was buried by the banks of the Qiusha River. Lin Wei had also perished, requesting Ji Lingye to cast his remains into the river. It was likely that Zhang Ji's letter mentioned Lin Wei, enduring her memorial. Zhou Yao honored Lin Wei as well. She prepared a meal of boiled meat, a fish, a bowl of braised pork, a plate of smoked intestines, and a flask of fine wine. These offerings were first placed before Zhang Ji's fresh grave, then transported to the banks of the Qiusha River to honor Lin Wei. Afterward, Zhou Yao left the food, along with bowls and wine, by the riverside and returned home alone. However, upon reaching her doorstep, she was halted by her landlady. "My dear girl, it is not that I am unwilling to rent you a room, but my youngest son, who has been serving in the army, has returned home recently, and I must find him a wife. I am sorry, dear, but this house..." Zhou Yao stood frozen. "Madam, I have already paid 3 months' rent. I have only lived here a little over a month. Now you expect me to find a place to stay all of a sudden?" The landlady scrutinized Zhou Yao with contempt. "My dear girl, I can no longer accommodate you. My son is returning to marry. He cannot wed outside the family. I will refund your extra rent. Please vacate quickly, as I need to prepare the room for tonight." Zhou Yao pleaded for a few more days, but the landlady dismissed her requests. Left with no choice, she reluctantly agreed. As the landlady reached the door, she muttered, "I thought she was a virtuous girl. How unfortunate to be involved in such a profession. I wonder what she has done to my house." Zhou Yao contemplated confronting her, but halted at the door, realizing that the gazes of those around her were directed at her. They had long been aware of her past at the Happy Forest. That evening, Zhou Yao sought refuge in a struggling inn. When Fu Shuangdao burst into the inn room, he found Zhou Yao hanging from a beam, a white cloth wrapped around her neck. Chapter 60. The provocateur Su Muyin anticipated that Zhou Yao might succumb to despair. Yet she did not foresee the hostility from her landlord and neighbors, compelling her to take such drastic actions. Her beloved was gone, and the only motivation for her existence was the father she had long harbored resentment against. Now, she was informed that his actions were justifiable and not meant to sever her ties with her lover. Consequently, the years she spent punishing her father through her own decline appeared utterly ludicrous. The shock and blow to her heart were beyond comprehension. Su Muyin instructed Lu Er to fetch a silver note and present it to Fu Shuangdao, 500 taels to secure a new dwelling for Zhou Yao. Fu Shuangdao accepted the note but hesitated to depart, stammering, "Madam enjoys aiding inconsequential individuals?" Su Muyin looked at him in confusion. He tucked the note away and remarked, "I have met Su Yin." At this moment, she grasped his implication. Fu Shuangdao believed her kindness towards Su Yin mirrored her compassion for Zhou Yao, stemming from altruistic intent. "If I were to confess that my actions are motivated by ulterior motives, would you still hold this opinion?" Su Muyin was no philanthropist, nor did she engage in futile endeavors, yet she refrained from deceiving Fu Shuangdao. She understood that a man of his caliber would not be easily misled, and any deception would only lead him to perceive her as overly calculating. A homeless individual merely yearns for a roof over their head, and providing value to someone is indeed a privilege. Fu Shuangdao's words were directed at Zhou Yao, but they also reflected upon himself. Su Muyin had hoped he would inquire further about Su Yin, where he was found, why she chose to assist him, and whether he intended to leverage him against her. Yet, he asked nothing, even avoiding mentioning Su Yin's identity. In fact, he often evaded Su Yin, as if he wished to remain inconspicuous. Respecting his perspective, Su Muyin let things unfold naturally. She had cared for Zhao Xian'er's child for 3 years. What was one more? Moreover, Su Yin was genuinely endearing, and she held a fondness for him. In the afternoon, Ji Min arranged a clandestine meeting with Su Muyin at a tea house. As soon as Su Muyin entered, Ji Min mysteriously beckoned her to sit, retrieving an item from her bundle and presenting it as if it were a treasure. "I painstakingly acquired this. Look. Is it not the painting you mentioned? Something about bamboo and rocks?" Ji Min, a dignified princess, was quite inept with poetry and prose, spending her days preoccupied with martial pursuits, much to the dismay of the Prince Rui's consort. "It is the bamboo and rocks of Shaoxiang," Su Muyin corrected her. All right. The bamboo and rocks of Shaoxiang. Quickly, Yin, confirm if this is it. If it's wrong, I shall steal another tonight." After receiving a disapproving glance from Su Muyin, Ji Min quickly amended, "No, I mean borrow. How could it be stealing if it belongs to our family?" Ha. Su Muyin gently poked her forehead with her finger, teasingly retorting, "Aren't you afraid the prince will break your legs?" "Ouch. Be gentle. He has long wished to do so. Unfortunately, I am too swift for him," Ji Min replied with an air of pride. Though Prince Rui appeared stern, he was exceedingly fond of his legitimate daughter, often proclaiming her to possess the grace of their ancestors. A pang of sorrow welled up in Su Muyin's chest. In her past life, witnessing Ji Min's struggles must have pained the prince deeply, yet he could offer no assistance. Shortly after her departure, news of Prince Rui's demise had emerged. "Why are you crying while admiring the painting? Is it truly that captivating?" Ji Min inquired earnestly, handing Su Muyin a handkerchief to dry her tears. Su Muyin grasped her hand, assuring her, "It's nothing. I was merely reminded of some past events." Min, you must take care of yourself. We all must." "Ouch. Yin, when did you become so sentimental?" Ji Min feigned disdain, yet nestled her head against Su Muyin's shoulder, asking, "Is he treating you well?" She gazed at her intently, adding, "I have long wished to ask, but feared it would upset you." Su Muyin brushed a loose strand of hair from Ji Min's face, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I can ensure my own happiness." She would not endure the same suffering from her previous life. "Now, let us admire the painting. This must be a cherished collection of the prince." "Indeed, it is the bamboo and rocks of Shaoxiang." Su Muyin caressed the artwork. The paper was significantly aged, undoubtedly crafted from Song Dynasty Xian paper, slightly coarser than that of the present era. After all these years, the paper had yellowed. Yet, how had this painting come into Prince Rui's possession? What of the other painting that appeared shortly thereafter? Noticing Su Mu Yan's troubled expression, Ji Min asked, "Is there something wrong with the painting?" "No," Su Mu Yan replied. But she could not disclose the truth. How could there be an issue with the prince's painting? However, such a valuable item, so casually presented, was indeed concerning. "Not at all. There are many such paintings in the storeroom," Ji Min said nonchalantly. "Let us hurry and deliver this gift." "Not so fast. We cannot present it so directly." "Then what should we do?" This painting was immensely valuable, likely worth more than what could be gained from Xing Yan. Utilizing it to ease relations with Zhao Ziqing and avert future troubles for the Prince Rui's residence was worthwhile. However, delivering it outright would surely be rejected by Zhao Ziqing. Given his suspicious and sensitive nature, he might interpret it as an insult, potentially causing more harm than good. We must devise a more strategic approach. The two engaged in a discussion on how to present the gift without appearing abrupt or unnatural, deliberating for quite some time. Yet, no satisfactory solution emerged. They had not anticipated that gifting would prove so complicated. Seated in a corner by the window on the second floor of the tea house, they had a clear view of the bustling street below. Su Mu Yan, feeling troubled, casually turned her gaze outside and noticed several stalls offering calligraphy services, crafting letters, painting fan surfaces, and inscribing characters. To her surprise, Zhao Ziqing was among them. His stall was modest, positioned at the very end, not far off. And Zi Liang and his entourage approached, among them the persistent Wu De Xian, who had always clashed with Zhao Ziqing. Wu De Xian, a scion of a prominent family from another region, had allied himself with the wayward son of the Nguagong and Zi Liang upon arriving in the capital. In her previous life, he had been a relentless adversary of Zhao Ziqing, emboldened by Zi Liang's backing, making him one of Zhao Ziqing's most formidable foes. As for Wu De Xian's relentless pursuit of conflict with Zhao Ziqing, Su Mu Yan attributed it to jealousy. Some individuals, consumed by envy of those more accomplished, regard them as enemies without needing any other justification. Indeed, from a distance, Wu De Xian spotted Zhao Ziqing's stall and whispered to Zi Liang, who immediately turned his gaze in Zhao Ziqing's direction, approaching with a smile. Su Mu Yan tugged at Ji Min's sleeve, exclaiming, "Min Min, our chance has arrived." Chapter 61. The return of the favor. Su Mu Yan and Ji Min carefully stored the painting and pretended to be leisurely browsing, wandering here and there, inquiring if the scholars could paint bamboo. Many could indeed depict bamboo, yet to capture the essence of Su Shi's style was a rare talent. After questioning several, they gradually approached Zhao Ziqing. "My attire is crafted from Shu brocade, a gift from His Majesty, and a masterpiece produced by the diligent seamstresses of the foremost embroidery workshop in the Great Xia. Come, behold this golden thread. It gleams splendidly." "Indeed. That must be quite expensive," someone remarked. "Well, let us settle on this, for you appear to be merely a street vendor. And the journey to the capital for the imperial examination is arduous. To be frank, I do not lack for garments. 200 taels will suffice." 200 taels? "This young gentleman does not seem capable of parting with such a sum," another commented. "If one cannot produce the money, must they then use such excuses? If the impoverished could evade punishment for their transgressions, what would become of the laws of the Great Xia? Wouldn't you agree?" This incited a murmur among the crowd. Su Mu Yan recognized the voice of Zi Liang, a man accustomed to arrogance and likely employing some devious scheme to corner Zhao Ziqing. Yao's face turned pale. Though not entirely flustered, he clearly did not know how to respond to this predicament. He could not afford to pay, yet if he did, his wealth would attract incessant troubles, leading to a life of unrest. Before Zhao Ziqing could speak, Wu De Xian stepped forward, asserting, "One must compensate for damages. It is a matter of natural justice. Since Zhao has spilled ink on Master and ruining his fine attire, he has no grounds to evade responsibility." "This ink was not spilled by me," Zhao Ziqing retorted, leading to Wu De Xian's vehement rebuke. "Are you suggesting that Master and dripped ink on himself in order to extort 200 taels from you?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Yin family was immensely wealthy. How could they covet a mere 200 taels? "Precisely," Su Mu Yan scoffed, approaching while instructing Ji Min to remain still and observe her gestures. "Be cautious," Ji Min warned. "Call for me if anything arises. I will deal with Zi Liang." "Rest assured," Su Mu Yan replied, patting Ji Min's hand gently. She stepped closer to Zhao Ziqing's stall and declared, "I beg to differ." Wu De Xian, unfamiliar with Su Mu Yan, barked, "Madam, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling. lest you invite misfortune upon yourself. However, Nzi Liang recognized Su Muyin and was aware of her marriage to Lu Junli. Mockery danced in his eyes. What a coincidence, Lady Lu. To find you here, seeking to commission a fan painting from young Master Zhao. I wonder if he is available? Su Muyin handed over a blank fan surface. Zhao Ziqing accepted it, asking, what would the lady like to depict? Bamboo, naturally, imbued with the essence of Master Dongpa. Zhao Ziqing paused, replied, please wait a moment, and bowed his head to concentrate on his work. Earlier, he had heard Master and mention that ink had been splattered on his clothing. Su Muyin turned her gaze toward Nzi Liang. Wu de Xian attempted to speak, but Nzi Liang waved him off, stating, the wife of the Duke of Loyalty deserves a measure of respect. Upon hearing this, Wu de Xian's demeanor shifted as he looked at Su Muyin. What insights do you possess, madam? Nzi Liang's gaze was laced with brazen provocation and disdain. Unfazed, Su Muyin reached out to tug at the ink stain on his chest, startling Nzi Liang, who exclaimed, oh, this is not permissible, madam, not in broad daylight. He then burst into laughter, causing the onlookers to join in, save for Su Muyin and Zhao Ziqing. Undeterred, Su Muyin leaned in to sniff, then released him, stating, the ink stain on young Master An's attire is likely not from this gentleman's ink. While you are indeed Lady Lu. You cannot accuse someone without basis, she remarked, rising to address the crowd. The ink stain on Master An carries a hint of pine fragrance. Unmistakably the popular pine ink recently adored by the Duke of An, who must possess a considerable amount. She leaned over to smell the ink on Zhao Ziqing's desk, noting, and this gentleman's ink? Merely common graphite, devoid of pine essence and tinged with a faintly unpleasant taste. She lifted Zhao Ziqing's inkstone, declaring, behold, a perfectly ordinary inkstone. Everyone, take a whiff. Merely ordinary graphite. Several scholars in the crowd took turns sniffing it. Indeed, it is graphite, and rather inferior at that. Realizing his scheme had unraveled, Nzi Liang's smile turned sinister, as if he sensed trouble brewing with Lady Lu. Su Muyin continued to scrutinize the ink stain on his chest, observing its shape. The ink had likely dripped from his chin, forming a long, droplet-like tail. Could it be that Zhao Ziqing had extended his brush to Master An's chin? Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Nzi Liang's face fluctuated between white and green, causing him to spring up in alarm. Oh no, my painting! At that moment, Ji Min just happened to pass by, and as Nzi Liang stood, his elbow collided with her, sending her painting to the ground. Oh no, what shall I do? This is my father's favorite. Ji Min's eyes welled with tears, her demeanor anxious. Nzi Liang, recognizing the esteemed Miss Min of the Rue Wang mansion, quickly offered a sycophantic smile. How fortunate to see you here, miss. If this painting is indeed ruined, I shall compensate you with another. I cannot trouble the Duke. Thank you, Master An, Ji Min replied, handing the painting back to him. Please let me know when you can send a replacement to the manor. I must take my leave now. Certainly, Nzi Liang agreed. Turning to Su Muyin with a show of bravado. Feigning surprise, Su Muyin remarked, this painting appears to have some age. Might I take a closer look? Nzi Liang immediately sensed something amiss, opening the painting and freezing in place for a long moment. Is this the bamboo and stone in Xiang River? My heavens! To behold the brushwork of Master Dongpa in my lifetime. Look at the strokes in paper. This must be an authentic piece. Must be? Did you not hear Miss Min say this is a cherished item of the Duke of Rue? Would the Duke collect forgeries? True. Yet if it is indeed authentic, where could one procure such a piece? What will become of Master An if it is damaged? Nzi Liang hastily pursued Ji Min, offering a nervous grin. Miss Min, I cannot afford to compensate for your painting. Chapter 62, Darkness and Beauty. Nzi Liang, the sole heir of the Duke of An, was cherished like a jewel within the Duke's residence, notorious in the capital for his tyrannical demeanor, which deterred most from crossing him. Yet, this did not intimidate Ji Min. The couple of the Rue Wang were famously protective of their own, and should a confrontation arise, it would not bode well for anyone involved. This was a truth Nzi Liang was well aware of. At present, he found himself exposed by Su Muyin for the ink stain on his chest, compounded by his careless defacement of Ji Min's painting, which she claimed was the favorite of the Rue Wang. The genuine works of Su Shi were treasures that could frighten even the most audacious of souls. Such invaluable collectibles were beyond the means of any amount of wealth. Nzi Liang had come to realize that Ji Min and Su Muyin were likely in league with one another, resolute in their support of Zhao Ziqing. Very well. He conceded defeat today. With a face as dark as water and a hint of arrogance, he reluctantly stepped back, declaring, let us depart." The group departed from Zhao Ziqing's stall in grand procession. Wu Dixin trailed behind, wearing an unsettling smile, casting a lingering gaze upon Su Muyin. Reminiscent of a repulsive serpent, evoking discomfort in her. It must be noted that his appearance was striking, a visage akin to jade, with pronounced brows, a straight nose, and eyes that were long and piercing, leaving a lasting impression. Before long, he was destined to become the third-place scholar at the palace examination, his talents undeniable, and his looks no less impressive, rivaling even Lu Juanli. It was no wonder that Lu He fell for him at first sight. At that time, Su Muyin, who genuinely adored Lu He, sought to learn more about Wu Dixin's character. She soon discovered that beneath his seemingly gentle exterior lay a heart full of malice, venomous, envious of the capable, narrow-minded, and prone to retaliate with cruelty, much like a viper. Although he hailed from a prominent family, he lacked the noble disposition typically associated with such lineage. His mother had once been a servant who, by chance, ascended to the master's bed. Though she bore him a son, she remained unappreciated by the master. Faced with the cruelty of his legitimate mother, there was none to advocate for them. Thus, Wu Dixin resorted to bribery, ensnaring a maidservant beside his mother with drugs, orchestrating her defilement, then mutilating her face, severing her tongue, and dismembering her limbs, depositing her in a room surrounded by mirrors. Upon awakening, his mother was driven to madness by her own reflection, unable to call for help or find peace in death, ultimately succumbing to her own horror. The maidservant who had been privy to this atrocity mysteriously vanished, leaving Wu Dixin free from culpability. He subsequently employed the same ruthless tactics against those siblings who dared to reprimand him, until only he remained of the Wu family. Ultimately, he leveraged his own life to coerce the master into legitimizing his mother, a former concubine. The Wu family patriarch, already advanced in years and having indulged in excess in his youth, found himself unable to sire another son. Although he discerned Wu Dixin's treachery, he felt compelled to comply with him for the sake of the family's legacy, thereby ensuring Wu Dixin's continued existence. Subsequently, Wu Dixin appeared to have settled down, devoting himself to his studies, professing a desire to achieve top honors and elevate the Wu family's status. The patriarch, believing Wu Dixin had reformed, remained oblivious to the dark path he had already traversed, one from which there was no turning back. Wu Dixin harbored a perverse desire to obliterate all things beautiful. Lu He, inheriting the grace of the Lu family and a touch of the Chun family's tenderness, appeared outwardly lovely. Were it not for Su Muyin's insistence on their separation, Wu Dixin might have charmed Lu He with his silver tongue. However, at this moment, the two shared a semblance. Both possessed hearts as dark as night and mastered the art of disguise. In a previous life, Lu He had encountered Wu Dixin during a procession of the top 3 scholars. It remained a mystery when the two would cross paths again in this life. After all, circumstances had shifted, and there was no grand polo match to behold. Your Highness and Madam should depart promptly. I, Zhao, am deeply grateful for today's events. I am aware you are not intimidated by young Master, and yet the true adversary may not be him, and I fear that this person will not relent. There is no need for you to suffer due to my entanglements. Zhao Ziqing stood tall, a frown creasing his brow as he spoke apologetically. Tall and lean, he wore a modest robe that, though worn, was impeccably clean. His eyes shone with innocence, radiating a sense of tenderness toward all. Although he was homeless, he once had a loving family, with his younger brother, Zhao Zihu, heavily reliant upon him. Su Muyin knew that the person Zhao Ziqing referred to was Wu Dixin. Suddenly, she comprehended the depths of Wu Dixin's intolerance toward Zhao Ziqing. One possessed a home devoid of love, while the other, though his family lay in ruins, cherished love deeply buried within. Zhao Ziqing served as a mirror reflecting all that Wu Dixin coveted yet could never attain: a warm and ordinary family, exceptional talents, a posture as upright as a green pine, and an aura of self-assuredness. He envied Zhao Ziqing and sought to obliterate him. Thus, he aligned himself with Zeliang, coercing and enticing fellow scholars to shun Zhao Ziqing, disparaging his humble origins and low social standing, claiming that his participation with his younger brother was merely an attempt to curry favor. Yet Zhao Ziqing remained steadfast, unperturbed by such slurs, inciting Wu Dixin's jealousy to a fever pitch. He spoke truthfully. With Su Muyin and Jimin aiding him today, Wu Dixin would surely harbor resentment toward both. The more so, the less we can afford to leave. Su Muyin resolved to take a seat. Jimin approached with the painting, stating, "Who is afraid of whom? It is a pity about my painting, tarnished in such a manner." Ji Min carefully lowered the painting, and Su Mu Yin pulled her over to assist in cleaning it. Coincidentally, Zhao Ziqing stood behind them, his height allowing him to glimpse the painting. Indeed, it was the authentic work of Donpa. Zhao Ziqing's voice trembled, his pupils dilating. And even as he maintained his composure, it became difficult to conceal his excitement. "Forgive my boldness. Could your highness permit me a glance at this painting?" Ji Min and Su Mu Yin exchanged glances, suppressing their excitement. "Do you also admire Su Shi?" Ji Min inquired. "Admire is an understatement. I can recite his poetry verbatim and have painstakingly copied every piece of his work I could find. Regrettably, my family's finances are modest, and I have yet to behold his paintings. Today, however, I find myself most fortunate. I wonder, might your highness lend me the painting for a brief observation?" "Fulfilling a dream of mine?" Zhao Ziqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he scanned the faces of Su Mu Yin and Ji Min. Just as Su Mu Yin was about to respond, Ji Min seized the opportunity to speak first. "Lending it for observation is of no concern. But I do have a small request. Please, feel free to state it. Yesterday, I was reprimanded by my teacher for daydreaming in class and was tasked with copying text 20 times. If young Master Zhao..." Su Mu Yin glanced at Zhao Ziqing, expecting hesitation. To her surprise, he replied without a moment's thought, "No problem at all. I can imitate several styles of handwriting. If your highness would write a few characters for reference, I assure you, the teacher will not be able to discern the difference." Ji Min leaped up in delight, exclaiming, "It's a deal." Chapter 63, Provocation. Once again on a table in a private room of the tavern, an array of writing materials lay spread out. Zhao Ziqing sat behind the table, diligently inscribing characters with remarkable speed and precision, his handwriting indeed bearing a striking resemblance to that of Ji Min. As he had previously assured, "I never expected that Master Zhao possessed such remarkable skills," Ji Min praised genuinely. "It is not mere self-praise. I have many talents." Zhao Ziqing replied with a smile, neatly stacking the polished pages he had copied. Ji Min gazed at him, her face cradled in her hands, captivated like a love-struck maiden. Su Mayan was uncertain whether she should intervene. Based on her past experiences, Zhao Ziqing was no ordinary individual. Someone who could soar to great heights surely could not be entirely innocent. How much sincerity could he possibly possess? Ji Min might as well marry a truly simple man and live a blissful life under the protection of the Duke of Rui's household. Yet, the words of caution remained unspoken. Ji Min expressed that the lessons from the master were dull and incomprehensible, causing her to drift off. Prompting Zhao Ziqing to provide thorough explanations, earnest and unpretentious, making it hard to disrupt their exchange. "Very well, I shall observe further. In this lifetime, should Zhao Ziqing dare to harm the Duke of Rui's household again, Su Mayan would not let him off easily." Listening to Zhao Ziqing's discourse revealed his extensive knowledge and talents, truly deserving of his title as the top scholar. The two engaged in lively conversation, and Ji Min seemingly forgot the purpose of their gathering. Su Mayan could only interject, "I feel that Master Zhao seems somewhat familiar. Are you aware of the polo match hosted by the Duke of Rie today?" Only then did Ji Min recall the matter at hand, laughingly adding, "I too find Master Zhao somewhat recognizable." Zhao Ziqing, blushing, replied, "I hope the princess and madam do not find it amusing. I have a younger brother, merely 7 years old, who, upon hearing that there are no restrictions for participants in the Duke of Rui's polo match, wishes to join with me." "Oh, you are after Xingyan, then," Ji Min remarked, unveiling his intentions. Zhao Ziqing did not conceal his motives, candidly admitting, "Indeed, I am an ardent admirer of Mr. Donpa. Although I am aware of my limited abilities, it is only natural to be tempted by treasures that lie before me." "Have you assembled a team?" Ji Min quickly inquired. "Not yet." "Excellent." Ji Min glanced at Su Mayan and then back at Zhao Ziqing, asking, "Would it be agreeable for us to form a team together?" "Most agreeable." According to their agreement, Ji Min left the painting for Zhao Ziqing to admire. However, he hesitated, returning it after only a short while, concerned about its safety. "It is too precious. If left with me, it may attract unwanted attention." Ji Min accepted it back, saying, "Next time, I shall bring it again for you to examine closely." "Thank you, Your Highness. No need for such formality. From now on, we are friends. I am Ji Min. And this is Su Mayan, the wife of Lord Lu Jianli of the loyal and righteous Marquis estate. I am Zhao Ziqing, honored to meet both the princess and Madame Lu." After Su Mayan and Ji Min departed, Wu Dexin entered the tavern with 2 young attendants, blocking Zhao Ziqing's path. "Oh, I thought you were above such trivialities. Yet here you are, seeking to ingratiate yourself with the princess of the Duke of Rui. and the wife of the loyal and righteous Marquier. What a clever maneuver. Wu Dexin scoffed. He reached out to strike Zhao Ziqing, who deftly sidestepped. Trying to evade, are you? Wu Dexin signaled to his companions, hold him down. What do you intend to do? Zhao Ziqing struggled, but as a frail scholar, he could not contend with two seasoned fighters, rendered immobile in a public setting. Do you even care for the law? The law? Wu Dexin's hand finally landed on Zhao Ziqing's face. Do you think a lowly creature like you is worthy of discussing the law with me? He ordered his companions to drag Zhao Ziqing into a private room. While the young attendant, recognizing Wu Dexin and fearing the influence of Ziliang, did not dare approach. The surrounding patrons, wary of trouble, quietly slipped away. Wu Dexin, I harbor no grievances against you. Why do you persistently target me? Zhao Ziqing questioned, his once pure and innocent gaze now tainted by worldly concerns. Wu Dexin chuckled. My dear Zhao, you are mistaken. When have I ever targeted you? I merely wish to teach you the ways of the world. I uphold my integrity. I need no lessons from others. Oh, indeed. Let me witness your so-called integrity. Half an hour later, Wu Dexin's men emerged from the private room, their faces flushed with excitement and sweat glistening on their brows. What a thrill, they exclaimed. After a while, the young attendant opened the door, shouting, Quick, summon a doctor. As the polo match approached, Su Mayan and Ji Min visited the arena daily, awaiting Zhao Ziqing's arrival. However, days passed without his appearance. I hope nothing has happened to him, Ji Min expressed her concern. Su Mayan too felt a twinge of unease. Suspecting that Wu Dexin had already sought trouble with Zhao Ziqing, she surmised that Zhao Ziqing must have had a difficult few days. Otherwise, given his eagerness for Xingyan, he would not miss the polo match. Nevertheless, her heart bore resentment due to past events, feeling that Zhao Ziqing deserved some hardship. For he had brought calamity upon the Duke of Rui's family in a prior life. Whether intentional or not, the chaos stemmed from him. Ji Min, unaware of this, genuinely worried for Zhao Ziqing. Sister Yin, should we go look for him? Su Mayan shook her head, recalling that even without their intervention, he likely had means to deal with in Ziliang. Do not forget, he has been in the capital for several months, and these troubles have not arisen overnight. True. Ji Min conceded, her worries lessening. Su Mayan reflected that in her past life, Wu Dexin had not managed to best Zhao Ziqing. Ultimately, both became loyal ministers at court, constantly at odds yet unable to harm one another. Wu Dexin was ruthless and cruel, while Zhao Ziqing wielded many methods, mostly employing straightforward and honorable tactics. Even so, this approach had rendered Wu Dexin powerless against him. If one were to declare a victor, Zhao Ziqing would likely edge out in terms of intellect and talent. As anticipated, in the afternoon, Zhao Ziqing arrived, still bearing that serene demeanor, accompanied by his younger brother, confidently walking into the arena towards Su Mayan and Ji Min. We thought you wouldn't come after being absent for several days. Ji Min shouted at him. He smiled, and as he approached, he replied, How could I not come? I was delayed by some matters. Perfect timing, everyone is training. Why not let Xiao Hu join them for practice? Certainly, Ji Min replied, leading Xiao Hu away. Zhao Ziqing's smile faded, and Su Mayan sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor compared to his previous gentleness. Have they troubled you? Su Mayan inquired casually. Zhao Ziqing glanced down, assuring her, Madam need not worry, I can manage. Just then, an unwelcome voice interjected. They say Zhao Ziqing refuses to join my team because he has climbed too high. I was skeptical until now. He laughed boisterously. I wondered who it might be. Turns out it is Madame Lu. With Lord Lu absent, who would have thought you would become so helpful? I wonder how Lord Lu would feel about this. Surrounding whispers and malicious laughter filled the air. Chapter 64. The Bet. So this is Madame Lu. Although our great Xia does not harbor the ill custom of restricting women from showing their faces, it is indeed inappropriate for her to be so closely associated with a young man. Earlier, was it not said that young master and praised Madame Lu for her helpful nature? Was it regarding this young Master Zhao? In the past, I hadn't observed any interaction between them. Could it be that there were clandestine dealings? The words grew increasingly unseemly, while in Ziliang's smile widened. Su Mayan chuckled, deriding in Ziliang's sordid thoughts, as if he assumed the world was as dark as his own heart. Young Masterin was not mistaken. I do indeed intend to assist Zhao Ziqing. Whether it is one Zhao Ziqing or a multitude of them, they are all scholars of our great Xia. One day, their names will undoubtedly grace the prestigious lists of our nation, becoming esteemed officials. Therefore, whether it is 1, 2, or 100, I, Su Mayan, shall assist them, not just momentarily, but wholeheartedly. The emperor is eager for talent, widely seeking out capable individuals to join Great Xia and contribute to its prosperity. Yet, if these individuals are to be maliciously slandered by certain jealous nobles, leaving no one to speak up for them, it would surely chill the hearts of aspiring scholars and be a grave sorrow for our Great Xia, a monumental loss. Her words resonated deeply. The surroundings fell into silence, and in Ziliang's expression shifted. Su Mayan continued, "My husband, Lu Juanli, may not be in the capital, but he is currently in the northwest, enduring leg injuries to seek imperial permission to negotiate peace with our enemies. He would never suspect that his wife, in his absence, would defend innocent scholars only to be vilified. Young Masterin, tell me, if he were to return, should he not seek justice for his wife? Should he not demand fairness for all the diligent students of the realm?" The atmosphere grew even more subdued. Su Mayan could feel Zhao Ziqing's gaze upon her, burning like an intense flame. Then, someone quietly remarked, "Madame Lu's words, could they be regarding the recent ink splash incident? I was present at the time. Young Master and had accused Zhao Ziqing of staining his garments with ink, demanding a compensation of 200 taels of silver, only to be exposed by Madame Lu and Princess Min as they passed by. 200 taels? Who could afford that? Indeed, most candidates from the capital come from humble backgrounds. If they were truly required to pay 200 taels, it would cost them their very lives. Thus, it seems young Masterin has truly gone too far. With Minister Lu negotiating peace in the northwest, he bullies scholars and openly insults the wife of a meritorious official. This cannot be tolerated. Yes, it cannot be tolerated. Minister Lu must return and seek justice. Yes, justice must be served. Justice must be served." The shouts rose in fervor, quickly gaining momentum. Not far away, Lu Feng and others, including Ji Min and Ji Xian, heard the commotion and rushed over, accompanied by numerous servants from the Rue Wang Manor. Seeing the tide turn against him, and Ziliang realized he would not fare well and fled in disarray. "Humph." He ran swiftly. Ji Min clapped her hands and declared, "Let us continue our practice." "Yet, why do you praise that man? Do you still harbor feelings for him?" Ji Min questioned, referring to Lu Juanli. Su Mayan's earlier words had indeed been commendations of Lu Juanli. With a charming smile, Su Mayan took Ji Min's hand and reassured her, "Do not worry, Min. I have my plans and shall ensure he is not humiliated again." "That is good. While hoping for a successful negotiation for the sake of Great Xia, I am utterly unwilling to witness Lu Juanli reap the rewards of this endeavor." Su Mayan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The negotiations would surely proceed smoothly, though the credit would not be bestowed upon Lu Juanli. Her previous remarks had been intentional, deliberately mentioning his leg. Should the negotiations succeed, Lu Juanli would emerge as a valiant minister, striving for the benefit of Great Xia despite his injury. However, if they were to fail, it would be seen as his negligence, knowing his own limitations yet still insisting on proceeding to the northwest, nearly jeopardizing the negotiations. In that moment, the public would perceive him as someone who trivialized the nation's interests for personal glory, nearly plunging Great Xia into turmoil. And she, merely a wife who trusts her husband, waiting for him to take charge. As time passed, it was about half an hour later when the crowd began to disperse, each returning to their own affairs. Yet, Ziliang somehow found his way back to Su Mayan, striding over with his head held high, regaining his former arrogant demeanor. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder once more. Ziliang's servants hastily intervened, insisting, "What are you doing? Quiet down. No noise allowed." The crowd's volume diminished. Never having faced such humiliation, Ziliang was not one to retreat easily. He puffed up like an inflated balloon, shifting his attack. He is merely a destitute commoner. The imperial list has not been announced yet, so how can Madame Lu be so certain of his success? Zhao Ziqing approached, and Ziliang shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing at his perceived insolence. "Do you think just because you have gathered a group around you, you can accomplish anything? I will tell you, in this polo match, you will not get past even a single round under my command." Zhao Ziqing retorted, "Who wins and who loses cannot be determined by mere words. The truth will be revealed on the field." And Ziliang, already flustered from the day's provocations, found Zhao Ziqing's casual remark to be the final straw. He erupted in fury. "Who do you think you are to challenge me?" He lunged at Zhao Ziqing, only to be intercepted by Fu Shuangdao, standing protectively beside Su Mayan. With a deadly glint in his eyes, Fu Shuangdao exuded an aura of menace, causing cold sweat to bead on Ziliang's forehead. He retreated several steps, pushing away the servant who had been holding him back. Swallowing hard, his expression of hostility slowly faded, leaving him reluctant to advance. From a distance, He glared at Zhao Ziqing and declared, "Very well, I will ensure you lose comprehensively. If you lose, you shall kneel before me and apologize, and then leave the capital." Su Mayan sensed an uncomfortable, sticky gaze upon her and turned to find Wu Dexin lurking among the crowd, his smile sinister, like a beast poised to strike. Meanwhile, the foolish Ziliang, blissfully unaware of being manipulated, continued to bluster. "So, what will it be? Are you afraid? Coward, destitute commoner. Who among you hillbillies dares to oppose me?" Zhao Ziqing's complexion turned pale. The outcome of the polo match was uncertain, and he felt genuinely uncertain himself. Yet, if he were to lose and be forced to leave the capital, how could he abandon all his efforts so easily? "I accept your bet," Su Mayan interjected. "Should young Masterin lose, I will not demand your departure from the capital. You need only host a banquet in the capital for all examination candidates and publicly apologize to the scholars from humble backgrounds." Zhao Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Mayan, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. Very well. This farce had finally reached its conclusion. "Madam, thank you for rescuing me, but why would you agree to such a wager, knowing young Masterin harbors ill intentions? What difference would it make not to accept? Some problems cannot be resolved by mere avoidance. If you allow it, I wish to personally train the children in polo skills," Zhao Ziqing proposed. Su Mayan had awaited this very statement. "Then I shall leave it to you, young Master Zhao." Not far away, Lu He stood beside Wu Dexin, who appeared to be entertaining her with some words, making her beam with delight. "Is it that regardless of whom I take a liking to, as long as it is not Zhao Ziqing, you will obstruct and advise me to give up? Su Mayan, do you take pleasure in seeing others unhappy?" Lu He slapped Su Muyin across the face, weeping and scolding her. "Now, go ahead and pursue your own happiness," Su Muyin remarked coldly, gazing at Lu He's smiling face. Chapter 65. The competition in the realm of polo. Zhao Ziqing was purely an academic, possessing only theoretical knowledge without any practical experience. Nevertheless, he was indeed a prodigy, and through his theoretical guidance, he trained the children with remarkable effectiveness, surpassing the efforts of Lu Feng by leaps and bounds. Within a mere 10 days, the children had already begun to exhibit commendable skills. Jimin, leveraging the identity of the Rui Wang, facilitated the renting of a polo field and temporarily enlisted 5 servants for practice alongside the children. After numerous practice matches, Zhao Zihu emerged as an exceptional leader, vastly outperforming his peers and becoming the captain of their polo team. Subsequently, a few young players were invited to train for 3 days, resulting in more victories than defeats, which significantly boosted the children's morale. Su Mayan observed with satisfaction the swelling confidence and increasingly audacious demeanor of Lu Kong and Lu Fei. During a recent friendly match, the opposing captain had snatched the ball from Lu Kong, nearly provoking a physical confrontation. Had Lu Feng not intervened, blood would surely have been shed. Lu Kong approached, saying, "Mother, he violated the rules first and forcibly took Konger's ball, which is why Konger was angry." Su Mayan fondly ruffled his hair, affectionately stating, "Konger acted rightly." Lu Kang's face lit up with pride. "Madam, let us name our team, as many others already have," suggested Zhao Zihu. Su Mayan pondered for a moment and proposed the name Victory Team. Everyone expressed their approval and delight, solidifying the team's identity. They then commissioned uniforms emblazoned with the team name and even replaced their saddles with identical ones, exuding a sense of grandeur. With nearly 50 teams participating, the rented grounds proved insufficient. The Rui Wang specifically appealed to the palace for the use of the royal polo grounds, receiving the emperor's endorsement along with the dispatch of several imperial guards for security. Due to the large number of teams, a lottery system was employed to initiate the knockout rounds, divided into 2 phases. In the first round, the victory team drew the long-cherished grandson of the Minister of Revenue. This team, composed entirely of boys aged 6 to 7, was led by the minister's daughter, and they appeared resplendent in their matching attire, being scions of noble families. Their primary objective was entertainment rather than achieving remarkable results. Unsurprisingly, the victory team triumphed effortlessly. With their first victory secured, spirits soared, especially for Lu Kong, whose confidence visibly inflated. He was aware of Su Mayan's bit within Ziliang and boldly asserted that they would not let her down. In the second round, they faced an unremarkable team composed of merchants from the capital. Despite a challenging match, they ultimately emerged victorious. When victory was achieved, the atmosphere was jubilant. Even Zhao Ziqing, typically indifferent, found himself in high spirits. After several rounds, only 4 teams remained: the victory team, the star team, the royal team, and the Hope team. The opponents were once again determined by lottery, and the Victory team found themselves facing the Star team. The tallest child among them provocatively glared at Liu Kang and his companions. This child was the legitimate son of the Duke of An. Already 12 years old and towering over his peers, his size making him appear almost as a giant on horseback, having effortlessly advanced through previous rounds. Bolstered by Ziliang's encouragement, he emanated an air of arrogance. "Come, Fang Dagua, let us crush them without a trace," he declared loudly as the match commenced. Fang Dagua raised his mallet high, proclaiming, "Star Team versus Victory Team, leave no survivors. Leave no survivors." The other children timidly joined in, their voices gradually growing louder and more unified. Spectators cast sympathetic glances towards the Victory Team, for the Star Team was indeed formidable, having dominated their previous opponents with ease, while the Victory Team had faced numerous struggles. "Haha, the Victory Team is laughable. What say you, Lady Lu? It's not too late to surrender," and Ziliang taunted, his tone dripping with arrogance. "But remember the stakes. The loser must kneel and apologize to the victor and then leave the capital. Hey, they haven't conceded yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. Be humble," came a voice of caution. Yet in Ziliang's confidence knew no bounds. "Sister Yen, what shall we do? If we lose, are you truly going to apologize to him?" "No, I won't allow it. And Ziliang is nothing but a rogue," Ji Min fretted, leaning in to whisper. Su Mayan reassured her, "Do not worry, we may yet prevail." She called out to Ziliang, "Why rush to secure a seat, young masterin? Arriving late might mean missing out." Previously, it had been agreed that should Ziliang lose, he would host a banquet for all the students and publicly apologize to the commoners. And Ziliang continued to prattle on. But Su Mayan turned her attention back to her team. Aside from Zhao Zihu and Ji Xian, who were slightly taller, the rest appeared quite juvenile. Could it be that he was misrepresenting his age? He hardly resembled a 12-year-old. Ji Min occasionally cast disapproving glances at the Star team. At registration, to prevent impersonation, the Ministry of Revenue had verified each child's identity, ensuring that the participants were indeed children. Thus, Fang Dagua's age must be accurate. He was simply an early bloomer. "This is troublesome," Lu Fang remarked, a serious expression replacing his earlier nonchalance. "Are you lacking confidence?" Su Mayan queried Zhao Ziqing. He pursed his lips, his expression grave. There is no need to force it, she thought. If they were to lose, she would have no issue apologizing to Ziliang. As for leaving the capital, once the delegation returned, her departure would be imminent, conveniently providing an excuse. "Do not fret, there will always be a way. Let us first assess the situation," Zhao Ziqing advised. As the match commenced, Fang Dagua's height indeed conferred a significant advantage. For the other children, his towering horse seemed an unfair advantage, trampling over them. Liu Kang and Su Yin, riding smaller ponies, dared not advance. In less than a tea's time, the Star team had scored 2 goals. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Observing closely, Su Mayan keenly noted that while Fang Dagua appeared arrogant, he was acutely aware of social status. The members of Su Mayan's team included Liu Kang and Liu Fei from the loyal and righteous Marquis, Ji Xian from the Rui Wang's household, Zhao Zihu, and Su Yin, her nominal distant nephew. Fang Dagua avoided confronting the first 3, but targeted Zhao Zihu and Su Yin with blatant aggression, reveling in his dominance. After several days of training, Zhao Zihu had forged a close friendship with Ji Xian, who remained protective of him. However, Su Yin, being Liu Kang's nominal cousin, was not favored by either Liu Kang or Liu Fei. Thus, the isolated Su Yin became an easy target for Fang Dagua's bullying. "This is intolerable," Ji Min exclaimed, wanting to intervene. Yet, being merely a 7-year-old, he was no match for the larger child. Su Mayan held her back, saying, "Do not rush. I have a plan." Chapter 66. Initial victory. Su Mu Yin observed that Fang Dagua was nothing more than a paper tiger. Despite his ostentatious bravado, he was devoid of true grit, cowering before authority while possessing an exaggerated sense of pride. This resulted in a rather awkward personality, timid yet terrified of others discovering his cowardice, easily provoked. She summoned Liu Kang and instructed him to deliberately provoke Fang Dagua. "Just taunt him, but do not engage him in a real contest," Su Mu Yin directed, insisting on relentless provocation until Fang Dagua was thoroughly incensed. "Understood, mother." Liu Kang, accustomed to being favored, found it exceedingly easy to provoke others. Indeed, he merely whispered something near Fang Dagua, who instantly changed color. Liu Kang then walked away, and Fang Dagua did not pursue him, not even casting a glance. Observing this, Su Mu Yin was reassured in her assessment. Although Fong Degua appeared arrogant with Nzi Liang backing him, he revealed his servile nature when confronted by the powerful. Subsequently, Lu Kang continued to provoke him multiple times. Fong Degua clearly became agitated, yet remained passive. The game was faltering. "Fong Degua, what are you doing?" Nzi Liang shouted, urging him to attack. Leave no one standing. Eventually, Fong Degua improved slightly. Yet Lu Kang had already discerned his weaknesses and persisted in provoking him. While Fong Degua feared Nzi Liang, Lu Kang was undeterred. As if he hadn't heard, continuing his taunts, joined soon by Ji Xian. Together, Lu Kang and Ji Xian amused themselves at Fong Degua's expense. While Su Yin, naturally adept, seamlessly collaborated with Zhao Xiao, who without Fong Degua's interference. The score quickly closed in. "Fong Degua, what are you doing? Hurry and seize the ball." Score. Nzi Liang yelled, frantic as the score tightened and then surpassed Fong Degua's team. The spectators began to murmur. Puzzled by Fong Degua's sudden poor performance, aware that something was amiss as Lu Kang and Ji Xian closely followed him. However, the children spoke softly. Their voices drowned in the noise, rendering it unintelligible to those outside. It was only when Fong Degua raised his stick intending to strike Ji Xian that the crowd could see clearly. The referee rushed in to intervene. Fong Degua was swiftly penalized, with a replacement player who was notably smaller and less skilled taking his place. Observing Nzi Liang pin Fong Degua to the ground, the onlookers speculated anxiously. Ultimately, Nzi Liang was undeniably defeated. Although he continued to argue that the wager was for first place, he had been eliminated prematurely. In any case, his reputation lay in tatters, trampled underfoot. "Let us wait and see," Sumu Yin remarked. "What a fall from grace for the loyal and righteous Ho residents in the Rue Wang mansion. Now reduced to associating with someone like Zhao Ziqing. Truly a lamentable decline." Nzi Liang approached once more to instigate trouble. Sumu Yin stood her ground. Stepping forward, and what of it? The facts demonstrate that even a scion of humble origins can rival the likes of Zi. You, Sumu Yin countered, listing numerous historical examples such as Zhang Yi, Li Si, and more recently, Han Xian and Quang Hong, all of whom emerged from modest backgrounds to achieve great success. This served as proof that common folk should never be underestimated. Without Wu De Xian present, Nzi Liang, caught off guard by Sumu Yan's retorts, was left speechless and stormed off after muttering a few harsh words. "Where is Wu De Xian?" He fumed, chastising his servant. "He was just here. These past few days, Lu He has been clinging to him, likely hiding away with romantic pursuits now." Ji Min followed suit, venting her frustration as well. Sumu Yin busied herself comforting Ji Min. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqing remained silent, intently observing Sumu Yin as she confronted Nzi Liang. He was unfazed. Since his father's death, burdened with enormous debts and the weight of multiple lives lost, he had faced rejection from relatives and friends alike. Even the dogs at the village entrance barked at him. The scorn and disdain he endured far surpassed that of Nzi Liang. Everyone feared he might default, conspiring to report him to the authorities, which led to his imprisonment. He liquidated his estate and toiled as a servant to repay the majority of his debts. Subsequently, he worked as a private tutor for wealthy families, taking on any job that paid, enduring bullying and disdain, until he finally settled his debts and lost all semblance of scholarly elegance. His betrothed had never appeared, and when she finally did, she suggested they lead a simple life together. When he expressed his desire to travel to the capital for examinations, she chastised him for his naivety. "Is it so easy to achieve the title of Jinshi? Look at what you have done these years. You've been too busy to study. Reading won't feed you. That is for the wealthy. Let us be practical. Work for 3 to 5 more years, save some money, and perhaps open a few shops. Our lives could be better. Why must you pursue this folly? Do you know how much it costs to travel to the capital? Do you think you can pass in such a short time? Zhao Ziqing, be realistic, would you?" Yet, she failed to grasp the hardship he endured, laboring like a beast from dawn till dusk, every coin earned hoarded. Fearing he would fall behind in his studies, he dared only to spend a few coins on candles, reading fervently by their flickering light. For 3 years, he clung to the belief that he would one day achieve greatness, repaying a staggering 300 taels of debt, all to sit for the exams with a clear conscience. But what did she suggest? That he abandon the imperial exams? That he should toil for another 3 to 5 years? After being rejected, his fiancée severed their engagement without a backward glance. With her family's influence, he became the frog dreaming of swan meat, aspiring to ascend beyond his stations. While everyone proclaimed his dreams as mere folly, urging him to abandon his aspirations for a stable life, to seek out a local magistrate for a minor position, or even to find a family of decent standing to marry into. Numerous well-meaning individuals came to advise him under the guise of concern. He had endured such a life. As for Liang, he was but an empty shell, lacking intellect, relying solely on the power of the Nguigong residents. Zhao Ziqing, however, was like a fire in the dead of winter, providing genuine warmth and encouragement. She recognized his talent, declaring him a vital asset to the Dixia kingdom, assuring him that even with humble origins, he could one day realize grand ambitions. She defended him, drawing him into her circle, thereby integrating him into her faction. He had heard whispers of the loyal and righteous Ho residents, but had never held them in high regard. Yet, after these days of interaction, he perceived that Su Muyin, though of noble birth, was starkly different from the rumored conduct of her peers. As for the Rui Wang, he was once a formidable figure, a force to be reckoned with during several palace upheavals, in which he played a decisive role. In recent decades, the throne has remained stable, with power concentrated in the hands of a select few. He has wrapped himself in a cocoon, assuming the role of a leisurely prince, abstaining from the intrigues of the court. While he appears indifferent to progress, he is, in truth, a genuine sage. The court is rife with undercurrents. Once one becomes entangled in its web, collisions are inevitable. Thus, it is far more prudent to quietly withdraw after the tumult. Soaring freely in the vast expanse of the sky, Su Muyin was unaware of the tempest raging within Zhao Ziqing's heart. Initially, she had intended to return home early to rest, but upon hearing Ji Min's anger dissipate, she enthusiastically arranged a celebration banquet, smilingly acquiescing. The group then set off in their respective carriages towards the tavern, entirely oblivious to the conspiracy brewing around them. Chapter 67. Unscrupulous Tactics Outside the City. The horse ranch was deserted as Su Muyin, Ji Min, Zhao Ziqing, and the children made their way back. The journey was slightly delayed when Lu Fei fell from her horse and scraped her arm, but fortunately it was merely a superficial injury. As they departed, the ranch staff were busy tidying up the gear and cleaning the grounds. The atmosphere was cheerful as everyone squeezed into a spacious carriage. Listening to Ji Min recount the culinary delights of the drunken immortal tower, the renowned roast goose from the establishment was a much-coveted dish, with people queuing eagerly to purchase it. However, you are in for a treat today, as I have made prior arrangements, Ji Min declared. Su Muyin, only half listening, was preoccupied with other thoughts. The following afternoon marked the final race, and their opponents would be the Crown Prince's team. Despite the numerous matches that had transpired, the undefeated team had yet to face the Crown Prince's squad directly, leading Su Muyin to reflect on Liu Kang's remarkable fortune. Initially, Su Muyin had entered the competition to assist the Princess Rui, taking the lead to elevate the event's profile and prevent Zhao Ziqing from gaining leverage. The Emperor's praise had been an unexpected delight, prompting Su Muyin to expedite her plans. This strategy involved Liu Kang incurring the Crown Prince's ire, resulting in his exclusion from the Crown Prince's inner circle and barring him from the National Academy's youth program. Zhao Xiner's hopes of elevating her status through her son were dashed. Su Muyin deliberately refrained from inquiring about Zhao Xiner, pretending ignorance of her clandestine presence within the peace delegation, accompanying Lu Juanli to the northwest. While the public perceived the Crown Prince as magnanimous for allowing the Crown Prince's participation, Su Muyin, having lived many years, had a deeper understanding of his character. Designated as the Crown Prince at the tender age of 5, he had cultivated an air of superiority and a desire for prestige among his peers, particularly regarding his image in Ji Hanxiao's eyes. He was exceptionally sensitive about his reputation and would not tolerate anyone tarnishing his face, especially not his son in a public contest. Should the undefeated team lose, the Crown Prince would likely be in good spirits, thus favoring the Crown Prince. However, if they were victorious, the entire undefeated team would become an eyesore to the Crown Prince's residence. The ideal outcome would be for the undefeated team to lose, yet Liu Kang to triumph over the Crown Prince. In such a scenario, Liu Kang alone would be seen as the one who dared to humiliate the Crown Prince. While internally, Liu Kang would have undermined the Crown Princess' authority, and externally, Lu Juanli would have concealed his injury, almost compromising the peace negotiations, which would undoubtedly infuriate the Crown Prince. Consequently, Lu Juanli's aspirations to curry favor with the Crown Prince would be rendered impossible. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a series of faint whoosh sounds, followed by the clanging of metal. "Madam, Princess, there are assassins. Do not come out," Fu Shuangdao warned. A sense of confusion arose within Su Muyin, who would be audacious enough to attempt an assassination outside the city, especially with the royal guard's carriage and soldiers present. This audacity suggested a deliberate provocation. She instructed Ji-min to keep the children still while she lifted the curtain to ascertain the identities of the assailants, only to behold a slender figure. "Young Master Zhao, why are you not hiding properly? Why are you standing here?" Zhao Ziqing, wielding a knife, gestured menacingly toward the cloaked figures. Upon hearing Su Mayan's words, he paused and turned back, nervously assuring her, "Rest assured, madam, even if I must perish, I will protect you." Sensing something amiss, he added, "I will also safeguard the princess and the children." Su Mayan was taken aback. Zhao Ziqing, who was untrained in martial arts and had previously been confrontational regarding the issues of commoners, unexpectedly exhibited such naive bravery. "Be cautious, swords are unforgiving," she cautioned. "It's fine. Madam, please return inside. I shall guard this place," he insisted. Observing the black-clad assailants falling one by one under Fu Shuangdao's skilled blade, Su Mayan gauged that the situation would soon be resolved. In a room within the city, Ziliang was reprimanding Fong Dagua, kicking and striking him mercilessly while the latter rolled on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Spare me, my lord. Spare me," Fong Dagua begged. "Spare you? A mere scion of the loyal and righteous marquis, and you fear? You have jeopardized my grandfather's grand plans, yet you expect him to spare you?" And Ziliang continued to kick him until he was panting, exhausted from the exertion. He then gulped down the tea handed to him by a maid, summoning another servant. "Have the arrangements been made?" "No killings, just injure one or two," he commanded. The servant replied respectfully, "My lord, everything has been arranged. I have selected only loyal and skilled individuals, and they have been thoroughly briefed to inflict injuries without causing death. Excellent work. As long as those few youngsters cannot participate. I am not one to be excessively ruthless," and Ziliang affirmed. "Indeed, my lord is benevolent," the servant replied. Meanwhile, on Su Mayan's end, her suspicions were confirmed. Fu Shuangdao's exceptional swordsmanship quickly drove the assailants away, leaving a few guards injured, who remained outside the city for treatment. With such an incident occurring, there was little inclination to celebrate, and everyone returned to their homes. As they reached a fork in the road, Su Mayan called out to Zhao Ziqing. "Those individuals were likely dispatched by Ziliang, and they dared to employ unscrupulous tactics against us. Young Master Zhao, you may be in danger tonight. With the competition approaching, it would be prudent for you both to stay at the Marquis's residence." Before she could finish, Zhao Ziqing respectfully bowed his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, madam, but I fear it may not be appropriate." "Then come to my residence. My father and mother would surely be delighted." Ji-min interjected eagerly. Su Mayan also deemed it a good idea. Yet Zhao Ziqing remained reluctant. "I do not wish to disturb the peace of the Prince Rue." Ji-min did not give him a chance to refuse, pushing him into the carriage. "It won't be a disturbance. My father is also an admirer of Master Dongpa. You might find a kindred spirit, and he possesses numerous treasures from Master Dongpa." At the mention of Master Dongpa, Zhao Ziqing appeared slightly swayed. Zhao Zihu and Ji Xian had already forged a friendship, and upon hearing his sister, Ji Xian quickly pulled Zhao Zihu over to share a carriage. Zhao Zihu, unperturbed, encouraged his brother, "Brother, it would be wise to heed the arrangements of the prince and the princess. If Ziliang were to act against us tonight, tomorrow's competition would be jeopardized." With no other choice, Zhao Ziqing acquiesced. While the adults contemplated the assassination attempt with grave seriousness, the children, having been well protected since childhood, remained blissfully unaffected, with Lu Kang animatedly discussing the day's match and expressing excitement for the final race. "Mother, we will surely triumph tomorrow," he exclaimed. Su Mayan smiled and nodded, yet from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure at the doorway. It was Mama Li, the old matriarch's attendant, waiting for them with a stern expression. Chapter 68. The recurrence of leg injury. Lady Li instructed Lu Kang and Lu Fei to return to their quarters first. Su Muyan, Su Yan, and Lu Fong were invited to the old lady's chamber. Only Lu He had not been seen since she left with everyone in the morning for the polo match. Upon arriving at the old lady's residence, they found Lu He already there, her head bowed, casting furtive glances at Su Muyan and signaling her covertly. It was merely a plea for her to keep a secret. With Wu de Xin being an outsider, he was viewed as inconsequential in the eyes of the Ho residents. If the old lady and Lady Chun were to discover this, it would undoubtedly lead to a separation. In her previous life, Su Muyan had exploited this very weakness, colluding with Lady Chun, and ultimately, with the assistance of Lu Junli, drove Wu de Xin out of the capital, extinguishing Lu He's hopes entirely. Consequently, Lu He harbored an intense hatred for her. In this lifetime, She was determined to facilitate their union. How could she possibly expose them? Is this your distant cousin from the Su family? The old lady inquired of Su Mu Yin, although Su Yin had been in the residence for some time. The old lady, with an air of superiority, dismissed him as merely a distant relative, unworthy of her attention. This was indeed their first encounter. Su Mu Yin briefly introduced Su Yin's background, which had been carefully fabricated beforehand. His mother had passed away early, and his father's whereabouts were unknown. The old lady frowned, displaying her disdain, and did not probe further, instructing him to leave. Lu Er escorted Su Yin out. With the room now occupied by the loyal members of the Ho residence, the old lady's demeanor shifted, and she sternly admonished, Yin Er, you are Jun Li's legitimate wife, the future matriarch of the Ho residence. What sort of decorum is it to publicly place a wager with others? She continued, should you lose? How will the future matriarch of the Ho residence publicly apologize? How can we maintain our standing in the capital? Furthermore, disregarding the childish antics, I should not intervene. But I have heard that your team will be facing the Crown Prince's team in the finals tomorrow. How could you be so reckless? Lady Wang's expression was equally grave as she exclaimed in alarm, the Crown Prince? With Junli still in the northwest, everything relies on the Crown Prince. We must not be rash and offend the Crown Prince's household. Lady Chen glared at Lu Fang, seemingly blaming him for getting involved. Since the polo matches began, Lu Fang had taken it upon himself to train the children in equestrian skills in the game. Witnessing his team's gradual victories filled him with joy, rendering Lady Chen's reproaches insignificant in his eyes. Lu Fang's impression of Su Mu Yin had markedly improved, aligning him more closely with her perspective. He quickly defended. It is merely a polo match. If the Crown Prince is participating, he must adhere to the rules. Lu Fang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and guilt, muttering under his breath in self-reflection. As he spoke, Lady Chen's face darkened as she scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you compare yourself to the Crown Prince? If anything were to happen to him, your life would not suffice as compensation. She angrily seized Lu Fang by the collar, declaring, come with me, let me deal with you. Lady Chen aimed to exploit the turmoil to drag Lu Fang away. But Su Mu Yin was not inclined to let her have her way. Third aunt, you exaggerate, she interjected. I believe my third brother is correct. The emperor must uphold the laws of the land. Why should the Crown Prince be above the rules? Lu Fang broke free from Lady Chen's grasp, emboldened by her support. Indeed, why should the Crown Prince be exempt from the rules? Would that not set a poor precedent? You. Lady Chen was infuriated. Observing her fury, Su Mu Yin smiled and remarked, Third aunt, there is no need to be so flustered. Besides, Lu Fang is no longer a child. He has his own thoughts on many matters. After all, the paths of the young are long and must be walked by themselves. Why must you monitor him so strictly? The latter part of her statement held a veiled implication as she discreetly glanced at Lu He. Lu He smiled faintly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Lu Fang, not oblivious, recognized that Su Mu Yin was subtly urging Lady Chen to exercise less control over him, and he felt a sense of pride. Lady Chen retorted, I will take care of my own son. There is no need for others to concern themselves. Su Mu Yin inwardly scoffed. Realizing they were indeed aware of Zhao Xin's situation, it appeared that everyone conspired to keep it from her, leaving her as the sole target of disdain within the Ho residence. She bluntly stated that is only effective if you can maintain control. Lu Fang had always resisted authority, and Lady Chen's greatest frustration stemmed from this. Struck at her core by Su Mu Yin's words, Lady Chen was rendered speechless. Do not rush to condemn me. While Junli is indeed garnering merits in the northwest, if he cannot negotiate a truce and requires the Crown Princess support, and if the women of the household and the children must humble themselves to placate the Crown Prince's household, then the tales of the Ho residence's capable heir will surely become a laughingstock. Lady Wang slammed the table, exclaiming, Yin heir, how can you speak so disrespectfully of your husband? Su Mu Yin feigned ignorance, continuing, it is merely a polo match against the Crown Prince. If we all worry like this, perhaps I should go to the Rue Wang residence tomorrow and declare that the Ho residence is intimidated and withdraw from the match. It was not so dire, after all. The old lady's expression soured. Lady Wang appeared slightly embarrassed, covering her lips with a handkerchief, remaining silent. This match was hosted by the Rue Wang residence, with the emperor having provided a prize, and the invitation delivered personally by the Rue Wang princess. They had been unaware of the Crown Prince's participation until now. The fact that they had reached this point was testament to their team's strength. Facing the Crown Prince was not a decision to be made by a mere daughter-in-law. If we cannot withdraw, Perhaps grandmother could enlighten me on how I should proceed? You should never have allowed Kong heir and Fei heir to participate in this, Lady Wang stated. Su Mu Yin retorted softly, if that were the case, we would truly be bringing shame to the Ho residence. Nearly all the prominent families in the capital are competing. If we shrink back, others will think us cowards, afraid to even compete. Yet you should not wager such stakes with Masterin. The old lady remained quite displeased, believing Su Mu Yin was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Unfazed, Su Mu Yin stood tall and spoke with conviction. Masterin has insulted my husband. Does grandmother wish for me to kneel and beg for mercy? The old lady was momentarily taken aback. Su Mu Yin continued, such humiliating acts are beneath me. I accepted the wager to uphold the Ho residence' honor. After all, my husband was once a great general who fought in the Northwest. The title of General of the Western Campaign was pronounced with emphasis. This remark seemed to please the old lady and Lady Wang as their expressions softened. Nevertheless, the old lady remained apprehensive, yet she understood the urgency of the competition and conceded, if that is the case, so be it. But tomorrow, do not displease the crown prince. Su Mu Yin nearly laughed aloud. This statement almost implied that they should not allow themselves to win. Just moments ago, they had claimed her apology to Master and would tarnish the Ho residence's reputation, and now they were forbidding victory. The old lady was clearly aware of the importance of the situation. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated. Lu Fang's demeanor suggested he had not taken the old lady's words to heart. Outside the courtyard, Lady Qin continued chastising Lu Fang, instructing him to remain indoors tomorrow and not to venture out. She then inquired about Lu He's activities in recent days, to which Lu He replied that she had been watching the polo matches. Lu Fang smirked, but refrained from revealing the truth. Upon returning to the courtyard, Fu Shuangdao awaited them, discussing matters regarding Zhou Yao and her desire to see Su Mu Yin. Su Mu Yin deemed it unwise to meet at this moment and instructed Fu Shuangdao to convey that she would visit her in due course. After completing her evening routine and preparing for bed, Lu Er entered with news of an urgent letter from the Northwest. Secretly brought in and not delivered directly to the old lady and the Wang family, Su Mu Yin quickly surmised the matter at hand. With a cheerful disposition, she opened the letter. Indeed, it contained splendid news. Lu Junli's leg injury had relapsed. Chapter 69. He is quite ill. The letter was written in a hasty hand, with several characters trembling at their ends. It was evident that he was gravely unwell, Su Mayan mused. The missive was brief, solely urging Su Mayan to urgently contact Jiling Ye to inquire whether the medicine he provided was flawed, as he felt something amiss in his leg. It was clear he could not stand, which was why his writing trembled with anxiety. Considering the timeline, the agreement was due to be signed in the coming days. Su Mayan set the letter ablaze atop a candle, stifling a yawn as she instructed Luer to assist her in changing clothes and preparing for sleep. Luer was not one for idle chatter. Noticing Su Mayan's silence, she refrained from questioning, making the bed and attending to her mistress until she was settled before extinguishing the lamp and retiring to the outer chamber. Before dawn, a pigeon pecked at the window, making a cooing sound that roused Luer. Drowsily, she caught the bird, retrieving the letter it had helped deliver and placing it on the table in Su Mayan's room. Seeing it was still early, she refrained from waking her mistress and instead went to freshen up while preparing breakfast. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Granny Li, who had matters to discuss with Su Mayan. The lady has yet to rise. Please wait a moment, Luer replied. She then returned to rouse Su Mayan. Once ready, Su Mayan noticed a letter tube on the table, which she casually tucked into her sleeve as she exited to meet Granny Li. Granny Li, with an air of authority, greeted her and, before Su Mayan could speak, declared, "Today is the 15th. The old lady requests your presence to pay respects with incense." In the past, such rituals had not been demanded of her on the 1st and 15th days, making this sudden request rather suspect. The old lady had indeed devised a clever ploy, leaving Su Mayan with no choice but to comply. "I understand," Su Mayan replied. However, Granny Li did not depart, insisting that the lady accompany her at once. Luer inquired what preparations were necessary. "The old lady has everything ready," Granny Li responded. Su Mayan exchanged a glance with Luer, who promptly went to fetch a cloak for her mistress. Once Luer returned and carefully fastened the cloak around Su Mayan, the three set off together. Upon entering the ancestral hall, they found themselves alone. Just as Su Mayan was about to offer incense, Granny Li swiftly stepped out and locked the door with a decisive click. Luer rushed to the door, discovering it was indeed locked. She pounded on it, exclaiming, "Open the door. Granny Li, how dare you lock the young lady in?" After a prolonged silence, panic set in. What shall we do, madam? It seems the old lady is intent on preventing your participation. Su Mayan inquired of Luer. Have you left a message for Fu Shuangdao? Luer replied. I left a few words on the table, but I cannot be sure if he noticed. Su Mayan pressed her forehead in frustration, pondering whether Fu Shuangdao, the rough man, could even read. With the situation dire, they needed to devise an alternate escape. Let us search for another exit, Su Mayan suggested. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the doorway. The door swung open. Both Su Mayan and Luer were taken aback. The door had been locked for less than half an hour. Madam, the carriage is ready. We must hurry, or we shall be late, came Fu Shuangdao's voice. Did you see the note Luer left for you? Su Mayan asked him. He looked puzzled. What note? Then how did you know we were here? She pressed. I saw Granny Li this morning and guessed as much. After some time, I went to fetch an axe and noticed Lu Feng was also locked up. I freed him as well, and now they have set off, he explained, revealing his cleverness. Then let us make haste, Su Mayan urged. While in the carriage, she recalled the letter she had not yet read and took it out. This letter was even shorter, containing but a single line. Ride swiftly toward the northwest. Clearly, matters on Lu Jianli's side were dire. He had likely beseeched Jilingye for assistance, only to be met with indifference, akin to a frail lion trapped in a cage, resorting to sending letter after letter to implore her help. Su Mayan tore the letter into shreds and cast it out the window. Upon arriving at the polo field, the match had already commenced. For the first time, Fu Shuangdao stood beside Su Mayan without shying away, watching the children on the field with a smile. Still not ready to acknowledge him, Su Mayan whispered. Their relationship as father and son was an open secret, and she chose not to feign ignorance any longer. He too did not conceal it. Perhaps it was better this way. From now on, you need not provide for my expenses. Consider it my maintenance at the Marquis's residence. Given your current stature, that amount might hardly suffice, Su Mayan responded. Fu Shuangdao turned to her, his gaze inscrutable. Perhaps you could simply keep counting me as a dependent, she suggested. Fu Shuangdao shifted the conversation. What are your thoughts on Zhou Yao? This morning, she sent someone to me, expressing her desire to accompany you. This had been Su Mayan's intention. She sought Zhou Yao's willing consent, which was evidently forthcoming. Very well, if she truly wishes to join us, Su Mayan replied. The competition progressed with fervor, as Wang's words had foretold. The spectators, witnessing the final match of the Crown Prince, were particularly stirred. Lu Kong, Ji Xian, and others struggled to find their footing, consistently overshadowed by the Crown Prince's prowess. Aware of the trepidation he inspired, the Crown Prince grew increasingly arrogant, charging forward without restraint and scoring several goals. And Ziliang directed a smirk towards Su Mayan. Suddenly, she noticed a new face in the Crown Prince's team and Zigue, the young master of the Yin family, born of a concubine, a cherished latecomer. It was surprising he would deign to participate in such an event, and Ziliang had evidently invested considerable effort, indicating a strong ambition. During the halftime break, Lu Kong, Ji Xian, and Zhao Zihu appeared lethargic, while Su Yan, driven by a more tempered desire for victory, maintained his composure and performed admirably, though he was alone in a sea of struggles. Su Mayan signaled to Lu Feng, who approached her. At this rate, we shall surely lose, she remarked. Kang's father is a general on the battlefield. If he remains so feeble, others will certainly mock him. Lu Feng understood immediately and dashed over to whisper to Lu Kong. A spark ignited in Lu Kang's eyes. In the second half, he transformed, assuming the role of a leader, rallying his teammates with strategies for their plays. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Crown Prince's expression soured. His skills were lacking, reliant solely on his status. Now, with Lu Kong no longer yielding, he was taken aback. Even Lu Fei joined the fray, and under Lu Kang's guidance, she snatched the ball from the Crown Prince, scoring a goal, much to his chagrin. Whispers of admiration for Lu Fei circulated among the crowd, openly challenging the Crown Prince. He exchanged glances with Zigue, who began to circle around Lu Fei. Flustered, Lu Fei's cheeks flushed as she accidentally fell from her mount. Lu Feng rushed to catch her. Observing this, the Crown Prince regained his haughty demeanor, lifting his chin and mockingly smiling at Lu Kong. Lu Kong had witnessed the circumstances of Lu Fei as fall and, spurred by the Crown Prince's taunt, became furious, charging recklessly and forcing the Crown Prince to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ziya scored several more goals, leveling the score. The event is nearing its conclusion. As defeat looms, the young prince, still a child at heart, fails to restrain his emotions. Lacking the understanding of a more subtle approach, he impulsively rides towards Lu Kong. Chapter 70. The injury of the Crown Prince. The competition continued, and the crowd assumed that the Crown Prince was merely vying for the ball, not paying much heed to the situation. It was not until he was nearly upon Lu Kang that an unsettling realization dawned. The speed of the horse was amiss, the direction was askew, and the expression on the Crown Prince's face was troubling. At that moment, Lu Kang was engrossed in watching Zhao Xiaohu's score and had given little thought to his surroundings. By the time the Crown Prince's horse approached, it was too late for him to evade the impending collision. The Crown Prince's steed was a meticulously chosen breed, not particularly tall, but exceedingly agile and powerful, galloping like a cannonball. In contrast, Lu Kang rode a mere ordinary horse, gentle in temperament as a maiden. When the two horses collided, it was not Lu Kang who sustained the injury. Just as the Crown Prince's warhorse drew near and had yet to make contact, Lu Kang's horse, moving forward a few steps, fortuitously avoided disaster, only to find that the nearby fence loomed ahead. The warhorse, encountering the barrier, leapt, unceremoniously throwing the Crown Prince from its back. The Crown Prince fell and was injured, prompting an immediate halt to the contest. Physicians rushed to his side, and fortunately, the injuries were not severe, a bruised leg and a scraped head. Yet, due to his status, the situation was treated with utmost gravity. With the Crown Prince escorted to a luxurious carriage by physicians and a throng of attendants and guards, the spectators were left in a state of confusion. Some children had dismounted to the arena, while others remained atop their horses, gazing about in bewilderment. Among those reluctant to dismount was Nzigu. As a member of the prince's faction, when the Crown Prince was injured, he hurried to the scene, leaving only a few servants to attend to Nzigu, who remained mounted, mistakenly believed to be wishing to continue the game, and thus the servants did not dare to advise him, standing aside instead. From his lofty perch, Nzigu observed the bustling crowd gradually dispersing, his gaze falling upon the Princess Ray, who was beckoning Ji Xian to approach. Standing not far away was Lu Kang, alone. A fleeting thought of vengeance for the Crown Prince flashed through Nzigu's mind, and his actions outpaced his thoughts. He squeezed his legs and charged towards Lu Kang. Even a common horse, should it trample a child, would leave no chance of survival. Perhaps it was not yet Nzigu's fate to claim a life. As Nzigu's horse surged forward, it was narrowly diverted by another horse brushing past, redirecting its course towards Ji Xian with alarming speed. "Xian Princess Rue cried out in terror, her face etched with dread as she reached for Ji Xian. In the crowd, Su Muyin, engaged in conversation with Su Yin and Zhao Xiaohu, heard the princess's cry and turned to see Nzigu's horse barreling towards Ji Xian, her heart nearly stopping. Was Ji Xian destined to meet a misfortune? Save him! Save him! Su Muyin shouted, her urgency causing her to forget even the name of Fu Shuangdao. Her mind fixated solely on the imperative that Ji Xian must not come to harm. A number of guards and attendants were positioned nearby Ji Xian, yet they were as stunned as any ordinary person in the face of imminent danger, missing the opportunity to intervene. "Xian, Princess Rue disregarded her own safety and dashed forward, but where was the time? The horse charged into the very spot where Ji Xian stood, plunging into the throng before being restrained by the now alert attendants. Ji Xian, Su Muyin and Princess Rue rushed forward. Ji Xian, cradled in Fu Shuangdao's arms, was set down only to be gathered into Princess Rue's embrace. "Thank you." Su Muyin expressed gratitude to Fu Shuangdao. Meanwhile, Princess Rue anxiously examined Ji Xian, her tears flowing freely, and through her blurred vision, she spotted Nzigu being restrained by attendants. Casting aside her previous gentleness, she stormed over and delivered several resounding slaps to Nzigu's face. "What grievance did Xian cause you that you would resort to such treachery?" She continued to strike and claw at him. Nzigu wailed in despair. Onlookers restrained Princess Rue, urging her to quell her fury, deeming her hands too precious to soil. Su Muyin intended to console the princess but suddenly recalled a pressing question, inquiring of those nearby if they had seen Princess Min Min. When they all replied in the negative, she found it quite unusual. Given Ji Xian's plight, Min Min would undoubtedly have been the first to intervene. And yet she was nowhere to be found, a troubling anomaly indeed. Su Muyin, accompanied by Fu Shuangdao, made her way toward the Crown Prince. She surmised that Min Min had likely gone to confront Nziliang. Nzigu and Lu Kang had no prior grievances with Ji Xian. Had it not been for Nzigu's instigation, such an incident would not have occurred. Indeed, Su Muyin soon spotted Min Min not far from the stables. "Min Min, cease this at once. Do not think this heir is afraid of you." "Ah, stop, that hurts." Nziliang cried out, pleading for mercy. As Su Muyin approached, she witnessed Min Min pressing in Ziliang down and continuing to strike him. I will spare you this time for inciting the crown prince and for encouraging your brother to commit violence. Should I show you mercy? Not even the heavens could save you, Min Min declared as she rained down blows upon him. The cries of Ziliang echoed through the air. As the scuffle ensued between the young master and the young lady, onlookers hesitated to intervene. Some noticed Su Muyan's arrival and hoped she would mediate, but she merely shrugged, signaling her inability to assist. In the distance, Nzigu's guards approached. Su Muyan exchanged glances with Fu Shuangdao. He advanced, throwing stones to raise a cloud of dust, effectively blocking their path. Once the situation calmed, Su Muyan finally pulled Min Min away. Let us go? Their reinforcements are coming. Min Min grumbled as she departed, while Ziliang lay battered, his visage resembling that of a swollen pig, hardly recognizable. Humph. Should you attempt such underhanded tactics again, I shall ensure you receive a beating each time. Nzigu's misdeeds had led to Ziliang's thrashing, and the steward of the Duke of An promptly arrived to apologize to Princess Rue. Such matters were beneath the notice of a steward. Yet Princess Rue insisted on taking the matter further. However, the young master of the Duke's house was not so easily brushed aside. A standoff ensued. You must return now. Ji Xian has been frightened, and the princess is emotionally unstable. You should comfort her, Su Muyin urged. Min Min nodded. The scene is chaotic. You should accompany me. No need. I have my guards. I shall be fine. Just then, Min Min noticed Fu Shuangdao, who appeared formidable. Where did you find such a capable guard? With skills so extraordinary, in such a dire situation, I had feared. She trailed off, the thought leaving her shaken. He deserves a reward. Gradually, order was restored, and Princess Rue regained her composure, taking charge of the situation. The competition was deemed to conclude based on the score at the time of the Crown Prince's fall, with the victorious team declared the winner. Due to the chaos, prizes would be distributed the following day, and the crowd was allowed to disperse. As no one was injured on Su Muyan's side, they gathered their carriages and prepared to return home. Lu Kong, Lu Fei, Lu Fong, and Su Muyan shared a carriage. Just as they were set to depart, Lu He intercepted them, climbing aboard. Upon entering, she immediately chastised Lu Kong. The crown prince is gravely injured, and those at the prince's residence are in a state of frenzy. It is said that the crown princess is en route furious. Konger, you have been reckless this time. Sister-in-law, you must speak to him. The crown prince is the heir of the crown prince. How could our marquise oppose the prince's household? Have we taken leave of our senses? It was he who collided with me, Lu Kong muttered softly. Was it he who collided with you? Did you not know to yield? Lu He pressed relentlessly. Chapter 71. Victory in the competition. We are merely a marquis's household, while he is the crown prince's eldest grandson, destined perhaps to become the heir apparent. Konger, you are utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Lu He continued to speak. Lu Fong attempted to intervene, saying to Lu He, enough, Konger has already been frightened. Yet Lu He remained unyielding, insisting, do you not realize that the crown prince nearly broke his leg? What if he learns of this incident? If he chooses to retaliate against our household, can we withstand it? She then turned to Lu Kong, stating, ultimately, this matter stems from your reckless behavior. Lu Kong, overwhelmed by Lu He's incessant reproaches, felt tears welling in his eyes. Pouting and agitated, he shouted, am I to yield to him simply because he is the son of the crown prince? Should I stand idly by while he threatens my life? Aunt, how can you be so unjust? Lu Fei glared at Lu He, questioning why their aunt would defend an outsider instead of them. Lu He raised her voice in response. Aunt is indeed helping you. Do you comprehend the potential consequences of offending the crown prince at such a tender age? Noticing Lu Fei's countenance flicker, as if she were contemplating Lu He's words, Su Muyin quickly interjected, it was merely a children's competition. How could it possibly be so severe? Since you chose to participate, you must adhere to the rules. Even the crown prince's residents cannot impose undue blame over a trivial contest. She gazed warmly at Lu Kong and Lu Fei, exuding the demeanor of a benevolent mother, and smiled. The children have done nothing wrong. Lu Fei's furrowed brow began to ease, resembling a dissipating storm cloud. Lu Kang's frustration also subsided as he whined. Exactly. Konger was merely competing normally. It was the crown prince's grandson who suddenly charged at me, and my horse was simply trying to avoid danger. This cannot fall upon Konger's shoulders. As he spoke, he inched closer to Su Muyin. Lu Fong shot Lu He a disapproving glance, saying, what is wrong with you? Have you been bewitched by that person? In anger, Lu He kicked Lu Fong and shot her a furious glare, yet chose to remain silent for the sake of the two children. However, once they dismounted and Lu Kang and Lu Fei returned to their respective courtyards, she disregarded Lu Fang's attempts to stop her and insisted on holding Su Muyan's arm. Sister-in-law, you are well aware of what transpired today. This handling is irrational. Why do you continue to indulge them? Are you unaware of the consequences of offending the Crown Prince's residence? Furthermore, why have you allied yourself with someone like Zhao Ziqing? A lowly commoner? Su Muyan smiled. Lui was indeed just as she had been in her previous life, looking down upon Zhao Ziqing and often labeling him as a commoner. A commoner? Does that mean he is unfit to compete? I recall that when the Princess of Rui reported this competition, she explicitly stated that status and birth were irrelevant. Your relentless pursuit of this matter raises a question. What do you intend to achieve? Perhaps recalling that Wu Dixin also lacked a title. A hint of discomfort crossed Lu He's face. Yet I distinctly remember that it was not Zhao Ziqing whom you initially invited, but the seventh prince. Su Muyan continued. Since you have been keeping tabs on him, are you not aware of his withdrawal from the competition? The seventh prince withdrew simply because the Prince of Yong'an assumed control over the royal city office and was appointed by the emperor to oversee security during the negotiations in the northwest. Given your close ties with the Prince of Yong'an, do you not know that the seventh prince has always followed his arrangements? If you were to persuade the Prince of Yong'an, the seventh prince would certainly not withdraw. The crown prince would have to give the seventh prince a measure of respect. And today's incident would not have escalated to such a stalemate. My brother has gone to the northwest for negotiations, and our grandmother has already warned us not to offend the crown prince's residence. Are you aware of the severe consequences your actions could bring upon the Marquis's household? Su Muyan chuckled softly, leaning closer to Lu He, whispering, are you truly concerned for the Marquis's household? Or are you more worried that I might offend the crown prince and implicate your beloved, young Master Wu? After stepping back to observe Lu He's changing expressions, Su Muyan added, since you have already established such familiarity with him, why not have him counsel young master and to prevent his younger brother from acting so recklessly? If Lu Kang is injured today, do you think our grandmother would approve of your relationship? Lu He's complexion paled further. Lu Fang pulled Lu He away, and Lu He stomped her foot in frustration as they departed. Upon returning to her courtyard, Su Muyan inquired whether Luo had any new letters. Luo produced a letter, and after perusing it, Su Muyan's spirits lifted. The letter contained numerous inquiries from Lu Juanli, questioning why she had not hastened to the northwest, why she had not written to Jilingye, and why she had not sought medicine for him. The final letter, with markedly different handwriting, soft and graceful, was undoubtedly penned by Zhao Xiner, stating that she would return shortly and urging her to hurry to the Prince of Yong'an's residence to secretly detain Sun Xianji. For a frail woman to apprehend someone at the Prince of Yong'an's residence, Lu Juanli truly has an inflated sense of self-worth. It seems his leg is beyond repair. This medicine was only a temporary measure, designed to allow him to stand for a brief period, but once its effects wane, he will inevitably become permanently lame. At that point, he will truly be beyond remedy, with his tendons severed and shriveled. Even Sun Xianji would be powerless to reverse it. Yet, Lu Juanli remains unaware, perhaps believing that a mishap will allow Sun Xianji to diagnose him and restore his health. Where is the carrier pigeon? Su Muyan inquired of Luo. Luo replied, as usual, I have discreetly roasted it. Rest assured, no one will discover it. That is good. Luo is meticulous and ensures that nothing goes awry. The polo match concluded with the winning team triumphing. Rewards, including star inkstones and silver, were promptly delivered to Su Muyan at the Marquis's residence. Su Muyan divided the silver evenly, dispatching both the inkstone and 1/5 of the silver to the Prince of Rui's residence. She also sent a portion to Zhao Ziqing. She presented Lu Kang and Lu Fei with their respective rewards and summoned Su Yan. This is your prize. Accept it well. Su Muyan took his hand and placed the silver into his palm. He did not accept it, keeping his head down, his expression sorrowful. Moments later, he began to sob uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, unable to wipe them away fast enough. What is the matter? Is there something troubling you? Su Muyan asked gently. Su Yan kept his gaze lowered, still sniffling. Father, why does he refuse to acknowledge me? Su Muyan was momentarily taken aback. Fu Shuangdao had intentionally avoided Su Yan. Did he witness the rescue of Ji Xian at the polo field? And, has he always been in the residence? Why does he not recognize me? Su Yan's voice bore a heavy sorrow. Su Muyan was at a loss for words. Initially, she had persuaded Jilingye to grant them freedom from servitude. Jilingye had crafted this identity for Su Yan to allow her to keep him under her watchful eye. It was a method of wielding both kindness and authority. At that time, Fu Shuangdao had indeed been grateful, expressing that having the child with Su Muyin was the best outcome, as following him would only bring danger due to his numerous enemies. It seemed that Ji Lingye had also conducted an investigation into Fu Shuangdao, knowing him better than Su Muyin did. Yet, Su Muyin had always believed Fu Shuangdao to be a man of deep feelings. Anyone who had ever shown him kindness, regardless of its magnitude, would be remembered and repaid in kind. As anticipated, in the previous life, Lu Jianli had exploited his son to keep him close, and it appeared that he had never formally recognized his child. Observing the silhouette at the door, Su Muyin felt a tumult of emotions. Acknowledging the child might pose risks, yet not recognizing him would be a torment to both. Thus, she addressed the figure at the entrance, saying, Fu Shuangdao, the child is in such distress. As his father, you should come in and comfort him properly. At the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Prince Ji Haoyun was in a furious rage due to his eldest son's injuries, the loss in the polo match, and the incompetence of Lu Jianli in the Northwest negotiations, which allowed others to usurp his achievements. Chapter 72. The invitation from the young prince first. The loss of the Royal City Division, then the discussions of peace. You suggested I appoint Lu Jianli to oversee the negotiations, claiming it would pacify the Northwest Army. Subsequently, you proposed that Xin'er participate in the competition, asserting it would enhance the Crown Prince's prestige and win the people's hearts. Ji Haoyun was seething with rage, yet now, the Royal City Division has fallen into Ji Lingye's hands. Lu Jianli's leg injury has recurred, and his credit for the negotiations has been usurped. The Crown Prince has fallen from his horse and sustained injuries. This time, the Emperor is furious, and I must enter the palace to plead for forgiveness. Ji Haoyun could not fathom how matters had devolved to this state, as if an unseen hand were pulling the strings, yet he could not grasp even the slightest thread. Clearly, Ji Lingye was merely an uncherished prince, while he himself was the Crown Prince. Yet now, he sensed his possessions slipping away, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Duke Ngua and Jingren were equally apprehensive. Also filled with trepidation was General Zhang Yi. Although the issues surrounding the Royal City Division did not directly involve him, the corruption case previously divulged by Lin Wei was one of the reasons the Crown Prince was unable to address the Royal City Division, thus allowing Ji Lingye to seize it. Zhang Yi had no part in the matter concerning Lu Jianli. He was merely present to share in the blame. Ji Haoyun glanced at the two men. Zhang Yi, being a military general, lacked the cunning of a scholar and could only bow his head in shame. The old minister is guilty. I owe an apology to the Crown Prince, and Jingren stated. Ji Haoyun shot him a glance before taking his seat at the head of the table, delaying his apology. Given the current situation, did Duke Ngua have a viable strategy? On the surface, Jingren appeared calm, yet internally he was cursing. It was indeed his proposal to send Lu Jianli to negotiate. But he had been considering the Crown Prince's sentiments and had learned that the Crown Prince had sent a court physician to diagnose the situation. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events, especially at such a critical moment just before the signing of the agreement? Even if Lu Jianli were crippled or dead by then, he would not have batted an eyelash. Originally, this situation was not of monumental significance. Ultimately, the negotiations had been successful, albeit with someone else claiming the credit. Yet, that someone was none other than Ji Lingye, who had just wrested the Royal City Division from the Crown Prince. Because of this turmoil, the Crown Prince had hoped to use the negotiations as a pretext to transfer Ji Lingye away from the capital, aiming to regain the Royal City Division. Now, however, the plan had backfired, leaving him empty-handed and inadvertently gifting Ji Lingye a significant achievement. News from the Northwest had swiftly returned to the capital, and the Emperor was in high spirits. Ji Lingye's position, already soaring, had become even more unassailable. To complicate matters further, the Crown Prince had encountered difficulties. He was accused of failing in his guardianship and had been placed under house arrest for 3 days, casting a peculiar shadow over the entire affair. Lu Jianli had indeed betrayed the Crown Prince's trust, harboring ambitions while fully aware that his leg ailment was not completely healed, deliberately concealing it. And Jingren directed his ire towards Lu Jianli, lamenting how if only Lu Ming were still alive. Lu Ming, who was both learned and martial, was indeed a loss. The Crown Prince rubbed his forehead, vexed and distressed, likely recalling Lu Ming. Compared to him, Lu Jianli was hardly worthy of mention. The individual you spoke of, Wu Dixin, truly possesses the talent to be a top scholar? The Crown Prince inquired of Jingren. Upon hearing Wu Dixin's name, Jingren's spirits lifted. This young man is indeed a rare talent. I have observed him and can confirm he possesses the qualities of a top scholar. The Crown Prince exhaled in relief. Then that as well. With the imperial examination approaching, students refrained from venturing outside, preferring to seclude themselves in their studies. From the Xingyan inkstone at the Rui Wang's residence, Rui Wang had cherished it for several days and could no longer keep it to himself, requesting Jimin to deliver it to the Zhou Marquis estate. Knowing Zhao Ziqing held a fondness for this inkstone, Jimin asked others to convey to Su Mayan that she would present her with a fine gift in exchange for her consent to give the inkstone to Zhao Ziqing. Su Mayan, naturally, harbored no objections. Thus, on the eve of the examination, Jimin brought the painting bamboo and stone from Shaoxiang along with the Xingyan inkstone to seek out Zhao Ziqing. That day, many students emerged from their rooms, eager to unwind and purchase necessities for the upcoming test. The streets were bustling with activity, and the taverns were filled to the brim. Jimin urged Zhao Ziqing to sit down, and before the tea could be served, she eagerly handed over the items. "What is this?" Zhao Ziqing inquired. "Open it and see," Jimin replied, her face radiant with anticipation, hoping to witness Zhao Ziqing's surprised expression. However, after a brief glance, Zhao Ziqing remained quite indifferent. Pushing the items back. "Take them back. They are too precious. I cannot accept them." Jimin, puzzled and somewhat disappointed, asked, "Do you not like them?" Zhao Ziqing shook her head. "It is not that. It is merely that these items are overly valuable. I have already seen this painting, and that suffices. As for the inkstone, it belongs to the winning team and should not be mine alone." Jimin pouted and murmured, "Zihu is the captain. This inkstone is rightfully his." Seeing Zhao Ziqing remain unmoved, Jimin's expression faltered, and she concocted an excuse. "Sister Yin entrusted me to give you these. Since you refused to accept them, I must return them." She began to slowly gather the painting. At this, Zhao Ziqing's demeanor shifted slightly, her gaze flickering. "She entrusted you to give these to me. But this painting clearly. This painting had already been purchased by her, and the inkstone was won by Zihu. She mentioned you liked it, so she decided to give it all to you." Jimin stifled a laugh, secretly praising her cleverness. Zhao Ziqing caressed the painting. "I shall accept this painting." Just as she was about to decline, Jimin interjected, "You must accept the inkstone as well." Zhao Ziqing hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Very well. I shall accept it." She held the painting tightly, as if it were an object of great value, and hurriedly made her way back. At that moment, as Su Mayan emerged, she happened to cross paths with Zhao Ziqing. She was in search of Ziliang. The competition had concluded with the winning team, and thus her wager with Ziliang should come into effect. He was obliged to host a banquet for all the tribute students in the capital and extend apologies to the students from humble backgrounds. Upon finding Ziliang, he was making his way into a brothel. "Ah, the young prince seems to be in high spirits," Su Mayan quipped. Ziliang feigned ignorance. "I am unaware why Lady Lu seeks me. What is the matter?" "Ah, the young prince indeed has a forgetful nature. The wager we established in front of everyone. Is it not time for you to fulfill it?" Su Mayan stated. Knowing Ziliang was busy, she added, "I happen to be free today and have prepared everything for you." She gestured to the gathering crowd. "The entire Qifeng Tower is reserved for you today. All tribute students within the capital are welcome, regardless of their background, as long as they wish to honor your presence. They may enter Qifeng Tower to indulge in food and drink." She turned to Ziliang, her tone commanding, "Surely, the young prince will not disappoint the tribute students?" The surrounding crowd began to cheer. Come, everyone. Enjoy the feast. Today, the young prince is treating. All tribute students from the capital are invited. Spread the word and ensure no one is left out." Ziliang proclaimed grandly. Qifeng Tower, the largest tavern in the capital, was bustling with guests, filled to the brim, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 73. Subtle irony. Ziliang found himself unable to resist. In front of such a multitude, he could hardly evade responsibility. Moreover, he had indeed exploited his power to oppress many unprotected scholars, deriving amusement from their torment. Should he refuse Su Mayan's demands at this moment, she would undoubtedly resurrect past grievances, potentially exposing a litany of his misdeeds and thoroughly alienating this group of scholars. Thus, he reluctantly followed her into the tavern. As the feasting and revelry reached a crescendo, Su Mayan approached him, insisting that he apologize to the lowborn scholars. Ziliang was unwilling. Among the attendees were those who had suffered under his tyranny. Emboldened by the presence of Su Mayan and the stakes of the wager, they stood watch, anticipating his next move. With a dismissive smile, Ziliang contemptuously remarked, "What is it? You've feasted and drunk, yet still unsatisfied?" He lowered his gaze, his disdain deepening, and continued, "Very well. Once you are all sated, I shall reserve the pleasure grove for further indulgence. How does that sound? This was an affront. Although these scholars frequented establishments like the pleasure grove, they were acutely aware of the purpose of their gathering today. With chopsticks set down, those who had been oppressed by Ziliang wore expressions of indignation. Finally, one individual stepped forth, stating, "We are all aware of the wager between young Masterin and Madame Lu, which is why we are gathered here today. Many of us come from humble backgrounds and have endured humiliation. Several have returned home in disgrace after leaving a manor. Some have even succumbed to madness, while others remain ill. We demand an explanation from young Master, and thankfully, Madame Lu has championed our cause, winning this wager and allowing us lowborn to reclaim our dignity. Therefore, we implore you, young Masterin, to fulfill your promise and apologize to us." "Yes, we ask for your apology, young Masterin. Please apologize." Su Mayan observed the unfolding scene, feeling as though she had been transported back to her previous life, where Zhao Ziqing led a gathering of lowborn scholars in petitioning the Rui Wangfu for a public apology, though Ziliang held the title of a young master. The entire capital recognized him as a debauchee. Even under pressure, he maintained an air of nonchalance, impervious to the rising tide of grievance. In stark contrast, Rui Wang was a learned man known for his gentle demeanor, rarely engaging in conflict, yet possessing the proud spirit of a scholar. However, following a polo match involving the Rui Wangfei, he was compelled to publicly apologize to a group of scholars, effectively striking a blow to his own dignity. This led to a prolonged illness for him, and ultimately, he hosted a banquet at the tavern to apologize publicly. Yet the uproar persisted until the Rui family departed the capital for their fief. In truth, Rui Wang had never looked down upon the lowborn. It was Guogong who remained unscathed, and Ziliang, wielding his status and power to oppress the weak, faced no repercussions whatsoever. As Su Mayan gazed at the arrogant Ziliang, thoughts of the wronged Rui family filled her with fury, wishing she could cleave him in two. In a swift motion, she struck Ziliang across the face, leaving him incredulous as he pointed at her. You dare strike this young master?" Approaching him, Su Mayan quietly enumerated. 3 months ago, you humiliated Scholar Xia, forcing him to crawl like a dog in the courtyard of a manor for refusing your invitation to a poetry gathering. Subsequently, Scholar Xia could bear the shame no longer and returned home. For months past, you tormented Scholar Zhou for merely catching the eye of one of your concubines, compelling him to craft a piece of writing on the spot, and then stripping him of his clothing while your maidens defaced his body with ink. Scholar Zhou was driven to leap into a lake, suffering from the chill, and he remains unwell to this day. 5 months ago, stop, and Ziliang's complexion darkened, and he raised his hand to halt her, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at her. "How do you know all this?" "What matters is not how I know," she replied. "I have meticulously documented each incident. Young Masterin, you shall drink this cup of apology, whether you wish to or not." And Ziliang pointed at her. "Madame Lu, is it? Very well, I shall drink." And Ziliang commanded a servant to pour wine, and, holding the cup, he ascended to the center of the tavern's stage, elevated enough for all 3 levels of guests to behold him. He glared at Su Mayan, forcing a smile through clenched teeth. "I acknowledge that I have wronged many. I beg your forgiveness." Su Mayan remained unimpressed, prompting him to add, "The talented men of the realm gather in the capital to serve the great Xia. I wish everyone success in tomorrow's imperial examination." The crowd remained silent, undeterred, and Ziliang drank deeply. As he attempted to descend, Su Mayan blocked his path, asserting, "A young master of your stature should not be so dismissive. 1 cup alone hardly honors your position." She ordered 10 jars of wine to be brought forth. "Do not push your luck," he warned. No sooner had she spoken than Fu Shuangdao approached, and Ziliang had witnessed Fu's prowess on the polo field. A single man could easily thwart all his servants. Su Mayan's demeanor shifted, indicating her resolve to confront him. "Very well, I shall drink." And Ziliang acquiesced once more. As he consumed the 3rd jar, the atmosphere began to ease. By the 6th jar, revelry had returned. "Excellent. The young master has a great capacity for wine." Another jar was offered. In the eastern corner of the 2nd floor, Zhao Ziqing had remained silent, yet his gaze was unwaveringly fixed on the stage. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 3rd floor, a few individuals sat behind gauzy curtains, their identities obscured. However, 2 silhouettes were discernible, one seated, the other standing. "It seems the lady has changed in just a month," remarked the standing figure. "In what way?" inquired the seated one. "I cannot precisely say, but she is indeed different," replied the other, delicately lifting the curtain to reveal a strikingly handsome face. slightly dulled by the harsh winds of the northwest, yet exuding an air of distinguished valor. He turned his gaze to the eastern corner of the second floor, instructing the person behind him, "Find out who that is." "Your Highness, all present are scholars." "Why do you wish to inquire about him?" Jiling's expression darkened. "When I ask you to investigate, you shall do so without question." "When did you become so chatty?" Jian Qing complied, albeit with lingering doubts. "Your Highness, you rushed back post-haste. Is it merely to observe the lady deal with the infamily? I wonder how the infamily has offended her, given the wager over the polo match. It appears she is intent on shielding that Zhao scholar, wishing to humiliate the infamily in the process. How disgraceful for the son of a duke to host such a banquet for a public apology." Jiling's countenance grew grim. Jian Qing, realizing his misstep, stammered, "Why would the lady protect that scholar Zhao?" Jiling stroked his chin, coldly stating, "Scholar Zhao? So, he is Zhao Ziqing." "Who?" Jian Qing followed Jiling's gaze, realization dawning as his expression hardened. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall investigate his lineage thoroughly." Having returned early, Jiling could not linger at the tavern. He cast a glance at the drunken Ziliang, a smirk playing on his lips. "She truly becomes more intriguing by the day." He instructed Jian Qing, "My movements must remain confidential for now." Chapter 74. The return of peace negotiators. The day the results were announced, the streets were abuzz with unprecedented excitement. Students eagerly awaited the news, while servants dashed back and forth, anxiously monitoring the posting of the imperial edict. Whispers of various rumors and insider information flitted through the crowd like birds in flight. Speculations abounded, with the most talked-about candidate being the recognized talent, Wu Dexin, who was surely destined for the top honors. Among the throng was Lu He, riding in her carriage, animatedly listening to the discussions around her, envisioning herself as the wife of the top scholar, anticipating her husband's rise and her own ascent to glory. She had sent her maids and servants on several errands, yet the coveted red list had yet to be unveiled, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. Su Mayan was also inquiring about the situation, but her focus was not on the imperial edict like Lu He. Rather, she was keen to learn about the imminent return of the peace delegation, particularly Lu Juanli and Zhao Xiner. Lu Er, weary from travel, entered. Su Mayan inquired, "Have they arrived in the capital?" Lu Er shook her head while wiping her brow. "Not yet. They are expected in the afternoon." "Has the imperial edict been posted?" Lu Er again shook her head. "Madam, do you wish to see if young Master Zhao has succeeded? Rest assured, his talent is exceptional. He is bound to be on the list." After breakfast, Su Mayan strolled in the courtyard, contemplating the arrangements she had made since her rebirth. Currently, Lu Kong had not only thoroughly offended the crown prince but had also neglected his studies. Whether it was for the upcoming Imperial Academy or later as a companion to the crown prince, his prospects were bleak. The only ally he could rely on was Lu Juanli, who, at present, lacked the capacity to offer support. Lu Fei was preoccupied with cosmetics, occasionally inquiring about the affairs of the world. Su Mayan chose to feign ignorance. The daughter-in-law of the Duke of Yuan? That was unlikely. The Duchess was a staunch believer in propriety and, due to her husband's past indiscretions, detested worldly affairs. Without Lu Kong, Lu Fei's ambitions and Lu Juanli's rise posed no real threat, and Zhao Xiner was of little concern. As for Lu He, free from Su Mayan's counsel and the restraints of the Duke's household elders, she became increasingly reckless. It was uncertain whether she had already become involved with Wu Dexin. Now, only Lu Feng remained. The polo match had drawn her closer to Lu Feng, and he had begun to trust her somewhat. She was already laying her plans regarding Lu Feng. The other members of the Duke's household, Old Madam, Wang Shi, Chen Shi, were not worth worrying about. Their influence rested solely on their children. If those children could no longer rely on them, they would naturally become insignificant and pitiable. Old Madam had also heard that the peace delegation would return today, yet the details remained undisclosed. Lu Juanli had not written to inform them, leading them to believe he was the primary architect of the peace negotiations, preparing for a grand celebration in the household. Old Madam and Wang Shi invited several esteemed ladies, claiming Lu Juanli enjoyed a lively atmosphere. However, as the morning wore on, those sent to gather information returned empty-handed, with no news of the delegation's arrival. Old Madam and Wang Shi grew anxious and perplexed. Ultimately, the steward personally inquired and returned with the news. "They have returned, but must first report to the palace." Upon hearing this, Old Madam and Wang Shi felt relieved. Yes, they should report to the palace first. Send someone to wait at the palace gates. Once the young master emerges, we shall promptly prepare a feast. It has been far too long since our household has celebrated such a momentous occasion. Servants dispersed to make preparations. The eaves and corners of the duke's residence were adorned with red silk, exuding a festive spirit. After waiting for quite a while, having passed midday, with tea and snacks served yet no lunch eaten, everyone felt the pangs of hunger. Su Mayan had secretly indulged in some pastries, deeming them satisfactory. But many ladies were caught unprepared and hesitated to partake, enduring their hunger. Why has he not returned? Wang Shi asked a servant entering the courtyard. The servant's demeanor changed, and Wang Shi noticed, leading him to the rear courtyard where she sternly questioned, "What is going on?" The servant hesitated before finally whispering, "He has left the palace." But the young master refuses to return. Why does he refuse to return? Where is he now? The servant stammered, unable to provide a clear answer. "Speak," Wang Shi urged, growing impatient. Eventually, the servant managed to utter a few words. The revelation left Wang Shi pale, nearly fainting. "What a calamity!" she exclaimed, rushing to the front courtyard to share the grim news with Old Madam. Old Madam's countenance shifted, but being a woman of the household, she maintained her composure and decided not to wait any longer, instructing that the feast commence immediately. The ladies sighed in relief and promptly took their seats. As the dishes were served, they found them delectable, and after a quiet moment of dining, they began to whisper amongst themselves. "What happened? Lu Juanli hasn't returned? Do not speak of this to anyone else, but I sent a servant to inquire earlier, and they reported that Lu Juanli entered the city shortly after noon and spent only a brief moment in the palace. What does that mean? Isn't he a hero? Why would he not return to celebrate? Has he gone elsewhere to commemorate?" It was not uncommon for officials to gather for drinks and feasting when good news arose. A lady, lost in thought, smiled subtly, glancing around before leaning closer to whisper to another lady. The latter's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that true?" "Indeed." It could not be more accurate. Another round of hushed conversations ensued. Su Mayan gleaned the information about Lu Juanli. And observing the festive decorations and lively banquet in the courtyard, she found the irony palpable. As the banquet concluded, Old Madam was assisted back indoors, where she promptly inquired of Wang Shi, "Is what you said true? Where is Zhao Xiner?" Wang Shi could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears and unable to respond. "Why are you crying? She is not dead. I ask you, where is she?" Old Madam demanded angrily. "She is in the pleasure grove," Wang Shi replied, stifling her sobs. "That Zhao Xiner, the wretched girl, hid in the baggage cart and followed the delegation to the negotiations. Now she is with Li Er in the pleasure grove. I have heard that Li Er's legs, they say they are withered and beyond remedy." Wang Shi's sorrow intensified as she spoke. Old Madam's eyes widened in shock, and she nearly collapsed. "Old Madam! Old Madam!" Nurse Li rushed to support her as she lay down, commanding the maids and servants to quickly summon the physician. Wang Shi, now focused on assisting, asked, "Mother, what is wrong with you?" As Old Madam lay there, her mind remained preoccupied with Lu Juanli, her hand reaching out. Wang Shi and Nurse Li inquired if she had anything to say, and after a prolonged silence, Old Madam finally muttered incoherently, "Let Yenner find him. Bring him back." Wang Shi quickly commanded, "Hurry, find the young mistress, and have her summon the young master back to the residence." Chapter 75. A lame leg and a lame heart. While the atmosphere in the Marquis's residence was lively, the imperial edict had already been posted. At the same time that the matriarch dispatched someone to inquire about Lu Juanli's whereabouts, Su Muyan had discovered that the top scholar was indeed Zhao Ziqing. Had it not been for the matriarch's banquet and celebration, Su Muyan would have wished to personally congratulate Zhao Ziqing. As for Wu Dixin, he had once again achieved the rank of flower admiral, just as in the previous life. The trio rode through the streets, only to hear that all the girls in the capital had gathered to throw fragrant sachets at them, creating a bustling scene. Ji Min invited Su Muyan to accompany her to observe the top scholar, Zhao Ziqing. Just as Su Muyan was about to step out, she was halted and instructed to fetch Lu Juanli. To send a wife to the brothel in search of her husband? Such a role was one Su Muyan had never performed. Acknowledging the matriarch's wishes, she merely relayed to Ji Min that she would visit Zhao Ziqing on another day to extend her congratulations. She instructed Luer to find a carriage, then returned to her room to change into a more modest outfit, applying a hint of powder to her face to appear more delicate and pallid, as if she were a grieving widow rather than a woman out to catch her husband in the act. With the intent of confronting her husband at the brothel, she felt it necessary to embody the sorrow and despair of a wife who had discovered her husband in the arms of another. Seated in the most luxurious carriage of the Su family, adorned with 2 small lanterns inscribed with the character Su. She set off towards the brothel at Qiushajiang, accompanied by Luer, the matron, and several maidservants and attendants. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lu Juanli's room, she found him in a fit of rage, berating a singer for her lack of beauty and a voice as grating as a crow's. Dressed in a pale yellow gauze gown, with her hair adorned in a haphazard manner, Su Muyan's delicate features appeared alarmingly pale, her eyes rimmed with red, and her hands wringing a handkerchief. She presented herself as a heartbroken wife, deeply infatuated with her husband. From the moment she entered, her expression was one of fear, anxiety, and heartache, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. As many recognized her from the polo match, they gathered to witness the spectacle. When a singer emerged, the sounds of shattered cups and Zhao Xiner's low admonitions echoed from within. Su Muyan discreetly pinched her thigh, stifling a sob, her eyes growing even redder. "Husband," she called, pushing the door open. Upon seeing him, she hesitated, forcing a faint smile, and cautiously said, "Grandmother has hosted a banquet to celebrate your triumphant return. She sent me to escort you home." As she stepped inside, the scene of disarray lay bare before the onlookers. Lu Juanli sat at the table, disheveled and intoxicated, surrounded by several beautiful women and empty wine jars. A lavishly dressed woman stood beside him. Previously, during a quarrel at the polo field within Ziliang, they had mentioned Lu Juanli's journey to the northwest to negotiate peace for the sake of the Great Xia. Now, the entire capital knew that Lu Juanli had returned from the negotiations. However, it was also common knowledge that he had not fulfilled his wife's expectations of bringing glory to the Great Xia. Instead, he had nearly derailed a significant affair by concealing his disability. He had deceived the crown prince and the emperor, eager to claim merit, treating such a grave matter with levity. Fortunately, it was Prince Yong'an, Ji Lingya, who salvaged the situation, ensuring the negotiations proceeded favorably, and the previously agreed terms of land concessions and reparations were rejected by Ji Lingya, who boldly declared, "Our Great Xia cherishes peace and is unwilling to resort to arms. But should anyone dare to invade, we shall summon the might of the nation to vanquish them." Such a stance had quelled the opposing generals. Speculation arose that the initial proposals for land concessions and reparations may have originated from Lu Juanli himself, driven by an insatiable desire for acclaim at the expense of his own interests. Now, witnessing him in such a disheveled state at a brothel, the rumors seemed increasingly credible. Lady Lu speaks of a triumphant return, yet does she remain oblivious to the truth? Someone murmured, "Perhaps it is Lu Shaozi who cannot face the reality, too ashamed to return home and confess the truth regarding the negotiations." Another chimed in, "How pitiful for Lady Lu to confidently declare her husband a great hero, when he is anything but." The crowd began to murmur. Was there any truth to these claims? Prince Yong'an had already entered the palace to receive his reward. Could it be false? He had saved the Great Xia from losing so many cities and wealth, and it was said that the emperor was delighted, granting him a residence larger and more opulent than his current abode, just a stone's throw from the prince's estate. Wasn't that house intended for the crown prince, now bestowed upon Prince Yong'an? No, the crown prince had increasingly fallen out of favor, and given the recent debacle with Lu Shaozi, his situation had become even more precarious. Such words should not be spoken lightly. With a crash, Lu Juanli seized a nearby stool and hurled it towards the door. "Impudent! How dare you weave tales about me and the crown prince?" he roared, intimidating many into retreat. Yet, a greater number remained, eager to witness this once mighty general now reduced to a pitiable state. Seeing him throw the stool, Su Muyan feigned shock. "Husband, please do not be angry. If you do not wish to return, I shall not insist. After all, Sister Zhao is here to keep you company," she added, "though she is merely a maid. It would be her fortune to catch your eye. I shall return and inform grandmother and mother to take her into the family." The crowd began to speculate anew. Wasn't that girl who accompanied Lu Shaozi back a mere maid? Yet her attire suggests otherwise, resembling a mistress rather than a servant. They turned their gaze to Su Muyan, who appeared rather too plain, seemingly overshadowed by the maid. How could Lu Shaozi be interested in a maid? Although she is not unappealing, she pales in comparison to Lady Lu. The difference is stark. They pondered, perhaps Lu Shaozi was also crippled in spirit. Another crash resounded. "Shut the door!" Lu Juanli bellowed. The table was overturned, dishes scattered across the floor, and a shard of porcelain flew through the air, slicing Su Muyan's neck, drawing forth a bead of crimson blood. Startled by the sting, she instinctively touched her neck and felt the warm blood. Her eyes, now rimmed with red, brimmed with unshed tears, her porcelain-like complexion and her weak, bewildered demeanor eliciting pity from the onlookers. The door won't close, and Ziliang pushed through the crowd, a smirk on his face as he looked at Su Muyin and Lu Juanli. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Lu Shaozi and Lady Lu? Chapter 76. You have tanned. When Ziliang burst into the room, a wave of surprise washed over Su Maiyan's mind. She had meticulously planned to ruin Lu Juanli's reputation and imagined various scenarios, but she never anticipated the moment would arrive so swiftly, leaving her unprepared. Su Maiyan had never perceived in Ziliang, the troublemaker, to be so well-liked. His involvement would undoubtedly amplify the effectiveness of her plans. Indeed, as soon as he entered, he began to mock and ridicule. Ah, young Master Lu possesses such refined tastes. As a distinguished hero of our great Xia, should he not be receiving accolades within the palace at this hour? The third prince has yet to make his appearance. So why is young Master Lu indulging in revelry here? And what is Lady Lu up to? Lingye, the third prince, was also known as the third prince. Su Maiyan pinched her thigh, and a tear finally fell. Noticing this, Ziliang's theatrics intensified. Oh, I almost forgot. Last time, Lady Lu made quite the outlandish claim, asserting that her husband is a great benefactor to the people of our Xia. Pray tell, when did our Xia come to rely on a cripple for such blessings? Do they truly believe we have no one left? Upon finishing, he burst into laughter, and the crowd joined in. Lu Juanli erupted in fury, shooing away the women and smashing everything within reach. As he attempted to rise, he fell to the ground. Never before had he endured such humiliation. The veins in his neck and forehead seemed on the verge of bursting. Su Maiyan wept as she walked away, faintly hearing Lu Juanli order someone to expel Ziliang. With her objective accomplished, she paid no heed to what transpired behind her and made her way toward the banks of the Qiusha River with Lu'er. It had been ages since she visited the Qiusha River. Shortly after her family was exiled, someone came to inform her of her mother's death from illness and that her brother had fled, pursued by soldiers into the Qiusha River. When she inquired about her mother's grave, the person replied, "She died along the way. There is no grave. They buried her wherever they found a spot. If you wish to know the exact location, you may have to inquire far and wide. However, it won't be easy. There are countless nameless mounds along the way. It is best to find the one who buried her." Later, she sought information but was told that the burial site could not be found. Now, she was unaware of her mother's resting place, nor whether she had received a proper burial. All she knew was that her brother had perished in the river. In her previous life, she had merely grieved but never pondered the underlying issues. Yet now, reborn, she had gained clarity about many individuals and matters, prompting her to reflect deeply. Why had her mother fallen gravely ill? Why had her brother fled? Her mother had always been in good health, and even the pampered concubine had remained unharmed, yet her robust mother succumbed to illness? Furthermore, her brother, who was kind and obedient, faced their father's punishments with unwavering seriousness. So how could he have fled during their exile? Everything felt amiss. In this new life, she vowed not only to avenge herself but also to uncover the truth behind her mother and brother's deaths. Thus, she must first investigate the circumstances surrounding the Su family's case and locate the officials who oversaw their exile. She pondered how Lingye's investigation was progressing. After Lin Wei's death, had he made any new discoveries? Having achieved merit and received rewards, he had yet to express gratitude to the one who had unearthed the truth. Su Maiyan kicked a stone and muttered, "I am not here for nothing." Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Lingye. When had he arrived? Su Maiyan turned abruptly, only to find Luo was nowhere in sight. Not far behind her stood Lingye, clad in a dark red robe, exuding elegance and nobility. His hands clasped behind him, watching her with a smile. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I had some matters to attend to and happened to see you here," he replied with a grin. "You've tanned," Su Maiyan remarked, glancing at his face, the thought slipping out inadvertently. "That is not without your influence," he quipped, his voice gentle and soothing as he approached her, noticing the faint red mark on her neck, his expression cooling slightly. "Did he harm you?" Despite claiming it was a coincidence, he had clearly inquired about the events that transpired. Su Maiyan did not wish to involve Lingye in matters concerning the loyal and righteous duke's residence, so she said, "I was merely scratched by a branch." Lingye did not press further. Instead, he took her hand. "Come with me to tend to it." Su Maiyan intended to decline, but seeing his determined demeanor, she acquiesced and allowed him to lead her into a discreet carriage. "Why do you still carry these?" Su Maiyan asked as he retrieved a medical box from beneath the seat. Thoughts of the poison within him and the scars on his back surged within her, stirring a pang of sympathy. Ji Lingye, sensing her concern, sought to alleviate her worries and replied casually, "It's merely a precaution. It proved useful today, did it not?" He applied the medicine to her wound, the coolness stinging her, causing her to shiver. "Do not move," he instructed, gripping her hand gently. His palm was warm against hers, and he was so close. Though they had shared intimacy many times, Su Mayan still found herself unaccustomed to it. The faint scent of sandalwood enveloped her, and the warmth of his breath against her neck made her cheeks flush. He teased her, "If you do not relax, the wound shall ignite." Su Mayan withdrew her hand and turned away, pressing her palm against her face in an attempt to cool down, but the warmth only intensified, as though Ji Lingye had kindled a fire within the carriage. She heard his muffled laughter beside her. When she turned to look, she found him coughing softly, leaning against the wall with closed eyes. Shifting her focus, she forced herself to contemplate the impending divorce from Lu Juanli, gradually regaining her composure. The carriage proceeded slowly along a bumpy mountain road, jolting violently. Su Mayan endeavored to dismiss the clutch of leaning against Ji Lingye and gripped the side of the carriage tightly, managing not to topple over. She felt a sense of accomplishment, but was soon weighed down. Turning her head, she discovered Ji Lingye resting his head on her shoulder, adjusting his position for comfort. His forehead touched her neck, a few strands of hair tickling her skin, creating a tingling sensation. Su Mayan's mind momentarily went blank. But recalling that he had just returned to the capital and immediately gone to the palace, she realized he must be utterly exhausted. Considering his efforts on her behalf, she decided to allow him a brief respite. Straightening her posture, she instructed the driver to proceed carefully and smoothly. Not long after entering the city, Ji Lingye gradually awakened but remained reclined, lazily rubbing his eyes with a look of sleepy innocence. "How did I fall asleep?" Su Mayan gently pushed his forehead, signaling him to rise. Yet he merely stirred, yawned, and mumbled, "I'm so tired after a trip to the northwest." Though Ji Lingye's journey to the northwest had yielded military achievements, which should have been a boon, Su Mayan felt concerned. The emperor had bestowed upon Ji Lingye the residence originally intended for the crown prince, a move that raised alarm bells. Ji Lingye was already in a position of great power, and now, with military accolades to his name, he would undoubtedly attract the emperor's suspicion. Instead of displaying any discontent, Ji Hanshao openly praised him, clearly positioning Ji Lingye in opposition to the crown prince, bringing their conflict to the forefront. Ji Hanshao, with his profound schemes, utilized his two sons to keep each other in check while he remained in the shadows. It was no wonder Ji Lingye had hesitated initially. Su Muyin felt a twinge of guilt and refrained from pushing him away, instead subtly moving her arm to alleviate the numbness. It was only when the Duke of Loyalty's residence came into view that she softly uttered, "Your Highness, we have arrived." He appeared as if just awakening from slumber, slowly raising his head and stretching languidly, remarking, "I have already taken care of the matters for you. So when shall you fulfill my desires?" Su Muyin was somewhat perplexed, pondering what wishes the prince might harbor. Ji Lingye paused for a moment, offering no response, and urged her to disembark quickly, stating, "I am quite fatigued and still need to return to rest." After Su Muyin departed, the coachman was halted by Jianqing, who informed him that he had taken the wrong route. The coachman, puzzled, replied, "But your highness just mentioned returning to rest." Jianqing shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Have you ever witnessed the prince taking a midday nap?" Unaware of the nuances involved, the coachman reiterated Ji Lingye's earlier words to Jianqing. Jianqing smirked slightly, tapping the coachman on the head, "Do not speculate on the master's intentions." He then turned the carriage towards the hunting grounds. Chapter 77. The virtue of good deeds. Su Muyin visited the old matriarch, and after exchanging pleasantries with Wang, she returned to the courtyard. Soon, she learned of the procession featuring today's top scholar, the second place, and the third place. Did she truly throw a purse at him in the street? Su Muyin inquired while drying her hands. Lu Er, taking the handkerchief from Su Muyin, gently washed it in the basin and replied, "The third miss is indeed bold. She must be wary of the old matriarch and the others discovering this. However, that young Master Wu is quite handsome. And now that he has won third place, many young ladies have thrown purses at him along the way. Did he accept them?" "Indeed, he did. Though I suspect it was to keep up appearances, he received quite a few." After freshening up, Su Muyin decided to take a brief nap. Feeling her arms sore and numb, requesting Lu Er to massage it for her. "Has the third miss returned to the residence?" Lu Er, while massaging Su Muyin's shoulders, Mentioned, just now, Xiao Xian went to fetch fruits and vegetables. I heard she has not yet returned, so I cannot say for certain. Madam, your arm seems to be quite cold. Would you like to apply a medicated plaster? Not necessary. Just the massage will suffice. Su Muyin closed her eyes, relishing Lu Er's ministrations, and soon drifted into slumber. For several consecutive days, Lu Junli had not returned, only sending Zhao Xian heir to the residence for clothes a few times. Zhao Xian heir was summoned by the old matriarch and Wang, and after reporting the situation, it became clear that the old matriarch's condition had worsened. The royal physician had visited multiple times. When she felt a bit better, she personally dressed in her ceremonial attire and went to the Yong'an prince's residence to seek the renowned healer. Sunday. Finally, Sun arrived at the residence of the loyal and righteous Marquis. Lu Junli also returned. Sun carefully examined Lu Junli's legs, his expression grave. Attempting to avoid speaking in front of Lu Junli, he was firmly stopped by him, leading Sun to finally say, "It would be prudent to seek a more skilled physician. The heir's leg injury involves the tendons. The previous medication could only delay the atrophy of the tendons. However, it requires time and effort to treat properly. The heir's impatience with the medication has brought us to this point. I regret to say, I am powerless to assist. Impossible. Divine physician, you must be lying. My legs must still be salvageable. I cannot be paralyzed." Upon hearing this, Lu Junli felt as if he had been sentenced to death, unable to believe or accept it, struggling to rise and grasp Sunday. "Divine physician, you must save me. I merely took a little more of the medicine. You must have a solution, right?" Sun shook his head and politely excused himself, having obtained permission from the old matriarch to take his leave. In truth, the medication did have some effect in delaying tendon atrophy. However, the consequences were not solely due to Lu Junli's excessive use of the medicine. It was a temporary remedy. Using the medication excessively would merely accelerate its effects. Once the medication wore off, the atrophy of both tendons and muscles would hasten. One thing was certain, Sun had no means to treat Lu Junli's current condition. Currently, Ji Lingyi was only allowing Sun to examine Lu Junli for the sake of the old matriarch. It was futile to hope for a miracle, as even the most skilled practitioner would be powerless to restore Lu Junli's legs to health. The old matriarch, wishing to retain Sun, pleaded, "Divine physician, please examine him once more. This time, Li Er will surely heed your advice." Sun reiterated the situation, expressing his helplessness before resolutely departing. The others then conspired to seek out Su Muyin, intending to reprimand her. After all, it was she who had invited Sun to the residence. And now with Lu Junli's condition not only unchanged but seemingly deteriorating, their anger turned towards her. However, Su Muyin had not remained at the residence. She had quietly slipped away to the temple. There, she generously donated to the incense fund, contributed to gilding the Buddha statues, and repaired the wishing well. Among other charitable acts, whatever required funds, she undertook. She was preparing for her departure. The old abbot, believing in the sincerity of her actions, remarked, "Madam, your compassion will surely yield blessings for the heir." Su Muyin returned the gesture, replying, "I appreciate the kind words of the esteemed monk." Thanks to her generous donations, the temple bells rang 108 times, and the gathered patrons stood in solemnity. Afterward, she proceeded to a rice porridge stall outside the city. When the old marquis was alive, he frequently came to distribute porridge, but since his passing, the stall had fallen into disrepair. Su Muyin personally oversaw the reconstruction, arranging for rice to be transported from the farmlands, ensuring the porridge was clean and relatively thick. She gathered enough staff, and when they tried distributing porridge that night, the recipients wore smiles of joy, offering their praises. Word spread quickly, and soon, a long line formed for the porridge. Su Muyin felt satisfied. But as the porridge ran out swiftly, she expressed her apologies. "I regret to inform you that we have distributed all the porridge for today. The stall has just been rebuilt, and we could only prepare a limited amount. Please come early tomorrow. The residents of the loyal marquis will not disappoint you." Although those who did not receive porridge felt somewhat disappointed, they had heard of the rich and sweet porridge from the loyal marquis residence, which was free of grit and filling, and they eagerly anticipated the next day. Who would have thought that the heir's wife would be so beautiful and kind-hearted? Unlike the porridge from over there, which is truly undrinkable, so thin it resembles water and filled with grainy debris. Indeed, it hardly fills one up. One is hungry again shortly after finishing. After ensuring the porridge stall was well managed, it was late at night when she encountered Mama Li, who had come to find her. The old matriarch, having received reports about Su Muyin's extravagant spending in recent days, scolded her upon seeing her. "Yin heir, I trusted you to manage the household. Yet you have disappointed me greatly. At this rate, our family will soon be reduced to dire straits. Su Yin felt a cold amusement within. The marquise was rife with hidden treasures, and she had merely spent a little money, yet the old matriarch reacted as if it were a catastrophe. The old matriarch occasionally donated to the temple and assisted the needy, seeking to cultivate a reputation for kindness. Now, Su Yin was merely following suit. Having visited the temple and rebuilt the porridge stall, grandmother, the daughter-in-law is accumulating blessings for her husband. The old matriarch paused, then grasped the implication of Su Yin's words, which suggested that the loyal marquise had long neglected good deeds. Now, they were left with the unfortunate reality of Lu Junli's disability. However, there remained a glimmer of hope in Lu Kang. Considering this, the old matriarch softened her tone. It is commendable that you are accumulating virtue for the heir. However, the marquisate's situation is not what it once was. As the head of the household, you must act with caution. Noting the old matriarch's unusual tone, Su Yin surmised that there was a request she wished to make of her. She replied affirmatively, producing a contract and presenting it. This is the agreement I drafted for the porridge distribution outside the city. I kindly ask you to review it. This is the contract for transporting grain from the farmlands. Any amount exceeding a certain limit requires your approval, she noted, having requested 1,000 pickles of grain, which was not excessive. The old matriarch furrowed her brow but said nothing further, allowing Mama Li to take it to the inner chambers for approval. Then, she confided in Su Yin, your concern for Li heir is evident. The porridge distribution should be entrusted to the servants. Have you heard about the recent establishment of a children's class at the Imperial Academy? Kang heir and Fei heir have long been under your tutelage, and it is time they joined other children in their studies. She continued, with Li heir's condition as it is, and given our marquisate's strained relations with the crown prince, the situation is dire. Kang heir must attend the Imperial Academy to secure a future and inherit the title. This matter is to be entrusted to you. You must ensure it is handled well, so as not to further disappoint your grandmother. As the old matriarch arranged for a successor to the title, Lu Junli remained lost in a haze of indulgence at the pleasure garden. Beside him stood a lady, not markedly more beautiful than the others, yet possessing an allure that was uniquely her own. Yaoer, come, let us engage in another round, Lu Junli said, shaking the dice as he drew her closer. Zhou Yao, holding a cup in one hand and resting the other against Lu Junli's chest, leaned delicately into his embrace, playfully admonishing, my lord, you mustn't resort to trickery this time. Chapter 78. Calamity in the backyard. Lu Junli and Zhou Yao were engaged in a lively drinking game, exchanging playful banter and enjoying their revelry. Just as they were in high spirits, the door was suddenly flung open. Lu Junli was about to express his annoyance when Zhou Yao intervened, saying, it is merely a fortune-teller who drunkenly roams about proclaiming his predictions. There is no need for the young master to be angered. We can simply escort him out. She summoned a servant to expel the intruder. Before the servant could arrive, the fortune-teller had already staggered to Lu Junli's side, reeking of alcohol. He squinted at Lu Junli and remarked, young sir, I observe a pallor about you that suggests misfortune. Have you been experiencing a series of unfortunate events lately? Zhou Yao ordered the servants to throw him out. As they lifted him, the fortune-teller struggled, continuing to proclaim, young sir, calamity looms in your household. If not dispelled, misfortune shall shroud you, leading to loss of position or, worse, your very life. Release me, I must cast your fortune. His voice dwindled as the door closed behind him. Zhou Yao concealed her emotions and donned a cheerful fade as she turned to pour wine for Lu Junli. Noticing his previously carefree demeanor had vanished, replaced by a serious expression, she realized he had taken the fortune-teller's words to heart. There is no need to heed his nonsensical ramblings. Come, allow me to toast you, she offered, extending the wine cup. Though Lu Junli's enthusiasm had considerably waned, he nonetheless accepted the drink. That night, he chose not to linger at the joyful forest, instead returning to the marquise. Zhou Yao followed suit, her presence at the joyful forest not as a fallen woman, but to attend to matters on behalf of Su Yin. In truth, she was not a denizen of the joyful forest, she merely leveraged its domain. The joyful forest had long been subtly controlled by Ji Lingye's faction. In her previous life, Su Yin had witnessed Lu Junli's attraction to Zhou Yao and thus orchestrated her appearance before him in a similar fashion. Indeed, upon seeing Zhou Yao, Lu Junli was captivated. The matriarch had pinned her hopes of succession upon Lu Kang, thus she placed great importance on the upcoming national examination, deciding to personally seek a tutor for him. She engaged a scholar from the National Academy to assess Liu Kang's studies. After spending nearly an hour in the study, the scholar emerged with a grave expression, reporting to the matriarch, "The young master's studies require significant improvement." He presented Liu Kang's essays and poetry for her review. Although the matriarch had some literary talent, she could not claim to be particularly distinguished, yet she possessed an appreciation for literature. Now, setting aside the quality of the poetry and prose, the handwriting was undeniably subpar. Enraged, the matriarch exclaimed, 3 years, and this is what she has achieved? The scholar, unaware of whom she referred to as she, assumed it was the tutor she had engaged, and responded, "The scholar you invited possesses commendable knowledge. The young master has potential. But it appears he has been neglecting practice recently." Neglecting practice? The matriarch recalled the polo matches. The children had likely indulged excessively for over a month, leaving little thought for their studies. Suppressing her fury, she turned to the scholar with earnestness. "Might you remain here to instruct my grandson? The examination is imminent. A reward will be generously offered should he pass." The scholar politely declined. "I am honored by your regard, but I am currently occupied with numerous affairs at the National Academy. I advise you to seek another capable instructor." After several attempts to persuade him, the scholar remained resolute. Subsequently, Wang Shi suggested they invite additional scholars to ensure a proper evaluation. The first scholar offered similar insights as the previous one. However, the second scholar, initially tactful, directly stated when asked to teach Liu Kang, "Madam, it would be futile to exert such effort, with only 10 days until the examination. Transforming a wild bird into a phoenix is simply unrealistic. The integrity of the academy would be at stake." This infuriated both the matriarch and Wang Shi, prompting them to expel him. After a moment of reproach, they expressed their distress over the lack of promising assessments for Conger. Lu Jianli was seldom home, lost in frivolity, while Su Mian spent her days distributing porridge outside the city. Zhao Xiner proved to be of no assistance, lacking both intellect and attentiveness. They felt utterly reliant on themselves. The Marquisate could not afford to see its lineage falter. The National Academy had finally established a junior class, admitting around 30 youths. If Liu Kang failed to gain entry, what future prospects would he have for scholarly achievement? The loyal and righteous Marquis had perished in battle, as had Lu Ming. And now Lu Jianli had lost his legs due to the war. Regardless, they would never allow Liu Kang to join the military. If he could not earn military merit, he must find a way to succeed within the court. If he could not enter the junior class, the likelihood of him achieving scholarly recognition would diminish. Even if he managed to gain recognition later, this would remain a blemish on his life. Such a fate was unacceptable to both the matriarch and Wang Shi. They conspired in secrecy for an extended time, after which Wang Shi whispered a strategy into the matriarch's ear. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch sighed. "At this stage, we have no choice but to take a risk and see how it unfolds." Zhao Xiner, concerned for Liu Kang, felt reassured upon hearing of the matriarch and Wang Shi's active scheming, allowing her to devote her energy entirely to Lu Jianli. When he finally returned, she dutifully attended to him. Since Lu Jianli's leg ailment had recurred, he seemed a changed man, no longer planning for their future or caring about the children. Hardly ever returning to the Marquisate, Zhao Xiner had dispatched someone to follow Lu Jianli, already aware of his infatuation with a performer at the Joyful Forest, showering her with affection. Having invested so much, she could not bear the thought of someone else swooping in. In truth, she did not care whether Lu Jianli's legs would ever recover. All she desired was the title of the Marquis's wife. Once her son, Liu Kang, inherited the title, she would secure a lifetime of wealth and honor, an outcome she deemed inevitable. She meticulously attended to Lu Jianli, even tending to his legs, which had become grotesquely withered, a sight that had made her nauseous countless times in private. Today, she accepted many tasks she would typically find degrading, all for the hope of winning back his affection. Meanwhile, Lu Jianli, due to Zhao Xiner's attentive and bold care, genuinely began to feel a sense of joy. "Xiner, do you not find me repugnant?" he asked. Zhao Xiner's greatest wish was to serve by his side, regardless of the trials they faced. She lifted her head, battling the urge to vomit as she gazed at Lu Jianli with glistening eyes. "Very well, my dear Xiner." Meanwhile, Su Mian was at the porridge stall. The previous day, she had instructed her people to replicate the contract stamped by the matriarch, distributing multiple copies to various estates. The grain supply had swelled from 1,000 to 100,000 pickles, guaranteed for 5 years. This meant that the Marquisate would provide 10,000 pickles of grain annually for porridge distribution. The porridge stalls had multiplied from 1 to over 20, with more on the rise. Additionally, the donations continued to increase steadily. The Marquisade's resources were gradually being depleted, step by step. Chapter 79. Desperate measures. On her way back to the residence from the porridge stall, news arrived from Zhou Yao's side, indicating that progress was promising. The first target had been successfully hooked, and the second was also on the line. Su Mu Yin expressed her satisfaction, advising her to proceed with caution, and provided her with some silver notes for daily expenses. The messenger declined, relaying that the young lady wished to assure the madam that there was no need for concern. She would handle matters adeptly without requiring any expenditure from her. Su Mu Yin did not insist, allowing Lu Er to take back the silver notes, reiterating that if there were any difficulties, she should feel free to reach out. Understood, the messenger replied before taking his leave. As soon as the curtain fell, it was lifted once again. This time, it was Ji Lingyi who entered. Lu Er discreetly exited the carriage, leaving Su Mu Yin to converse privately with him. When did the prince develop a penchant for entering another carriage? Su Mu Yin inquired. This place is bustling with people, and since it is not yet dark, I have no fear of being seen, he retorted playfully. One cannot compare to the benevolent Su, he added with a smirk. Ji Lingyi squeezed in beside Su Mu Yin, who urged him to sit further away, yet he responded by inching closer. Left with no choice, she fell silent, allowing him to press against her. To her surprise, he seized her hand. Trying to break free, she reminded him, I am, after all, a member of the Marquis's household. Should anyone see us? Her words dispelled the lingering tension. Ji Lingyi, displeased, tightened his grip slightly, saying, I came to remind you not to unwittingly take the blame for others. Some calamities can be avoided, but there are certain matters that even I cannot absolve you from. With that, he released her hand and exited through the curtain. Calamity? Upon returning to the residence, Su Mu Yin inquired about the situation within, learning that the old madam had summoned a scholar to evaluate Lu Kang's knowledge. She could guess the outcome without asking. The old madam would certainly be unsatisfied. The instructors at the Imperial Academy valued their reputation, and someone as hopeless as Lu Kang would not be welcomed. Based on her understanding of the old madam and Wan Shi, Su Mu Yin speculated that they would soon take action, taking Ji Lingyi's warning to heart. She dispatched Fu Shuangdao to gather intelligence on the old madam and Wang Shi's schemes and to ascertain Lu Junli's recent circumstances. Since their last encounter at the Happy Forest had ended poorly, they had not met again. Her request for Fu Shuangdao was not born of curiosity about Lu Junli, but rather to check if Zhou Yao required assistance to prevent her from struggling alone. After all, navigating between uncles and nephews was no simple matter. At the start of the hour of high, Fu Shuangdao returned, reporting that the old madam and Wang Shi were plotting to curry favor with officials from the Ministry of Rites to ascertain the examination questions for the upcoming Imperial Academy assessment. This revelation greatly surprised Su Mu Yin. Purchasing examination questions was a practice loathed throughout the ages, particularly by Jihan Shao, who harbored a deep disdain for it. Years ago, a wealthy candidate had become close to an official from the Ministry of Rites, bribing him heavily to secure the examination questions, and even hired someone to answer them. The outcome was predictable. He ranked 10th in the examination. Subsequently, he sought the official's insight into the emperor's intentions, which the official, possessing unique methods, accurately predicted for the palace examination. Naturally, the candidate stood out again, drawing special attention from the emperor. However, this attention proved problematic. Jihan Shao noticed that aside from the examination questions, the candidate performed poorly on other subjects, raising his suspicions. Yet, at the time, he still designated him as the top scholar. The more Jihan Shao pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, but since the imperial decree had already been issued, he could not change it and thus let it go. Afterward, the candidate was appointed a position as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. It was in this role that issues arose. Colleagues discovered he lacked any substantial knowledge, yet displayed an arrogant demeanor, disregarding his peers, and even clashing with superiors. That superior was no pushover either, and a memorial was soon presented to the emperor. At this point, Jihan Shao realized his instincts were correct. He immediately ordered the Dali Temple to investigate, uncovering a gang involved in the sale of examination questions, which implicated several successful candidates. Furious, Jihan Shao imprisoned all involved, executing those with irrefutable evidence of purchasing questions. Almost all officials connected to the scandal faced punishment, whether through demotion or exile. For many years afterward, no one dared to broach the topic of purchasing examination questions. Now, over a decade later, the memory of this incident had faded. and many believed the Imperial Academy's assessments to be trivial compared to the palace examinations. Little did they know how deeply this matter had inflamed Jihan Zhao's wrath. He could not tolerate being manipulated in such a manner as the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Su Mu Yin vaguely recalled that in her previous life, someone had cheated in the Imperial Academy's assessment, resulting in their family's demotion and exile from the capital, never to sit for an examination again. Now, the old madam's desperate measures led her to consider such a disgraceful tactic. Should this scheme be exposed, not only would Liu Kang's hopes of entering the Imperial Academy be dashed, but the prospect of inheriting the title would also vanish. Ji Ling, you must have sensed something amiss to have come to warn her. They risked purchasing examination questions. If successful, Liu Kang could enter the Imperial Academy. If exposed, however, the blame would fall squarely on Su Mu Yan's shoulders. Such meticulous planning was both ruthless and comprehensive. In the old madam's courtyard, Wang Shi held a sheet of paper, smiling as she said, "Mother is indeed astute. You found someone to answer the questions so swiftly." Time was of the essence. Starting tomorrow, have Kang Er come to my courtyard and insert these questions in his books for him to memorize daily, the old madam instructed with satisfaction. Confident that she had ensured success. Even if the scheme were to unravel, she had devised a plan to shield the Marquis's household from disgrace. As for this matter, Su Mu Yin feigned ignorance. Liu Kang and Liu Fei were now under Wang Shi's direct tutelage, and the household had also engaged a new instructor. Su Mu Yin relished the newfound ease, taking the opportunity to teach Su Yin to read and write. She discovered that Su Yin was exceptionally clever, with a remarkable memory. Many concepts were grasped after just a single explanation, and he diligently reviewed the material taught by Su Mu Yin, practicing the characters repeatedly until his writing mirrored hers perfectly. Su Mu Yin even registered him for the Imperial Academy, though she had not anticipated him passing. It was merely an opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. This notion aligned with Fu Shuangdao's wishes. He hoped his son could carve out a legitimate path in life for himself, unlike his own existence filled with violence. In the evenings, Su Mu Yin taught Su Yin to read and write, while overseeing operations at the porridge stall during the day. As carts of grain were delivered, the steward of the loyal and righteous Marquis's residence finally sensed something amiss, wiping his brow as he hurried towards the old madam's courtyard, exclaiming, "It's bad, madam. Something terrible has happened." Chapter 80. Three joys arrive. Mr. Zhao, in his 50s, stout and short, had diligently served as the steward of the Marquis's residence for the better part of his life, rarely making mistakes. Today, in a state of haste, he rushed into the old matriarch's courtyard, only to be reprimanded by Nurse Li. "What has you so flustered? Mr. Zhao, you have been managing affairs here for many years and have always been composed. How is it that you now behave like a young fool, lacking discretion?" Normally, Mr. Zhao would have retorted to Nurse Li, but with pressing matters at hand, he anxiously inquired, "Where is the old matriarch? I must urgently inform her that I have important matters to discuss." Seeing his genuine distress, Nurse Li's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she instructed him to wait while she went inside to relay the message. When Mr. Zhao finally disclosed the situation to the matriarch, she struggled to believe it. Is this truly the case? It was not surprising that the old matriarch found it hard to accept. Most of the stewards on the estate were her relatives, loyal servants who had always been trusted and spoiled. There had never been any significant issues in managing the estate, which was one of the reasons she had established her position in the Marquis's household years ago. How could Su Mayan, with just a handful of forged contracts, compel them to surrender their grain? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. However, the information Mr. Zhao brought was backed by irrefutable evidence. Any grain surrendered would have been meticulously recorded by a designated individual in a dedicated ledger. The details were exhaustive, and the old matriarch could verify them. Mr. Zhao presented the ledger, and as the matriarch perused its contents, she came to realize that Su Mayan had indeed misappropriated tens of thousands of pickles of grain and continued to do so. Currently, over 50 porridge stalls had been established, all receiving grain directed from the Marquis's estate. If this were to cease, those stalls operated under the Marquis's name would face dire consequences. Yet, if the grain flow persisted, nearly all of this year's harvest, after taxes, would be sent to the porridge stalls. The situation was untenable, and the old matriarch needed to make a decision. Mr. Zhao spoke with trepidation, causing the old matriarch to feel alarmed. What are we to say then? We must act swiftly to halt this, she exclaimed in anger. Mr. Zhao appeared conflicted, about to voice his concerns when another individual requested to report an urgent matter, Steward Chow, who managed the estate's shops. The old matriarch, feeling uneasy, quickly summoned him inside. Steward Chow, in his 40s, of average height and lean build, was markedly different from Mr. Zhao. He exuded shrewdness, particularly evident in his eyes that sparkled at the sight of copper coins. Entrusted with managing the estate's shops, he consistently delivered impressive profits. Although not brought in by the old matriarch, she placed great trust in him. Upon entering, Steward Chow immediately knelt and wept bitterly, as if mourning a great loss. The old matriarch, already frazzled, had little patience for his lamentation and impatiently asked, "Cease your crying and tell me what is the matter. Do you not know? Our shops have suffered under the pressure of the imperial merchants these past 2 years, and our revenues have dwindled each year. How can we possibly produce 50,000 taels of silver? Moreover, the construction of temples and orphanages is the government's responsibility. Why should we wade into such murky waters?" Mr. Zhao felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of 50,000 taels. Goodness, that amount far exceeded the 10,000 pickles of grain he had been discussing. Before Steward Chow could finish his sentence, the old matriarch interrupted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who spoke of 50,000 taels? When did our household decide to build any temples or orphanages?" Steward Chow was taken aback, his tears drying as he exclaimed, "Madam, it is all in black and white. It bears the seals of the Marquis's household and yours. 30,000 taels have already been withdrawn. I found this suspicious and thought it prudent to inform you." "Preposterous. When did I authorize any such withdrawals?" The old matriarch slammed her palm on the table. "Who told you about this? Where is this document?" Steward Chow produced the document, prompting Mr. Zhao to lower a similar one he held. Indeed, the contracts were identical, bearing the seals of the Marquis and the old matriarch. The old matriarch was bewildered, while Nurse Li, trembling in fear, approached, her face as pale as a corpse. "Madam, did you seal this?" The old matriarch suddenly realized. "The last time, when the young lady brought this to you, you instructed the servant to seal it, and the servant, being illiterate, complied. But surely, it did not contain this much text. What is happening?" Nurse Li knelt, aware of the enormity of her blunder. The old matriarch began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It must have been her doing. She had not anticipated her audacity would reach such extremes. With a fierce tone, the old matriarch commanded, "Summon the authorities." At this moment, Mr. Zhao seized the opportunity to finish what he had previously left unsaid. "Madam, this contract has already been filed with the government by the young lady, stating that the Marquis's household requests the supervision of the Jingzhou Inn, and for the next 5 years, everything will be executed according to the contract." "What?" The old matriarch felt as if her foundation had crumbled, collapsing into her seat. Nurse Li rushed forward to support her. "Madam, please take care of your health. Do not stress yourself. Nothing is more important than your well-being." The old matriarch gasped for breath, gradually regaining her composure. About to speak when yet another person arrived to report. Nurse Li quickly intervened. "Today, the old matriarch is unwell. No one is to disturb her rest, regardless of the matter at hand. Furthermore, send someone to fetch a doctor immediately." Just as the messenger departed, Nurse Li instructed Mr. Zhao and Steward Chow to withdraw, saying, "Let the old matriarch recuperate before we deliberate on these matters. For now, the issues of grain and finances shall be placed on hold." Both Mr. Zhao and Steward Chow wished to voice their concerns but were silenced by Nurse Li. They exchanged glances, sighed softly, and shook their heads before exiting. "Brother Zhao, what do you think we should do?" Steward Chow respectfully sought Mr. Zhao's counsel, having spent much longer in the Marquis's residence and weathered many storms. However, Mr. Zhao did not even glance at him, dejectedly replying, "We shall do as we must. But what exactly must be done?" Steward Chow was equally at a loss. The person barred from entering the old matriarch's chamber was even more anxious than the two stewards. He paced restlessly, repeatedly sending messages to Nurse Li, all of which were rebuffed. It was explained that the old matriarch was unwell and could not receive visitors. After pondering for a moment, he made his way to Wang's quarters. After a brief interval, Wang hurriedly arrived, followed by the servant who had been obstructed outside the old matriarch's chamber. Nurse Li could not prevent Wang from entering and returned to inform the old matriarch. Though the old matriarch had no desire to meet anyone, Wang entered without waiting for Nurse Li to relay the message and, in a state of anxiety, dismissed all attendants, approaching the old matriarch and whispering tremblingly, "Mother, the matter regarding the purchase of titles has been leaked." Chapter 81. Captured news of the leaked examination questions had spread, and verification was underway. The matriarch and Madame Wang had already made arrangements and were not concerned about the matter. What they did not anticipate, however, was that Lu Kang had been disqualified from the examination. It was incomprehensible to the matriarch that, merely upon a report and without any verification, Kang Heir's examination eligibility had already been revoked. Madame Wang nodded and summoned a servant to report back. The servant recounted that someone had reported Lu Kang for cheating to the Royal City Division. It was disclosed that Lu Kang had memorized questions which had been purchased at great expense from the Ministry of Rights, with multiple individuals involved in the transaction, the sums ranging from 500 to 10,000 taels. Moreover, the answer sheets used by all were found to be identical. Lu Kang's sheet was the same as that used by the son of the Ministry of Rights assistant, and both had been apprehended while shopping for examination supplies. Captured? Kang Heir has been apprehended? The servant nodded, confirming he had been taken to the Royal City Division. When did this happen? The servant replied that it had occurred just half an hour ago, prompting him to hasten to inform the matriarch and plead for her assistance in rescuing the young master. The matriarch, being somewhat informed about court matters, understood the gravity of the situation. Knowing that the commander of the Royal City Division was Prince Yongin, Ji Lingya, she instructed, "Hurry, send Yan Heir to the prince's residence at once." Before she could finish her sentence, she recalled the contract matter orchestrated by Su Muyin, which filled her with annoyance, leading her to angrily knock the teacup to the floor with an audible clatter, letting out a heavy sigh. Ultimately, however, the future of the Marquisate triumphed over immediate interests. The matriarch resolved to temporarily set aside the contract issue and allow Su Muyin to approach Ji Lingya, prioritizing the retrieval of Kang Heir. Coincidentally, Su Muyin had business with Ji Lingya and departed promptly. After her departure, Madame Wang sent someone to seek out Lu Junli, only to discover he had yet to return home. Upon inquiring with Zhao Xian Heir, she was met with tears. The news of Kang Heir's capture by the Royal City Division left her inconsolable. In a fit of rage, Madame Wang decided to go to Kuaihualin herself. As a father, Lu Junli's absence during such a crisis was intolerable to her. If anything were to happen to Lu Kang, would the title be handed over to Lu Fang? Madame Wang would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Upon arriving at Kuaihualin, her mood lightened somewhat upon seeing Lu Fang. Dragging Lu Junli away from a throng of women, she unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. In the past, she had been considerate of his feelings, always accommodating him to ensure his happiness. Yet here he was, idling among courtesans while neglecting his son's plight. She recounted the circumstances surrounding Lu Kang's situation but omitted her discussions with the matriarch regarding the purchase of exam questions and the arrangements made for Lu Kang's answers. "Where is he?" Lu Junli finally inquired. Seeing him express concern for the family, Madame Wang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yan Heir has already gone to the Royal City Division. Upon hearing Royal City Division, Lu Junli lost his composure. These past few days, he had been drinking at Kuaihualin, but it was not merely for intoxication. He had pondered many matters. Ji Lingya had first treated his leg, subsequently took charge of the Royal City Division for the Crown Prince, and later accompanied him to the northwest for peace negotiations. Ultimately, when his leg had flared up again, Ji Lingya had usurped his position, monopolizing all the accolades. Now, with his leg incapacitated and having fallen out of favor with the Crown Prince due to his incompetence, he found himself continuously losing to Ji Lingya, who profited from his failures. All of this was part of a conspiracy, and perhaps Su Muyin was embroiled in it as well, although he had yet to uncover evidence. Now, with the Royal City Division having apprehended Kang Heir, Lu Junli was filled with rage. Given his current predicament, did Ji Lingya still harbor ambitions to eradicate him completely? Su Muyin is going to the Royal City Division? What purpose does that serve? What can she do? He believed Ji Lingya was merely exploiting Su Muyin, a woman who had once forsaken him and had no reason to assist her. It was nothing more than a means to humiliate him and undermine the Crown Prince. "What do you propose we do?" Madame Wang asked. "I will go myself and plead with him," Lu Junli declared. Su Muyin, having her own inquiries for Ji Lingya, headed to the Royal City Division. Upon seeing him, she immediately sensed something was amiss. He appeared to be suffering from the effects of poison, with reddened eyes and a pained expression. This reminded her of past encounters, evoking memories from a previous life where she had served as his remedy. Yet now, she felt an unexpected aversion and a sudden curiosity about her role in his life, whether she was merely a tool to him or something more. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Muyin was taken aback by her own feelings, uncertain why she suddenly cared about such trivialities. Yet, having lived 2 lives, she quickly discerned the reason. Although Lu Junli had hurt her, she still harbored a soft spot and longed for acceptance and affection. In his presence, she felt transported back to a time when her mother was still alive, experiencing a long-lost sense of warmth that left her somewhat enamored. Perhaps it was then that her attitude toward him had subtly shifted, leading to expectations and desires for his response, yearning for a recognition beyond that of a mere tool. This revelation filled Su Mu Yen with a sense of panic. Ji Lingye, aware of her entrance, looked up to meet her gaze, catching the hesitation and withdrawal in her eyes. The surprise in his own eyes faded, replaced by a fleeting sorrow that he quickly concealed. And when he looked at her again, his expression was calm and composed. "You've arrived?" He presumed her displeasure stemmed from his apprehension of Lu Kang and offered a detached explanation. He was reported for purchasing examination questions. Although he is just a child, he indeed possesses the leaked questions and has memorized them. The National Academy has revoked his examination eligibility, and I am merely carrying out my duties as ordered by the Emperor. Su Mu Yen responded with a simple acknowledgement. Noticing his eyes growing increasingly red and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, she inquired, "Are you experiencing a relapse of the poison?" Ji Lingye hesitated for a moment before smiling and dismissing her concern with a nonchalant assurance, "It is nothing." She had intended to ask him about the investigation into Consort Zhang's case and whether he intended to continue probing into the Su family matters. However, witnessing his condition, she refrained, deciding she would personally investigate after their separation. With Lu Kang barred from the National Academy, the matriarch's strategies would soon be employed, and the Marquisate would be thrust into tumultuous times, with the family growing increasingly resentful towards her, reminiscent of her previous life. Yet this time, she would not be the one in a passive position. This provided her with the perfect opportunity to secure a divorce decree. Once accomplished, she would delve into the matters concerning her mother and brother. "In that case, I shall take my leave now. Take care, Your Highness." Ji Lingye seemed poised to say something more, but ultimately refrained, making no effort to accompany her or even look her way. As the door closed behind her, "Sun Xian," she sprang forth, "have you lost your mind? You let her leave just like that? What will you do about your poison? You're nearly at the point of needing an antidote. Don't be reckless." He wished to send Jian Qing to retrieve her, but Ji Lingye stopped him. "No need. I can manage this time." He could feel that this episode of poisoning was markedly less severe than the last, and after over an hour, the worst had passed. Reflecting on her visit, Ji Lingye felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, knowing she had come solely for the sake of the Lu family, making it impossible to address his previous request with the same ease as before. However, the seer's son was utterly perplexed by these matters, anxiously pacing back and forth. "Indeed, while the severity of the poison diminishes with each occurrence, I must inform you that such restraint may lead to unforeseen repercussions. It is entirely possible that in the future, you may—" "What is it?" "To be frank, I am uncertain, yet it certainly will not bode well. I urge you to contemplate this matter seriously." Ji Lingye, however, remained obstinate, dismissing all threats, which infuriated Sun, prompting him to declare a return to the Medicine King Valley. Ji Lingye lay curled upon his bed, racked with agony. Jian Qing, unable to bear the sight, inquired as to the reason for his suffering. "Leave me be." Sweat trickled down his forehead as he endured the torment with great difficulty. "I said leave." He insisted. Jian Qing, compelled to comply, stepped outside, only to be taken aback upon opening the door. Su Mu Yen stood poised at the entrance. Chapter 82. It is not too late to regret now. Su Mu Yen stepped inside. Jian Qing withdrew, gently closing the door behind him, instructing the guards, "Stand watch and allow no one to approach." Ji Lingye was hunched over, his rationality being severely tested, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a haze, he caught sight of Su Mu Yen entering and barked, "Who allowed you to come in? Leave at once." Ignoring him, Su Mu Yen strode over to support him, only to realize he was burning hot, his muscles taut beneath his clothing, trembling slightly. "Do you know what you are doing?" He suddenly grasped her wrist, asking sternly. Su Mu Yen lowered her gaze, her face flushed. She had originally intended to leave, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, she turned back. On her way, she encountered Sun Xianji and fortuitously overheard his conversation with Jian Qing at the door. She was not one to shy away. Earlier, she had been troubled by certain matters, but had cleared her mind after taking a stroll outside. She now understood that her relationship with him was, at its core, a transaction. Since it was a transaction, her current behavior seemed somewhat pretentious. "You still have time to regret it now," he murmured, leaning against her shoulder. His breath warm and heavy, his voice hoarse. Without a word, Su Mu Yen cradled his head, and pressed her lips to his. The scandal involving the Imperial Academy was being handled by the Royal City Division, yet it was not Ji Lingyi who was directly responsible for it, but rather an official beneath him. When Lu Junli caused a scene, Lu Kang had already been released. However, the decision to revoke the examination qualifications was irrevocable, leaving no room for negotiation. Furthermore, the Imperial Academy had issued a warning that Lu Kang would be barred from entering its gates for life. The individuals involved in the cheating scheme had all been identified, and surprisingly, the person who had implicated Lu Kang claimed that it was Su Muyin, the wife of the Marquis, who had purchased the exam questions and arranged for him to answer them. The accusations were detailed and convincing, supported by a promissory note for 5,000 taels of silver from the Marquis's household, along with an item presented as evidence. That item was a beautifully crafted gold dragon and phoenix headdress, confirmed by servants to be part of the bride's dowry. The incident sent shockwaves through the capital. The wife of the Marquis had brazenly purchased exam questions for her child, shattering the good reputation she had painstakingly built through charitable acts and temple constructions in an instant. Lu Junli, the old lady, and Wan Shi each provided testimonies, stating that all actions were Su Muyin's own initiative, agreeing to hold her accountable in exchange for the Imperial Academy lifting its punishment against Lu Kang. After Su Muyin left the Royal City Division, she was immediately summoned to the Dali Temple without even returning to her residence to rest. Fu Shuang Dao awaited her at the entrance, reporting various circumstances along the way, including the identity of her accuser. His name was He Zai, a successful candidate from the Jinku examination and a fellow townsman of Wu De Xian. The two had come to the capital together and were quite close. Understanding this connection, Su Muyin pieced together the events. She had offended in Ziliang, and Wu De Xian, acting on behalf of the old lady and Wan Shi, was seeking vengeance against Ziliang by placing this significant matter on her shoulders. The involvement of Lu He in orchestrating this connection was evident. It was a familiar tactic of the entire family to conspire against her. Simultaneously, Su Muyin felt utterly disillusioned with the Marquis's household. Whether it was the old lady, Wang Shi, Lu Junli, or the Qin family, they would unhesitatingly cast her aside for their own benefit, sacrificing her without a second thought. In both her past life and this one, she had always been viewed as a mere tool to be utilized or discarded at their convenience. However, this time, their calculations might not unfold as they had hoped. Upon her arrival at the Dali Temple, He Zai was already waiting with evidence and testimonies. Present at the scene was also Wang Shi, who regarded Su Muyin with a fierce glint in her eyes. The severity of today's proceedings was far greater than usual. It was a matter of life or death for Su Muyin, and her actions would also jeopardize Lu Kang's future. Therefore, with her head held high, Wang Shi steeled herself, believing that the irrefutable evidence would leave Su Muyin no room for denial. He Zai had already received substantial benefits. Should he lose this case, he would face imprisonment. For the sake of his own future, he could not afford to fail. The evidence was provided directly by the Marquis's household, with Wang Shi's backing, leaving the young lady in a perilous position, as if trapped in the palm of a deity, unable to turn the tide. Successfully concluding this matter would not only gain the Marquis's favor, but would also elevate his standing in the Nguagong household, which was closely allied with the Crown Prince. He Zai's spirit soared with the prospect of a bright future ahead. However, his sole concern was that the presiding judge in today's case had a favorable relationship with Su Muyin. Yet, he reassured himself that should the judge act unjustly, he could team up with Wu De Xian to expose him, and thus felt a sense of security. Upon seeing who was presiding over the case, Su Muyin was somewhat taken aback. It was Zhao Ziqing. In her past life, he had progressed quickly through the ranks in the Ministry of Rights. How was it that he now found himself in the Dali Temple, personally adjudicating this case? She had heard whispers that the emperor had conferred positions upon them, and Zhao Ziqing had sparked controversy with his views on the appointments, becoming the first in the dynasty to openly defy the emperor's will. It was surprising that his rebellion against the emperor's edict had led him to serve in the Dali Temple. Nonetheless, with his eloquence and mastery of the law, coupled with a demeanor that exuded integrity, he was indeed well suited for the position. Zhao Ziqing cast a brief glance at Su Muyin, his expression neutral, neither pleased nor angered. Once all parties were present, he began the proceedings. Madam Lu, according to He Zai's testimony, it was you who paid 5,000 taels of silver 10 days ago to purchase examination questions for the youth group of the Imperial Academy. Is this true? Zhao Ziqing inquired. Su Muyin replied, that is not true. I know nothing of this matter. He Zai stared at her, feigning shock and sorrow. Madame Lu, it was indeed you who sought to purchase the exam questions, saying your son, Lu Kong, possessed exceptional talent. However, due to the polo match, he fell behind in his studies and implored me earnestly. I, out of pity, inadvertently became embroiled in this calamity. Now you deny it, pushing me into the fire pit. He added, the evidence is irrefutable. Your denial is futile. Su Muyin smiled awkwardly. Oh, is that so? Does He Zai not realize? Ever since the polo match, Lu Kong has not been under my care. How could I possibly be desperate enough to seek your help for such a substantial sum? Moreover, such a significant expenditure could not possibly escape the notice of the Marquis's household. He Zai glanced at Wang Shi, who was pale with anger. She countered, Yin heir, the facts are clear. You should just admit it. The reason your grandmother and I entrusted you with Kong heir's care was to guide him, hoping he would enter the Imperial Academy. If he cannot, neither I nor your grandmother would dare to reproach you. Your actions this time have truly disappointed us. Hearing Wang Shi's words only fueled He Zai's determination. Zhao Ziqing furrowed his brow even deeper as he turned his gaze towards Su Muyin. Su Muyin remained calm, wearing a faint smile, and did not respond. Instead, she casually asked Zhao Ziqing, in our great Xia, what punishment is prescribed for the act of bribery and the purchase of exam questions? Chapter 83. Sold to this prince. Zhao Ziqing, although perplexed, answered solemnly, 80 lashes, dismissal from official position, and a lifetime ban on taking the imperial examinations. However, this incident marks the first recruitment of young disciples by the Guozijian, and it is also the first case of its kind. The specific course of action still requires discussion with the Shaoqing. Should there be any dishonesty during the recruitment process, the offending student would be expelled and barred from future admissions. Both the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple and the scholars of the Guozijian are just individuals, unwavering in their principles and devoid of favoritism. It seems that Lu Kong shall not have the opportunity to re-enter the Guozijian. As for the Wang family, if they sought to tarnish her reputation, she would remove that stain herself. Su Mayan inquired of Wang, the banknotes in the estate are all remarkably similar. How can you be so certain that I am the one responsible for such actions? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Before Wang could respond, He Zai, smiling, produced another piece of evidence. May I examine it closely? Su Mayan asked Zhao Ziqing. Madame Lu may look at it. Let us ascertain whether this truly belongs to you. He Zai chuckled, seemingly eager to witness Zhao Ziqing condemn her. Su Mayan held the headpiece in her hands. It was indeed identical to hers, albeit this one appeared new and was considerably lighter. Is this ornament the property of Madame Lu? Zhao Ziqing inquired, his tone calm, yet tinged with subtle apprehension. It is not, Su Mayan replied, returning the headpiece. I do possess a similar one as part of my dowry, featuring the same dragon and phoenix design. However, the one I own was bequeathed to me by my mother and is rather aged. This one, though deliberately aged, differs from naturally worn objects, and one may observe that the carving technique here slightly deviates from that of 20 years ago. Zhao Ziqing ordered, summon an experienced jeweler. When the jeweler arrived and verified the claims, He Zai retorted, even so, Madame Lu cannot prove that this headpiece does not belong to you. Perhaps you found the original too antiquated and commissioned a new one. Moreover, even without this headpiece, how can Madame Lu prove that the banknotes are not yours? He Zai's arguments were somewhat spurious, yet Zhao Ziqing was not easily swayed. Mr. He, if you cannot establish that this item belongs to Madame Lu, I must rule that this matter bears no relation to her and will continue to pursue the true instigator of this case. Mr. He found Zhao Ziqing's stance quite unreasonable. He was acutely aware of his own status and that of Wang, who held a third-rank title. Despite his multiple hints, Zhao Ziqing feigned ignorance. Yenner, your obstinacy leaves no room for mercy from your mother, Wang said. Let my maid enter. The maid from Su Mayan's quarters entered and immediately knelt, saying, Your Excellency, madam. Young madam, if blame is to be placed, let it fall upon me. I failed to restrain young madam. The 5,000 taels of silver and the headpiece were both taken by me from young madam. The banknotes originated from the estate and were conducted through official accounts. I attempted to advise young madam, but she insisted that the stewards of each household were not above engaging in clandestine dealings, assuring me that the matriarch and madam would remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, Wang pointed at Su Mayan, lamenting, Yenner, how could you betray the trust one and your grandmother placed in you? No wonder there has been a significant financial deficit in the estate recently. Yenner, you have disappointed us gravely. The maid continued, I have also heard something that may or may not be appropriate to share. Su Mayan found it amusing. At this point, what could be deemed inappropriate? Wang urged her to speak. The maid, casting a disdainful glance at Su Mayan, declared, I know that young madam has secretly kept the matriarch's seal, forging numerous contracts and nearly depleting the estate's silver and grain. She then produced several contracts. Originally, this matter did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple, yet intertwined with the case. Zhao Ziqing had them examined in court, where they were indeed found to be forgeries. Hizai exclaimed, Young madam, what a cunning strategy! Forging contracts to deceive one's kin and embezzle a considerable sum. No wonder you initiated with 5,000 taels of silver. He then asked Zhao Ziqing, Is this matter solely the doing of young madam? Are we not victims of her coercion, which could be deemed justifiable? Zhao Ziqing responded, If indeed coerced, it may be regarded as justifiable. Hizai expressed his gratitude and turned to Su Mayan, Young madam, do you still not confess? Wang, overwhelmed with sorrow, wept, Yinner, how could you do this to us? Knowing the trust your grandmother and I have placed in you, do you wish to see the marquise destroyed in your wake? Su Mayan, finding the situation revolting, retorted, Is there any further ploy you wish to employ? Speak plainly. Wang was taken aback. What do you mean? Su Mayan continued, Since mother firmly believes I am at fault, and there is no further evidence, I must now defend myself point by point. First and foremost, regarding the 5,000 taels of silver and the headpiece. Luer, bring the account books. She then addressed Zhao Ziqing. I kindly ask you to summon the steward and the accountant from my courtyard. Su Mayan received the account book from Luer, stating, Every transaction I handled has 2 sets of records. One set belongs to Steward Zhao, and the other to the accountant here. She presented the account book to Zhao Ziqing. Your Excellency may scrutinize the estate's financial records in detail. Furthermore, I do possess another headpiece, yet I cannot present it at this moment. Regardless of my inability to produce that headpiece, including many of my dowries, I cannot present them now. The specifics of the situation may be verified at your discretion. She then had Luer present her dowry list. Zhao Ziqing and his aide reviewed the account books, finding relevant information concerning the headpiece only halfway through. Have you already pawned it? Zhao Ziqing inquired. Su Mayan nodded. It is widely known that my husband, Lu Juanli, was injured on the battlefield. When I assumed control of the estate's accounts, there was scarcely any money left, as my husband required funds for medical care and medicinal supplies. Wang was incredulous. Impossible. Your accounts must be falsified. The accountant, present, was a loyal servant of the matriarch, having managed the accounts for decades. He could not tolerate the insult of having his integrity questioned. Enraged, he declared, Madam, you must not speak baseless accusations without evidence. All accounts can be meticulously verified by Lord Zhao. Should there be any discrepancies, I will accept punishment publicly. The person responsible for verifying the accounts returned. Nodding to Zhao Ziqing, both sets of accounts are entirely accurate. This meant that unless Steward Zhao and the accountant colluded with Su Mayan, the records were indeed correct. If the accounts were valid, it was absurd for such a grand marquis to resort to using the young madam's dowry to treat the heir's leg, while ultimately bearing the brunt of unjust accusations. The marquis of loyalty and righteousness would become the greatest joke in the capital. Wang panicked, questioning Su Mayan. Impossible. With such vast assets, countless fields and shops, and having received numerous imperial favors over the years, how could we have fallen to the depths of needing to feign selling dowries? Zhao Ziqing, she claimed. She is lying and must be concealing assets. Please charge her with disrupting the court and perjury. Zhao Ziqing appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on the account books, while Wang persisted, meticulously counting the estate's income and properties over the years. Steward Zhao repeatedly signaled her to cease, but she remained oblivious. The accountant, frowning deeply, interjected, Madam, the properties you mention are not under young madam's control. The implication was clear to all present. The estate of the loyal and righteous marquis is vast, yet it is all held within one's grasp. Though it is said that Su Mu Yin manages it, she merely oversees an empty shell, insufficient even to cover her husband's medical expenses. Not only has she depleted her dowry, but she now faces interrogation from her mother-in-law. It seems that being the young mistress of the marquis household is no easy task. Wang, feeling guilty yet unwilling to relent, hurriedly questions Su Mu Yin. Have you sold your dowry? To whom? Do not tarnish the reputation of the marquis household with such baseless accusations. Just as her words faded, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. Before the person arrived, a voice declared, it was bought by this prince. Chapter 84. The revocation of the imperial edict. Everyone rose and paid their respects to Jilingya. Please, be seated. I have heard that Master Zhao is once again presiding over a case, and I came to observe, only to discover that it involves an item I purchased some time ago. Ji Lingye gestured with his hand. Jian Qing presented the box. Ji Lingye continued. On that day at the pawnshop, I found this headpiece intriguing and bought it, only to learn it belonged to Madame Lu. Therefore, today it shall be returned to its rightful owner. Su Muyan briefly met Ji Lingye's gaze before quickly averting her eyes and addressing Zhao Ziqing. I asked Master Zhao to verify the item. The jeweler confirmed in person that the headpiece Ji Lingye possessed indeed bore signs of age. Although it was still in good condition, the engraving technique was clearly from over a decade ago. In contrast, the headpiece in He Zai's possession was a recent custom piece, crafted with contemporary methods. Upon further inquiry with the pawnshop owner, it was confirmed that this jewelry had long ceased to be in Su Muyan's possession. Then, what of the piece provided by He Zai? How intriguing. Please, continue, Ji Lingye remarked, casually sitting beside Zhao Ziqing, his gaze drifting over Wang Shi and He Zai, finally resting on Su Muyan. This is my response to the first matter. I have not concealed a single thread from the marquise, and the accounts are clear and accurate. The issue of the 5,000 taels and the headpiece is unrelated to me. Su Muyan produced another item and handed it over. This second piece pertains to the contracts for the estate and shops. The previous ones were indeed counterfeit, and I take responsibility for that. But this document in my possession is authentic. The forgeries were merely intended to convey the old lady's wishes and did not harm the interests of the marquise. If this action is deemed unreasonable, I shall retract it. Zhao Ziqing verified the contract Su Muyan presented and found it to be genuine. The contract explicitly stated that the loyal and righteous marquise would supply 100,000 pickles of grain and 100,000 taels of silver daily for 5 years, to be used for porridge distribution and temple maintenance, ensuring the light of hope for the suffering populace. Upon examining the contract, Zhao Ziqing was astonished. He knew well that the loyal and righteous marquise would never sign such an agreement. It was undoubtedly manipulated by Su Muyan. He had always prided himself on his integrity and had sworn to never let personal desires override the law. Yet at that moment, it felt as though countless hearts were racing within him, chaotic and overwhelming, clouding his judgment. He desperately sought ways to exonerate Su Muyan. However, before he could speak, Ji Lingye interjected, I happen to know a bit about this contract. The last time I was at the Jingzhou on official business, I coincidentally encountered Madame Lu, who mentioned something about a contract. He turned to Su Muyan and inquired, is it regarding this matter? Su Muyan was slightly startled. She had indeed visited the Jingzhou Inn, but the matter had not been resolved. Subsequently, the Jingzhou Inn sent someone to inform her that it could be arranged. It now seemed that Ji Lingye had intervened. The prince is correct. Due to the heir's leg injury, the marquise has been shrouded in gloom, and we considered undertaking some charitable actions. However, many temples in the capital are royal properties, and the porridge kitchens require guards for security. Thus, I sought help from the Jingzhou Inn. Zhao Ziqing replied, in that case, Madame Lu should reclaim those nullified contracts. The specifics can be handled by the Jingzhou Inn. Su Muyan bowed her head in gratitude, thanking Master Zhao. With this, the situation had become exceedingly clear. The accusations from Wang Shi and He Zai against Su Muyan were unfounded. Wang Shi remarked, if that is the case, it is merely a misunderstanding. Yenner, return with me and explain the situation to the old lady. She attempted to leave, but was halted by Zhao Ziqing. Madam, please wait. While the matter of the counterfeit contracts can be resolved, the issue regarding the examination questions remains. We must further investigate the details. Both Wang Shi and He Zai's expressions shifted drastically, resembling those of the deceased. He Zai was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. With Zhao Ziqing's serious demeanor and the involvement of Prince Yong'an, evasion was no longer an option. Regardless of who purchased the examination questions, he, as the seller and answer provider, could not escape culpability. Su Muyan was singled out, and Wu Dexin's failed attempt to frame her would undoubtedly displease the heir. Offending the Duke of An would leave him without allies. He Zai was drenched in sweat, his earlier arrogance vanished, his demeanor pitiful. Master Zhao, I am innocent. Selling examination questions was never my intention. I was coerced. Who coerced you? The gavel struck, causing He Zai to tremble. It was Madame Lu. Impudent. He Zai quickly clarified. Not the young madam, but the Lu family. Wang Shi accused He Zai of being shameless and ungrateful, after which she collapsed to the ground. The case, initially quietly examined at the Dali Temple, had now escalated to a formal inquiry before the emperor due to Ji Lingye's unintentional involvement. Subsequently, The Imperial City Office conducted further investigations, confirming through the old lady of the loyal and righteous Marquisite's testimony that it was indeed Wang Shi who purchased the examination questions for Lu Kang. Upon the revelation, her attempt to frame Su Yin was exposed. The Emperor personally decreed the revocation of Lu Kang's examination eligibility and stripped Wang Shi of her third-rank noble title. Ji Lingye also reported the loyal and righteous Marquisite's charitable contributions of grain and porridge distribution to Ji Hanxiao, solidifying their irrevocable position. The Emperor praised the old lady and Su Yin for their virtuous actions, stating that, despite being a woman, she possessed great righteousness deserving of commendation. After the court session, a plaque inscribed with the character loyalty was personally written by Ji Hanxiao and sent to the loyal and righteous Marquis. Upon receiving the plaque, they exchanged it for 5 years' worth of grain and funds, greatly pleasing Ji Hanxiao. He added, "It is only natural for a mother to plan for her child. So let Lu Kang participate in tomorrow's examination. However, this matter must not cause further trouble." When the imperial edict reached the Marquis, both Wang Shi and the old lady collapsed. Lu Junyang attempted to lunge at Su Yin's neck, but was intercepted by Fu Shuangdao. Zhao Xiner rushed in despair, but was kicked aside, losing a finger in the process. Amidst the rising chaos and frantic screams, Zhao Xiner fainted, while Lu Junyang spat blood and fell unconscious. Throughout the capital, aside from cries of "Long live the Emperor," there were countless praises for Su Yin's kindness. Even Ji Lingye was astounded, acknowledging, "She has succeeded. The Marquis has truly fallen." The first branch was in disarray. The second branch, Louis and Li Shi, remained silent, while the third branch shrank away. Su Yin now enjoyed an unprecedented sense of freedom, leisurely observing the world from her carriage. As she was halted once more, Ji Lingye, dressed in plain clothes, slipped inside, cornering her and asking, "Am I of assistance to you?" His voice was laced with seduction and obsession, causing a blush to rise on Su Yin's cheeks as she pushed him away, maintaining a safe distance. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your help," she sincerely expressed. Had it not been for Ji Lingye, dismantling Wang Shi's influence would have been far more arduous. Moreover, she could not have grasped the Emperor's favor, utilizing the establishment of porridge kitchens and the donation of incense to completely undermine the Marquis. As for the examination results, what of it? Did your adopted son manage to pass? Ji Lingye remarked with a tone of mockery. The Emperor merely stated that Lu Kang could participate, but that did not guarantee acceptance. The results had already been sent to the residence early that morning, just as the prince had anticipated. Su Yin smiled in response. Chapter 85. Divorce and Separation. Lu Kang naturally failed the examination. Lu Fei also participated but submitted a blank paper. Ji Xian and Zhao Ziyu both aspired to enter the Guozijian. The Rue Wangfu hosted a banquet to celebrate Ji Xian's admission to the Guozijian, with Ji Min personally delivering the invitation. Meanwhile, within the loyal and righteous Marquis, the elderly matriarch lay ill, Wang Shi was in a coma, Lu Junli had a limp. The second branch was neglectful, and the third branch was closed off. The entire Marquis was surprisingly managed by Zhao Xiner. Her finger had been severed and was wrapped in thick bandages, yet this could not conceal the spirited demeanor of her time commanding the household maids and servants. This day, belonging to her, had finally arrived. Therefore, when Ji Min delivered the invitation, she almost forgot that there was still a mistress in the estate, delightfully thinking of inviting the princess directly into her courtyard. Ji Min's maid scolded, "What is this? The princess seeks Lady Lu. Who are you to block her way? Do you not fear for your life?" After delivering several resounding slaps, Zhao Xiner was left dazed. Tearfully, she ran to Lu Junli for support, while Ji Min proceeded directly to Su Yin's courtyard. Su Yin was diligently writing, bent over her desk, with numerous drafts scattered about. As Ji Min stepped in, she casually picked up a sheet. "Sister Yin, are you contemplating divorce?" Su Yin was startled and quickly snatched it back, instructing Lu Er to tidy the desk. But Ji Min had already seen it and grasped her hand. "Sister Yin, you have finally resolved to leave this place. This Marquis has become a den of chaos. Even a maid can rise above her mistress." Su Yin instructed Lu Er to fetch some food and pulled Ji Min to converse. "Indeed, I have come to this realization, but the matter is not yet settled. Please keep it quiet for now." Min understands. Ji Min then asked, "Why have you come today?" She presented the invitation. "Mother wishes to host a banquet to invite you for some merriment." Glancing outside, she inquired, "Where is Su Yin?" "Xian misses him dearly. Please bring him along." Su Yin accepted the invitation. "All right, I shall certainly come." Then I shall await you, sister. Jimin leaned closer and whispered, I have heard that your third sister, Luhi, has fallen out with Wu Dixin. Oh? Jimin said mysteriously. We have heard about your visit to the Dali Temple. That he, sent by Wu Dixin, received considerable benefits to frame you, but instead, he faced dire consequences. Moreover, he has botched Wu Dixin's affairs, and he will certainly not let him off the hook. Most importantly, and Ziliang will also reprimand Wu Dixin harshly. Your sister, unfortunately, sought out Wu Dixin at that moment, and he, having no other outlet for his anger, took it out on her, knowing you and Sister Yin are family. Sumu Yin understood, realizing why Lui had been so quiet lately. She was not an easy character, and the silence likely hinted at brewing trouble. You must be cautious. Miss Lu has suffered grievances from Wu Dixin. If she seeks to vent her frustrations on you, do not engage with her. Jimin reiterated. Remember, Sister Yin, hasten to divorce and move out. This cursed place is not worth your concern. After sending Jimin off, Sumu Yin returned to her room to finalize the divorce papers. This time, she wrote swiftly, completing them and making 2 copies to keep safe. That evening, Sumu Yin went to the Rue Wangfu, accompanied by Su Yin and Fu Shuangdao. Ji Xian was quite fond of Su Yin, always holding his hand and conversing with him. Su Yin also adored Ji Xian, his face lighting up with a smile whenever he looked at him. The banquet was lively, with Zhao Zihu and Zhao Ziqing in attendance. As a lady, Sumu Yin did not speak with Zhao Ziqing, yet she could feel his gaze upon her, which made her somewhat uneasy. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Ji Xian approached her earnestly. Sister Yin, I wish for Su Yin to accompany me to the Guozijian. Would you agree? Sumu Yin turned to look at Fu Shuangdao and saw excitement and gratitude flash in his eyes, comprehending his unspoken wish. Will you treat him well? Of course, I shall treat him as well as an elder sister treats me. Sumu Yin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then I entrust Su Yin to you. From this night forth, he shall be your companion in study. Ji Xian leaped with joy and hurried to share the good news with the Rue Wangfei. The Rue couple, upon hearing this, were delighted and sent numerous gifts to Su Yin that very night. The next day, Su Yin moved to the Rue Wangfu. Subsequently, Zhao Ziqing sent a letter proposing a small banquet at a tavern to celebrate with Zhao Zihu. Sumu Yin replied affirmatively that she would attend. Once all matters were settled, Sumu Yin took the divorce papers and made her way to Lu Juanli's courtyard. She wished to no longer delay this matter. According to Zhou Yao's report, Lu Juanli had been visiting the Kuai forest less frequently today, suggesting he was trying to win Zhao Xaner over. Sumu Yin did not beat around the bush. She directly handed over the divorce papers. Let us part ways. Lu Juanli seemed not to have heard her clearly. She reiterated, let us part ways, Lu Juanli. The maids and servants, upon hearing her words, clumsily stumbled about, creating a ruckus as they quickly retreated. Zhao Xaner remained, her eyes gleaming with resentment as she cast a glance at Sumu Yin, then looked at Lu Juanli with eager anticipation. However, Lu Juanli clutched the divorce papers, his expression dark and his jaw clenched, veins bulging at his temples. Suddenly, he laughed coldly. Part ways? Now that you see my limp, you wish to separate. Sumu Yin felt a wave of sorrow for Lu Juanli. Did he truly believe she despised him solely because of his disability? Did he remain oblivious to the grievances inflicted upon her by the Marquis? No, he was aware but feigned ignorance due to his indifference. Yes, you are limping, and I wish to divorce you. How about it? Do not claim you are unwilling. Sumu Yin had reached a point of indifference. Provoking him was trivial. Lu Juanli pondered for a moment, then laughed uncontrollably. I see, Sumu Yin, you are merely the daughter of a traitor. It was I who sheltered you. It is the loyal and righteous Marquis that has protected you. Now you wish to burn the bridge after crossing it? As if struck by a thought, he grew alarmed. Sumu Yin, tell me honestly, did you know there was something wrong with that medicine? Speak. Sumu Yin replied with a smile. What does it matter whether I knew or not? What significance do these words hold now? Lu Juanli, you sheltered me? I wish to inquire why a noble scion of the loyal and righteous Marquis would favor a mere daughter of a traitor? Lu Juanli's expression shifted uncomfortably, as if Sumu Yin had hit upon a sensitive truth. I intended to ask you the same. The engagement between me and the Prince of Yong'an was well known in the capital, and you, as the esteemed scion of the loyal and righteous Marquis, do not tell me you were unaware. Your deliberate closeness to me, your efforts to please me, were merely because I am the daughter of the Grand Preceptor. And you seek to attach yourself to the Crown Prince, is it not? Facing Sumu Yin's probing questions, Lu Juanli turned his face away, unable to meet her gaze. Sumu Yin had long suspected that the entire affair was a trap set by Lu Juanli. At that time, attracted by his appearance and his humble demeanor. She found herself increasingly interested in him. He visited the Grand Preceptor's residence daily, secretly taking her out for excursions, climbing high pear trees to gather wild fruits. Just as she sensed their relationship was becoming too intimate and sought to distance herself, she encountered Ji Lingyao in a close embrace with another woman because of him. He had told her, "If you truly care for someone, your heart will not harbor another. In my lifetime, I shall marry but one woman, devoting my entire existence solely to her." She innocently inquired, "Is that true?" I vowed that should I ever betray this promise, I would face the wrath of heaven. Struck down without mercy, she believed me and rushed to implore her mother to petition the esteemed Zhang Guifei, ultimately taking a long time to withdraw from her engagement and marry Lu Juanli. However, not long after, the Su family became embroiled in a corruption scandal, leading to their exile, leaving only the loyal and righteous Ho residents, Su Muyan. When one contemplates the timeline, it becomes evident that while Lu Juanli pursued her, Zhao Xiano had already given birth to Lu Fei and was expecting Lu Kang. If one speaks of severing ties after crossing the river, who could rival Lu Juanli in such treachery? You speak nonsense. Lu Juanli, feeling guilty and at a loss for words, tore the divorce papers to shreds. You wish to part ways? Dream on. In life, you are of the Lu family. In death, you shall remain a ghost of the Lu household. You and Ji Lingye could never be. Yet, she produced another copy of the divorce papers, smiling as she said, "Tear it if you wish, I have plenty more. Let me assure you, the matter of our separation is inevitable." Before departing, Su Muyan recalled something, turning back to face him with a stern expression, declaring, "Lu Juanli, it would be wise for you to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the Su family, otherwise I shall demand the entire Ho residence to accompany my mother in her burial." Su Muyan silently concluded. Chapter 86. Rendered helpless in her left arm, Su Muyan proposed a divorce, but Lu Juanli vehemently opposed it. Subsequently, he concocted several absurd reasons to confront her. Initially, he accused Su Muyan of favoritism, claiming she neglected her own child while allowing a distant nephew to serve as a companion to Ji Xian. He further suggested that since she was well acquainted with Zhao Ziqing, it would be more prudent to have Zhao tutor Lu Kang, thereby enabling the Imperial Academy to consider Lu Kang for exceptional admission due to his remarkable knowledge over time. These nonsensical justifications amused Su Muyan, who saw through Lu Juanli's feigned ignorance, as he seemed to forget that Lu Kang was not her child. His singular focus appeared to be on securing a future for Lu Kang, ostensibly to elevate Zhao Xian heir status. Recently, as Su Muyan had relinquished the managerial duties of the Marquisate to others, the likes of Wang Shi and the old matriarch remained incapacitated, unable to take over. When she attempted to transfer the responsibilities to the second house's Li Shi, the offer was declined. And the third house's Chen Shi was even less inclined to accept the burdensome task. It was common knowledge throughout the capital that the Marquisate was rife with private property, and whoever managed it would be required to invest their own resources, leading to a general reluctance among potential candidates. However, Su Muyan had completely disengaged, leaving Lu Juanli to handle the affairs, despite his lack of familiarity with the intricacies of the inner court. Consequently, Zhao Xian heir emerged as the de facto mistress of the Marquisate. The servants whispered among themselves, speculating that Zhao Xian heir had finally endured to the point of becoming a concubine. Yet, Lu Juanli remained silent, neither consenting nor refusing. To evade Su Muyan, he began spending his days outside, having ventured to the pleasure grove once again. Lu heir, while grooming Su Muyan, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Is the mistress truly going to let Zhao Xian heir off so easily? Su Muyan, holding a cup of tea and skimming off the leaves, heard the delicate sound of porcelain against porcelain. Let her off? That is out of the question. However, Su Muyan had no intention of obstructing Lu Juanli from marrying Zhao Xian heir. Wasn't he at Zhao Xian heir's ambition to become Lu Juanli's wife? Thus, Su Muyan resolved to grant her wish. The most excruciating ordeal one can endure is not death, but witnessing the very aspirations one once cherished crumble before their eyes, each falling away until escape becomes impossible. She yearned to observe the gradual decline of the Marquisate, to witness Zhao Xian heir ensnared in a quagmire from which she could never extricate herself, doomed to struggle in vain for eternity. Once groomed, the servants laid out breakfast, and Lu heir presented Su Muyan with warm bird's nest porridge. I do not wish to eat anything sweet today, Su Muyan declared, putting down her chopsticks after merely 2 bites. Lu heir suggested keeping the porridge warm for later. Should Su Muyan feel hungry, Sumu Yin waved her hand in refusal. No need. You eat it. Knowing her mistress's temperament, Lu Er understood that if Sumu Yin refused, she would not consume it. To prevent waste, Lu Er took a spoonful for herself, but as she swallowed, she felt something amiss, her stomach twisting painfully as if gripped by an unseen hand. In an instant, Lu Er collapsed to the ground, the bowl of bird's nest shattering beside her. Sumu Yin hurriedly called for help, and upon seeing blood trickling from Lu Er's mouth, she realized she had been poisoned. Fu Shuangdao, summon Master's son immediately. Hurry. Fu Shuangdao dashed out of the courtyard. The maids quickly carried Lu Er to the bed, where she writhed in pain, moaning, drenched in sweat. Lu Er had been born into the Su family and had grown up alongside Sumu Yin, later joining her in the marquisate. Though their relationship was that of mistress and servant, they were akin to sisters. How audacious it was for someone to poison Lu Er right under Sumu Yin's nose. Lu Er consumed a bowl of bird's nest porridge every morning. The poison was clearly intended for her. Close the courtyard gates and bring everyone here. I want to interrogate them one by one, Sumu Yin commanded, insisting that everyone who had entered or exited her courtyard that morning be brought forth. Servants were brought in groups, heads bowed, trembling with fear, aware that something grave had transpired. Before all were assembled, a servant rushed in to report that a maid had jumped into the well. The maid, Jin Chuan, was typically quiet. They had seen her just half an hour ago, and no one could fathom why she would take such a drastic step. The steward of Sumu Yin's courtyard reported this incident. Jin Chuan? Sumu Yin found the name vaguely familiar, as if she had heard it before. Suddenly recalling a past incident where she had been discovered in an affair with Wang San, and attempted to sell them out, only to be thwarted by Lu Junli, who, despite his usual indifference, had intervened on behalf of the servants. She began to suspect that these two might be connected to Zhao Xin'er. Quickly, bring Wang San here, Sumu Yin commanded. A few trusted young men were dispatched to locate Wang San, but they returned with news that he had already left the estate. Just as Sumu Yin was preparing to send someone to apprehend Zhao Xin'er directly, Fu Shuangdao returned, bringing with him a person, followed closely by Master Sunday. Master Sun entered the room to attend to Lu Er's poisoning, while Fu Shuangdao thrust the person to the ground. I just entered the estate and caught this one sneaking around the wall, trying to escape. How fortuitous. Jin Chuan attempted to harm the mistress and has since ended her own life by jumping into the well. Wang Er cannot evade responsibility for this, Fu Shuangdao declared. Before Sumu Yin could finish her sentence, Wang Sin interjected. Mistress, you cannot accuse me without evidence. I am connected to the young master's household. Any punishment must await his return. Oh, then send someone to the Jing Zhaoyin to investigate exactly whom you are affiliated with. Wang San knew that Jing Zhaoyin was associated with Ji Lingyi. If Sumu Yin sent someone there, they would certainly treat her with respect. Such inquiries could potentially expose his ties to Zhao Xin'er, leading to unnecessary complications. However, he had maintained a discreet relationship with Jin Chuan, making it unlikely for outsiders to detect any wrongdoing. He admitted to being from the same hometown as Zhao Xin'er, but denied knowing Jin Chuan, asserting, I have no dealings with her and cannot fathom why she would take her own life. Mistress, it is rash to link me to this matter. This was a case of not weeping until one sees the coffin. A life had been lost within the estate, and someone had already been dispatched to summon the coroner. Meanwhile, the coroner was in the back courtyard examining Jin Chuan's corpse. The servants stood in the courtyard, and Sumu Yin sent trustworthy individuals to search the servants' quarters. Upon completion, they reported back that they had discovered unburnt oil paper in Jin Chuan's room, marked with traces of medicinal powder. Sumu Yin waved her hand. Let us wait for Dr. Sun to come out. I will present it to him for verification. They also unearthed several items of clothing and jewelry, including a pristine white jade pendant. Someone recognized it. Isn't this the pendant that Wang Sen wore around his neck? How could it end up with Jin Chuan? Yes, I have seen it too. Sumu Yin examined the pendant closely. Its quality was exquisite, radiating a translucent whiteness and remarkable craftsmanship. Still unwilling to confess, Wang San knelt but held his posture defiantly. This pendant is indeed mine, but I lost it several days ago. I never imagined it would be stolen by Jin Chuan. Stolen? Just then, the coroner approached, stating, the deceased indeed drowned, but Sumu Yin urged him to continue without hesitation. The deceased was pregnant, approximately 2 months along. Wang San stiffened, his expression shifting momentarily before he regained his composure. At that moment, Master Sun returned, stating that Lu Er had been cured of the poison and would be fine with proper care. Su Mu Yin instructed that the leftover medicinal powder discovered in Jin Chuan's room be presented to Master Sun for identification. He examined it carefully, sniffing and pinching it, then confirmed it is the same substance. Zhao Xian Air. Su Mu Yin gazed coldly at Wang San, feeling pity for Jin Chuan. To have laid hands on your own flesh and blood, such a person is unworthy of being human. Take him away and execute him. Wang San's face turned ashen. Trembling violently, his eyes filled with animosity towards Su Mu Yin, yet he offered no pleas for mercy. As Zhao Xiner arrived, the life had already slipped away. She truly believed herself to be the mistress of the house now, for upon entering the courtyard, she boldly questioned Su Mayan. What grounds do you have to apprehend someone without evidence? Su Mayan had anticipated her arrogance, yet she was taken aback by the audacity Zhao displayed, openly provoking her after having committed such a vile act. It was fortuitous, as it spared her the effort of making an arrest. Your timing is impeccable, Su Mayan remarked, gesturing to Fu Shuangdao. The latter swiftly drew his dual blades, striking with precision, causing Zhao Xiner's left arm to bleed profusely. Within the lively establishment, Lu Jiwenli had just entered when he heard the news. Zhou Yao had already departed. He summoned the madam for an explanation, who, with a forced smile, addressed him. Oh, esteemed young master, since you have not visited for days, I thought you had forgotten the young ladies. Where's Yao? The madam hesitated, attempting to divert him by introducing other courtesans in the establishment. It was only when Lu Jiwenli's fury escalated that she finally divulged the truth. Yao was taken away by young Master Lu. Young Master Lu? How many could possibly hold that title in the capital? With Lu Qi absent, Lu Jiwenli quickly surmised the identity of the young master, Lu Fang. Bring her back to me. The madam, exasperated, replied, where am I to find her? Furthermore, Yao is no longer one of the courtesans here. After facing this setback, Lu Jiwenli initially intended to leave. But a sudden thought struck him regarding a fortune teller Zhou Yao had mentioned previously, a person he had yet to locate. By chance, this individual was present in the establishment today, prompting him to request the madam to summon the fortune teller. Chapter 87. The blood test of kinship. Having spent a considerable amount of time with the fortune teller, Lu Jiwenli emerged with an increasingly cold and desolate demeanor. Was the rear courtyard truly a harbinger of calamity? Ever since Su Mayan's arrival, the had indeed been beset by misfortune. First, he had injured his leg while on campaign. Then he had offended the crown prince with a botched task. The children were denied admission to the Imperial Academy. And now both the matriarch and his mother had fallen ill, coupled with the ever-dwindling supplies in the storeroom. Lu Jiwenli felt the fortune teller's words rang true. Su Mayan was unequivocally the source of his tribulations. Hastily returning to the estate, he was met at the entrance by the bustling of the servants, who relayed the chaos that had erupted in his absence. To his astonishment, he learned that she had brazenly harmed the servants within the house. As he approached Su Mayan's courtyard, he was met with anguished cries, piercing and filled with despair. Lu Jiwenli quickly maneuvered his wheelchair towards the commotion, but arrived too late. Zhao Xiner lay sprawled on the ground, clutching her left arm, a pitiful sight. Your Highness, you have returned at last. Xiner's arm. Her arm. Zhao Xiner's complexion was as pale as snow, her hair disheveled, her appearance wretched. Upon seeing Lu Jiwenli, her eyes lost their luster, and before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed backward, unconscious. Xiner, what has happened? Xiner, summon help immediately. Lu Jiwenli was taken aback. Despite the years they had spent together and the children they had borne, seeing her in such a state caused him immense pain, which swiftly transformed into animosity towards Su Mayan. His murderous gaze fixated on her, incredulous that the once subservient and compliant Su Mayan had morphed into someone so alien, capable of injuring Zhao Xiner. The notion of calamity echoed repeatedly in his mind. He was now more convinced than ever that the fortune teller had been correct. Su Mayan was indeed the disaster lurking within his household. If she was not dealt with, they would never know peace. Yet, at that moment, he noticed Sun Xianzi, having heard of Su Mayan summoning him to cure a poisoned maidservant. His concern for Zhao Xiner prevailed over his anger. Suppressing his emotions, he addressed Sun Xianzi, I implore you, Dr. Sun, to attend to her injuries. Sun Xianzi was a man of character and temper, not one easily swayed to treat just anyone. Furthermore, he was aware of the unfolding events, how that woman had attempted to harm Su Mayan but inadvertently injured the maid. The prince holds an unusual regard for Su Mayan. Their relationship is indeed intriguing. If I were to oppose her, the prince might retaliate in unexpected ways. No, I cannot do that, he thought. Feigning ignorance of Lu Jiwenli's request, Lu Juanli reiterated, I beseech you, Dr. Sun, please go and assist her. Assist whom? Sun Shinzi raised an eyebrow, questioning. Lu Juanli shot a glare at Su Mayan, as if blaming her for not taking responsibility at such a critical moment. If she had an ounce of conscience, she would speak up now. Yet, Su Mayan coldly stared at her toes, indifferent to their exchange. Lu Juanli was left with no choice but to clarify to Sun Shinzi. The young lady who was just injured, her arm requires your attention. Sun Shinzi raised a hand, halting. And who is this young lady? I do not treat just anyone. She is one of the women in my household, Lu Juanli replied, casting a glance at Su Mayan. The fortune teller's words echoing in his mind once more. The calamity must be removed for peace to be restored. Realizing Sun Shinzi's pride, he understood that merely labeling Zhao Xiner as a maidservant would not compel him to act. Gritting his teeth, he declared, She is my concubine. This was a blatant slap in Su Mayan's face. I was unaware that the prince had elevated that maid to the status of concubine. Su Mayan retorted with a cold laugh, her words dripping with mockery. How splendidly ironic, indeed. Lu Juanli's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Yet his resolve remained steadfast. As Sun Shinzi prepared to leave with his medical kit, Lu Juanli assumed he would attend to Zhao Xiner, only to be stopped by Sun Shinzi's assistant. No need for escorting. We know the way out, the assistant stated coolly. Lu Juanli attempted to argue, but Sun Shinzi interjected. Merely a maidservant who attempted to poison her mistress yet is favored by the prince, escapes punishment, and is elevated to concubine status. What a disgraceful state of affairs for the... I cannot be involved. Farewell. Lu Juanli could not restrain him, shouting at the servants, Are you all dead? Hurry and summon a physician. His gaze turned bloodshot as he glared at Su Mayan. Seething, Su Mayan, because of a maidservant, you have ruined Shiner's arm. How malicious can you be? What right do you have to remain the lady of the... Su Mayan responded coldly, The lady of the can choose whomever she pleases. Do you think I care? Lu Juanli assumed she was merely speaking out of anger and scoffed. If you don't care, all the better. He ordered for ink and paper, contemplating a divorce. Dream on. If anyone is to be dismissed, it will be me, that cannot have a mistress who cannot produce heirs. You disdain Zhao Xiner. Yet I will show you that I do not merely elevate her to concubine status. She shall be the legitimate wife. Oh, no offspring? Not worthy to be the mistress? I shall elevate her to the position of the legitimate wife. Had Zhao Xiner been present to hear this, she would surely have been overjoyed. Yet, it was a relief to Lu Juanli that he had finally voiced his intentions. Su Mayan descended the steps, approaching Lu Juanli with a smile devoid of pain. A smile of liberation. Lu Juanli, you have finally acknowledged that Zhao Xiner, with no name or status, has given you heirs. The words sent gasps through the crowd. The revelation was explosive, and the servants, too intimidated to gossip openly, exchanged furtive glances. Lu Juanli realized he had misspoken and sought to amend. What madness are you spouting? Su Mayan commanded. Go summon Lu Kong and Lu Fei to the prince's courtyard. We shall perform a blood test for kinship. Another bombshell. Lu Kong and Lu Fei were Zhao Xiner's children. That would mean they were illegitimate. The audacity of keeping illegitimate children under the mistress's name while attempting to pass them off as legitimate heirs was the greatest farce of the Daxia dynasty. The onlookers felt as though they had been struck by a war drum, eager to share their thoughts yet forced to remain silent. Yes, indeed. Zhao Xiner's brazen demeanor and Lu Juanli's unprincipled indulgence were all evidence. Furthermore, Zhao Xiner's parental behavior towards Lu Kong and Lu Fei was telling. Ultimately, they concluded that although this incident was shocking, it was not without traces. Zhao Xiner had indeed displayed remarkable boldness in committing such a scandalous act. Shamelessly attempting to poison the mistress in her own courtyard, clearly wishing to remove her for personal gain. Her intentions were laid bare without the slightest veil of concealment. Given the current state of if this matter were to be exposed now, it would undoubtedly spiral into a scandal, turning them into the laughingstock of the Daxia dynasty. Lu Juanli grew anxious, attempting to stop Su Mayan, only to be restrained by Fu Shuangdao. You, a mere servant, dare to obstruct this prince? Lu Juanli glared at Fu Shuangdao, who remained unflinching. I only heed the lady's orders. It would be wise for the prince to cooperate. The blade is heavy, and holding it too long may cause one to tremble, which could be detrimental to the prince. Lu Juanli struggled, but Fu Shuangdao pressed the blade to his throat. Yet, he could not avoid being present for the blood test. As Fu Shuangdao and Su Mayan's party exited the courtyard, he issued one final warning before sheathing his blade and propelling Lu Juanli forward, in a bid for thoroughness and to resolve all matters at once. Su Yin summoned the two most trusted wet nurses and invited a couple of stewards to visit the elderly matriarch, Wang Shi. Given that both the matriarch and Wang Shi were unable to rise, Su Yin, undeterred by inconvenience, sent for the elder of the Lu family. Lu Junli's great-grandfather, an esteemed elder of high regard but without an official title. The elderly gentleman, unfamiliar with the Ho residence, was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected invitation. Lu Junli, witnessing this, felt a surge of indignation, his eyes ablaze, yet he was restrained by Fu Shuangdao, left only to glare in silence. Zhao Xin'er's arm was hastily bandaged, but her left hand was rendered entirely useless, lying in bed and unable to resist. She could only watch helplessly as a maid grasped her right hand and began to bind it. Lu Fei trembled with anxiety, a foreboding sense of dread swelling within her. Lu Kong, perplexed by the situation, winced in pain as he was pricked, tears welling in his eyes. The three individuals were divided into two bowls of water, one to verify the relationship between Lu Kong and Zhao Xin'er, and the other to ascertain the connection between Lu Fei and Zhao Xin'er. The onlookers craned their necks, fixated on the two bowls, as droplets of blood slowly merged into one. Chapter 88. Setting a precedent for divorce. Though it seemed incredulous to all present, the blood in both bowls merged together. The servants, struck with fear, dared not utter a word. The elder of the Lu family glanced between Su Mayan, Lu Junli, and Zhao Xin'er, at a loss for words. He could only let out a long sigh and murmur, such a sin. Everyone was astonished. The two esteemed children, often revered, were said to be the offspring of a benefactor, cherished and nurtured by the matriarch for many years. In the end, the so-called benefactor's children were mere facades, while those she had raised were, in fact, the illegitimate offspring of her husband. The maidservants, who had always served closely, turned out to be the hidden concubines within the household. It was no wonder that upon entering the estate, they were treated differently and addressed as aunt by the young masters and mistresses. The truth was laid bare. This concubine, failing to uphold her duties, even attempted to harm the matriarch, driving one of the maidservants to commit suicide by jumping into a well. Such unprecedented events were unfathomable. Did the old matriarch and the first lady know of this? The chaos left them utterly bewildered, their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched Su Mayan. It cannot be. I cannot be her daughter. Upon discovering her true lineage, Lu Fei was the first to collapse, breaking free from the nurse's grasp and weeping as she fled. Following her, Lu Kong gazed intensely at Su Mayan, softly murmuring, "Mother, what is happening?" The nurse beside him whispered, "Young master, she is your true mother." I refuse to accept a maidservant as my mother," he cried, also running away in tears. Zhao Xin'er, barely managing to sit up, drenched in sweat and pale as a corpse, was taken aback by the children's reactions. Heartbroken, she lamented, "Konger, Feier, I owe you both an apology." The blood test revealed the truth, and Zhao Xin'er's admission sealed the matter. With a cold demeanor, Su Mayan approached Lu Junli, saying, "Ungrateful? Burning bridges? Ruthless? Compared to you, he is a world apart." Lu Junli had no retort. Su Mayan then penned a divorce decree on the spot and thrust it into Lu Junli's embrace, declaring, "Remember this, Lu Junli, it is I, Su Mayan, who has abandoned you. From beginning to end, your actions have repulsed me. You dare? Then let us see if I dare." In the great Xia dynasty, a woman had never divorced a man, let alone the heir of the loyal and righteous marquisate. Marriages were always registered with the government, and so were divorces. Thus, when Su Mayan approached the authorities with her divorce decree, she faced resistance. "We have never encountered such a precedent, Madame Lu. Your actions are not in accordance with the rules," the magistrate lamented. At that moment, Ji Lingye strode in and casually remarked, "Creating a precedent is precisely what we are doing. Where is it written in the law that a woman cannot divorce her husband?" With the stroke of the official seal, the matter was settled. If the blood test revealing that the heirs of the marquisate were actually the children of a maidservant sent shockwaves through the society, then the news of the marquis's heir's divorce was like a bolt from the blue, leaving people in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, all gossip seemed to vanish, and everyone, from the imperial palace to the commoners, was abuzz with this scandal. The first woman to divorce her husband in the great Xia. Indeed, upon learning that her beloved children were actually the offspring of a maidservant who had shamelessly flirted with her husband, who could not feel the ire, one might argue that even after the divorce, it would not suffice. One would want to see those treacherous lovers suffer a fate worse than death. It was rumored that the maidservant had lost an arm. Was that true? Who would believe that? The Marquis's wife was so benevolent, once sacrificing the Marquis' wealth to provide for the poor and the virtuous children, lighting lamps for their elders. Such a compassionate lady could never harm another. Surely, it must have been the vile woman who harmed herself in a desperate attempt to frame the lady. Exactly. The lady would never inflict harm, even if it were true. It would be the wicked woman's own doing. Indeed, it is her own fault. She deserves it. Yet, the question lingered. Would the lady continue her charitable acts after leaving the Marquis? If she does not, we shall confront that vile pair at every opportunity. Such heartless beings, how dare they betray the lady? The entire Marquis was thrown into disarray. The old matriarch, unable to rise, was bedridden. Zhao Xiner had suffered a severed tendon in her hand, rendering it useless. Since receiving Su Mayan's divorce decree, Lu Juanli had thrown a fit and barricaded himself in his room, frequently erupting in rage, hurling insults at Su Mayan, calling her shameless and cruel. After the divorce, Su Mayan vacated the Marquis, taking nothing but her maid, Luer, leaving behind even the clothes she had acquired over the years. When the servants entered to tidy up, they discovered the lady had not taken a single piece of fine jewelry, only a few plain silver hairpins. It was no wonder she always appeared so unadorned. Her demeanor was serene, and they had never thought much of it. Who would have imagined that the Marquis's wife would end up in such a situation? Less than a maidservant? This lady, surely, must have been deeply wounded to leave in such despair. The maidservant sighed deeply while holding the simple silver hairpins. One remarked glumly, "Indeed, she is left without taking a single one of us with her. I wish I could follow her away from this place. What kind of Marquis is this, anyway? I do not want to remain here." She tossed her feather duster onto the ground. "But what can we do? Our contracts are with the old matriarch. Perhaps we could plead with the lady for assistance? Enough of your fanciful thinking. Let us focus on our tasks." The two resumed their work, wearing expressions of deep sorrow. In the old matriarch's courtyard, ever since her illness, the servants had grown lax. Now, with the upheaval in the estate, they gathered in clusters, chattering away. "Do you truly think the heir will take Zhao Xiner as his legitimate wife? Did you not hear the heir? It is precisely because the lady, no, we ought to refer to her as the former lady, despises Zhao Xiner that he is all the more determined to marry her. But her hand, does that not matter? What of it? She has borne the heir 2 children. A hand is but a minor concern. Do you think the matriarch spends her days laboring like the rest of us? Furthermore, a severed tendon simply means she cannot lift heavy objects. It does not render her completely incapacitated. True enough, deceiving the lady and poisoning her, no, the former lady, was truly wicked. If it were me, I would ensure that vile woman suffers a fate worse than death for merely losing a hand." Unbeknownst to them, the one lying on the bed had already opened her eyes. The old matriarch, though she did not catch every word, grasped enough to understand the implications of former lady. Zhao Xiner, and legitimate wife. The old matriarch was utterly shocked. Could it be that Lu Juanli had divorced Su Mayan and intended to marry Zhao Xiner? No, absolutely not. Zhao Xiner is merely the daughter of a merchant. She does not deserve to enter the Marquis, not even as a concubine, let alone as a legitimate wife. If this were true, the Marquis would become a laughingstock in the capital. What the old matriarch did not know was that the Marquis had already become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. Upon awakening, when Lady Li discovered that the servants had attempted to poison the mistress, and after hearing of Su Mayan's punishment of the culprits, Lu Juanli's protection of Zhao Xiner, and the blood oath that forced Su Mayan to seek a divorce, the old matriarch nearly succumbed to the shock. "Quickly, help me sit up." Lady Li hastily reassured her. "Madam, please do not panic." The lady acted in haste. Historically, there has been no precedent for a woman to seek divorce. Once she and the heir calm down, matters will surely find resolution. You must not let this distress harm your health. "No, you do not understand," the old matriarch replied, her voice trembling with despair. "Yuana appears delicate, yet she possesses a fierce spirit. If she were to learn that those 2 sons are Zhao Xiner's flesh and blood, she would never turn back. Come, assist me in seeking Lear. If he wishes to bring that wretched woman into our home, it shall only be over my dead body." Chapter 89. Establishing one's own household. The old matriarch arrived a moment too late. By the time she reached Su Mayan's courtyard, it was already deserted. She then proceeded to Lu Juanli's quarters, only to discover Zhao Xiner lying on his bed. Enraged, she ordered her to be dragged away. Berating her as a shameless harlot who enticed her master and harmed the matron, she immediately decreed her execution. Just as Zhao Xiner was being taken away, screaming in despair, Mama Li exchanged a knowing glance with the old matriarch. In an instant, the matriarch realized that Zhao Xiner was indeed someone dear to her grandson. If she acted so rashly and caused Zhao Xiner's death, her grandson would undoubtedly oppose it, creating unnecessary rifts between them for the sake of an outsider. Thus, she feigned a cough and proclaimed that the two servants who had poisoned were already dealt with by Su Mayan, suggesting that it was time for her to calm down. After all, there was no concrete evidence linking Zhao Xiner to the matter. She further argued that given Zhao Xiner's modest background, it was unlikely she could have committed such an act, offering a plethora of excuses. Ultimately, she concluded that, considering the children, she would spare Zhao Xiner's life for the time being. Afterward, she ordered someone to summon Lu Juanli, only to be informed that he had locked himself in his room for the entire day. The old matriarch's expression shifted dramatically. What was she waiting for? She urged them to find a way to bring him out, exclaiming that his silence was driving her to despair. The maidservant found it impossible to knock on the door. The old matriarch stood at the entrance for a moment, feigning tears as she called out, "After all these years of marriage, how can one simply part ways? In our daxiao, there has never been a precedent for a woman to divorce her husband. Surely, he is upset over the children's matters. Tell him not to be too distressed, to rest and eat something, and to return when he is ready." Mama Li supported the old matriarch, reassuring her. "Do not worry too much, madam. Every couple has their disagreements. Once tempers cool, all will be well." The old matriarch nodded, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. "Indeed. But this time her temper has escalated rather significantly. We are a respectable family. It would not reflect well if word got out about her leaving home. Have someone send her a message from me, asking her to return home first. As for the children, it is true that Zhao Xiner is their mother, but the mistress of the house should not be reduced to her status. Since the children are already fostered under her name, they are her responsibility. A man having concubines is a common occurrence. The mistress should exhibit some tolerance." After a brief pause, she continued, "Let us do this. I will grant Zhao Xiner the status of a concubine, acknowledging her contributions and bearing a pair of children for Lier." Mama Li's face clouded with worry. The old matriarch shot her a glance. "Speak your mind. Do not hesitate." Mama Li began cautiously. "The term concubine may not be appropriate. After all, she is the biological mother of the young master and young lady. If this were to spread, people would surely gossip." The old matriarch feigned contemplation, sighing deeply after a moment. "You speak truthfully. Regardless of the circumstances, the children are innocent. Very well, let us designate her as a secondary wife. She shall move to the Falling Petal Courtyard, distanced from Yiner's quarters, and be advised not to intrude upon the mistress unnecessarily." Feeling satisfied with her arrangement, she ordered her servants to find Su Mayan and convey the message that she should return to the residence immediately. As the servants accepted their orders, the old matriarch added, "I cannot fathom how many generations of our family have incurred such debts." After speaking, she coughed a few times, as her health had not yet fully recovered, and her forehead felt slightly warm, indicating a possible fever. Mama Li promptly instructed someone to summon the physician. The messenger searched several locations but could not locate Su Mayan, so he inquired around. Finally, he encountered Luer in front of a quaint and elegant residence on the southern outskirts of the capital. This house had been purchased by Ji Lingya a month prior, spacious and clean, already tidied up, though it lacked some furnishings and servants. Luo had ventured out to the marketplace to see if she could select capable household staff for cleaning and assisting in the kitchen, and on her way back, she intended to buy some fruits and pastries. Just as she was about to enter, she was called out by a servant from the old matriarch's household. Not wishing to see him, Luer initially prepared to shut the door. However, she paused to hear what the old matriarch wanted. The servant, aware of Luer's disposition, seized the opportunity to spill his message. "Sister Luer, the old matriarch has sent me to inform you that the matter concerning Aunt Zhao has been resolved. After all, a day as husband and wife carries 100 days of affection. The old matriarch requests that the young mistress return." Upon hearing this, Luo was infuriated. "A day as husband and wife carries 100 days of affection? How dare you speak of affection with us? How has the heir treated our young mistress?" Concealing the identity of the children born by an external concubine and placing them under the mistress's name is hardly an act of affection. Sneaking the concubine into the residence and hiding her nearby is affection? Or is it the pressure placed upon our young mistress to seek medicine for the prince, only for her condition to worsen, and then to be met with betrayal? This is affection? She paused for a moment, raising her chin defiantly, and warned, "Remember, our young mistress is no longer the young lady of the Marquis's household. This is her home now. The divorce papers have been filed with the authorities. If the old matriarch doubts it, she may verify for herself. The servant was momentarily taken aback by her barrage of reproaches, yet he remained focused on his mission, attempting to placate her. While the children may not be the mistress's biological offspring, they have been raised for several years. Surely, a bond has formed. Can the mistress truly bear to part with them? How audacious of you. You think you can just raise someone else's children and claim them as your own? Inform the old matriarch that there is no one here for her, Lua retorted, her voice rising as she dismissed him. The servant felt flustered and stammered. But. The old matriarch has already punished Aunt Zhao. See him out, Lua commanded, her anger flaring. Just as she was about to enter, she turned back and called out sharply to the servant, "Stop. I have a message for you to relay. Our young mistress is innocent and has no ties to the Marquis' household. Should you dare to trouble her again with the likes of Aunt Zhao or Zhang, beware that I will not be accommodating." With that, she turned and closed the door. Fuming at their audacity, Lua handed the pastries to a maid to prepare and then went to freshen up. Meanwhile, Su Mayan was busy reviewing accounts. She had managed to accumulate a considerable sum through various means, including purchasing medicine for Lu Juanli and other business ventures. Just as she was feeling troubled, Ji Lingye found someone to manage her affairs. This individual, Dongfang Hu, hailed from the south and came from a long line of merchants. Though his family had fallen on hard times, and he had moved north to seek a living, in his time of need, Ji Lingye had come to his aid, subsequently discovering his exceptional business acumen, and had employed him to oversee various ventures. The funds Su Mayan possessed had originally been discreetly procured from the loyal Marquis' estate, making them difficult to manage. However, Dongfang, who proved to be a genius in commerce, through his expertise, he not only clarified her financial situation but also greatly increased her wealth. He had also assisted in selecting this residence. While on her way back from filing the divorce papers, Su Mayan casually mentioned, "As a vulnerable woman, establishing my own household may prove challenging. Should I borrow Dongfang Hu from you?" Without hesitation, Ji Lingye responded, "He is skilled in management and possesses no ulterior motives. You can trust him. Additionally, he is an excellent steward. You can rely on him for your household." Thus, the arrangement was made. Upon entering her new residence, Su Mayan had initially intended to avoid dealing with financial matters. Yet Dongfang Hu insisted on presenting everything clearly before her. As she observed his deft calculations, she marveled at how she had unknowingly amassed such a significant estate. There are tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, not to mention countless shops and estates. However, there is a scarcity of ready silver. How, then, shall we procure the means to acquire individuals? She inquired, filled with perplexity. Dongfang, who furrowed his brow, not lifting his head nor pausing his work, casually replied, "In a few days, once the rent is delivered, we shall proceed with the purchase." Su Mayan fell silent. Just then, Lua approached, bearing pastries and fruits, her expression less than cheerful. Su Mayan asked, "Who has wronged you?" Chapter 90. Trust Lua. Fearing that her young mistress would be disheartened, initially hesitated to speak. However, being unable to conceal her feelings, she ultimately voiced her thoughts, particularly expressing her indignation regarding the Lu family's decision to elevate Zhao Xiner to the status of a concubine. How could they allow such a vile act to go unpunished? The audacity of Zhao Xiner to be treated with such favor and even summoned to coax the young mistress back was infuriating. The more Lua spoke, the more agitated she became, her throat dry from emotion, and she hastily drank from the teapot on the table, slamming it down afterwards, causing a few drops of tea to splatter onto Dongfang, whose most treasured ledger. He disdainfully took out a handkerchief to wipe it clean and readjusted the accounts. Lua continued her tirade. "How can they shamelessly ask you to return and serve that wretched creature, tending to her children? They speak of affection without blood ties. Do they even hear themselves? In looking at you, Su Muyin, you must not fall under their spell. We must never return to the Marquis' residence. Regardless of their tears or pleas, we cannot show weakness again." Su Muyin remained impassive, showing no signs of distress, as if the matter did not concern her. Instead, she countered with a question. "Have you ventured outside the city to see the situation at the porridge shelter?" Lua was perplexed as to why her mistress still cared about the Marquis' porridge shelter, assuming she would exhibit the same softness as before. Prior to her marriage, Lu Juanli had grown increasingly indifferent, and Su Muyin's resolve to marry into the Marquis' family had already been wavering. Yet, Lu Juanli's sweet words had softened her heart. Now, with the Marquis' family resorting to the same old tricks, Lua feared that her mistress might succumb to their manipulations once more. After finally escaping their clutches, if she fell back in, her future would be bleak. My lady, let them do as they please. We must not concern ourselves any longer. From now on, I shall accompany you in living a peaceful life, Lua reassured her. Su Muyin replied soothingly, I understand. Do not worry, my dear maid. I am not foolish. Now, please attend to your duties, as Mr. Dongfang and I have matters to discuss. Once Lua departed, Su Muyin awaited Dongfang whose report on various matters. To her surprise, he closed the ledger and pushed aside the abacus, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke, while constructing porridge shelters and providing daily porridge. Lighting perpetual lamps for the suffering and repairing temples are indeed costly endeavors. If you hope to aid the impoverished, it is a noble act, which I commend. However, if you believe that these expenses will strain the Marquis's finances to the point of collapse or bankruptcy, I fear your aspirations may be overly optimistic. Su Muyin was taken aback, her mouth agape, her eyes fixed on Dongfang Hu. She had arranged this with the intent that, aside from Jilingye, others would perceive it as an act of loyalty toward the Marquis's family. Yet, this Dongfang Hu had seen through her intentions. Had Jilingye informed him? That seemed unlikely. He was not one to gossip. A hint of wariness crept into Su Muyin's gaze as she regarded Dongfang Hu. However, he paid no mind to her scrutiny. Though he served as a steward, he held himself with unwavering integrity and adhered strictly to his principles. He would not alter his demeanor for any circumstance. Nor would he show flattery for anyone's sake. During his time with Jilingye, others had deemed him proud and aloof. And now he did not even glance at Su Muyin, his fingers gently tapping the table, seemingly lost in thought. The dynamic between them did not resemble that of a master and servant. It was more akin to an authoritative elder brother and an inexperienced younger sister. After a brief silence, Dongfang Hu finally broke it, seeking clarification. Do you truly harbor such hatred for the Marquis's family that you wish to see them utterly collapse? Do you often presume to understand others so readily? Su Muyin replied, tinged with annoyance. While Jilingye had assured her of his reliability, she remained uncertain of his trustworthiness and felt the need to be cautious. Upon hearing her words, Dongfang Hu met her gaze. Seemingly oblivious to the mistrust in her eyes and the displeasure in her tone, he maintained his calm demeanor and continued, the Marquis's family may be diminished, yet they remain formidable. Even in their decline, they are not easily vanquished. A month ago, you disbursed a substantial sum to a young lady named Zhou Yao. And shortly thereafter, that money reappeared at the pleasure growth. I happen to have some understanding of the situation there. I suspect you invested heavily in this scheme to position Miss Zhou between the heir and Master Lu Feng, thereby inciting enmity between the first and second branches. The third branch, Lu Feng, has always indulged in vice, and Miss Zhou was once adept in such matters. Should she lead Lu Feng into a pit of despair? The first branch will not intervene, leaving the third branch helpless, and they will be at your mercy. But have you considered that while the third branch is easily dealt with, the first branch is not so simple? The heir's maternal family is immensely wealthy. These tactics may cause them some inconvenience, but to undermine their foundation will require much more. Dongfang Hu's words were not merely conjecture. He shared his insights based on his own investigations. His clarity of thought and ability to connect disparate pieces of information was impressive, prompting Su Muyin to regard him with newfound respect. At the same time, she felt reassured by his loyalty had he harbored even the slightest ulterior motive. A mere whisper could have doomed her plans. Though reluctant to admit it, Su Muyin acknowledged the validity of his points. Her scheme indeed had its flaws. What do you suggest I do? She inquired earnestly. Dongfang Hu, maintaining his composed demeanor, turned his attention back to the ledger and stated, the Marquis's family possesses numerous assets. To truly strike at their core, we must strategize in the marketplace. Noticing Su Muyin's confusion, he elaborated on various tactics aimed at the Marquis's family within the commercial realm. However, she could only grasp a few terms like false prosperity, price suppression, and control of supply, while the rest eluded her understanding. Do you not comprehend? Dongfang Hu's expression revealed a hint of bewilderment as he furrowed his brow. Su Muyin admitted her ignorance regarding business matters with a subtle nod. Dongfang Hu silently exhaled in relief, contemplating whether to explain again, but ultimately decided against it. If you trust me, allow me to handle these matters. I have already conducted a rough assessment of the Marquis's business operations. As long as you do not change your mind or relent in the face of their resurgence in the court, I can ensure that within 6 months, or at most a year, they will be unable to recover. Su Muyin was once again astonished. Jilingye had only mentioned his exceptional talent in business, but had not indicated that he possessed such keen insight. Had he already surmised her intentions toward the Marquis's family and gathered intelligence on their assets? In her previous life, She had not heard of such a formidable figure in Jiling's circle. She only knew that he had been increasingly affluent. Could he be the reason behind his wealth? She marveled at her fortune in having him as an ally. Had he been an adversary, she might have unknowingly met her demise. A rush of excitement coursed through her. With him by her side, she too could soon rival nations in wealth. I will not waver or abandon this course. You may proceed with your plans, Su Muyin declared. In the past, they had shown her no mercy. Now, having stolen her life, she would not show them an ounce of compassion. At that moment, Jimin arrived, bringing a plethora of items, chirping joyfully like a little bird. From a distance, she called out, Yin Yin, you have now established your own domain. We have come to celebrate you. Chapter 91. Unwelcome guests from the Marca residence. Few guests arrived. Jimin, Ji Xian, Su Yin, and the two Zhao brothers. They greeted each other warmly, without the burden of formalities, enjoying a lively atmosphere. Concerned that Su Muyin's new home might lack sufficient provisions, she not only brought an abundance of ingredients, including vegetables and meats, but also a cook. In recent days, Su Muyin had yet to find a suitable chef, relying instead on Lu Er to prepare the meals or purchasing food from outside. Zhao Ziqing brought several jars of fine wine. Upon seeing him, Su Muyin felt a twinge of guilt, recalling that she had promised to attend the banquet he hosted for Zhao Zihu, only to be delayed by the poisoning incident and forgetting to send a gift. She handed the jars of wine to the servants and smiled at Zhao Ziqing, turning to Zhao Zihu beside her, and said apologetically, I regret missing your banquet last time and not being able to send a gift. Do you hold it against me? Initially, Zhao Zihu felt somewhat displeased, but seeing Su Muyin's earnest explanation, he immediately brightened up and shook his head vigorously. I don't blame you, sister. Today's banquet at your residence shall serve as compensation. I will ask the kitchen to prepare more of your favorite dishes. Thank you, sister. How are you adapting at the Guazi Jian? Zhao Zihu's smile faded slightly as he sighed. The coursework is rather overwhelming. I spend a considerable amount of time on assignments after classes. Then, brightening again, he added, however, the chef there is exceptional. The lotus root cake he makes is incredibly delicious. Su Muyin chuckled, gently pinching his cheek. That's wonderful. No wonder you've gained a bit of weight after not seeing you for a few days. It seems the workload isn't as burdensome as you claim. The two shared laughter before entering the backyard. The children, having become familiar with each other through their time at the Guazi Jian, were now inseparable friends. With the worries of schoolwork set aside during the banquet, they played soccer joyfully in the backyard while the adults enjoyed tea in the pavilion. Are you well? I heard the poisoning incident was aimed at you, but the girl mistakenly consumed it, Zhao Ziqing remarked, following Su Muyin to the pavilion and engaging in casual conversation. Su Muyin smiled lightly. Indeed, but I am fine now, thanks to Dr. Sunday. Lu Er has also recovered well. I appreciate your concern, young Master Zhao. Zhao Ziqing seemed a bit uneasy, lowering his gaze as he said, You are no longer the young mistress of the Marquis residence. As I am older, may I call you Yin Mei? Surprised, Su Muyin's expression faltered momentarily before she replied. That would be fine. My name is Ziqing. You need not always refer to me as young Master Zhao. You may call me Ziqing. Very well. Upon reaching the lakeside, Jimin spotted the two and called out, Yin Yin, Ziqing, hurry over. The tea is ready. This is this year's newly received tribute. Father knew I was coming to celebrate with you, so he had me bring it along. Come, try it. What do you think? Also, taste these. Jimin eagerly presented tea, fruits, and pastries. Before the meal even began, Su Muyin felt quite full. Seeing Jimin offering her a slice of papaya, she quickly declined. If I eat more, I won't have room for dinner. Oh right, you can have it after dinner. During the meal, Jimin animatedly chatted with Su Muyin, recounting amusing childhood stories and her experiences over the past few years. You were quite foolish back then. I casually mentioned that cicadas could cure ailments, and you went and caught all the cicadas in the yard. And remember that summer when we went fishing? You couldn't catch anything for half the day and ended up crying. Jimin laughed heartily, unable to contain herself. Su Muyin reminisced about those joyful times, feeling a mix of emotions. She had sent someone to catch cicadas because she believed they could cure Lu Junli's cold, unaware that he was actually avoiding her due to a conflict involving his father and the crown prince. As for the fishing trip, he simply wanted grilled fish, and she had promised to catch it for him, only to return empty-handed after spending a long day under the sun, which left her in tears. Jimin was right. She had indeed been foolish beyond measure. Fortunately, all of that was now in the past. Are you all right? Zhao Ziqing noticed her change in expression and asked softly. I'm fine, Su Muyin replied with a smile, unaware of Su Muyin's inner turmoil. Jimin thought she had long since moved on from Lu Junli and was merely trying to cheer her up. However, as she watched Jimin's joyful demeanor, Su Muyin felt warmth spread through her heart, revealing a knowing smile. Zhao Ziqing occasionally glanced at Su Muyin, and upon seeing her smile, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile as well. Jimin harbored a fondness for Zhao Ziqing, especially after he became the top scholar and joined the Dali, where many praised his integrity and uncanny ability to solve cases, further endearing him to her. Yet, she noticed that Zhao Ziqing often cast glances towards Su Muyin, especially now as he smiled at her. Jimin had never seen him smile with such warmth. Yet Su Muyin was engrossed in conversation with Su Yin and remained oblivious to it all. A sharp pang of pain and bitterness surged within Jimin, and she lowered her head to eat, feeling that the dishes she once cherished had lost their flavor. Min, is something bothering you? Su Muyin sensed Jimin's discomfort and asked with concern. Jimin forced a light smile. I'm fine. I was just reflecting on a few things. Curious. Su Muyin inquired about what was on her mind. Jimin replied, Yin, have you ever suspected that the Su family was wronged? Su Muyin had indeed harbored such suspicions, but what troubled her most was not whether the Su family was innocent, but rather the suspicious circumstances surrounding her mother's death. Seeing Su Muyin deep in thought, Jimin realized she had also contemplated this and grasped her hand anxiously, saying, Su Bobo has always been upright and honest. He would never suddenly accept bribes, especially such a large sum that was conveniently discovered. The evidence in this case is overwhelmingly strong and appeared too conveniently, as if someone had set it all up for us to fall into a trap. Su Muyin interjected, Indeed. Right, I even asked father about it, but he forbade me from getting involved. But Yin, I have always felt that something is amiss. Jimin looked intently at Su Muyin. Have you considered investigating it? This matter was something she was determined to pursue until the truth was revealed. However, Su Muyin did not wish to involve the Rui Wang Fu or drag Jimin into this turmoil, so she feigned a casual demeanor and shifted the topic. Let us focus on enjoying today. Shall we not speak of these matters? Jimin responded with a subdued picking up the fish Su Muyin had placed in her bowl and eating slowly. Meanwhile, as everyone enjoyed their lively meal, two individuals arrived at the entrance, clamoring to see Su Muyin, but were stopped by Lu Er. I am Li Mama, serving the old lady of the Marquis residence. You must be Lu Er, the young mistress's maid. I am here on behalf of the old lady. Step aside. Lu Er stood firm. We do not welcome guests from the Marquis residence. Li Mama, a trusted confidant of the old lady, was accustomed to being treated with respect in the Marquis residence. Now, as she carried out the old lady's tasks, being obstructed by a mere maid infuriated her. She glared at Lu Er with authority. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being impolite. Who dares to cause a ruckus at my residence and threatens my people? Dongfang, who strode gracefully to the door, adorned in a flowing white brocade robe, tall and handsome. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Granny Li with an imposing presence. Chapter 92. A heartless individual. Madame Li had never encountered Dongfang Hu before and was thus unaware of his identity. However, sensing the formidable aura surrounding him, she recognized he was no mere servant and moderated her attitude somewhat. Nevertheless, her tone retained a hint of arrogance. This is a private matter of our Marquis household, and I kindly request this young gentleman to refrain from meddling. Private matter? Dongfang Hu responded with a wry smile, unperturbed by her words. My master has only recently regained his single status, and the Su family is currently stationed at the frontier. What business could there possibly be? As the steward, I am completely in the dark? Approaching the edge of the steps, he looked down upon Madame Li with a chilling demeanor. I am not one to tolerate disrespect, and if I hear of anyone deliberately causing trouble for my master, I might find it hard to restrain myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked Madame Li squarely in the chest. A cry of pain escaped her lips as she was sent flying to the side of a carriage. Today, my master is hosting guests. Do not disturb him. Close the door. Dongfang Hu instructed as he ushered Luo inside, and the servants hastily shut the door. Upon returning to his seat, Su Muyin realized Dongfang Hu had been away longer than expected and inquired if anything was amiss. He replied casually, nothing of consequence. Just dealt with a rabid dog at the entrance. Rabid dog? Before Su Muyin could ponder further, Zhao Xiaohu tugged at her sleeve, expressing his desire for braised pork knuckles. She swiftly served him. This brief diversion, this small episode, did not linger in Su Muyin's mind. Luo, busy arranging the dishes nearby, discreetly gave Dongfang Hu a thumbs up. Dongfang, who remained composed, casting a glance towards Su Muyin, only to inadvertently catch a glimpse of Zhao Ziqing's unusual expression, prompting him to observe closely. His brow furrowed. After the banquet, Dongfang, Hu, and Luer saw the guests off. Su Muyin went inside to fetch something, an ink set she had intended to gift Zhao Zihu previously. Brother Ziqing, Xiao Hu, please wait a moment. She presented the gift, which she should have given earlier, congratulating Zhao Zihu on his admission to the Imperial Academy, assuring him of a bright future ahead. Zhao Zihu looked to his brother, and upon receiving his approval, he excitedly accepted the gift. Zhao Ziqing's ears turned slightly pink, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Please convey my gratitude to Sister Yan for her generosity. There is truly no need for such lavish gifts. You have already bestowed upon me the precious bamboo and stone in Xiangxiang, which I cherish deeply. Receiving another gift today is overwhelming. Bamboo and stone in Xiangxiang? Su Muyin mused, puzzled. Was that not the work of the esteemed Prince Rui? She remembered that Ji Min had intended to steal it for him, but she had forgotten to inquire further, unsure whether it had been delivered. How could it possibly be connected to her? That painting? Zhao Ziqing responded, I hold it in great esteem. He lowered his head further, and Su Muyin noticed a blush creeping from his ears down his neck, deepening her confusion. She thought to herself, what is with Zhao Ziqing today? He continued, I must head to the magistrate this afternoon, so I shall not impose further. Xiao Hu and I need to return to the academy. And I thank Sister Yin for her hospitality. Not at all. As the two carriages moved away, Su Muyin smiled and waved until they turned the corner. Then she allowed her smile to fade. Regarding that painting, based on events from her previous life, it should soon appear at the auction house. Now that it was clearly in Zhao Ziqing's possession, would it still surface at the auction? Dongfang Hu. Keep an eye on the major auction houses for any sign of the bamboo and stone in Xiangxiang. If it appears, purchase it for me, Su Muyin instructed. Dongfang Hu pondered for a moment before countering, that painting is indeed a treasure, but should it be sold at auction, the price may be inflated. If it is driven up too high, its future appreciation would be limited, even if you wish to collect it. Are you certain? Su Muyin tilted her head. Considering his point, she too realized it made sense. Her current financial situation was not particularly robust. Insisting on acquiring something beyond her means could indeed lead to complications. You may decide, but please ascertain the painting's provenance and inform me upon your return. Rest assured, I shall investigate thoroughly. Having dined well, Su Muyin took a leisurely stroll before lazily returning to her room for an afternoon